It's funny how the topic of satellites keeps rearing its head again and again and again this past week or two. And the idea is that satellites are a problem for flat earthers. I mean, there are multiple reasons why this isn't the case. First off, the people who might be designing the satellites could be operating with a framework that just works, but they don't fully understand the principles and what's really happening in place. Another possibility is satellites do not work at all in the way that people who are designing them think they do. And there's a chain of custody break between the designers of the systems and the integrators and other designers that are further up the chain. For example, they could be replacing the technology with another technology and not be telling anybody. And that doesn't necessarily mean that anybody involved in this scheme has to know the Earth is flat either. They could just be preparing technology in order to project a capability that does not truly exist for the purpose of psychological deception. And I point back to the founding documents of NASA and everything else, where they explicitly state that they're using space as a psychological weapon. It could also be that the astronauts themselves still think Earth is a globe. They don't have to know it's flat, have to knowingly conceal it from the public. They could just be operating in studios, like some flat earthers claim, or they could be doing work up in high altitude stations, for all I know. Either way, it doesn't necessarily mean that they know that the Earth is flat and they're concealing it. They could still think that what they're doing requires a globe Earth, along with all the technology that got them there. So I mean, it's not like these are cop outs, but these are just alternative explanations for what's going on with the same framework that nobody knows what's really happening. Nobody knows. Nobody knows what the stars are. Nobody knows what the planets are. Nobody knows anything about this grand cosmology that people have imagined for us to accept to be true. One of the things I like to point out to people who bring up satellites is the operational framework of the satellite system itself. They're completely internally consistent within using a spherical coordinate reference system. That's fine. If you stick with one system and apply it dutifully, you'll get consistent results internally. So for example, when people say that the satellite gets my position fixes and can only do so on a globe, and I say, well, how'd they prove that? They say, well, they got your position fixed by using a globe. So we can come back at them and say, okay, what globe? We measure the surface, it's flat. That there creates a huge conflict. And these globers do not accept that that's what's happening. That we've actually measured the surface that they think is curving. And we've shown it not to curve. So this means that their operational framework is incompatible. So that's using an external critique or external validation, attempted validation, in order to falsify or validate their internal critique of their own claims. So I was doing some research over the past couple weeks and found 3 or 4 papers that are turns out that people in the field of astronomy and navigation, they actually do use, in many cases, for practical reasons, they use the stars as a Cartesian XYZ coordinate system and not a spherical coordinate system. The implications of this is if you have an observer dependent view of the stars and you treat the stars as vectors, and if every individual has a unique view of those stars and those positional vectors to them, then you can apply this XYZ coordinate reference to observer, and it's completely independent of the shape of the Earth, whether it's spherical or not, or flat. It's basically like stellaria. I mean, and this has applications for our use, right? I mean, we don't have to accept the spherical grid that the Nautical Almanac produces. Go ahead, copy.
Yeah, if the Earth is flat, why are my balls round? Hello? Are you speechless?
Yes. So anyway, there's some great use cases for treating the star field as a series of vectors and using an XYZ Cartesian grid. The main reason is it reduces complexity and processing power of having to do a spherical to spherical mapping. You can then do a flat to flat mapping. And what's amazing is the mathematics actually work out where it can preserve angles and positions just the same as it is if you were to assume that Earth is a globe. Bradwin, you got a live stream going on for us? Oh, look at that. The black swan. Yep. So speaking of debunking the globe by measuring Earth flat, that black swan is a great example of this. Guess who did the measurement? I think that information was measured by the U.S. Geological Survey, who measured the distances to those in survey maps we have of the oil rigs off the coast of Santa Barbara. You can also use WGS84, a globe, right? You can use that with Google Earth to draw distance lines from the shoreline where this observation was to the position of the oil rigs and get those same values. So we're testing that, right? We're testing what the globe measurement is. They say that these rigs are at 9.4 and 6.2 miles respectively from the observer. We know the observer is at at least 8 inches high off the ground, probably no less than a foot. So using those official survey distances, we can see the horizon beyond 9 miles, beyond 10 miles. What, pray tell, conditions exist on Earth, meteorologically, weather-wise, whatever the case, physically, would produce such a flat and stable and clear image over, 100 square miles, easy, plus? That is, if Earth is a globe. What conditions would lift up a curving surface, including reflected rays off of that curving surface? What is doing that? Right? Because if you think you live on a globe and you're seeing a very flat, stable scene in front of you going out for a dozen miles, you have to be thinking, wow, everything I'm seeing is taking its own path of light to my eye, going through some kind of change in the medium to distort the curvature into a flat surface. So something must be very consistent. It's almost as if the optical gradient itself exactly matches what's required to unbend the curvature of the Earth. That's an amazing coincidence.
At different distances.
Right, so it's bending at different rates. So you have to have a changing optical gradient that's changing at different rates in such a way to produce that stable image. That is just an amazing fucking claim. I don't fucking buy it. So show me the proof that that's happening. Show me the conditions. Well, guess what? We actually have some indication of what the conditions were that day. We actually took the weather buoy data that's out there with the rigs, and it shows a very low differential of temperature between the water and the air above it. So typically, temperature differentials are the biggest reason why you have changes of optical pass through medium, at least like air, right? So we don't really have the conditions present to suggest that. So maybe something else is at work. I mean, I, for the life of me, can't come up with anything. And if the Glober is going to make a positive claim that something has to be at work here, I'd like to know what in the hell it is. The other option is, hey, you know what? Maybe Earth is flat. And maybe this matches other observations we have of seeing way too far under different conditions at different locations on Earth. Maybe this matches our laser tests. Maybe this matches what we see in infrared, which kind of mitigates much of the claim that light must be bending to produce a flat image. Oh, yes, it gets even worse for you Globers when we bust out the infrared filters. You guys hate that so much. It's funny, right? Because if there's so much optical distortion in the air that's impeding our ability to see where the geometric curvature of the horizon is, then shouldn't we see it with much clarity when we pop on an infrared filter and take a look at it? Again, you don't have to go far. From just a few feet off the ground, you just have to see a few miles away. Guess what happens? We don't see a geometric curvature, and we don't have a very solid refraction claim, a terrestrial or astronomical even refraction claim. We don't have that claim present because we're using wavelengths that are not subject to such distortions. So why can't we see the curvature of the Earth in infrared either?
Doesn't exist. That's why.
Yeah, it doesn't exist. I've got this great paper, actually two papers done by military surveyors at the Chesapeake Bay back in 2006, 2007, 2008 timeframe. Some military surveyors were invited. It was part of a NATO program. There's a Dutch team and a German team. They both came in and they needed to survey distances across the Chesapeake Bay from, I think, Virginia to Maryland. So what they were doing is they were using theodolites with infrared optics, and they set up a tower across the bay with emitters at different heights on the tower. And below the tower was a little tripod with a light that was just at the shoreline. And that light is really interesting. You know why? Because they set it up at the specific height, taking curvature of the earth into account and the height of the observer on the other end of the bay into account. And they said, if we set up this light here, then it should not be because it's behind the curvature of the earth. So they busted out their theodolites and they recorded video. They recorded in daytime and nighttime conditions. You know what's really funny? They saw that light. That light was there all the freaking time. That light that was supposedly behind the curvature of the earth. It was there in infrared, and it baffled them. They said that they were doing the study in order to understand the effects of optical distortions above the marine layer. That is where the water meets the air, like above oceans and lakes and things like that. So they were studying this phenomenon. And they're like, what the fuck? How come we can see this light in infrared in all conditions? They said that they tried retrofitting the data into various models of refraction, and none of them freaking worked. They had to build their own hybrid model, similar to the combat laser test that was done in Maui with the David Bricker study. They had to devise their own model, combining refraction and turbulent conditions to make it work. And in order to fit existing models correctly, they had to fudge the temperature gradient by 2 orders of magnitude. So, barring fudging the temperature gradient by 2 orders of magnitude, they had to develop their own model to retrofit their observation, which does not conform to anything that was ever used before. Isn't that interesting? It's almost like they want to believe the curvature of the earth is there so bad that they create models in order to describe how curvature must be present in phenomena of curvature that don't exist. What the hell is going on? That's what the surveyors are asking. What the hell is going on? In their own documents, they call the situation cursed. That's right. And the final product that was delivered to the U.S. government and to NATO regarding this whole entire endeavor, they called the situation cursed because they're like, what the fuck? We can't get this behind the curvature of the earth, no matter what we do. Yeah, man. So that was the NATO Sapphire trials. Pretty interesting stuff. So what are you supposed to think, right? When we have all this data, all these measurements, all this flat earth evidence, and the people say, no, dude, man, satellites prove it. Satellites prove it, bro. I don't have the data. I can't show it to you because it's proprietary, but if you totally had the data, you would believe me too. Just trust me, bro, satellites. Yep, just because I'm feeling great, I'm going to go through my files. I'm going to start pulling up some of the documents from this, from NATO Sapphire, some screenshots. You're going to love it. All right, just need a minute to get set up here. The downside to keeping everything neatly organized is you have to scroll forever through everything that you've indexed to find your shit. All right, so we were talking about the NATO Sapphire trials. I think I put that in N, the N section. And here we go, NATO Sapphire Theodolite. Add that as a favorite. Okay, check this out. I'm going to post an image of the setup. Here we go, beginning here at about 12 minutes past the hour. All right, that was their setup. So you can see the lights that they set at different heights, as well as the tripod. You can see a depiction of their theodolite on the bottom left there, the opposite end of the Chesapeake Bay. All right. So next, here's what they kept seeing. See the arrow that I drew there? That's pointing to the bottom light that they specifically set up to be behind Earth curvature. If you want proof of that, let me show you where they said this. Yeah, that's an infrared, folks. Okay. Oh, first, let me show you this. Oh, there it is too. Okay, thermal. The position of the tripod light was chosen to be behind the geometrical horizon. Bottom line right there. And I highlighted the word behind, i.e., it is not observable during subrefraction, but only during super refractive conditions. Super refractive conditions. Again, what constitutes that, you later read, is their model that they had to invent by either fudging the temperature gradient by 2 orders of magnitude or creating a new model from scratch altogether to explain this. Let's keep going. Let's keep going here. All right, next up we've got, oh yeah, here's the rest of it. Check this out. All right, just so you know, I'm literally sitting in my car of a parking lot doing this. That's how much I love you guys.
Well, yeah, better than
We love you too.
driving.
All right, so here's their dilemma. In most cases, in a marine environment, the air temperature decreases with altitude, leading to subrefractive conditions. Again, they said we would only see this in super refractive conditions. So one is moving the image down, the other is moving up, sub and super. All right, let's keep going. Up here's some of the results. They could not find the geometrical horizon, as I underlined there. They could not find it. They purposefully set this up to find it. They could not find it. All right. right, so here's an instance where they couldn't see it anymore. But in this instance, the conditions were such that in this wavelength and at this period of time, there was severe distortion happening. Let me get to the part where they called it cursed that I'm trying to find. Fuck. Yeah, remind me next time not to fumble around like this and have everything I need set up at my fingertips. Gosh. There's the curse. Found it, the curse. Yep. All right, so the relevant bit here is we compared the curse of the apparent elevation of the tripod light. Elevation, why they call it an elevation, a curse of the elevation, because the tripod light, under normal conditions, appeared to be refracted up when it wasn't. And they called that situation cursed. Where's the refraction? They took all the measurements. They were specifically testing the optical path itself. They were taking extreme measurements as much along that path as they could. We compared the curse of the apparent elevation of the tripod light with our measurements at the different locations. The best prediction of the appearance and disappearance of the tripod light is given if we modify the sea temperature measured by -1 degree Celsius. So their actual measurement was like 0.01 degrees Celsius or something, -0.01. They had to move that decimal over 2 places. Yeah, the initial gradient, I think, was like 0.01 or something because it was super stable. And so they had to create a refractive environment, so to speak, when it didn't exist, in order to explain their observation and alleviate them psychologically of this so-called curse of the apparent elevation that shouldn't have been there. I mean, it's nuts. Like, this is the kind of shit we find again and again and again when we try to find the best evidence for the globe. I mean, I found this while specifically searching for surveys of geometric Earth curvature. And this popped up in a whole bunch of other studies I read. And I'm like, oh, this one's pretty cool. So here's some more images that they took. There's that bottom left light. I'm going to post the actual documents and get out of here. I'm really on borrowed time. I need to get into my office. There's more to find in this too. I mean, regarding the absolute coping measures that they went through in order to explain why the tripod appeared elevated when conditions for refraction weren't present. And when conditions for refraction were present, you couldn't see the light. It was the opposite of the kind of refraction that they expected to be. It was that fucked up. All right, let's see if there's any more. Oh yeah, Box Ops. He actually made a meme out of this. Here you go. Ray tracing. Oh yeah, there you go. Ray tracing models. Okay, so their models showed that the temperature readings with an accuracy of better than 0.01 degrees Celsius are required. There it is. That's to clarify my point earlier. So they required an accuracy better than 0.01 degrees Celsius, but then they had to fudge the data by an entire 1 degree, negative 1 degree Celsius, in order for the explanation to work. A measurement that they didn't have. I mean, this is how dishonest it gets, folks. Like, they think they are justified in pretending that measurements existed that they didn't take in order to prove their assumptions correct. This keeps going on over and over again. This is dishonest. I mean, this is horseshit. And these guys are fucking like military surveyors, right? They're not out there, surveying sidewalks and shit like that. These guys are like surveying battlefields and crap, right? Like, there's a difference between like a surveyor measuring a sidewalk next to a school and a surveyor who might be getting shot at or bombed to death. So these are serious folks, and they're employing serious methods, battlefield tested methods. And here's just some more context. Right, so this isn't just like cherry picking data either. I mean, they set up basically a TV here. It says here that they're recording at 6 frames a minute. They just set this thing up and they just let it watch. And they're like, what the fuck, over? Anyway, I thought you guys might enjoy some of this. This is kind of the stuff that we go through in the background in some of our back chats. I kind of think of us like people who are bug hunters for software, and there are bounties for people that find glitches and report them up, right? I mean, we kind of do that with the Globe. We go through all of this shit regarding the Globe software, and we find all the glitches. Only nobody's accepting our reports, and we don't get paid for it. It's a labor of love.
Oh, exactly the same as bug reports, then.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Like, hey guys, hey NASA, we found a problem with your model. You need to, in order for your model to work, you need to fudge a measurement by 2 orders of magnitude of a gradient. Nah, they don't care.
Couldn't be bothered to replicate, ignore.
Yep. Hey NASA, you don't have a consistent explanation for gravity. No, they don't give a shit. The general public's too dumb.
You were mentioning an observation of Dr. John Dees the other day, where he used an extra long tube. To point
Yeah,
the
Indio
telescope
brought
through.
this to my attention. Yeah, I think I got that link. Do you need it?
I'm just curious to see it. Would be
Yeah,
handy to
hold
have
on a
hand.
minute. Yep. Jeez. It's buried in with my like saved YouTube links. Hold on a second.
It's not an emergency.
I know what- I know. I'm curious to find it too. I want to watch it again. It's really nice. Right. So the idea is by setting up a long pipe you eliminate the angles of propagation of light rays from everything that's not perfectly straight and parallel to the pipe itself. Yeah. So you're observing
You
unrefracted.
exclude
Yeah.
all the confounding variables.
That's it. That's it. I mean, and he explained this too in the video. So, maybe we can keep chatting here. It'll take me a minute to look for it.
Is it one of his Burlington Gap ones or Burling Gap? Sorry.
I don't remember what he was looking at, or where he was. I do know he was I think he was using a Canon camera, and I think that word was in the title. All right. Finally, it took me a while. I'm actually on his page now. I couldn't find it through my own saved links.
If you type Dr. John D. laser, he comes up pretty quick.
Oh, that's good to know.
Barari, did you say something about when you was reading that it's happening only because of extreme refraction?
Yeah, I did say that. Yeah.
Yeah, they said that, but they never explained what that means. Extreme refraction. What causing that? How and what is the effect of that extreme refraction? First, what is causing that? What is different from normal and extreme refraction? Do you understand? Normal refraction is when you have 30 degrees temperature, 80 degrees humidity, this kind of moisture. Okay, extreme refraction, that is when you have 100,000 temperature Celsius. Do you understand? Give me some, specific, and then we will speak about that. This is extreme refraction. What that is? That is only a verb.
I know they weren't specific at all. I get your point totally.
And
yeah,
plus,
they were not specific.
When you distinguish,
they're just reifying the model.
When you distinguish the normal refraction from the extreme refraction, you need to know what is also that things what you can say the things what you see, that what is not refracted, to distinguish the refracted things from not refracted things. How you will know that something is not refracted or everything is refracted?
Right. I mean, when they're talking like this, they mean when they go out and see these conditions normally, they know what that looks like. And when they see something that is not matching what they normally see, they call that extreme. That's really all there is to it. And they're like, oh, it must be due to the wide temperature gradient. That's why.
But I think if something is extreme, in this case, the distortion of, let's say, the view, that means less view. In any case,
the opposite.
That's always not more view. If you have something extreme that is disturbing your view, you will see less.
When it's extreme, all the molecules in the air just line up perfectly and just let you see forever.
Yeah.
Extreme means defying entropy.
I'm not seeing it on his. I wonder if it's not public anymore. His video.
Mm.
I'm going to go into the office. I'll be able to come
was it
back.
Indio who was talking about, or?
Yeah, Indio was talking about it.
Maybe he has a copy of it somewhere.
Somewhere, yeah. And he was talking about it in 24/7 in the lobby. This was like years ago too. Yeah.
Mm. Found it.
Okay, can you post?
Just have a quick question for the panel. Are we fielding any questions at the moment? No, I'm just trolling. What's up, chat? What's going on, guys? I was gonna ask something stupid like, "Are we live?" But you know, you already know what time it is. But it has not been confirmed that we're live. We do have Disturmer. Feel free to chime in at any point. The Amish, congratulations on the bottom slot. Pause. Grisp, congratulations on the top slot. And we also have Checkmate. All right, quiet morning here, chat.
Hey, Crit, are you here?
Yeah,
I was on your video last night.
I didn't make any video.
No, the room made a video. Or the people, the folks who were running the room last night went live on YouTube.
Yeah, we're live 24/7 on YouTube. Like, there's multiple bots that stream on multiple channels every day. Yeah, 24 hours a day.
Well, I mean, there was
10
actually
years.
a full announcement. Really? 10 years? So right
Yeah.
now you were being recorded and shot over to the internet.
If there's a bot in the room, I mean, I don't know. The bot's not always here. Sometimes it goes down, or sometimes it's in PNR. But I'm pretty sure. Yeah, our 24-hour live stream is like a little 24-hour live stream, not like NASA's, which is like 90 minutes a day for every 24 hours. Like we're really live 24 hours a day somewhere.
Wow. Are you logged into multiple servers?
No.
It looks like you're logged into like a couple of different servers. I was like, same hat, same face, same name, with a little AI leaf on your icon. I'm like, that's weird.
Yeah, how would you be able to do that? How would you log into multiple servers at the same time?
I have no idea.
Hey, Crit,
Yeah.
don't forget to tell Matt that we overtook them in politics, so we're back to number one. We're going to try to get our numbers up here. We're going to get our numbers up here on this room so that we can keep our lead.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the whole message. He sent that to me and then instantly blocked me again.
Yeah, but we're number one again. Like, check the numbers.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. It just dipped for just a couple seconds or something, and they just waited. Like like come on, dude, really? And then that doesn't even count though, because that's a main channel. Politics is the main server. So in terms of guest rooms, even though we dipped slightly below the main server channel, we were still more than the next 3 guest channels combined.
Yeah, but now we're number one again. So
in terms of people who park their accounts,
I gotta get back to work, but I just thought I'd let you know that.
So is this counting how many people or how many accounts are logged into the channel?
Yeah, when they're unmuted.
Unmuted. So basically, if people just log into this room, walk away from their computer, go about their day, then that counts.
No, it doesn't. They have to. Their mics have to be unmuted or undeafened, and it also moves them out of the room after like an hour.
Oh.
Or an hour and a half or something. I'm not sure. They've played around with the timeout rules. Yeah, so all the channels have all the same rules. So that's a controlled experiment. There's no individual uncontrolled variable for this room. Every single room has exactly the same terms and conditions, and we score more than the next 3 guest channels combined. There's no special condition here that allows us to get extra time.
Well, I don't know. I thought the special condition is that after 3 miles, it's supposed to drop 6 feet.
Yeah, just go tell your wife that.
You guys just can't laugh about this, can you? You're so, you know what it is? It's because you know you're getting recorded. You have to be serious all the time.
No, it's not about the reason that we record. It's threefold. 3 main reasons. Number 1,
3 reasons.
it documents the conversation. Okay,
Wow.
Perfect documentation. This way, when people come in here and they say flat earthers, we're talking about JQ or something like that. They were violating terms of service. Really? Where? When? When did this happen? And we got recorded. We got evidence. This is something the globalists don't like. Globalists don't like providing evidence. So we've had to provide evidence. We need accountability. That they lie. They lie all the time. They make up completely fictitious stories. So that's number 1. We have to document the conversation. Every word, everyone who joins, everything that's said. It's recorded, it's live streamed, it's irrefutable.
Wow.
Okay, number two.
I would think you guys would behave better in here if that was the case.
Yeah, that's a subjective squawk. We're not the ones jumping in here telling people to, off themselves, to drink bleach, to not breed, that all these random dehumanization insults. We're not the ones doing that.
No, I'm just, there's a lot of name calling and jeering and profanities and ugliness. But I mean, I wouldn't say anyone.
If someone starts telling you to jump off a bridge,
you guys will do that even if someone isn't profane at you.
Oh,
and I'm not attacking you specifically, but I'm saying there's a whole lot of that.
When people go get the proof. We record.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Pull up the proof.
I've been here. I'm not lying.
You just demonstrated. Yeah, you are. You're a bold-faced liar. I just
I'm a bold-faced liar. So people haven't called people stupid and insulted them. You've never done that.
They have.
Never?
In context. They have. In context.
In context.
When the globalist comes in here you guys are TOS. You should be taken off the internet. Drink.
N-word, that type of shit.
Yeah, and then you respond to dude, you're just a...
So have I ever called anyone here an N-word? Have I ever asked them to drink bleach or jump off a bridge or stop breathing? Have I ever done that?
Yeah, probably.
Ever? No, I have not.
That's why we record it. We record it so we got the...
Well, fine. You've got a ton of recordings on me, and I have been subjected in this room over a dozen times to being berated, muted and berated, then disparaged, and then mischaracterized, and then insulted. And you've done it. You guys have done it here.
Those insults? Did you self-evaluate? Were you the cause of those insults?
Yeah, turnaround's fair play. Maybe don't be such an asshole, and people won't treat you like an asshole.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. Have I ever unloaded on any of you to call you stupid? No, I have not. No, I have not. Go ahead and look up the recordings with me in here. Go ahead. You've got the proof. Go ahead and do it. Now, that didn't happen last night. People were quite congenial, actually.
So what's this over, bro? Some debate that went fucking wrong or something?
No, I've come in here and made very, very, very minimal statements and questions, and people go off the fucking deep end, mute you, then keep insulting you, and then say, oh, well, you have to agree with what I say, and I'm going to unmute you for 2 seconds. Now say it, and then if you don't say it, then they mute you again, and then they hit you again, and then they do it again, and then they do it again, and then they say,
all right, slow down. About which topic, bro? Which topic?
Yeah, I don't know.
Remember
his feelings. Just keep him muted.
Yeah, Shrub, dude, cut the shit, okay? Just cut the shit. If you don't want to be here, because we're so awful, flat earthers are so nasty, so awful, they treat you so poorly, then don't come back. Vote with your feet. Yeah, vote with your feet. If you really hate this channel, you really hate flat earthers...
I'm appealing to decency.
I'm sorry, bro. Please, just stop the moaning, bro. Stop the bitching. Leave.
What? Because I'm holding up a mirror? Because I'm holding you accountable?
Harab, okay, I'm curious, though. What's the actual takes you disagree with him about? I'm curious. Like, genuinely.
Well, I talk about something silly like the International Space Station, then I get yelled at and insulted. So that's terrible. It's terrible.
He's probably definitely not asking you.
I mean, it's terrible. I mean, I must be the most insulting son of a bitch that ever lived.
Bro, like, do we have to be arguing about whether it's the Earth is flat or not in 2025? Like, I thought we knew some shit. Be serious here.
Let's go through it. How do you know the Earth is not a flat?
What did bro just say? The International Space Station.
Okay,
so you talk about things like the International...
Shut up.
How does International Space Station show the Earth is not a flat?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, okay, they go up into space, okay? Actual stations in space, and they take recordings using specific technologies that record outside. Now, we do tend to put rovers, for example, on planets, okay? I'm not mistaken, which record data and things about there. Now I'm going to ask you. Now I'm going to ask you now. How do you know the Earth is flat?
It's measured that way.
Yeah, measure, observation, practical demonstration.
I know, but
you got is a miscalculation of where space is. The ISS is said to only be about 200 miles up. They're not in space. They're barely in low. They're in the globe world view. They're barely in low orbit, barely. So they're not in outer space, taking pictures of Earth as a globe.
Yeah, they are. They are.
No,
they do take pictures of this stuff. Wait, so you doubt the International Space Station? Okay. Do you have any proof? Okay, because that's a big claim. If you're going to doubt the International Space Station, I'd provide you.
No, we're not even going to talk about the fake station. It's
no. Why are they fake? You have to prove they're fake.
Why do they have to prove they're fake? Why would that? Why do they need?
Because they're claiming they're fake. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty big claim to say an
you can't prove it's real?
organization, okay, that's funded by the government, okay, and they do very big work, and they actually have this shit on tape.
Well, the government wouldn't lie about anything, would they? The government wouldn't lie about it, would they?
There's actual. Now, before we get into conspiracist route, okay, which I know you guys want to go.
Oh, that was just a bootlicker statement.
I'm curious though.
The government wouldn't lie about anything, would they?
Where is the evidence that the fake
He won't answer that. He won't answer that question.
You've not proved that the station is fake.
Right over
Yeah, there's no space station. There's no space station, dude.
Why is it fake? Why? Okay,
You'll be
where's the proof
okay.
for that? Where's the proof for that?
No space station. That's the proof.
Proof. That's not proof.
Yeah,
organization does exist.
Absent of a space, absent that, I mean, meaning there's no space station because we don't see one, means there is actually one there. Is something wrong with you?
What if you can actually see the space station using a telescope as it zips by you?
Dude,
you can't follow something at 17,500 miles an hour with a tube.
You
give it a try.
absolutely can.
Shrub, take a knee, okay?
The space station has been documented. It's an actual thing. And there's videos of it too. There's videos of it too before it launches and going into space. There's actual videos, footage. Like, I don't know what kind of era you're living in. Maybe you're living in the caveman era, okay? But we have something called cameras, okay?
Yeah, and I just watched Superman on camera on a movie. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the ability, when you have the right coordinates, to use a telescope.
Shrub. Okay,
please keep him quiet.
So when's the next Rage Bait tank? Okay, this is all AI now.
VB, hold on, VB. Okay, Shrub, we're talking to one person. It's Radwin and VB. You don't need to jump in. Just listen. All right, be functioning normal.
I'd be okay with him providing takes as long as he just isn't interrupted.
No, he doesn't need to be in here.
I don't mind
interrupting.
No, it has to be an everyone on one, or they don't.
He's doing it right now.
If it's not everyone on one, then they.
Oh God.
Chill, bro. Just chill out, bro. Just stop. Yeah, I don't mind you talking.
Yeah, hold on. I was talking to Shrub for a second. This is why we record too, to demonstrate who's being irrational and illogical. We want good sound clips. That's why we record, for quality. We got two people talking about an international space station. Radwin and this new VB guy. You don't need to be blurting over it, stopping the process. Just control yourself. All right, go ahead.
So we actually have footage of this thing. Okay, so
you said we have footage of it lifting up, flying into space. What's the matter with you?
I got footage too. I'm actually one of them I want to show you now. A footage of it drifting into space. Actually,
what software did they use?
If you want to see it, what stuff? They use a camera.
A camera? How old is the space station?
What camera do they use to record in space? Actually, because they use a type of camera.
Oh, they don't. The space is fake.
Okay. Then why are you asking what kind of camera? Why are you asking what kind of camera they use?
I'm just trying to figure out what kind of stories you're going to tell us.
It's not a story.
First, you have to prove space, the vacuum of space. First, you have to prove that's real first. Then you can fly there.
But you've not even proven any of those things that they're fake.
I already told you space is fake. Yeah, I have a vacuum. I have my own lab equipment. Space is fake, dude.
Where's the evidence? Show me.
I have my own lab equipment showing that you can't have gas balls in a vacuum.
This isn't real.
You don't have real lab equipment. Of course you don't, because you probably. What would you like? What would you like?
Well, I want you to tell me why you believe this. Where's the evidence? What is exactly the test you're running?
Space is fake. You can't have gas balls or water balls in a vacuum.
asked you what are the methods. What are the methods you're using? Because you said you test. Okay, so when you do a lab, you.
I'll tell you how. You have to agree that space is a vacuum. Is space a vacuum? The vacuum of space? Is that real?
If I'm not mistaken, it kind of is. Yes, beyond the ozone.
Okay, there you go. Now you're going to get smoked. Now that you agreed space is a vacuum, and I own a vacuum chamber, gas balls and water balls don't exist in a vacuum. How do you like that?
Actually, I'll go read this out to you. So I gave a quick search to confirm what I'm saying, and it says yes, space is a special vacuum, although not a perfect one. It's characterized by extremely low density and pressure, with a few particles per cubic meter. While it's not completely empty, the vast distance between particles in space make it a near perfect vacuum. And there's plenty of stuff.
Which way did gases go?
We'll go look it now. I'll find if I can find that.
You don't know anything, right? You don't know anything that I'm asking you. You have to look everything up.
I'm trying to find the specifics for you. Now, from what I
don't need specifics. I have the specifics.
You asked me for the specifics right now.
Do gases go in all directions?
I'm mistaken, they do.
So you don't know if they do.
Now I'm curious though. What are the processes you're doing to figure out that it's flat?
What I'm doing is I'm dismantling your globe world piece by piece. That's what I'm doing.
I asked you. So you do a lab, okay? So you perform tests. So what test are you doing to figure out whether?
So I'm going to pretend I have a glass of water in the vacuum of space. Do you think you can have a glass of water floating in the vacuum of space?
Yes, water is floating in space. Yes. The food that
it's pointless talking to you. You think water bubbles exist in a vacuum, dude? There's nothing we can do with you.
I'll give you an example. Okay, we have actual footage of astronauts eating food. Now, the reason why they can't eat food in space is it's in a liquid form. Okay? Haven't you seen the food that they eat in space?
Dude, you don't know anything, do you? You just came in here rambling.
I can send you videos. Okay,
I'll show you monkeys flying in a vacuum. How's that? Let's look at monkeys flying in a vacuum. Okay, and then you tell me what's going on here.
Gentlemen, if I may add something very briefly. I have now posted links of the International Space Station tracker.
Nobody cares about it.
And
God damn. Nobody cares about it.
Wait. He's allowed to add. He's allowed to add in. Okay.
No,
he's allowed to add in.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not allowed to add in.
All right, Rob, what were you going to send? Because I'm curious. I want to see it.
Just leave it muted.
I want to see it. Post it to me.
No, I'm going to show you monkeys flying in space. You tell me what's going on here.
I'll look at both of them.
I posted a monkey flying in space. Is that outer space that they're flying in?
Can I get perms to post in chat? Okay, I need perms.
You're too new.
Well, first of all, I know, but if we're gonna have an actual debate and a good faith conversation, we need to be able to post evidence.
Okay, I posted image movie for you. What's going on there? There's a monkey chasing a man.
Wait,
you think they're in outer space?
Let me post my evidence first.
Answer the question, you idiot! Is that a monkey chasing a guy?
Give me fucking perms. I said give me perms. All right, I want perms so I can post my evidence.
I'm not in charge. I don't own the server.
Hey, but no. Wait. Okay, isn't there like perms for specific VCs?
No.
But I'll send. All right, friend me. I'm gonna friend you. Okay.
Nope. I don't do that.
Why? I want to send you. I want to send you
somebody else in here and have them be your go-between. I have too many stalkers. I'm not doing it. Sorry.
Who's stalking you? Your mother?
Was that the best you got?
I'm curious. Who's stalking you? Who's stalking you? Like, who wants to hear about your flat Earth?
You don't need to know anything about me. How's that?
Bro, okay, Neo. Okay. All right. Anyways, bro, look. We can go on all day, okay? But, like...
No, we can't. You're going to be done in a second. Is that monkey chasing a guy in that video I sent? Is he floating in space?
Are you a joke? You're a joke.
Is that it? That's all you have left? You can't answer if that's a monkey chasing a guy in outer space?
There's no monkey in it, even the first.
What is it?
See a monkey in there. Not even
58 minutes after the offer. Oh, so that you don't know what that is, do you?
First of all, it's a blurry photo. It's not even clear. This is not even a clear photo. And this is supposed to be your
Blame
evidence.
NASA. Blame NASA for their footage. That you guys claim NASA has all the footage. Now it's all blurry. So which is it?
No, actually, I can show you that footage if you want to see it. I can send it to you, but you're afraid to look at it though. You're too afraid to see it because
I'm showing you footage from the ISS. Are they in outer space? Is that a monkey chasing a guy?
That's not footage you're showing me. That's a photo.
No, I'm
Still
showing
photo.
you an animated GIF at 58 after the hour. What are you looking at?
This is not a photo. No, this is not video, bro. This is not a video. What do you want about?
What is it? Is that CGI?
An animated GIF, okay? This is
Yeah.
If
Okay, taken from their video. So you're new to the internet, I understand. But we clipped the video and turned it into a GIF. Yeah, that's what happens.
The problem though is it's very low quality. It's not even a video.
Blame NASA for that. Don't blame me. Blame NASA.
Well, first of all, what I think what happened, okay, is that sometimes when you're converting things from regular to GIF, the quality can sometimes depends. Like sometimes it doesn't convert it so well.
So it was probably two astronauts flying, and then because of the quality, one turned into a monkey. Because of the quality, one turned into a monkey. Is that what you're telling me?
That's not what I said. You're not listening to me. I can show you.
Is that a monkey? Is that a monkey chasing the guy?
I can show you video.
Monkey chasing the guy. Yeah, go ahead and show me.
There's no monkey. Does anyone see any monkey in there? Because I don't.
Yeah, 58 minutes after the hour.
Yeah, dude. There's a gorilla, and your microphone's a little shitty.
Yeah, his microphone's terrible.
I don't see it, bro. Bro,
I know you don't see it. You don't see anything.
So, what's your point?
But you have no reason to be in here. You can't follow along. You have no reason to be in here at this point.
I want to post videos, okay? And no one's allowing me to post videos. I want to post them to you. I want to show you my evidence, but you don't want to see it. You
don't have any evidence. Earth is measured flat and stationary, and it's contained. How do you like that? Space is fake. Get over it. Space is fake. You can't fly to no vacuum. You can't fly a rocket in no vacuum.
You're just repeating the same claim you made like a few minutes ago. You just
because rockets don't work in a vacuum. How do you like that?
There are actual footage of actual rockets launching off.
No, you don't. You don't have shit.
Is this guy real? I'm serious.
Dude,
like, do we have
launching a rocket from your backyard up in the air is not outer space. You're an idiot.
What? I never even said that. Listening.
Then don't say you have rockets launching.
I never said I launched a rocket from my backyard. Okay.
Nobody said you said that. I said pictures of people launching rockets does not mean they are in space. What's wrong with you?
You said though. You said me launching a rocket from my backyard. Like, were you even listening to what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, so
you launching a rocket from your backyard does not mean space is real.
Why do you keep unfolding? You say this, and then you go back on it, and then when I confront you about what you said,
down, or I'm going to mute you so you can catch your breath.
You have dementia.
Tell me when you're ready.
Yeah. I'm telling you, okay. Are you ready not to contradict yourself? Like you said, I said you said this, then you said you didn't say it, and then when I confront you with what you said, you admit it. You said it. What? Make up your mind, man. Make up your mind. You just choosing me bad faith, bro.
Are you done?
You're done when you friend me, so I can send you the evidence.
No.
I'm talking about. Well, are you too afraid? I'll blind your eyes. Wait, Hub, okay? Send me what you wanted to show me because I'm curious, actually. Send it to me in personal DMs. I'd be curious in that. GIF pics, expecting me to get some kind of, thing. I don't know.
You realize I'm just letting you sit here ramble for a reason, right?
I don't care, bro. You're full. Point. Send me the.
I'm letting you get it all out.
No, just like how your dad stuck his dick inside you, and all the cum just started spurting out when he left it go.
Don't say that.
Now you got to get muted, kid. You can't do stuff like that.
Biggest scope.
Well, do what you want. There's nothing for me to debate with him anymore. I'm curious though what this guy has to say because Hub wanted to send something.
No,
I did hear.
we're
I did
not
hear him
talking to you
say.
anymore.
Well,
Hey,
well,
who cares, bro?
well,
Go move on with your conspiracies.
I mean, never mind.
I mean, he did say that pressure requires a container. I don't think that's a conspiracy. He did say that. I think I heard him say that water, like a large body of water, requires lateral containment. I don't think that's a conspiracy either. What was his conspiracy?
Conspiracy, okay. The one that he didn't prove, okay. Now he made a search is like the one you said earlier, okay. He never equalized how, say, they made space not real, okay. Because I'm pretty sure if you do a simple question, okay, on all Google searches, okay, maybe it's gonna say Google Science propaganda too, okay. It'll obviously tell you that space is a vacuum, and you said that space wasn't vacuum, and so it exists, okay. When we say space is a vacuum, that means we're acknowledging it's a vacuum, and so that means it's real. So it's claimed that space isn't real. If you believe that vacuums are real,
now I'll take it from here. Now I'll take it from here. I own a vacuum chamber. Do you think that water sits in a cup because it's being pulled down by gravity?
Mistaken, yes, if I'm not mistaken.
So figure out if you're mistaken or not. I want you to be sure about this before we go on.
It's a word. It's a how do you describe it? So you said yes. So move on now. So it says space is a vacuum. Do we agree that space is a vacuum?
Yes, your outer space is a vacuum. Yep.
No. I never said that. Maybe your brain's a vacuum.
You just said that.
You don't know what I said. Yeah, space is a vacuum. So I'm not saying my outer space. I'm saying our outer space because there's only one outer space.
Oh, there's no such thing as outer space. But in your little world, we're gonna say it's a vacuum.
Where are your sources? Where are your sources to prove that?
He's gonna demonstrate that,
lab.
dude. Chill out.
No, I want to. I'm curious though. I want to see it.
All right. So slow down. Let me know when you're done.
This kid is an auto believer.
I know.
Can you post me any evidence that demonstrates your claim?
No, listen, kid. The whole problem with this is you are automatically believing everything you read without subjecting it to any critical thought process. What Dr. Air Pressure here is going to do with you is a demonstration to show you that you probably shouldn't auto believe everything you read on the internet.
Can I ask you as a question? Do stars exist? I even believe stars exist.
Can we stay on the topic, or do you have ADHD?
No, I know, but stars.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, let me answer your question. Are stars made of gas?
They are, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, great. Gas balls don't exist in a vacuum. You claim space is a vacuum, so no, your stars, the way you like them, don't exist.
Well, actually, okay, where's the evidence for that?
I have a vacuum chamber, and if I put gas in there and I turn on the vacuum chamber, the gas leaves the vacuum chamber. It expands in all directions. What do you think? Leaves the vacuum chamber.
I put a couple demonstrations in the chat at 6 minutes after the hour of BBB.
Well, then, what are those glowing things you call at nighttime when they glow?
Stars.
What do you call those glowing things? Yeah, okay.
The little twinkly things are stars. Yeah, those are not gas balls in a vacuum chamber up there.
I'm curious though. Do we float when we get outside?
I know you're always no. The space is fake. You don't float.
So you just fall.
You don't float anywhere. Why would you float?
Well, no, because you don't understand gravity. Okay, so around our Earth's atmosphere,
here we go. Now you're onto gravity. As where I started with, does gravity pull water into a cup? Is that what keeps it in a cup?
Yeah, it's what keeps it in a cup. Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. So if I debunk your gravity in outer space, what are you going to do? You're going to cry? You're going to call me names? You're going to talk about my dad and his dick again?
No, are you floating right now? Are you floating right now?
You're having mental problems right now.
He sounds like a schizo, dude.
My mental problem is that I know gravity is real. You can't debunk gravity. If you try to debunk gravity, that's
define gravity. Define gravity.
I just told you. I already told you that. Were you listening?
Define gravity.
I already defined it for you. I already did. Remember, did you? Were you not listening to what I said?
Can somebody rewind and pull up where he defined gravity?
Oh, maybe you were interrupting me. Okay, that's what happened. Okay, you were too busy yapping, and when you're little sprees. But I originally said that it's force around the Earth's hemisphere or planet's hemisphere that pulls things down. Now there's a certain balance. There's
Just a hemisphere.
Just a hemisphere. Just only half the sphere.
It's wrapped around the Earth. Okay. Now there's a certain area where it exists and where it doesn't exist.
I want you to spell Earth for me. Spell Earth for me, because I want to see if I'm hearing something correctly.
Once you pass Earth's hemisphere or whatever, okay, you start floating.
Do you know how to spell? Do you know how to spell?
Notice how when he can't challenge a claim, he starts going on and dealing with
I'm going to get to all of his claims. I know. I'm going to
spell Earth now.
Dude, triangle.
Fucking Coco Melon, bro. Like, dude, I thought we were debating about gravity.
Do you know how to spell Earth?
This guy joking? Are you trolling?
No, I'm not.
How good's rage bait?
You sound like a retard, kid. That's why we're asking you to spell.
You sound like you're on drugs, meth head.
That the best you got?
Guys, when you're ready to be, actually
Earth. How do you spell Earth?
Ready to converse yet?
Is it EARF or is it EARTH? Earth or is it Earth?
What do you think it is?
I know how to spell.
What is it spelled?
It's EARF, isn't it?
Congratulations, Einstein, you got it.
Right. So does gravity hold water in your cup, kid?
No. Answer my question. I just explained to you gravity, okay? How it works.
No, you didn't. You told us a story. You told us a story.
No, I never told you any stories.
Explain how it works to hold water in a cup.
I literally just told you what it does. It pulls things down.
It pulls things down.
Great. You ready? Are you ready? Now I'm going to take a cup of water sitting on my table. Gravity's holding the water in the cup, right? So yes or no to this shit.
I already said yeah. I mean, if you were listening.
Okay, you don't have to keep going on. I'm going to take that cup of water sitting on my table. I'm going to place it into my vacuum chamber. Is gravity still holding the water down in the cup? I just placed it in there. Just open the lid and put it in there. Is gravity still holding it down?
So you just put it in your vacuum changer, if I'm not mistaken, right? Just to be clear.
Yeah, not a changer. Vacuum chamber, correct.
No, gravity, yes. If I'm not mistaken, gravity's still acting on it. Now, I don't know.
Great. You're starting to spaz out, and I haven't even done anything yet. Okay, go ahead. You tell me how it's going to go. Go ahead. You go on.
Oh, and if I'm not mistaken, assuming from what I know, vacuum chambers, okay, there's a lot of air in there moving things around. Now, there are other forces besides gravity that are moving stuff around. I don't know the specifics of how your vacuum chamber works. If I'm not mistaken,
we need to clip this.
We do, honestly.
Well, you are being streamed. You're being recorded, dude.
Person who are laughing right now are the people in your cult. Those are only people.
Yeah, how much air is swirling around in a vacuum chamber? No, how much air is swirling around in the vacuum chamber, kid?
How do you guys go outside?
Yeah, he's goofy as fuck and he's not listening to you.
How do you guys go
how
outside?
much air is swirling around in a vacuum chamber?
How do you guys go outside?
Does a vacuum chamber have air swirling around in it?
Generally,
he's not listening to you. He's just
let me answer his question for him. Let me answer his question. I generally go outside by going into my garage, getting in my Cadillac, and then driving that outside. I don't just walk around outside normally unless I'm in my yard doing shit. What about you?
Of course you don't, bro. No one would want to talk to you. I'm curious. That's why you drive around.
You asked me how I go outside.
Me personally, okay. When I go outside, I don't start floating around like you would think I would, okay? I pull down, okay? I pull down, I talk to people, I say so. Now, under what you're saying, I'll just be floating around all day.
What the fuck?
Are you going to let me finish, or are you just going to keep going?
Einstein. What you're
Are you going to let me talk, or are you just going to keep talking while I'm talking?
We weren't talking earlier. You were kind of quiet. I'm not going to lie to you.
So we're back to the glass of water in the vacuum chamber. Is the gravity still holding the water down? I didn't do anything yet. I just placed it in there. Gravity still holding it down?
Gravity's still acting on it. Yeah.
Do you know what a vacuum chamber is?
Yeah.
Well, you said air swirls around in it. That's why I'm curious if you even know what a vacuum chamber is.
Oh, I mean, I think I do. Now, if you want to enlighten
Well,
me,
maybe you should be sure about it instead of just wondering.
you're asking me, and so I'm going to ask you, okay, what is it you think I don't know?
The fact that you think air blows around inside a vacuum chamber.
If I'm not mistaken, vacuums do suck air. Now, I don't know what kind of vacuum you're talking about.
Stop saying if I'm not mistaken. You're always wrong. You're always mistaken.
Yes.
Hey, then explain it. What kind of vacuum chamber it is, because I don't know specifics behind it.
Oh, it's a sealed container when it's closed up. It's got a rubber ring around it to make a very tight seal. So it has a lid. It almost looks like a cooking pot with a lid on it. You can use all kinds of different ones. That's the best, one of the best, because there's only one sealed surface. That's the lid. Instead of see some guys make them out of clear plastic. That's 6 sides. There's a lot of places on there for leaks, but those are for high school demonstrations. Anyway, so I have a real one. And it's like a cooking pot with a lid on it with a hose attached to the lid. And it's got a vacuum gauge or a pressure gauge on it. And it's got a vacuum pump attached to that hose. And when I turn the pump on, it pulls air into the pump and out the back end of the pump or through the fins and back out. Okay? So it pulls the air out of the vacuum chamber, right? Pulls the air out and it leaves the vacuum chamber. Do you understand that part?
Yeah, I do understand that part, yes.
Oh, great. Now, we're going to turn it all off, and I'm going to open the lid, and I'm going to put your glass of water in the vacuum chamber. Now it's just sitting in there, and your gravity is still pulling it down, correct? Just sitting there. I didn't do anything yet. I didn't even put the lid on. Okay? It's sitting there. Now I'm going to put the lid on, and I'm going to turn on the vacuum pump, and it's going to suck the air out. And your glass of water is going to turn into gas and leave the vacuum chamber. So that vacuum chamber is your outer space, and that glass of water is your planet Earth. So you can't have a water ball in a vacuum because it'll just turn into gas. And we don't have that. So we don't have outer space over us. There you go. The end. I debunked your outer space and gravity.
No, in a vacuum, water turns into gas because the reduced pressure lowers the boiling point.
Correct. Yes, correct. I didn't want to get into specifics. You don't even understand things.
First of all, that doesn't change whether gravity's still acting on it. Gravity's still acting on it.
There's no more gravity pulling on it because the water, the vacuum, it floated away. Yeah, the water floated away because there's no air pressure pressing down on the water to keep it in its liquid form anymore.
No, that's not how it works. Okay, so what happens?
I'm telling you how it works. By the way, I'm telling you not air pressure. You're gonna cry. You're gonna cry.
All right, now I understand what he's talking about. Okay, so water goes through a certain cycle. Okay, where it heats up. And then it goes up there. Now what happens? It turns into steam, okay, and it rises, okay, and that it doesn't get suppressed by gravity. Say, for example, water, and say it's liquid substances, or like say it's cold substance. So it depends if it's a solid, liquid, or gas. Okay, they taught you this in school. I don't know how you don't remember this shit. I mean, but this does not change whether gravity is affecting something. It's just that it's less dense now. It's not water molecules anymore. It's in a different thing. Float up.
Yeah,
we all know that.
Yeah, it floated away. Gravity didn't hold it down. You said it.
I said, yeah, so it's not water anymore, though. It's not water.
No, gravity doesn't pull on gases, according to you.
It doesn't, if I'm not, no, I mean, it still acts on everything. It doesn't change, so what this does
you can't say it does. Gas floated away. You can't, I'll have to mute you because your microphone is terrible.
It changes into steam, okay? It doesn't actually
You need to charge your headset, dude.
If you had read the thing, I don't know, maybe they gave you a manual, they would describe the process of what's going on here. It doesn't change whether gravity exists or not.
Vacuum chambers don't come with manuals, you idiot.
Okay, well, that's very sad, you would have learned a lot, You learned something.
Anyway, yeah,
exactly.
space
So
is
I debunked that.
So how do you like that? You can't have the vacuum of space and have a water ball inside of it because it would turn into gas.
I've debunked your whole thing that it removes the gravity, which it does not. All it does is it turns it into
Yeah,
steam.
your gravity isn't holding water in the cup anymore. It floated away. No more water in the cup.
Yeah, that's how steam works. That's how steam works.
All gone.
Right?
So steam is anti-gravity. Steam is anti-gravity. Steam is the opposite of gravity. Is that what you're telling me?
Steam is a gas, and certain things resist gravity, and yes, it does resist.
Oh, so we have anti-gravity.
Let me finish. Don't interrupt me. Okay, I know it's hard. Okay, so just because gravity doesn't pull everything down doesn't mean that gravity still not exists. Okay, there's something called other forces outside of gravity that still affect. For example, steam, okay, has a resistance effect, and it doesn't weigh as much as water, per se, or a rock. That's why when you say throw a rock at steam or water, the water and the steam dissipates. Okay, it doesn't weigh as much. The water has more weight behind it. Steam isn't affected by the same weight as water or say a rock. Okay, so it floats up. You not understand this shit? Do you not? Much of an idiot.
So steam is not affected by gravity.
That's not what I said. Everything's affected by gravity, okay? But certain things based on their weights, and there are other measurements too that affect these things. Like, for example, if you threw water at a rock, okay, a rock is very dense. Molecules are very densely packed together. Water as well are not densely packed together, so it'll dissipate. Understand that.
So you're talking about throwing water at a rock? Has nothing to do with what we were talking about.
It's not because different molecules interact in different ways with each other, their density. And also, water and rock weighs more. Water and rock weighs more. If you drop, for example, say a human, okay? If you flap
somebody else take this over. I can't take that terrible microphone.
You're too much of an idiot. You're too much of an idiot. I'm sorry, man. It's just, you're over. It's cooked. It's cooked. Where in the world do you get these debate bro opinions? Like, I'm very curious. Like, do you not understand that different things have different forces, different effects, like different let's do it. But you know what? Never mind. We'll go look in this, okay? Game changer. Do gases float and not sink?
Can you explain gas pressure without a container, please?
Okay, we can go into that, but I want to first prove my original point because I don't want to move on from that. I want to make this very clear to all you, so you all understand. Gases generally don't sink and instead float because of buoyancy and the kinetic energy of their molecules. The buoyant force and upward force exerted by a fluid is what makes the gas rise. Similar objects float in water. See, the random movement of gas molecules driven by their thermal energy helps to keep them mixed and prevents them from setting out of the atmosphere. Go. Why? They don't get sunken. Buoyancy resists gravity, if you guys didn't know that, by the way. Do rocks fall to Earth? We'll look at that. I'll post all this shit in chat, so even if y'all want to plug your ears and not listen, Stan, you know it's hard. Get along with me.
So you've determined the cause and effect nature of different items going up and down. You've figured that out.
You can read my postmarks in the chat. You can read this one. With his water pressure thing, essentially what it's doing is
you didn't write that. You copied that from a chat bot.
Yeah, I did copy and paste that. Yes, I did actually.
You don't know anything about this shit. If you knew about it, you would have wrote it from your head, not asked something like a chat bot. What's wrong with you?
Well, I could do that, but why would I? Why do I have to? It's easier to go send it to you this way.
You couldn't spell Earth before.
Guys, well, it's been fun. Since I see you're a bit mad that I posted stuff instead of writing it for you. I'm so sorry. But I did explain it to you in a video, but you didn't want to listen to me, so have it your way.
I was all ears right there, man. You're giving the cause and effect. You had isolated the cause and the effect of why certain things go up and down, right?
I did.
Yeah. What was the demonstration?
Look in chat, okay? look at chat. Okay, gas stations don't sink, instead float because of buoyancy and the kinetic of their molecules. Okay, this doesn't mean that gravity's not acting on it. Gravity is still there, whether you like it or not. But what he's doing is that he's heating the water up in his air, whatever thing he's using. Okay, and it moves it turns into a gas essentially, and so it rises.
What caused? All right, so the effect is so like just real simple. Like, so the effect was a changing in the state of water, and the cause was, what was the cause?
It causes turn it into a steam.
Air pressure was the cause.
That was the effect.
Which is steam. Its specific thing is steam, okay, which is turning it to, you dumb fuck.
Yeah, that's the effect. I said the change from water into vapor. That's the effect. What caused that? Okay, what caused that?
The reduced pressure, which lowers the boiling
point. You said it. No pressure. So not gravity. Not gravity. Pressure.
I never said it was gravity though that did that. I'm saying that
So gravity doesn't hold water in a cup. It's pressure.
Wait, no. First of all, no, it still holds it in ground, but there are other factors too, okay? And when you start doing the process that you're talking about, the vacuum changer, it lowers the boiling point, which reduces the pressure and turns essentially the molecules, okay? It changes the molecules into air, which resists gravity's forces. Air has buoyancy.
Volume.
He said it. He said air is resists gravity, so air cannot form around a ball that gravity is pulling the air around. Air doesn't form around a ball, he said. It resists gravity.
It obviously does, yeah. It floats up. Look at it. It's buoyancy. And in fact, it's more buoyant than water.
From Earth. It doesn't, floats up and away from Earth. Doesn't stick around the Earth in a ball shape, does it?
That's not what he said.
So it is pulled down by gravity.
No, there's
operating in a Newtonian framework.
Well, it's not pulled down. It is pulled down by gravity. It's not pulled down by gravity. It is. It's not. It is. It's not. Which is it, dude?
It's been fun.
Yeah, it's very inconsistent what we're hearing right now.
Well, it's because of a layer, okay? It gathers into a form called, if I'm not mistaken, the ozone layer.
No.
Yeah, you can't have gas containing gas. That doesn't happen. Gases mix.
All right. Talk with you guys later.
No, wait. You can't have gas containing gas, bro. That's crazy work, bro.
ChatGPT on what to say. I guess.
Yeah, he deafened himself, so he effectively left.
I mean, that is something to really think about. How do you have a vacuum right next to gas? Just open gas. No container?
Yeah, it's like an open air convertible driving down the freeway.
We don't have enough trees to produce all that air. Come on.
Especially since it's so warm at the surface. A little bit of temperature increase makes gas molecules get really excited and they just shoot off. Same with extracting a pressure differential. If you take like a syringe, right? You know what a syringe is? You put medicine in it. If you put a little bit of water in a syringe and then cap the end with your thumb and yank up on the stopper, you create a vacuum inside the syringe. You know what's going to happen? The water inside is going to start cavitating, forming bubbles. It's actually starting to boil at a very low temperature. You are witnessing basically the evaporation of water, the gasification of water molecules due to a vacuum pressure.
If I'm not mistaken, but I'm always seems to be mistaken now, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, and it works on liquids because the bonds between the molecules are so loose and weak. So they literally get shaken up, and the vibrational energy of the molecules overcomes the bonding, and they break away and they turn into individual molecules separating from their bonds, and they start flying everywhere.
Because they want to be tight and cozy. They want to be pressed on. And once they don't have any blanket over them to press down on them, they go away. They say, I got to fly.
I mean, we can't even get past this level before we start talking about like gas laws.
There is no gas laws with that one. You don't talk gas laws with him.
Yeah, that's right. Or triangles, or how to spell.
Because science, bro.
Yeah, he thinks if you Google something and enough search results come up for it, then it's probably true. And he thinks he's conducting scientific research when he does that.
You know what I was searching yesterday? It's so
What's that?
crazy how far this lie has gone, because in a way it started to become full circle. Like there is globers out there, right? And there's certain like articles about you can, if you believe in the globe, you could say anything about space. They're starting to say space is an ocean. Like I can't even make this shit up. So it
You're
became
not wrong, man. We've noticed that.
the lie went so far that you kind of came back to the truth. It's crazy, bro.
I'm glad you noticed that. We talk about that from time to time. They keep redefining cosmology to come more in line with what we've been saying. And it's almost like they've been listening to us, and they're finding out that we're discovering problems for them, and they're going back and they're fixing their software code, and it happens in real time. A
No,
big
for real.
the future of the space industry is actually moving on to deployable balloons, because it's a lot cheaper to do that than maintaining rockets and satellites.
And then they can say, well, we've been doing it all along. See? We weren't really lying. It was just a secret. We had to say something else.
Yeah. I mean, I've got industry magazines from about 20 years ago, and they talk about the multi-trillion-dollar commercial opportunity in space, and all the different kinds of balloon technologies that have been used in the past that they plan to exploit for commercial development now and into the future to make it cheap and accessible. And there are other things too, like they've redefined the Kármán line, they've redefined all these things, and it's just kind of amazing the renormalization of all this. It's going to create an industry. It's going to create amazing commerce and opportunities for regular people to take advantage of and profit.
Yes, now all of a sudden you can Google this if I'm wrong. The moon is inside of the Earth's atmosphere. Google it. Yeah. Did y'all watch the Katy Perry shit? The space launch or whatever, the fake space mission, whatever.
One of the things I like thinking about with regards to the satellite claim is satellites use point-to-point communications with each other to communicate with each other. Sometimes in tighter situations, they use lasers for keeping proper range and space apart in their constellation. This is all what's claimed, right? So you got to imagine this, right? You got the globe Earth and you've got satellites way out in orbit. And you've got two satellites that can see each other with the Earth below. And they're communicating a straight line distance to each other, figuring out, hey, I'm here. Are you there? Yes, you're there. Great. Where are you? You're there. Okay, I'm here. Here's where we are. Now, they're communicating via line of sight. But for the one satellite to get to the other satellite's location, they don't follow that straight path line of sight. They have to swing way around in an arc. So if one is at a higher altitude, orbital altitude than the other, and might be traveling faster or slower, depending, the thing is going to be one is going to be swinging way out in an arc, whether above or below, in order to get to the same geographic position below that point on Earth. The angle is changing. The angle has to change with respect to where each of the satellites are and with respect to down. You've got this big arc of rotation that must be happening. The data for this must exist to capture this. Things like this would help provide what we need are like measurements of the globe. This rotational vector that is taking place. Same with station keeping of satellites to maintain down with respect to Earth. If they didn't station keep, then as they do their orbits, they're going to be facing like one direction. They're going to be pointed always at one star the whole time as they go around, kind of like how a bicycle pedal stays horizontal as it goes around. But in order for it to maintain down, the thing's going to have to rotate at a rate that's consistent with its orbital motion in a circle. So again, we need this rotation. That rotational information is not in any data that anybody has on anything, like including most especially public satellites, public weather satellites, public radio and telecommunication satellites. It's all being treated like maintaining down is automatic, and point-to-point line-of-sight communications are the most direct paths that satellites take to each other. It's almost like everything is operating within a very strict linear flat Cartesian framework and not with these arcing geodesics in reality. But, I'm open to information. If anybody can provide that, because we get people claiming to be satellite engineers all the time coming in here. That'd be great if somebody could provide something we can look at. That doesn't mean you get an automatic win. I would just want to see the data and see how it came to be so we can evaluate it. That's all. And am I crazy for thinking about it in this way, guys? I mean, is that really a nutty thought? Is that just, something only flat earthers think about? No.
Give me a simple sentence rundown of what you said. My brain is still waking up right now.
Satellites have to rotate as they orbit in order to maintain their down direction, pointing down directly at the Earth below. If they didn't, then what is directly beneath the satellite will not be Earth as it completes an orbital circuit.
Right. So if they didn't, just like an airplane, like if an airplane didn't dip its nose down, then eventually it wouldn't have Earth under it. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Exactly. Yeah. Imagine if an airplane could orbit the Earth without dipping its nose down, what it would look like. Like somebody on the ground looking up at it would see the airplane pointing straight up. And eventually the airplane would be upside down for somebody else. And then for somebody else, it'd be pointing straight down. And then for somebody else, it'd be flying flat and level again.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a big problem in the 70s with the Skylab. was we had 2 astronauts in this tin can, they said, that was up in orbit, and the gyroscopes broke, so it couldn't maintain down with respect to where the dirt was. And because its heat shields were only on one side to protect the astronauts from getting baked by the sun, the worry is that half the time this tin can would be oriented in such a way that it would expose the soft underbelly to the sun and not the heat shields, because the gyroscopes broke and the thing can't rotate with the orbit. And it turned into a disaster. It was brought down and it burnt up and freaked out a lot of kids. People don't remember that. But that's kind of what I'm saying is, okay, so the claim is these devices are necessary for these things to work in this way. Can you show us the data from that? Can you show us where we can verify these things? And none of it exists anywhere from what I can find. Like, I mean, you need a feedback mechanism to know that your systems are operating. Show me the feedback. Show me like the initial local horizontal reference plane that's used for like measuring your deviation from, so you know that the thing is rotating with respect to that, and it's timed as such that it matches the orbit. So that's like one of the things we've been looking for, not just for satellites, but like you mentioned, for airplanes too, which, I mean, we've got a whole NTSB database full of openly available crash reports with flight recorder data information. And several of us spent some time just picking through it at random, looking for evidence of that rotational vector, maintaining a rotation with respect to the curvature of the Earth. Just can't find it. Just can't find it. It betrays how gyroscopes even work, which, by the way, gyroscopes, they say, are necessary in order to provide a counterbalance, in order to weight the spacecraft properly so that it does rotate with respect to the curving orbital path. I mean, and this is just one of many issues, right? And this, to me, is one of the best ones to look for. I think it's also fair to say that many of us as flat earthers, it's not like we wanted to become flat earthers. The vast majority of us, at least from those I've spoken to about it, resisted it violently. Right? By violently, I mean just with great force and effort. Like, for me, the satellite issue was one of the biggest sticking points, one of the biggest hurdles to get over until it clicked. And we're almost like begging Globers to give us the positive proof we need, the evidence we need so that we're not stuck in this nightmare. Some of you might remember Owen Benjamin, who live streamed his Flat Earth Awakening some years back. That might be about 7-8 years ago now. So he's a popular influencer. He's a comedian. He does political commentary too. Millions of followers. And he's like, guys, I keep hearing about this flat earth thing. What the fuck? He said, all right, so we're going to do some live stream now. I need you guys to show me your best globe evidence because right now I'm not coming up with any, but between all the millions of you out there following me, we got to get this thing settled down. So hit me with your best stuff. And you know what it was like? It was just like spending a few hours in the lobby of our 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. You had people coming in, calling in, claiming to be scientists, engineers, and PhDs of all sorts. You had people providing their best evidence, and it was the weakest ass shit that you'd ever hear in your life. And Owen Benjamin's like, are you fucking kidding me? This is it? This is the best thing you got? It can't be this way. And he started having a mental breakdown live on camera. Like, this can't be. I don't want to be a flat earther. I can't believe I'm going to be one of those guys. But unless you guys can put up some great evidence, I mean, we're stuck with being honest about this. We don't have the evidence. Nobody's measured the earth. Yeah, I mean, the implications are pretty frightening. It just tugs at the threads of credibility of every institution, from government to academia and private corporations. What the fuck is really the big question? And, it doesn't mean that people are lying. I think, and I've said this before, that I think the situation is way worse than some grand conspiracy theory. What could be worse than a conspiracy theory to hide flat earth from people, right? What could be worse than that? I'll tell you what's worse than that. It's a delusion. Everybody believes it so much that they're taking all of their flat earth observations and they're shoving them through a globe filter to make it work on a globe. I would never underestimate humanity's capacity to delude itself and to reify concepts into existence. They do it all the time. And this is one of those cases. This is probably one of the biggest cases of that happening. The will to believe can override common sense, and often does. It's even possible, right, that the satellites are operating in these austere environments tens of thousands of miles away in geostationary or geosynchronous orbital configurations, but they could be operating in a manner that is way different than the engineers happen to build them for. And it just fucking works out that way. Call me crazy, but I think that is one possibility we should be open to. We should be open to it if you're someone like me who's actually gone out and measured Earth to be flat. I mean, I know it's flat with every fiber of my existence. It's one of the fewest things in this world and this material existence that I know I can be sure of. So how is it all this other stuff is possible? I don't know. That's speculation land. But I'd also say that we probably owe it to ourselves to consider that this is not necessarily some grand conspiracy. There's maybe some aspects to it that are, but it seems to me, based off of what I've seen in my time in this, that it's more likely that there's a grand delusion. And if so, the consequences, in my view, are worse than a conspiracy theory itself. It means humanity is really fucking retarded after all. That's why we need our creator, God, to save us. He's like, you guys are retards and you are also evil for the most part. You need some help. Somebody earlier this morning was saying, if the earth is flat, then that really does point to a creator and this environment being created, doesn't it? Like, yep, it sure does. But it also points to our need for salvation, because if this is a grand delusion, as much as it appears to be, then we are hopelessly fucked on our own. We are retards. Humanity.
Dude, I just got it. Do you say people are evil? Humans are evil, bro.
Yeah, people are evil, man. Evil retards. It's worse.
People are retarded, yeah. But evil's a bit of a stretch, bro.
You think it's a stretch to say that people are evil? Really?
Yeah.
Do you lie? Have you ever lied before?
Yeah. All the time.
Yeah. All the time. Okay. There's one.
Mm-hmm. Well, I tell white lies when, if a kid asks me, does Santa Claus exist? I'll tell a white lie, for example.
Oh, okay. Do you think it's evil to try to minimize for the audience your evil acts by calling your lies white lies when they're just lies? Do you think that could be evil?
No.
No. Do you think that so coming up with excuses for your lies to rationalize your evil behavior, you don't think that's evil? It sounds like that's evil to me too.
Yeah, that's probably why we beg to differ. So, like, people commit evil acts, like injustices and corruption and inequality and stuff. Sure, but should we be all on an equal playing field? We really don't know how humans would act. So humans react in evil ways due to factors placed on them. Sure, but we genuinely don't really know if humans are evil or not. In my opinion. We've never had a level playing field to test it.
I'd say any act of lying is evil. And white lies can be the worst kind of evil because they're so pernicious. White lies can lead to wars and genocides. White lies can lead to entire people getting exterminated.
Pretty much most actions due to the butterfly effect can lead to evil acts, sure. Like most things, yeah. But most things, by the same logic, can also lead to grand and good acts as well, though. So it's not really anything, bro. White lies can probably produce a lot of good. They can probably produce a lot of evil. It's not evidence either way.
That sounds like somebody trying to rationalize their evil behavior to me.
I'm pretty.
How about retarded? On the subject of being a retard, we're also retarded, man, to the same extent, if not more, than we're evil.
I don't know, bro.
Humanity's retarded. How much if humanity believes that Earth is a globe and has never gone out to check the claim and test it for themselves?
Society is retarded, sure, like mainstream, but humanity, I don't think that's different, bro.
Yeah. Well, humanity is a much broader set than just society. I think most of humanity is retarded. You probably find more retards amongst a broad subset of, or broader set of humanity than you do with subsets of society. Because you might find some societies have higher intelligence quotients and are less retarded. So let's open up that pool a little bit and say all of humanity is retarded.
Why are we saying that, though? Why?
Most people are dumb, bro. That's just the fact.
No, most people aren't dumb. Most people are ignorant, bro. So, for example, common sense is relative to time and space. Like, I don't know how to climb a fucking tree to get a coconut, but in a certain location, that shit is common sense, bro. But I don't fucking know how to do it. It's relative.
Flat Earth is common sense. Flat fucking Earth is common sense. How many people dispense of their common sense to believe in something other than flat Earth without evidence? Practically all of humanity.
A lot, but that's where I agree with you. It's not so much of a conspiracy. What word did you use? Fuck. I actually really enjoyed the word you used.
Delusion.
Not delusion. I don't think you said delusion, but you said it's not a conspiracy theory. We should refer to it more as
Right, I said
something.
A grand delusion. We are deluded. We delude ourselves. It's a reification. We've reified beliefs into existence.
Yeah, that shit happens all the time, bro. Sure. But again, to say like people are evil, like I don't know about you, bro. If I see an old woman fall, I pick her up, bro. I help her. Like I know very few individuals who take pleasure in seeing that old lady fall, because in that instance,
I know.
There's no outside factor. There's no injustices. There's no corruptions. It's just human on human innate behaviour to just help the elderly, bro. You start adding corruption, you start adding lawsuits, and the fact she might be able to sue me if I don't help her, then yeah, sure, I might turn around and not help that old woman. But it's out of a fear of something else. It's not because humans are evil. Do you get me?
I don't think humans are necessarily evil. I just think a lot of people are just trained to choose this not smart decision over the smart decision in a lot of cases. Now, granted, yes, if I see anybody sees an old lady fall, then yes, we're not talking about that. We're talking about kind of some surface level things that just people should just know, that they don't know.
That is surface level. That's like a gut reaction to something visual you will see. You won't get any more surface level than just reacting to an elderly person falling.
It's like nobody's gonna walk up and be like, "Hey, old lady, before I pick you up, are you a globe earther or a flat earther?"
No.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about just common sense, man.
But that's what I mean.
How successful are any of you? How successful are any of you at stopping yourself from falling into a temptation?
Man, 2 out of 10.
Listen, we all fall short of that 100%.
Yeah.
That's my point.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. The Bible says there's no man good, not one. So, I agree.
I mean, the very fact that we have to struggle with temptation in the first place is indicative of our capacity for evil. And the struggle is our resistance to performing evil.
Yeah, exactly. The people who don't have that struggle, psychopaths, are evil, bro. The ones who have no empathy and sympathy and no thought for their actions. What you've just said confirms we take everything into account. Some of it stops us from being evil. Some of it makes us be evil.
Yeah, but there's a problem. There's no standard for what good and evil are for you, Pads. So I was listening to you earlier, and I just want to say, man, like that's the problem with the world, is that there is no standard for what good and bad is. So for you, it's all just a gray area. So you can't say something's evil or not because to you can't define what evil is. This is the underlying problem to this whole argument.
You've not even asked me yet, but go, proceed, bro. Sure.
No, it doesn't matter. But just listening to you have the conversation also just unveils how you think. So just listening to you be able to like articulate what you think constitutes what evil is, and making it sound like I don't think that's evil. Well, really, what constitutes evil for you, and what's your standard?
You're more than welcome to tell me. I think you were just about to.
What's your standard?
If you want to tell me, bro.
I'm asking you, what's your standard? If it's a gray area, if you can't define what evil is,
what you said, this is the problem.
No, so. I'm not going to define your standard. You said you told Sporadic that there's no way to say I don't think that's evil. What really? Well, then how can you define what evil is if you don't know what it is?
Nobody would be able to if they didn't know what it was, bro.
Well, what is it? What's the standard?
Definition-wise, I have no fucking clue. I've told you, I'm not a thesaurus, bro.
There you go. That's the way. See, you don't know what it is, so you can't define.
No,
So you don't know what it is, you can't define it. So in a conversation about what evil is, you wouldn't be able to say what it is. You can't partake in a conversation about what good and bad is because you don't know how to define it. So to you, it's all like, well, I don't think that's true. And you're trying to carry a conversation about what good and bad is without having a defined understanding, or at least a standard for what good and bad is.
So for me, I
couldn't put a standard up against somebody. Yeah, thank you for coming and cutting me off, because you do this all the time. Every time I come in here, you get worked up because you know that what I'm saying is true, that you do not have a standard for good and evil. Therefore, you can't chime in on a conversation about people having a standard for good and evil.
All right, okay.
Okay, some people have the standard of having a biblical reference to say, I would go with the way it describes in the Bible that what good and evil is. That would be the standard. So you don't have that, Pat.
Bro, I've tried.
And it upsets you. It upsets you because it upsets you because you want to have a conversation with people about what good and evil is and your opinion on it, but it doesn't. Your opinion can't weigh in because you'd say, well, doing this is not evil, but doing that is. Like, what are you defining evil by? You just said it. I don't know.
I don't know the dictionary definition. Sure, yeah.
Pads, hold on. Hey, Pads. When you watch a movie, can you tell who the good guys are and who the bad guys are?
Depends on the movie, but sometimes.
Okay.
Well, if it's got a hero and a villain and a quest giver and all that shit, then yeah, I can tell.
Like if a guy's wearing a mask over his face, sometimes he's the good guy, like Zorro, right?
So in Romeo and Juliet, I don't know who's the good and the bad guys.
They're all a bunch of degenerates.
Yeah, exactly. They're all a bunch of degenerates, bro. So yes, depends on the film, like I just said.
Yeah, but the thing is, Pat, you're just agreeing, but you don't have a stand. You don't have a stand. Some people have standards for what degeneracy is. You probably couldn't define what it is, dude, and that's the issue with people that are just living a life that's ambiguous. Everything's a gray area. They can't really define. Well, what is degeneracy to you? Is it just saying, "Oh my gosh"? Well, that's degenerate right there. Like you couldn't define what it is. So that's the other thing too. What is degeneracy? How do you define that?
There's a big difference between understanding and being a dictionary, bro. I don't know what the word "the" means. Do you know what the definition for the word "the" is?
Yeah, but you don't have a standard. You can't define in a conversation. Yeah, in a conversation about a topic like anything that's being brought up, you have to at least have a standard, something to go by. If you don't have nothing to go by, you're just not going to be able to have an opinion on it because what's your standard? And if you say I don't know,
do you know what the theory of justice is by John Rawls, bro? I've said this about 4 times this book now. I don't think you've heard me once. Do you know what it is? Are you familiar with the word?
I've never heard of that before. I never heard of that work before.
Okay, I'll try and find.
Yeah. So instead of saying all of that, you could have just easily told me what the standard would be. You're going based on a standard that this person wrote in his book about. Instead of chucking it off as if I didn't hear it, I'm just ignorant to the fact. Like, just tell me what it's about. That would have been easier, right?
Well, it's about justice and maximizing. So basically, we understand good and evil through the forms of justice and how to maximize justice, maximize good and bad, which generally comes down to the greatest outcome for the most people. But you have to go through justice to get that.
Wait a minute. The greatest outcome for most people. What does that mean? Give me an example of that. Give me one example of that.
So having laws.
That sounds like something Mal would say.
Well, so having laws, for example.
What constitutes a law that someone gives what makes it even worthy of being a law? Like, can you give me a way that Dude, I'm trying to figure out like why your worldview is the way it is, because you seem to have an opinion about. You come in here and you tell people, well, I disagree with that. I don't think that's true, and I'm like, well, this guy is talking, but does he have a standard, right? At least I know where sporadic standard. Listen, hold on. I know where sporadic standard lies, and Kenshi, I know where his standard lies. They have standards, right? I don't think you do, because it sounds like you're all over the. You're a hot mess, bro. That's what I'm saying. So you don't have a standard.
Kenshi agreed.
Yeah, he agreed to a certain extent, but I still know he falls back to a standard. You don't have one.
Yeah, I agreed, and I said because my Bible said so.
I mean, it could be for that reason, sure.
Yeah, and you don't have that. He does.
I think you're straw manning me, but that might be the wrong word.
I'm telling you to go ahead and make your case. Make your case. What is your standard?
I'll leave it. You are right, Alpha. Yeah, I'll just concede, bro.
Okay. I mean, there you have it, folks. I mean, I let him speak his piece. Go ahead and tell me. And he just gave up the ghost without it. I didn't, you know what I mean?
Sporadic, I'll catch you next time on the topic, mate.
Really? Have a nice day,
Come
Pat.
on, man.
Yeah, he usually when I'm in here, he bows out because I when I listen to people talk, I hear when they say things, when they disagree, there has to be a reason why, right? You try to figure out the mind of people. So I'm listening to Paz, and he's really a hot mess when it comes to all of this. So that's why he's very confused on topics, and he has these opinions. He doesn't understand why, but he just says words.
Talk about me for
I can talk about you. I can talk about any. Listen, dude, it's about the context, right? We have to hone in on why people say the things they do when they come in here, especially when people say that the Earth is a globe, right? We're trying to understand why. Sporadic and everybody in here, we question the people that come in here. Why do they do the things they do? It's important to us, right? We want to get past the cognitive dissonance layer, get to the juicy bits, right? We want to talk to people like, okay, let's just drop the whole drama. Let's talk about like what we can understand of the physical natural world, right? Now, I don't want to talk about like you saying that I don't think it's true, the flat earth is all psyop and all this other bullshit. Just talk to us like you want to find out what's going on.
I never said the word psyop.
I'm not saying you. I'm talking in general terms.
All right, well, shut up then, bro.
Yeah, you're just upset, dude. Don't get in your fifis, dude, because I just showed you that you're just a pretender clown when it comes to like chiming in. Just be honest with it. You know, for once, just have a conversation, dude. For once,
I probably would.
For once,
It's
just
not
have the
worth my time
conversation.
and effort. It's not worth my time and effort, bro. It's genuinely not. Not with you, Alpha. With anybody else, but just with you, it just ain't worth my time, mate. Sorry.
Yeah, dude, you told me last time I was talking to AI in here, you came in here knocking people over in wherever you were. You're pushing people away. You even said I had to rush through a crowd to get on the mic. That's what you told me. As soon as you got on the mic, when I was having a conversation with AI, you're like, no, I had to come in here and tell you that AI cannot be trusted. Like, because
I said I was rushing home, bro.
Yeah, the
rushing home.
Yeah, through people that
Yes.
you were, whatever, dude. You could,
Bro,
anyway,
that was months ago.
the conversation we were having, me and the AI. Yeah, the conversation me and the AI were having was about Eratosthenes and checking to see if it could give me or substantiate that Eratosthenes has been verified to have the Earth curvature measured. Now, through the process of me talking to the AI, everybody was listening that the AI was saying for the distance, 800 miles from between Syene and Alexandria, you can consider the Earth as flat because it's so the curvature of the Earth is so minuscule that you could think of the Earth as flat. That's what it said. And you were just like, no. I'm pretty sure you were rushing in to like interrupt it because you didn't want people to hear that. And that's the important part,
I don't
right?
give a
Like,
shit, bro. I'm a flat earther, bro. I don't give a shit.
Well, you did at that time because you wanted to come in and say how unreliable it was to have a conversation with AI. You're trying to make a point about that whole spiel you wanted to have, Hey, what was your beef about AI? Go ahead and tell everybody. When I was having a conversation with, go ahead and tell them why you were telling me the things you were when you came in.
Well, I wasn't telling you, bro. We were just chatting about AI, and the common sense is anything that AI tells you, take it with a pinch of salt. Go and confirm it elsewhere.
That's not what you said. That is not what you said, Pads, when you came in.
Right, no, what I did, no, okay. The extra little bit that I said is, don't forget, these are LLMs. It's not actual general AI. It's only generative AI, meaning it will only generate a response based on your input, based on the data that it's been given. So it is not AI as it was being discussed in that chat. It's not general AI. It's not to replicate human consciousness. It's generative AI.
That's still not it, Pads. That's still not it.
You are more than welcome to try.
That's still not it. No, you were saying that you can't.
In your head, bro.
No, dude. No, you said you can't. This can't be trusted because you're just talking to AI, and AI is like I guess you were trying to make it sound like it's just first generation, or it's just like people are just using it right now. They're not. It's not being like the final version of it. I think that's what you were saying. It's not the final version. That's more likely paraphrasing, but that's kind of like what you were saying. It's not the final version, so you can't really rely on this particular version. That's what you were saying. And it was interesting too, that because I was like, dude, why would you discredit when I'm talking about, asking it to give me information to substantiate the claim if the Earth is flat based on Eratosthenes, and it was telling me you can't even measure from 800 miles the curvature of the Earth, so minuscule. So then it was like you can consider it being flat. It was telling me that.
I think that context is right though. So why would I disagree with the content, bro? Like
I have no idea, Pat. I have no idea why you disagree with it.
It's in your head.
No, it's recorded. It's not in our head, it's recorded. So what we have is a recording of you coming in and saying the things that I'm telling you now. I'm paraphrasing because it was quite a bit ago, but you did say that it was unreliable. But your whole shtick was...
I take it with a pinch of salt. I said the same thing 2 minutes ago, yes.
No, taking it with a pinch of salt. Taking it with a pinch of salt is not saying it's unreliable. What I just said is saying differently than saying taking it with a pinch of salt. See, you said that back then. Now you're saying it differently now. You're softening what you said to make it a bit more palpable. That's what you're doing now. I catch everything people say in here, like the disingenuous type of things.
Bro. For fuck's sake. Be an adult, bro.
Well, the mods have to. Like, I may be not the one doing it, but the mods have to. They're keeping you under control so that you don't interrupt me, dude. That interrupting, that you do.
Okay. Yeah, I will never interrupt you again. The next time you do it to me, I expect you to get muted, yeah?
Yeah,
perfect. Thank you.
That's gonna work. All right. So, if you understand what I'm saying, I'm getting down to it, Pads. Is that every time we have a conversation and you chime in, you have something to say, you have an opinion, you have something to bring forward. But when we get down to the base root of how you process your critical thinking, we find out that you're bankrupt. You got nothing in the back end. And so, yeah, you can say whatever you want as your opinion, but if I was to question you, what's your standard? What's your evidence? What are you having back there? What are your cards are you holding? And you put down a 7-deuce offsuit, then we see that you really had nothing in the beginning. So it's like, why would you put input if you got nothing to bring forward as evidence? Like, why would you interrupt conversations?
5 minutes ago. I might have missed it, but was that not word for word what you said 5-10 minutes ago?
Yeah, these little games you play don't really work in this room. However, you do attempt them anyway.
Professional yapper.
Yeah, you like to poison the well, don't you?
What well, bro?
The one you tried to they'll sling mud at my character, just try to make it sound like you're going to puff yourself up. What I do is I expose people for what they do in here.
I don't need to sling mud. I just think you're a dick, bro. Straight up.
Well, don't be a sophist bitch, dude. Maybe that won't be the case. If you're up in here having a straight up conversation just like a normal person would, yeah, why would I? But if you're in here trying to weasel your little antics in here, of course, that's what you're gonna get.
Every time I get muted, you prove my point, bro.
Yeah, see
Every time.
that right there
Every
is
time,
what
bro.
anti-flat Earth type behavior. That's what people like that
It's
them
just
do. They come in here.
anti-rude, bro.
Yeah,
Anti-rude.
yeah. You come in here.
Yeah.
If you get muted, you declare victory, and that's just not true. People have
It
to
just
mute
makes-
you because you incessantly interrupt people. That's what you do.
That's because you talk for 10 minutes, bro.
All right, but beyond that, we're gonna get on topic because we do have some people coming in the room. We don't want to be on talking
please
about
do, bro.
pad sophistry all day.
Bro, rent free, man. Rent free.
No, it ain't rent free. It's just every time
Right,
you say
anyway, bro,
something,
let's move
I'm gonna
on.
expose you.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but we do have some people in the room. I guess I'm of the mind too that when we talk about flat Earth, there's a lot of people that say I don't know, maybe it's bad vibes or whatever. But you know, the fact that we understand now that the Earth is flat, like we're not asking for people to come in here and show us evidence so we can be woken up from this nightmare. I think that's kind of like not the direction we want to go with that. I think probably the direction we do want to say is like, show if any you have any evidence for the Earth being a globe, because the nightmare was that we live on this spinning space water ball in the vacuum of space that does not, like, all that stuff there. It's an imagination of men. So that was the nightmare. I think this is not the nightmare. This is reality. Now we understand that up and down mean up and down. Doesn't mean in and out on a ball. So yeah, I think there's some, that used to be like something that I would say too, because there'd be a lot of flat earthers that would say that. They're like, oh, dude, we just need you guys to kind of give us information to wake us up from this like terrible nightmare that we're in. Like this, I've never seen flat earth that way. I've always think that this is actually better than what we came from. So I don't know how you guys feel. Maybe the panel feels differently. Do you guys feel like we're in a nightmare now to be woken up from? I don't know. What do you guys think?
No.
Like, please, Globers, wake us up from this nightmare that we're in. Like, I don't feel that way, dude. I feel the opposite.
Yeah, not at all. Who says that?
Well, it's just the energy. I think I know what flat earthers mean when they say that. It's just, I don't know. It's just the energy. I feel like it's just bad energy. Don't like those vibes, like you're putting out, like saying, I mean, we just want you guys, if you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe, show it to us, man. Like, bring in your evidence that the Earth is a globe so we can finally wake up from this nightmare of being a flat earther. Like, some people didn't want to be a flat earther, and this is probably being kind of like a niche group out of like, the rest of the world where everybody's believing the Earth is a globe. I don't view it like that, though. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I'm just asking the panel. Do you guys feel like this is a nightmare that we're in with flat Earth, and it'd be better to be woken up with like the knowledge that the Earth is a globe? What do you guys think?
I don't know. No, not me. What do we think, chat?
Just trying to see who's up and alive today.
I like being a flat earther because it aggravates the piss out of people.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Me too.
That's why me and Radwin get trigger people so much.
I fucking enjoy it, dude. God damn it, I love it so much. I live for this show.
I love ruining basically their whole world from that point on. I love that part the most.
Facts.
Like the guy earlier, because I was listening throughout the whole morning. The guy earlier came in and didn't want to have the conversation with you about how water would sublimate in a vacuum. He didn't even understand the concept behind it. So I was just listening. I was like, man, the guy is really, it sounded like he was a young guy, to be honest. And then on top of that, I was like, well, he's not answering your question, but it just made it a little rough on the ears, like, why isn't he answering you? He did all he could to avoid you.
Yeah, I was laughing, and you guys couldn't really hear. I could barely deal with him, and there was nothing you can do with people like that.
Never change, Radwin. Never change.
No, I won't do that.
Yeah, don't.
We had a guy in here, CB. I don't know if you were listening or not, but there was a guy yesterday who was one of those, I don't know, cancel culture types, who was just saying he doesn't even know why Flat Earth has a channel in this politics server. I'm telling you, man, it was quite the scene.
I want to be part of the cancel culture. What do I have to do?
I think we're already.
You have to act like a frail. No, you have to act like a frail person that you can't let anybody, inside of your little bubble or say anything that might offend you in any kind of way, and we might not even know what that is. Like,
I love offensive speech. It's one of my favorite things to hear. I laugh and laugh and laugh. I love to see people freak out. It's one of my hobbies.
Dude, is that like an Ohio thing? Like, what's going on, bro?
Dude, no, he said, you know what the guy said? He's like, you're ruining my safe space. I think that's exactly what he was saying. I'm not kidding you. He said that yesterday. He's like, your guys are ruining my safe space. Whatever that means.
Yeah, I was in the side chat telling him that I'm the nicest one here. I'm keeping you safe. I tried telling him that. Nobody ever believes me that I'm the nicest flat earther. I might not sound like it, but I think I am.
Like that, man. Why are you lying like that?
I'm very calm when I talk to people. I do tend to tear the Band-Aid off first, and then we go back and pick up the pieces.
No, I think tough love. That is true. That is like being nice, in my opinion.
He didn't get, though, how water would sublimate in a vacuum, and I think he's like, no, water would just float around in a vacuum. And then he appealed to the people that are in the ISS. Look, they're eating food in the ISS. What are you saying? That's not going on.
Oh, my God.
I was like, dude, he was in story mode, like, the whole time.
Floating around the ISS in little bubbles. I saw him eating it. Hilarious.
Wow. It's funny because, like,
yeah, I think it's been.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's been an amazing journey, like, throughout the years that we've been doing this, and like it's been a revelation, man. This whole conversation that we've been having, like, over the years, and it's the best. Honestly, I don't care what anybody says. It's the best thing that's ever happened to me. Like, having this happen, like this revelation. So I don't see any negativity of this, except for just having to deal with these chumps that come through here. But that's the only negativity.
Yeah. It's like having something heavy to pick up at the gym. It just makes you stronger.
I don't know. It's just the vibes, bro. Like, I always, every time I hear Flat Earthers saying, like, dude, it's just, if the Earth is a globe, just come in here and just, I don't know.
Is that not just a honeypot, though? Like,
yeah, it is, but it's still, like, I don't know, man. Like, even saying that, like, it could be, but it's still just saying it. Don't you think that's, like, I don't know. I guess I could.
I'm totally
maybe
with
it's
you.
perspective.
I've gotten to this point now where I think we should just stop asking. Like, just tell them. You know, like, what's the point of asking for something that we know doesn't exist?
Yeah.
The only reason that would benefit them is, like, I was talking about this the other night. There's an old saying, like, a fool who persists in his folly may become wise. So every once in a while, you'll get someone to realize on their own without telling them, which can be beneficial. But I'm just like, I'm done with asking. I'm just going to start telling them.
I'm pretty sure if we start with a like with the show, like, I think that's the way the format of how we should apply it is just tell people.
Yeah.
It's about high time. Yeah, it's about, well, at least in that format. Because I mean, the way I'm thinking about it is, if you're gonna go mainstream, you're gonna have to just tell people. Like, asking them is like only in a forum where you're conjuring up a conversation. But I guess in a format like where you're having a show, that's a bit different. You're just telling people like, this is how it is, guys.
Right. Asking might be
You don't think
beneficial for
so?
that
Come on in.
individual. Yeah. I tell Sasha this all the time, bro. I'm like, Sasha, stop asking, bro. Just tell him. And what is it that you think flat earthers think? Like, no, just tell them. Tell them what we think. And what is water? I'm like, no, tell them what water is, dude. We don't need to ask them anything. We're done asking questions. We're in season X now.
Yeah, it's called moving right along. Or how did you say moving on smartly?
Moving on smartly, yeah. Yeah. That's from Fresh. Fresh always says that.
They're grappling with their cognitive dissonance, bro, and they're trying to square reality in a way that it's going to make sense, that they can still hold on to some of their beliefs while they discard some of the ones, from listening to anything that's truthful. But they're trying to make sense of it in that way.
If somebody just told you the Earth was flat, guys, when you guys first got into it, wouldn't you have found it pretty combative?
Well, things have changed now. That's what I'm saying. Like, times have changed.
Well, here's one thing. I always critically think about things, and I've always known shit's wacky. So hearing it the very first time when I heard it, I was just like, interesting. The thing disc floating up in space, I said no to that right away. So I said, nope, that doesn't make sense. And here we are. It's flat, and it's not floating up through space. The space is fake, and you know that, Pads.
Yeah, he's Red, when you just twisting the knife.
Oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, like, everybody who heard it first, Pads, if we're being genuine, might have had a reaction, right? Everybody had a reaction, dude. Let's just be honest. We all had a reaction to it. It sounded like the dumbest shit you ever heard. Yeah, but on the onset, what I'm talking about is actually looking into it. So when you hear it, yeah, that's what you get, right? Because you've been told that the Earth is a globe for this many years. But now when you look into it, that's a different story. How you process the information, that's going to determine what type of person you actually are. Did you have any stock invested into the idea of the Earth being a globe? Were you a NASA fanboy? Like, who were you? You know what I mean? And then you can get to realize how you can critically think about it. So... And some people don't give a shit. They're just like, I don't really care about space and all that shit. Like, I'm more in tune to, like, working with my hands here on Earth. Like, so, who gives a shit about space? So that's the thing, right?
That's the bit that was confusing me. Like, it sounded, you are right, it's like an independent thing when they take the mantle on to go and research it themselves, sure. But then where does the conversation with you guys and how you guys are going to handle it come into play if somebody's off on their own journey, bro? Like, I understand that flat Earth has been through 15 years, but there'll be somebody new that's never heard of flat Earth in the door today. And if you treat, and if people treat them and tell them what it is, it's not what teachers do. The skill of a teacher is repeating the same shit.
Shocking them is how you get their attention. You shock them into reality.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah, that's 100% true. Like, you can't do it any other way. Let's put it this way. Yeah, hold on a minute. Let's hold on a second, right? If you were to say that, let's just me and CB are talking over a couch, and he's a glober. He didn't know that the Earth is flat, and here I come with the smooth talking. Hey, let's just talk about it, right? Like, let's just think about reality. How do you think about it? Or what if I just laid a knowledge bomb right on top of him, a nuclear bomb, and I said, look, the Earth, the water is horizontal, it's flat, and therefore the Earth can be none other than flat. Like, if I did that and it woke him up to, like, oh shit, that's some truth right there. How is his brain going to process that? Well, he's going to have to grapple with that on his own, right? At the same time, I've already, like, it's a shock and awe. He's going to be like, oh fuck, what? Like, he's never heard of that. yet it still makes sense, right? But why would I pussyfoot around and let's do it in 5 sessions. Let's have the conversation of like that's, I don't know. Maybe to you that's how you want to perceive it.
That's how people make up their own mind as opposed to being told shit and regurgitating it. Like changing somebody's mind often takes a long time, bro. It as you know.
All right, rub their feet and give them hot chocolate. I mean, is that the remedy for truth? Truth has never been, bro. Listen, when somebody pulls you aside and says, "Let me tell you the truth," when you hear those words, you know the next thing's out of their mouth isn't going to be something you want to hear. Truth is not something what people want to hear, bro. It's going to be something that's shock and awe. When somebody pulls you aside and says, "Let me tell you the truth," you know that the next words they're going to tell you are going to be some fucking shit. It's going to be some knowledge bombs are going to drop on you. Whether you like it or not, it's the truth.
It could be total gibberish, though, bro. Like, let me tell you a truth. Right?
Yeah.
I'm 20 feet tall. Oh.
Yeah. That's not. No, dude. Listen, when it comes to truth, it's undeniable, right? Truth is objective, so it's not something that could be. Maybe he is. Maybe he's not tall. No, truth is objective. It's something that can be. It's like regardless of what you think of it is, it just is, right? That's truth.
Yeah.
So if we're showing people that that's reality, the obvious truth is that the earth is flat, then we're not telling them, well, the earth could be flat. Maybe. Like, we're not doing that. Truth is objective.
Yeah, we're talking about teaching approaches, bro. So, I mean, is anybody a teacher for a start?
Bro, listen up. Like, you're trying to put... It doesn't matter where you hear truth. Your neighbor, your grocer could be telling you some truth, bro. Doesn't matter where it comes from. They don't have to be educated teachers. And wait a minute, are you a teacher? No, well, you can't tell me truth. Are you a teacher? Nope, you can't tell me truth, bro. That's not how this works. Truth can be spoken by anyone. Yeah?
Yes, but in order for people to receive it, they often have to be accompanied with teaching skills, bro. This is what I'm trying to stress. You could have all the knowledge in the world. If you're unable to communicate it effectively, what good is it?
Dude, stop being soft.
Dude. You're putting parameters to how truth is admonished, right? This is what you're doing. Truth doesn't need. It doesn't need. First of all, yeah. All these little things that you want to put. Okay, first you need this, then you need that, and then you can tell them the truth. No, you don't need any of that shit. You just say what the truth is. However it's received, it's received. If it's not received and they reject it, then fuck it, they rejected it. But you still gave the truth.
Bro. That's called preaching, whether it's truthful or not. Just spewing information and not being concerned of the recipient or how it's receptive.
Concerned of the recipient? Wait a second, dude. No, are you telling me that the people that are telling you that the earth is a globe and everybody else on earth that the earth is a globe, they're concerned about the person receiving it?
Some are, yeah. That's why they teach it in different styles.
That is the biggest piece of bullshit that I've ever heard, dude. They don't give a fuck about you or anybody else receiving the information that the earth is a globe. They're telling you this shit at fucking... Shut up, pads. They're telling you this shit at light speed every fucking day, dude. I receive messages and dings and pings and zings on the fucking social media about how fucking there's asteroids, killer asteroids. They don't give a fuck about how you're receiving that information. What are you, an idiot?
I think you're grossly simplifying what I'm trying to tell you, bro.
No. I'm actually putting a mirror up to what you're showing, and you're saying, "Well, it's flat Earth needs to be dealt with delicate kids' gloves." Man, fuck off, dude. Like if somebody receives the information, and they don't like it, then they're just going to reject it. However, they can critically think about it, and then maybe come to the truth themselves. But it doesn't, I don't need to, okay, there's a 10-step program for me to admonish the truth about flat Earth. Fuck off, dude.
Again, it's the difference between preaching and teaching, bro.
Yeah. So that's what they're doing. So you're telling me the Globe Earth has been preaching to you about its space and whatnot? How you like that shit?
Yeah. A lot of the time, yeah. Like you've just said, through methods of bombarding us with information. Yeah, that's not teaching, that's preaching, bro. But would I compare that to the elementary school level? No.
So space is fake then? Because they've been preaching it to you.
A a lot of it is preached, sure.
Yeah, so then you've been believing to preach. You're
No,
just
this is
believing
what
to
I'm trying to
preaching.
explain to you. The method of delivery is irrelevant from the content. The content and the knowledge could be truthful or lies, right? What I'm trying to discuss with you is the method of delivery, bro. And you're discussing the content.
You just finished saying. No, wait. It just the last breath you finished saying it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the method. Now it does.
So can you start
It
again,
doesn't
Alpha?
fucking matter, dude. Listen, let's do it this way. It doesn't matter if. Hold on a second. I'm going to give you a comparison of two people. I'm going to give you QE as one example. And who's the opposite? Who's the polar opposite? What's his name that we got in here? He's a teacher.
Matthew Learns.
No, not Matthew Learns on our team.
Brenda? Is it Brenda or some shit?
Flat Lloyd Wright.
Who's the Yeah, Flat Lloyd Wright, dude. You even knew what I was thinking about, bro. That's weird. So Flat Lloyd Wright, he's the polar opposite. Like if you've ever heard him speak, he's the most soft-spoken person. He's a teacher, actually, right? He's the most soft-spoken person that you probably would ever hear. And I compare him against QE. Like it doesn't matter. They both speak truth. They both do. So it doesn't matter how it's admonished. Truth is still truth at the end of the day.
Yeah, again, you're discussing the truth versus lies. I'm discussing the delivery methods.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you that they both have a different delivery method.
God,
they both have a different delivery method, dude. So that's the thing, though. If they both have a different delivery method, it's not going to diminish the truth that is spoken.
No, it's not. I've never said otherwise.
Thank you.
Never said otherwise, though. Why? Okay.
I mean, mic drop, right? Mic drop.
Yeah, but
you can now
agreed with that point. Where's the mic?
You can now rest assured. You can now rest assured that we don't need your fucking 10-step program to admonish truth, because anybody that's in here that understands and learns that the Earth is flat, they're going to be able to admonish it in the style that they do. And it will still be received no matter if the person thinks, well, that guy's being a bit harsh. Oh, I like the way this guy speaks. He's a bit softer. No one gives a fuck because it's still truth at the end of the day.
Depends if you want to waste your own time or not. But yeah, the fact that Lloyd is probably
not waste your time or not. By who? Who's wasting? Wait. No, who's wasting their time? You said some shit. You can't say some shit and then just walk away like a pigeon, fucking dropping a turd on a chessboard and fucking taking off, dude. What did you mean by that? What did you mean by that?
I was about to say, but I hadn't finished my freaking sentence, bro.
Yeah, what did you mean by that?
So, yeah, the fact that there is differences between the way they deliver stuff. One is a teacher, one isn't a teacher, right? One of them probably holds the correct methodology.
No, they both were. Sorry, they both were. They're both teachers.
You said Floyd was a teacher, bro. If Crit is a teacher,
I said the style. I said their style is different. Not that they were not teachers.
Is QE actually a teacher? Like a genuine teacher?
Yeah, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Just know. Yeah, just know that they're both teachers. Just know that they're both teachers. That's all you got to do.
Yeah, I'm a teacher by definition. What sort of teacher is he, bro?
Nah, bro, listen, you're not.
Like, I don't teach you not a teacher. Or anything like that. I teach health and safety.
What does that mean? I'm a teacher by definition. I want to know what I'm a teacher by definition means.
Ooh, that's a good one.
They have students. They relay information to increase knowledge in the other. But I'm a teacher. I do that on a work site, giving health and safety instructions. But I wouldn't actually say I'm a full-on teacher. That's why I'm just asking what sort.
No, you're not allowed. You're not allowed to do that because do you have a degree in it?
No, obviously not.
Do you have a degree in teaching? Teacher's degree?
Yeah. I have a teaching.
You're not allowed to teach people.
Well, as I just said, I have a teaching degrry, sure, but I don't have a degree in health.
When you're at the work site and someone's in immediate peril, do you go, excuse me, lad? You say, hey!
No, you say, I have a degree in teaching. You're about to die. You might want to move because I have a degree in teaching.
You're about to be my ex-student.
The guy that doesn't have a degree in teaching says, you're about to die, you should move. You don't have to listen to him because he doesn't have a degree in teaching.
According to PADS. According to PADS, that's the way it works. If you don't have a teaching degree, you can't admonish the truth because you
That's
can't
not
do
what
it.
I
You're not a
said.
teacher. You got to
But you're
go to
straw
Pat's
manning me.
10-step program in order for you to understand that you can admonish truth.
Bro,
Right,
you're straw
Pat?
manning me. That's not what I said. But
Oh,
you
some
live in
bullshit,
fantasy
bro.
land, bro. You live in fantasy land, bro. That's not what I said. I've tried to explain it, but whatever. Just because you all
You're
agree that I
trying to.
said something
You're
doesn't mean that I said it.
You're micromanaging the way we do shit because you don't like when we're roughing up some people. You want to
I'm
come
trying to help
in
you, bro.
with your little bullshit
Yo, we don't
fucking
need your
sophist
help.
crap.
I have a
I'm trying to
question
I
help you,
told
bro.
you.
about flat Earth.
I told you, bro. Listen, I told you that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to come in and he's like, dude, I'm just trying to be like, helping you guys. Like, man, fuck off with your shit, dude. Like, we don't need none of the shit you got to offer. Because number one, you're confused as all
You
get
live
up,
in your
bro.
own
You
world,
don't know
bro.
your ass from a pipe wrench, sucker. You don't
Bro,
know
you
that.
live in your own world, bro.
I have a question.
But
How
listen,
can the
one of
Earth
us
be
is an alpha,
flat
the other one has
when
to change their Discord
so
name, bro.
if the Earth is flat, that means like gravity would be limited, right? But when I
One
take a
sec, let me
shit
change the
in my
Discord name to
toilet,
Alpha,
the
bro.
poop falls straight down. How does
Where
that?
else did it go? Back up into your brain, dummy?
Yeah, the reason why that people want to have a conversation in this room is because they're intellectuals. They can have conversations, and it sounds like
You're a
you're not
Pacific.
meeting that standard. You're not meeting that standard, sir.
By being a flat earther, automatically you should be aware of that.
Yeah, no worries, Alpha,
I don't
bro.
know what I'm
just a
aware
beta,
of, but
bro.
it sounds like
Just a beta
you're just
male,
coming
bro.
in like you're coming in like a hot mess, bro. Maybe rethink of how you should come into a room when people are talking, and maybe perhaps you won't be muted. Just saying. I'm just saying. Just pro tip. Anyways, back to the sophist. Yeah, we don't need your help, bro. We've been doing this shit for many years, and we're fucking damn good at it. Each and every one of us in here.
Yeah, you're all teachers. Yeah, sure. Get you, bro. None of you
Nah,
need
we didn't
any
say
help.
that.
I get you,
No,
bro.
we didn't say it. We didn't say we're all teachers. No one said that.
Yeah, you did. You're all
You think
teachers,
that?
bro. What are you about, bro? You've been doing this
Well,
for 10
hey,
years.
you can
You're
say whatever
perfect
you
at it, bro.
want. You can say
Yeah,
whatever
yeah.
you want. I don't need your fucking
Bro,
labels.
change your name
All
from
I need to
Alpha,
do,
bro. Shut up.
all I need to do is tell people the truth, and that's it. Anything else from that, you're just crying in the fucking your hands.
Why are you called
You're
Alpha on
upset.
Discord, bro?
You're all up, dude.
Why are you
Because
called
Alpha
Alpha on
Veritas
Discord,
means
bro?
Alpha Veritas means the first truth in Latin. Go look it up.
Does it? Yeah, you
Yeah,
don't just
it
want people
does.
to call you Alpha, no?
I picked it because it meant the first truth. Numbnuts.
Yeah,
Some
right,
people
bro.
call him AV.
What's
You
your
call me
name?
AV?
Fucking soft, Pad. You're being soft as a bitch right now.
Bro, don't white
Yeah,
knight
I
him, bro.
told you he was a
Don't white knight him,
CB.
bro.
Listen, bro.
That's a white knight
He's a
right
bitch,
there, bro.
bro. That dude dude. I'm telling you, it's this guy right here. Like he's like, dude, it's just you that I don't like. Well, why do you think that is, dude? The energy that you bring in here, like I don't give a fuck if you talk. I really don't care if you're here or not. You're in here. You're not here.
It ain't
I
just
don't
me
care.
that don't like you. Half the staff team don't like you, bro. Get
That's cap.
an actual
Yeah,
grip
really,
on the staff team.
really.
That's
Yeah,
fucking cap,
yeah,
bro.
Go
yeah.
ahead, man. Half the
Half
staff
the
team don't
staff.
like me. That's fine.
All right,
Mate,
we're
go
gonna
and
get a
discuss
poll
it in
going
your
right now
admin
in the
channel.
chat.
It's been
We're
raised
gonna
in
get
the
a poll
admin
going
channel
in
a
the
few
chat right
times
now.
already, bro. Yeah. Go raise it in home base admin.
No, it's cap, bro.
Mate, half the staff don't like you, bro. Get fucked.
You didn't poll anybody.
Go ahead, man.
Half the
Go ahead,
staff.
what? I told you, bro.
Name one person.
Ouch. Ouch.
I'm
That
not gonna
hurts.
out him.
That
I'm
really
not gonna
does
out
hurt.
anybody.
You can't
I'm
even
not
name
gonna out him.
anybody.
Nah, it's not fair to him, bro. But I just wanted him to know.
No, you
Yeah,
can't
go
even
ahead.
name
Name who?
anybody. Name someone.
No, you don't have to believe it. You don't have to believe it. Don't think it's a lie. It's
Well,
up to you.
name somebody.
Just know.
No, it's cap. We don't need to know that. It's not truth.
All right.
So we got people.
Name one individual.
Here's the thing,
Just because
dude.
Alpha
People.
doesn't accept it, the truth doesn't change. As
No,
he said,
You
here's
haven't
the
heard
thing.
any
No,
truth.
but
You're
here's
just
the
saying,
thing, though.
I hear people
hey,
don't like
man,
you.
no need to get.
Here's the thing, CB. When a lot of people are saying things in the background and they're talking to these snakes, listen, man. These snakes don't care. They will throw them under the bus, like because what he would do is at some point he's gonna whoever talked to him about me, if that was the case, even if it was true, whoever it was is gonna get outed by the snake at some point. He's gonna use it to his advantage and pit them against me. And so he's waiting for the right time to do it. Dude, I'm telling you, these guys, I wouldn't put any trust in them. So I've always been outing them. And people have been upset with me at times, I think, because I do that. And so there might be a little truth to what he's saying, but they're putting their confidence in the snake. And when they do that, that snake doesn't give a fuck about them, dude. He's going to out them and cause chaos. So whoever it was that talked to Pads is like, they're going to find out that they just put their confidence in like a backstabbing, two-faced son of a bitch. So good luck to those guys. If you put your confidence in this guy, that's what you're going to get.
Dude,
and I always out these rats, dude. I always out these rats.
Pads, this is what happens with this is called phantom expert syndrome. When Globers do this, they say, oh, there's all these experts that have done X, Y, and Z. Okay, great. Name one. Well, I can't name anybody. You're doing the same thing. Well, there's all these people that don't
I'm a
like
flat
you.
earther.
Okay, cool. Name one person.
Bro, I'm a flat earther, man. I've been for about a month.
No, you're not.
Whatever,
Dude,
bro.
you're a sophist bitch, dude. You're in here to cause discord amongst the group. And you're doing a good job. You're saying there's 2 people in here who dislike me. And you're doing you're causing division. And so here's the thing though. You've just already shown your face. All you want to do is you want to put us against each other. You want to cause chaos. So now we're going to question whether or not you should even be in this chat, if that's all you want to do. Should we just get rid of you altogether and probably eliminate the problem? That's probably what we got to do, right?
Dude, this server's bigger than this channel.
Well, no, but you love to come in here. Can't help yourself.
You can move me from the channel, but you can't. Oh, bro.
I could remove you, Pads, for good. Would you want that to be the case?
Get to know people.
You want to plead? You want to plead to your special friends, and maybe they can get you back in?
What, the server or the channel?
No, the people that you're in good terms with.
Nah, why would I out him, bro? Never gonna out him.
There is nobody.
I see.
There is nobody.
I see.
There's about, I said 5. That's a lie. There's only about 4.
5?
That is a lie, to be fair. Nah, there's about 4.
Really?
Yeah, 4. Yeah.
Nice.
I don't know why I said I don't know why I said 5. I felt like bumping it up a bit. I will be honest.
Yeah, you see, listen to his laughter, bro. He's enjoying this, dude. He's enjoying it. He's enjoying it, dude. Like, so these guys who put their confidence in him, listen to the way he is. These are anti-flat earthers, bro. This is what they do.
It's been raised. All staff know it. I'm the staff. I'm the staff. Never heard this, not once. You're just making up shit, dude.
There's a lot of staff, bro.
Name one
and
person.
It's not a cohesive staff team. I'll put it that way. You know it, bro. Everyone fucking knows it.
Damn. All right, so you got 4 people. You got 4 people that you're gonna throw under the bus.
Bro, it could be 10 people. Why would you believe me? Why would you believe it's any?
I don't have to. Because you're already saying that people have a beef with me. So now what you're doing is you're causing discord amongst the group. Should we even have you in here for that?
Yeah, you know that much.
All staff know it. That's fucking bullshit, dude.
Well, I don't know how many staff you've had in the last fucking 2 months, do I? I don't fucking know.
Pat says there's 4 people that dislike me. Like, I guess they're in bed with Pads, I guess, or they made
no
deals or whatever.
They're not in bed with me. They just don't like you, bro.
Who?
But they're not in bed with me because I'm an argumentative.
Who?
Am I one of them?
So what about if I said it was Creation Bear was one of them and Cooper and Daz?
Then it'd be bullshit.
Exactly. So what's the point?
What do you mean?
The point is,
we just talked about delivering truth pads. We just talked about delivering truth and how sometimes it's harsh. Notice how you're being soft. You're trying to deliver quote unquote truth, and you can't even back it up. That's the whole point.
I've got it, Creation. No, I've genuinely got it. If I said certain names, you'd know not to believe me. If I said certain other names, you'd know.
I would know not to believe you. It's about you supporting your own
Which means I am right. It is a thing. And Alpha, you probably already have the names in your head. You just want me to
Which
confirm.
means I'm right because I'm not giving any names. That makes no sense.
No, I mean, I don't. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter. Let's just say, for example, that was the case. Even if your truth was that people actually will come out and say, "I don't fucking like you." Well, even if that was the case, you're trying to cause discord amongst the people in here. Like whether or not people can be reserved, whatever. But other people that confided in you, listen. Let me just put it out there like this: other people that confided in you to tell you that they didn't like me, and you're out here saying that shit, you're a fucking two-timing backstabbing son of a bitch, bro. You're actually outing them.
Is.
You're How do you know they've not told me to let it be known?
Who's
they? Know they're not using me. They might be.
He's making up this shit. This is funny. This is funny stuff. He's making it up.
There is no they.
Yeah.
Exactly. There could be no they. Exactly.
Bro,
then what the fuck are you talking about?
Easy, bro, for fuck's sake.
He's living in fantasy land.
Too easy, bro.
We just talked about delivering truth, which you're failing to do.
People who go outside don't get that bothered, man.
What do you? What?
What does that mean?
People that go outside.
Don't worry about it.
I was just saying, the
Homeless
guy's a hot mess. He's
homeless people. Is that the people from out? Is that the outside people? Are they the homeless people?
Yes, of course, the homeless people, bro. Certainly. Fucking mad.
Outside people that go outside.
Hey, bro, what are you talking about?
Chill out on pressure, bro.
I have no idea.
There's all these people.
We're just...
okay, who? Oh well, if I name names, it wouldn't be true. Like, yeah.
No, we're saying though.
Yeah,
what we're saying though is like
people and mock people. Me, yeah, it's what I do all the time.
No, but what we're saying though is admonishing truth, and it doesn't matter who does it. And he thinks he's gonna come in with some hard facts of truth. And then he's like, there's at least 4 people that don't like you. I'm like, okay, drop the bomb, bro. Who is it?
Okay,
I can't say. Well, what the fuck are you bringing it up for then? Like, what the fuck?
Well, it was
honestly, even if there were 4 people, who gives a fuck? We're not changing.
It was crit. It was crit.
Crit. That's
Crit. Crit, you're in trouble now.
Yeah, bro.
Crit's in trouble.
You're in trouble.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll be calling you on your phone in a couple of minutes.
It clearly isn't crit, but how would you know either way?
It's not
crit's just an example. It clearly isn't crit, but how would you know either way?
No shit. Oh my god.
Right.
This fucking guy.
Right, Creation Bear. So if I said crit, you know it's not crit, right?
So who is
What is he doing?
What are you doing?
If I gave you a certain name.
So you name people, and it's not the people you name. But if you don't name somebody, it's not them either.
Just hold that thought for a second, bro. Look, Creation Bear, bro. It's not that hard.
You're not cooking,
you know it isn't crit, right? You know for a fact it isn't crit because you know crit, right? That suggests to me that there is names I can present to you where you're going to be like, well, yeah, it could actually be them. To be fair, yeah, that might be. Did you get what I'm saying?
No, I would get what you're saying if you said the name.
It was after crit. Daz68.
Yeah, you're just making shit up now, dude.
Clearly.
I know. I know.
So I mean, if you listen, if you gotta listen, let's put it this way. Let's fucking see if we can do it this way. If you got a pair of balls between your legs, fucking tell me, dude. If not, shit or get off the pot.
I told you you're a dick, bro. That's my opinion.
Take a shit or get off the fucking pot. How about that?
Well, I've told you my opinion. I think you're a dick, bro. I mean, that's my opinion.
Oh, that's a big one.
It takes a lot of balls to go to the alpha.
You better change your ways, Alpha.
You know what? You know what? He's right, Alpha. You need to change. I'm getting sick of this.
No, but why does it take a lot of the balls for somebody to stick up to Alpha?
See, I'm not a dick, and I know it.
Bro, you know what's funny, actually? Dude, we're... I'll never forget. Mickey was like the nicest person, I swear, bro. You have no idea. We're just cooking right now. The grills are hot.
Now I'm the nice person.
I'll never forget.
No, I think Radman's the nicest one so far.
You know what I mean? I don't know, Maggie. Remember that? I'll never forget this. This is years ago. I came in super hot, and you're like, "Yo, man, just relax, dude. Like, we should give you a chance, bro." Like, and like flash forward to now, we're like, "Fuck that shit." You know?
Yeah, we had a little beef. We had a little beef at the beginning because it was like, you know, I felt like you were a bit rough, and so you were like, "Dude, isn't this the server where calling people out and shit?" And so it was kind of like a back and forth, but over time it was just like, you know what, fucking everybody's style, you know, like, I mean, who cares? Like, we're all who we are, you know.
Not everybody can be calm like me.
Fucking around with the dude, like, yeah, that's just, and like over time it was just like, I don't know, we just seen like how everybody does things. We all do things differently.
Yeah,
but Pat comes in there and he's got he's got his teaching skills. He's trying to tell us how to do things. He's like micromanaging. He's like, fucking you. I'm just saying, bro, you got to do things differently. I was like, no, fuck
You
off,
just
dude.
hit the nail on the head, bro. You fucking clown. No way we just said that after 20 minutes. We all do things differently. I told you to stop preaching. You're a fucking idiot,
You don't
bro.
need your help,
No way we
Pat.
just said that. What a fucking idiot. What a fucking clown, bro.
What do you mean?
What? I have no idea.
Here's me trying to tell you not to preach for 20 minutes, that people do things differently. Try and adopt different teaching methods, and then 20 minutes later, Alpha pops
Different
up.
teaching methods.
Do things a bit differently. You're a fucking idiot. You're an absolute idiot, bro.
What?
Certified.
God, what
what
are
a
you
smoking
saying right now, Pads?
What a
You're not
fucking
even
I have
saying
no
anything.
idea, bro. He's on that good shit, man. I guess I don't know.
Bro,
What do you
after 20
actually,
minutes-
honestly, can you explain
Right.
yourself, Pads? What do you even mean by
Sure.
that?
Sure, right, I can explain it. For 20 minutes, I was trying to tell you maybe to change and adopt teaching techniques because people do things differently. I got a big lecture about it, and then 20 minutes later, quote for quote, verbatim, Alpha just turned around, and what did he say? Anybody? What did he say?
Did you previously think that we all did the same thing the same way?
Anybody? No, go on, what did he say? Go on.
No. Honest question. Honest question. Did you actually think that we were all trying to do the same thing the same way?
Bro, we cannot move on until he repeats it. Alpha, what did you just say, bro?
No. We heard what he said. I'm addressing it right now. I'm asking you. Did you actually think that previous to that statement that we were going to do the same things, everyone the same exact way?
One sec, I'll respond in a moment. But yeah, for YouTube, like, you know.
No, Pat, you're actually not cooking, bro. You don't even have a good point. You don't have a point.
Turned around, agreed with me, and said, yeah, people do things a bit differently.
Pads, you're not actually saying anything, dude. Did you actually think for a moment that our goal was to all be the same person doing the same thing in the same way? Is that what you actually thought?
No.
Is it not obvious that we all do things different? So when you say you're such an idiot for saying things differently, you have no point.
Bro, you just asked me, and I just said no. I didn't think that, but then you carried
So
on
then
with
why are
something
you
else.
like you're such an idiot for saying you all do things differently? No shit. That's what it's called. That's what human beings are all different. They do things
At this
differently.
stage, I cannot explain it any more simply, bro. Let's just leave it. I just can't explain it any differently to you boys.
I know you
either
can.
genuinely don't get it. You either genuinely don't get it, or you are trolling me, boys. I'd like to think you're genuinely not getting it. Maybe
No,
you are
Pat,
trolling me.
you're the lowest IQ in this panel right now. You actually
Right,
think you have a point when you say you guys actually do things differently. You're so dumb. What did you think we were all doing the same thing in the same way?
No, I just said that. No, I didn't. No.
So then, what? You don't have a point then.
So then you never got my first point, which I have been trying to say. I think
Go ahead and explain
genuinely
your
misunderstood what I was saying.
I just
Bro,
exposed your
no, I can't be asked, man.
I know you-
Fuck me.
this is
What a
what something
day.
you fail
What
at
a
doing.
day.
When you say you have a truth,
Bro,
you cannot
let's just leave
deliver
it.
it.
Can't be asked, bro.
You just said
Can't be asked.
you're
I'm
just
making
trying to
sense.
give us advice on how to deliver things, and you fail at delivering anything. I've asked you to give us a name, Pat. Hold on. I asked you to give us a name of who doesn't like Miggy. Couldn't do that. You couldn't deliver. Then you said, "Oh, well, you said that you all do things differently." Okay, what's your point? Well, I can't deliver it. You just try to give us advice on how
I
to
said can't deliver it. I said I can't be asked delivering it to you guys.
deliver it at all, Pads.
Bro, I can deliver it, and I can't
No,
be
you
asked.
can't.
to deliver it to
You can't.
That's
You
two different
literally
things.
cannot.
Okay. Right, well, just crack on about your day. Believe in that, bro. What does it matter to you? How
What
stupid
is
I
there to
am?
believe in? You've demonstrated you lack like your skills in delivering truth.
Okay. Okay, I'm happy with that. You think that. I don't give a shit what you think, bro.
Well,
I know.
it's not my thought. It's just live recording. This is in 4K.
Bro, just crack on. Just crack on. Go about your day, bro.
Just want to announce to the audience. He said, "Wow, you guys really said you do things differently. You're such an idiot." Meaning,
Not what I said, bro. This is what I mean.
like we should all do the same thing.
That's not what I said, but Strawman it however you want.
It's live recorded.
You crack on, mate. We've been talking for 20 minutes. You think one sentence is going to change the whole point? You want to go back and listen to 20, 30 minutes worth of...
You're like, audience, he just said everyone does things differently. He's such an idiot.
No.
Okay, I'll get the recording then.
Yeah, you get the recording with context, bro.
Yeah.
You do that, yeah. Yeah, I never once laughed at the fact that he said people do things differently. That's a
Yes, you did.
listen, that's a normal statement to make. I was laughing at the fact of I said that 20 minutes ago and he disagreed. For fuck's sake, even you're not getting it. Why would I laugh at his simple statement that is true? People do shit differently. I'm not laughing at that. I'm laughing at the fact of, again, I said that 20 minutes ago and he seemed to have an issue with it. Saying we've done that, we've done it different ways. I tried to get to the point across people learn at different speeds, times, whatever, through different techniques. And what I was met with, no, we've done that, we've tried that, this is the way we're doing it. And I said, well, that sounds like preaching. But somehow, that led us on to people do things differently. And that's what
preachers, when preachers are preaching to you, do they allow you to just go back and forth and ask questions when they're preaching to you, preachers?
It depends. Yeah, sure. So
no, the answer is no. When they're giving a sermon, it's not question answer time. It's you sit and listen, and that's it.
Well, no, that's not true. Have you ever sat in a seminar at university?
A seminar, not a seminar.
Mm-hmm. But if the entire year curriculum is designed to preach to you, right? How it's delivered and your ability to ask a question in a 1-hour seminar is irrelevant if the entire course is fucking...
Q&A is the last 10 minutes. Q&A is the last 10 minutes.
Did you hear what I just said?
Q&A, you'll never get your seminar done, will you?
Did you hear what I just said to you? If the entire year's long curriculum is preaching some bullshit global agenda, yes, you might be able to ask questions in a seminar, but the content is still being preached to you on a year-long basis, bro. Just because a teacher lets you ask a question doesn't mean it's not fucking preaching if the whole school is indoctrinated.
Bullshit. Is space real or space fake?
You fucking say daft shit, bro. Like, you say daft shit, then expect a response.
Daft shit. That's daft.
Honestly, we should just get right to it. Like Radwin's trying to do. Let's get money instead of dancing around this meta bullshit, right? Ask him again, Radwin.
Is space real or is space fake?
Don't know.
You have to deliver.
You should know. You've been in here long enough. You should have learned something.
I'm a flat earther, bro. I've learned a lot.
Fucking
flat earther that thinks that rockets fly to Mars.
Unless it's indoctrination, I can't see why people think different things. Can't think different things.
What? He's a flat earther. He thinks flat Earth is a disc in space.
You just told.
With a dome over it flying upwards. That's the best you got, dude.
To respond, then. You just waited to respond and just.
No, that's the best you have. If you think space is real, it has to be a disc with a dome over it, flying through space too. It has to.
Let me ask you a question, Pat.
You started talking to Creation Bear, telling him about me. I said something, and you started going, "Oh, this is what he does. This is what the fuck type of shit is that, bro?" I say something, you respond to me. Don't respond to Creation Bear about me. That's weird, man.
Let me ask you a question. You ever had did you ever play like GameCube? You ever had a GameCube before?
Right, Creation Bear, watch this. Right, Dr. Air Pressure, you see how Creation Bear just asked me a question and I started talking to you? And
I do. I understand. Right. Now go ahead and answer him.
All right, so let's just get right to the money. Have you ever had a GameCube before?
I have, yes.
Okay.
A long time.
Okay, just pick a random game from your GameCube that you can remember. Like Super Smash Bros. Or something.
I don't know. Yeah, Mario. God knows.
Okay, Mario. Can you take that GameCube game and put it in an Xbox?
No, probably not.
No. So, similarly, you cannot put a flat Earth in outer space. You cannot be a flat earther in outer space. It's just they're not compatible. They don't go together. They don't work. So
Yeah,
that's how we know you're not a flat earther, too.
I've been asking why. Like, why?
Oh, that'd
Like,
be
it's a
like
very
taking
good
your
point,
GameCube
like-
game and putting it in the Xbox and go, well, why?
Why are we like a tangible thingy? Because I can get a GameCube game.
Because
I
you
can
don't
make
have a
emulator,
converter. Because you don't have a converter like in the video game. You don't want to have one for outer space to have a dome over your space disk to keep you from the vacuum of space. You need a converter for that.
Bro, just tell me an example, right? Because this is why analogies suck. I can get GameCube games emulated on my PC. So the analogy is bullshit. Forget the analogy. Why? Why?
Bro, it's
like
not
tangible
bullshit. You
why,
just agreed
bro?
it doesn't work in the Xbox, dude.
I don't give
He didn't ask you if they work on a PC. I can build an emulator, dude. I can build an Xbox emulator, probably.
The disc doesn't even fit in the fucking Xbox. That's my point. Dude, you're
Nobody gives a
overthinking
shit
it.
about
They're not
Xbox games.
compatible.
On the flat Earth and globe, give me concrete reasons why, like tangible, demonstrable, measurable reasons
Yeah,
why.
it's like a law of thermodynamics, bro.
Analogy.
Well,
It's what?
hopefully, if you can't understand big boy things, like if you can't
You just
understand
not-
small things, how are you going to understand the big boy stuff?
No, just give me a concrete
These two
example.
things are not compatible.
Right. Okay.
Okay, and then if you want to go to the bigger discussion,
I'll
then
tell you why. Because the Big Bang, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because the Big Bang, here's why. Here's why. You want to know why? Because the Big Bang didn't make everything into balls and then one flat disc with a dome over it. That's why.
We've given you all the arguments about gas pressure. You reject that stuff, don't you, Pads? We've given you the argument about gas pressure. It's not like you've never heard it before.
No, I know. Yeah. I don't agree with it.
Then what else do you want me to tell you?
I just don't agree with it. I mean, I'm more.
You don't agree with the second law of thermodynamics,
Look,
bro?
I'll give you a genuine answer. Forget all the beef. Right? I'll give you a genuine where I'm up to with it. I don't know if it. I've seen nothing to suggest that the fucker was always flat for a start. I've seen nothing to suggest that everything in the universe was always round. Like, I don't know if the Earth is up to the same stage of development as some fucking round star. Like, there's so many factors as to why we could be flat, things could be round, why we could have been round in the past, or we might be round in the future. I don't. There's just so much shit.
What the fuck are you talking about?
All this stuff that we haven't ruled out, bro. Like.
Ruled out? What has told you the flat Earth does not go in the universe, dude. They're not compatible.
Yeah, why? Why? Like a tangible why, bro. Not an analogy.
Giving you all the arguments. We've given
I told you why.
arguments.
I just told you why.
No, I want Creation Bear to tell me, bro. You just get, chime in.
We've given you all the arguments.
Yeah, and like I said, I disputed some of them.
So then where do we go from here?
I don't know, bro. I'm not in a cult, bro.
Why is it not compatible? Well,
I'm not in a cult,
gas pressure requires a container. You're not in a vacuum. Vacuums require a container also.
I don't think I'm in a vacuum.
You're like, yeah, but I just disagree with that. What is there to disagree with?
Some understanding that flat Earth community have on some things, bro. Like, I'm not here to join a cult and say yes, sir, to the finish line and just agree with everything. Yeah.
No one's asking you to do that. No one asked me to do that either, by the way.
Yeah, who are you and what did you do with the original pads who entered into this channel?
The Glober pads, I left him behind when I got fucking presented with tangible
You
fucking
sound
evidence.
broken now, dude. You're like tantruming. I mean, you might as well be asking, why can't I go visit the Wizard of Oz? Like, tell me why. Why, guys? Why can't I do that? It's made up.
I'm using the same logic that led me to go from globe to flat Earth is what I'm applying to space. That same methodology and approach, but yet for some reason with space, I get shit with it. That's why I'm genuinely like Creation Bear. If there's a genuine reason, or like tell me, bro. But The same measurable, demonstrable evidence that led me to become a flat earther, I'm taking into space. I'm not in a cult when it comes to space like a lot of flat earthers. I'm sorry.
Easy. It's easy, Pads. It's easy, Pads. Yeah, the only way you can actually demonstrate that the space exists, that vacuum, is by showing me gas without a container. In other words, show me how you bring me some gas without a container.
Yeah, I know. I've tried to explain it numerous times, and I'm not going to lie. I've actually got quite good at bringing documents with me now, and they just either get deleted as soon as I put them in the chat, or I get muted by the time.
That's never happened.
Fucking lies. That is lies.
That's never happened.
Check the logs. Check the logs.
Do it right now.
Check Pad's deleted messages.
Do it right now. Yeah, exactly.
Do it right now.
Do it right now.
It's fucking defo happened, bro. We can check the logs.
Do it right now.
Matter of fact, DM it to me. DM it to me.
DM you what? Shit that I've posted over like the 3 months I've been there?
Yeah, no.
Just check the staff logs, bro. Like, unless you found out that's not lying.
Gas without a container. That's what I need.
No.
You're doing that thing again. There's a bunch of people that don't like Mickey. Okay, name one. I can't do it.
We get so silly. We get so silly.
The only way space.
I've heard it, bro. I'm not gonna
Vacuum
lie.
of space could exist is if you could demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Can you do this?
No.
So how could the vacuum of space exist?
Oh God, bro. Where to fucking start?
I mean, you want a demonstrable. You want a demonstrable. This needs to be demonstrated.
Yeah. And that's why, like when somebody said before, does it exist? I'm almost on the fence about it, bro. Like, there seems to be no fucking nuance, bro, with anything. You're not allowed any nuance with shit. You either join us, you say yes, they're enjoying the cult, or you're ostracized.
No one's asking you to do that. We just want to see what you're posting. You're saying I would post it, but you guys won't like it.
I'm rolling the joint. I've posted it before. I'm not going to stop what I'm doing to go and get a link that I've already posted before. I'm in here enough. Next time I'm in here, ask me, I'll post it, bro. It's not like I'm a randomer in it.
Where is it?
I'm rolling a joint, bro.
You're doing it again. 4 people don't like me. Name one. Nah, I can't be bothered to back up the things that I say.
Listen, right. Last time I tried posting something to dispute Alpha, what he was saying, I got muted for a day and it got deleted.
What was it? Just tell us what it was.
It was about an ionization gauge to test pressure at like extreme altitudes. Alpha said it never existed.
There aren't any to be purchased, so I can't help you with that. I tried to purchase one. They don't make them.
I don't give a shit if you can purchase it or not, bro. My dick's available for certain girls, but you can't purchase it. What the fuck has that got to do with anything, man? Weirdo, man. I can't purchase it. It doesn't exist.
I'm sure it can be purchased. I'm sure it can be purchased. I'm actually like 1,000% sure that can be purchased.
What, my dick? I mean, if the price is right, I'm not going to lie.
Exactly.
No, but you get my point. It can't be purchased.
Not really.
Is nothing burger, bro.
Okay, well, what's also nothing burgers when you say I have proof, I cannot post it?
One sec, I can't buy Burger King, so it doesn't exist because I can't afford the company.
Cool. You actually don't have anything to post, so that's a nothing burger.
I can try and post in the ionization gauge again.
Well, what's that? Well, what does that do?
So Alpha was talking about like extreme altitudes the other day. That there's no instruments used to measure pressure at like certain altitudes.
But how is that gas pressure without a container?
You didn't listen to what I said. You're asking me to post that.
You don't. Do you remember what Elbow asked me for?
Yeah, you're asking me to post something, and I'm telling you, look.
No, not just something. We need gas pressure without a container. Can you post that?
No, I can't because I'm fucking busy. I've said this, bro. Just
no. I'm not asking if you're busy. I'm asking if it's even possible.
Bro, what have you got going on today, bro? Have you got any appointments or anything to fucking do?
Why are you running away? Why are you running away?
I'm rolling a joint. I'm sat right here, not on mute. I ain't running away, bro.
Okay, so just walk us through this example of gas pressure without a container. What would that be?
I don't know, like a fucking smoke ring or a fucking vortex or something. Is that what you mean? Or like the pressure difference in between?
You've already posted it. You can't tell us what you posted. Look, you don't want to get the link. Fine. Can you not tell us what it is?
Like I just did.
What? A smoke ring?
No, I'm asking, is that the sort of stuff?
Dude, that's called moving air.
You
Moving
understand
air.
what we're asking for, right?
Yeah, inside moves, does it?
Okay, one more time. We're looking for an example of gas pressure without a container. Can you walk us through what you posted that shows gas pressure without a container?
Like a twister.
A twister that's
Moving
blowing
air again.
around already
Moving air,
contained
air pressure.
You
Yeah,
cannot
hot
be
and
this
cold
dumb.
pressure moving around. Hot and cold temperatures moving air around. That's not not a container.
Yes, there's a lot of factors.
Temperature is not a container. Temperature is not a. I'll just say it until you stop talking. Temperature is not a container.
Pads, dude, how do you not understand?
It's
The
acting
air?
as a
Hold on.
container. A container.
Hold on.
You're
You've already missed the point. I gotta correct you here. You've already missed the point. What's in contention is that the air or the gas pressure that exists outside is uncontained. You cannot use the air that's outside as the proof that the air outside is uncontained. It's circular logic. You can't use the thing you're trying to prove as the proof.
Thank God. It's
This
a
is
shit
about
example.
as dumb. Hold on, Pads.
Let me
This is about.
No,
Pads,
you are right. You're right. Let me agree with you.
No. This is about as dumb as when people say, just blow on your hand, turn on a fan, get a leaf blower. We've heard every single one of these examples. The problem with all of them is that you're using the air that you're trying to prove is uncontained as the proof that air is uncontained. You can't do that. Nice try, though.
You're proving you can move air.
Holy
God,
shit.
that's the point. Bro, that is my point. Regardless,
You don't have a point.
Bro, just 20 seconds. It's a good example in the fact of it highlights the issue with what you're asking for. Anything that I presented on this fucking globe, flat Earth, plane is always going to be in some kind of container. I never got to the end of the sentence. Whatever.
What's the pressure in your smoke? What's your pressure in the smoke ring?
Bro, I didn't get to the end of my sentence. Shut the fuck up.
Hey, watch, Pads, I can give you multiple examples where you have gas pressure with the container without any issue. How about
one day I'll finish that sentence.
A car tire.
And you'll know what I'm on about.
A bottle of sparkling water. There's a bunch of examples. Boom. Now it's your turn. And you're like, well, you guys always have it's a problem what you're asking me. No, it's not a problem that we're asking. It's a problem with the
How you know what I was saying is beyond me. I don't know.
Yeah, we do know. We do know.
Okay, course you do. Before I was finished speaking, you knew what I was saying.
You already said it. There's a problem in our question.
Mental.
It's more of a problem in the claim. That's why the question's even being asked.
It's a problem with asking for the evidence provided, because no matter what, it's always going to be inside a container. So I could show you two different gases sat right next to each other magically, right? And your answer is still going to be inside a container.
Where?
That's why I'm saying it's
where.
No, it's magic. It's a make-believe example.
No, where?
What?
You think I could show two gases? Where?
No. In La La Land, even if I did magically show you these two gases, your argument
So how the fuck is that making your point?
I will make it to the end of the sentence.
But you're starting off on a really bad point. You're like, in imagination land, I could give you proof and you wouldn't accept it.
Let me get to the end of the sentence, bro. You're not dumb. I get muted for that shit. Come on, you're not dumb. You can see what's happening, bro.
We don't need you to finish your garbled mess.
Right, well, you are an idiot, and maybe you are dumb.
Yo, Buds.
Not really. You're the lowest IQ in the panel right now.
Wait, Creation, I'm going to
I'm the one that lets people finish what they're saying, bro.
Buds.
Your first 5 words are cooked. Imagine in La La Land if I gave you proof. Okay, you want to finish that sentence thinking you have something?
Gentlemen, can I interrupt?
You never know, bro, because you won't let me get to the end of the sentence.
You never know if I got to the end of my point imagination.
It's okay. Twitter has done this to children. I know short attention spans. I blame Twitter. I blame
Tomatoes piping in. Tomatoes new. Let him say his piece.
Don't mean Buds. I want to ask him something.
It's too late. Is that what you wanted to say?
No, I wanted to say something to him. Can you unmute him? I want to talk to him.
Okay, say that.
You can say it to him. Just say it to him.
Hey, Buds, are you a globalist?
Why?
No, he's on the fence.
Do you think the Earth is the globe?
Why?
I'm asking him.
Why?
I want to ask.
I'm not talking about the surface at all, bro, so I'm curious why. Nothing about what I'm talking about is the surface.
Yeah, but please, these people don't think straight. They think gravity is fake. Don't argue with them, please.
I mean, that's a take.
Yeah, that sounds like a claim, Tomato. What gravity are you wanting to hype today?
I'm not gonna talk with you guys. I don't think you guys.
Then why the hell did you come in here, bro?
Respect others.
Why did you come to 24/7?
I'm not going to talk to you guys, but I'm going to join and talk to you guys. Well,
and we do believe in gravity, just not the way they say it. It's like, I think most of us think it's an electrical phenomenon.
Oh,
you're about to get roasted, bro. Good luck.
Well, there is specific gravity, just not this other shit that they're talking about. Some force that holds you down on the ground and all this stuff. Like, you don't need to be held down. It's not like you're trying to be floating away anyway. That's a whole other conversation, no pads. But if you want to finish your sentence, go ahead. But I feel like you've already started off on a really bad foot when you say, I would give you proof in La La Land, but like, well, you don't have a point there.
Right, then if I don't have a point, I'm not going to subject you to listening to my point if it's pointless.
That'd be
Just
good.
crack on.
Thank God. Thank God. Honestly,
Yeah, what about Surfside?
you just can't use the air that's in question. That's the problem. That's what you guys always do. Like, you're like, well, look at the sky, or like, look at the gradient. Can't use that.
I just said I won't subject you to me, but yet you go on the TED Talks, bro. Don't subject me to you either. Just out of courtesy.
Just want to help you out, buddy.
No, let's not. Let's just move on with our day, bro. Go to an appointment or something. I'll do something, bro. I don't
Go to an appointment. I got shit to do today, but I'm just letting you know.
Just make something up and go and pretend you have.
You're not cooking, bro. I already ran a 7-minute mile this morning. I literally already ran a 7-minute mile this morning.
Let's talk about this bullshit gauge you're talking about. Who measured it? How?
Bubble that again, bro.
Now, who measured that?
He's heard it.
Because I could give you a paper that says this is the title, and this is how they supposedly inferred it. So NASA has a paper called Specification of the Mesosphere, Density, Temperature, and Pressure by Extrapolation.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and they tell you how they extrapolated
NASA also says it's been to the fucking moon, though, bro.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is that you're saying somebody measured the pressure up there, but NASA's telling you they extrapolated the pressure by actually getting two differential pressures in two areas in the stratosphere.
Right.
So
and if they did that on a
measurement,
Monday, right, bro, look, just because somebody extrapolates some shit on a Monday doesn't mean that's how it was on a fucking Tuesday. They could have then gone.
Yeah, exactly.
Just depends on what. Right, it just depends on what you're looking at, doesn't it? Just depends on what you're looking at.
I 100% agree with you. So therefore, that information nobody has measured when Alpha was saying nobody has ever measured the mesosphere pressure, density, or temperature. Is actually true because even NASA tells you we haven't done it. We extrapolated the information. This is all inferred.
Just link it, bro, and we'll have a look at the date on it.
Oh, he can't be bothered.
Well, okay, that's fair. I'll take your word for it. That's fair. Okay, if you're busy, I don't mind leaving things floating, bro. This is what. It might be true. It might not be true. I'm just trying to present an argument that goes against it. I've yet to be able to even get to open the article, bro. It was for Alpha specifically. I've yet to, after about 4 days, got him to even open the article.
I posted it right there.
Yeah, I appreciate it, mate. I don't see it, but...
Tomato, you're hot, Mike. I can literally hear you typing your pen.
You guys are proving me right.
No, we're not.
Right, so 1973, bro. So it was in March 1973. Right, no worries. Just gives us at least something to go off, doesn't it? So if NASA say they actually did measure it in 1974, we know this is bullshit, right?
Nope. They
Elbow.
can you find me a paper that says that?
I'm not saying they even have that,
Because
bro. I'm just saying you can appreciate that method. I'm just saying that is the correct methodology we should be taking right now, yeah?
No, 100%. If you can find me a paper, a PDF, just exactly how they supposedly extrapolate it, meaning that they actually have a paper that says, "Oh, this is how we did it." Because what needs to be done is that it can't be something that is just flying around, because to be able to get the temperature, density, and the pressure, it needs to be like a something that is sitting still. It can't be flying around in the air like supposedly the space station is. Doing that, it's not going to give you the actual temperature, the actual density, or the actual pressure. So that's also extrapolated because the what is they call lag. But this needs to be actually measured and there's no high altitude balloon that
No, I
can sit
agree,
there.
bro. No, I mean I agree. All them factors need ticking off, and all the boxes need checking. Whatever, sure, yeah. The first one being the fucking the date of the stuff we're looking at, the instruments used, the methodology. That's like at the top of everything. The methodology used.
Exactly. So if you can find it, I'll definitely look at it.
All right, perfect. If you're willing to have a look, because it might be bullshit. Give us 2 minutes. I'll genuinely find it now. It could be bullshit. Right. If it's bullshit, tell me. No way. You are not going to believe this, bro. Elbow, I will send you the link. You're going to have to just keep hitting refresh. It genuinely seems like there is a builder issue with the website.
Oh,
no fucking way. No way. As soon as it happened, I swear I didn't plan this, bro. I fucking swear. But look, to prove that I've even not got an issue with ChatGPT, I found this information through ChatGPT. So again, when somebody was trying to say before I've got an issue with AI and ChatGPT, I really have not. I found this through ChatGPT. Let me know if you can get it working on the PC, mate. Elbow?
Yeah, it's giving me some connection issues. It says
it's a genuine issue with the builder.
Yeah.
You can see it in there. But I can find another link. But the device was called a cold. If you just Google, one sec, cold.
Yeah, I've definitely seen that, and I actually looked into that. That's what the what is this plasma or something? I forgot what it's called.
If you just Google cold cathode gauge.
Which one?
I've just put it in the chat for you. Cold cathode gauge, yeah. And I got onto that through because this device doesn't even work on its own. You do need other shit to go alongside it as well. Obviously. So I know the ion one does 10 to the minus 4 or 10 to the minus 5 pascals. I don't know how fucking high. Oh no, 10 to the minus 9 to 10 to the minus 12 pascals. So like low Earth orbit sort of shit. About 160 to 2,000 kilometers above the Earth. Ionization gauges. That's the one. But that link's got the instruments, it's got the dates, it's got the findings, it's got like all the bullshit that would go against it as well. So it has to, you have to provide all the arguments that could go against your shit, I think. I posted it to other people. I tried to get DJ to have a look, but he didn't have a look. Loads of people. Who else was it? I can't remember who was here yesterday. Alpha.
Wait, are you naming names?
Yeah, I was trying to get people to look at this fucking thing, but nobody was looking at it, man. There was like 3 or 4 people that I tried to get. I tried to get Alpha on it. Oh, who's that other British guy? Raised by Goats, yeah. Alpha, DJ, Raised by Goats, and somebody else. But nobody wants to fucking look. Everyone's out to fucking...
But did you look at what are the primary use for this tool?
Say again?
Did you look at what are the primary use for this tool?
Yeah, I can read it again because I'm shit at remembering. 1 sec.
Yeah, so this is mostly for this is not for like a gauge to measure in the Atmo. This is a gauge to measure in like control systems, like medical stuff. I was just reading.
No, we use it all the time on Earth. Carry on through. If you've got that link to work, that you'll see examples of where it's actually being used in space, bro. So yeah, we use it all the time on Earth. Yeah, it's neither one or the other. Controlled environments on Earth and obviously up in space. Even the ones up in space, bro, are still controlled fucking environments.
No, these are like most of when I looked at if you Google that cathode uses cold cathode whatever gauge and if you looked at where is this tool used at, and it's going to show you it's used for medical. I don't know if they're performing medical stuff in space.
Yeah. But it's also used on like, satellites. So if you type that in, but then type in Explorer 55, which is the name of a satellite, it's used on that as well. Like we don't just use it for other shit. We don't just use it.
Do this Explorer 55 is it stationary?
No.
That's the first problem
I don't know. I don't actually know, but I would imagine you know.
Right. You would think that because it's a satellite, it's going to have to be.
Yeah, I think so.
Right. So there goes the first problem. Well, then I tell you what you need to be able to measure the actual pressure, the actual density, and the actual temperature.
Why?
This needs to be stationary. It cannot be moving.
Mm-hmm.
And those things supposedly in space are never stopped. Right? They're always moving.
Yeah.
He disagreed with you.
problem.
Yeah, it can't be. He agreed that it can't be moving, but it's moving. So he just is agreeing to agree.
No, it's just that we have to understand how
not
we actually get through it.
So
you know,
get the pressure,
so I know they use like accelerometers and shit like that alongside it to corroborate it. Like I'm not saying there is zero calculations. I'm not saying it's a true fucking like reading or measurement. They might have to extrapolate some shit. But the argument was that it's never been done, can't be done. Not like through like lack of measurement, like only through pure readings. I've got no issue with that.
Yeah, well, it hasn't been done. And especially what it says there that it's mostly used for tools that are control systems. In other words, systems for medical. Let me read all of it.
Like, what are you looking at? An ionization gauge or the cold cathode one?
Hey, yo, guys, what if Earth is square?
What?
What if Earth is square?
I agree. This is a very logical assumption. Because listen, what I see with my eyes is flat Earth. I don't see curves, right? Right.
No, I see square. I see square Earth.
I mean, it might be square because, like, maybe after you reach the edge, maybe it's a square,
Yeah. Oh, somewhere else.
So yeah, I mean,
who's next?
These things, bro. So they're using them to help improve satellites and like satellite drag. You know what I mean? So you've got to be able to understand the fucking pressure to certain degrees to like increase drag efficiency on satellites. Know which way to spin your satellites with. It doesn't seem ridiculous. I doubt we just sticking the satellite up there and just wing
Your
it.
satellites come from underneath balloons, and you can turn them with a radio signal.
Yeah, that's probably how they're controlled, sure. But how do you know when to turn it? That's probably due to the readings from these fuckers on the actual satellite. I'm not about the control of the satellite.
Satellites are not orbiting a ball in a vacuum.
I mean, what you just said got me thinking there, though. Like, yeah, the fact that we turn satellites and shit, and our satellites probably operate at different heights. Oh, I'm going to look into that. That sounds legit.
Yeah, take a look at what I just posted.
Yeah, we need to get that link working so you can check them out, bro. That's a very, very similar shit to what I got. Yeah, and then just ask it. Like, yeah, I'm guessing that's from ChatGPT. Just ask it to give you like examples of where these have been used.
I mean, if you read what I just posted, it tells you food processors, pretty much industries, general industries.
It gives you broken
medical
links.
industry.
No, like I say, it's the same shit like it brought up for me, bro. Yeah.
So since you guys are finding out where these are all being used, put the part number in so I can buy one.
We've been through this.
Like I said, these you can definitely buy one of these. But
your ability
again,
to buy
it's
one
not. It's not at least as the what I've read. I don't see anything about space.
Well, it's out there, bro. Do it again. put the name Explorer 55 next to it, bro. But yeah, no, we use them all over, man. But to be fair, you shouldn't actually be googling that. You should be googling fucking ionization gauge, just ionization gauge in general. How they work does sound fucking like something out of a story. But if they're using them how they say they're using them, it corroborates the space existing.
Okay, so soon get that part number in there. So I'm gonna buy one and see where I can use it.
Bro, no one gives a fuck if you can buy one or not, bro. The part number's 1.
I said I'm gonna buy one to do something with it, not if I can buy one.
The part number is 1, bro. 0121. You got that? Just type in 10121, and I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for. You're random. Have you got like a catalog air pressure for like top secret military grade products and shit? I'm not saying this is one, but
Yes.
Have you? What can you get me, bro?
Anybody can buy everything.
Yeah. Okay. Like a Sears catalog.
What's top secret? Tell me what's top secret. Air pressure
I don't know,
gauges?
bro. No.
Pliers?
It's just the way you seem to think something only exists.
LED displays? LED displays? Pressure transducers? Are those top secret?
LED displays, yeah, they're fucking top secret. I don't know how Amazon gets their hand on. Yeah,
Okay.
how couriers in PC world get their
Pressure
hand on it.
transducers are now top secret, according to you.
Brits are known for fucking taking the piss, bro. I'll just let you know.
All humans are known, actually, all animals are known for taking pee.
Yeah, and some people are known for chilling on fucking r/whoosh, bro.
I'm laughing at this paper I just found from NASA, where they supposedly put this gauge in the moon as well. They left it there.
Mate, they say a lot of shit. This is why I need to get this shit out there, because it could all be bullshit, bro.
It's
could all be
hilarious.
bullshit, you know what I mean?
So,
Like,
and this paper is from 1974. The paper I sent you was 1973, but the last mission to supposedly moon was 1972. So you're telling me in 1972 they haven't, and before that they supposedly sent. I'm looking at the paper. This is 1969.
mate, you broke up a little.
Missions. some of the missions that they sent. That they said it was for Apollo. Give me a second.
Mate, this fucking article is still not working. I swear to God, it was working yesterday.
So supposedly it stands for Apollo 12, 13, 14, 15. Apollo 13 supposedly didn't make it. Mission failed or whatever. But they supposedly sent those out there. So and they left it in the quote unquote moon. I don't know how they got the data back. Anyways, but they're saying that they sent it up there. They supposedly measured the heavier gases not able to leave as fast as the lighter gases from the moon. Blah 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 blah. But yet the 1973 paper. But yet the 1973 paper. It was 1 year before 1974, but it was after they set that quote unquote that thermos that gauge up there. I mean, I guess they didn't inform the guy that was writing the paper in 1973 that they already sent that gauge through those areas.
Maybe it seems more likely that it just seems like we're going to have to check the references for the report. That's all. So yeah, I mean, I could write a report now, but if the references are from 72 or 73, it's totally, relevant, isn't it? So
I mean, it would be relevant to the person that's writing the paper in NASA, right? Yeah, they sent that gauge up there already, right? And that person is writing that they haven't measured anything from here to there.
Yeah,
they're extrapolating. So wouldn't it be, especially when the moon mission happened before that, the guy writing the paper, the person that's going to say, okay, let's publish it, is going to be like, hey, yeah, but we did this, bro. Why are you writing that we're only extrapolating this information when we actually even have it all the way to the moon already?
Yeah, I mean, we need to check the references, bro. We need to just check the references.
Because the guy who's saying NASA's writing a bunch of shit.
The guy who's saying it's never been done could have been arguing against the experiment. Could have been saying, okay, so apparently last year we did this. However, there was inconsistencies. There was an issue with it. There was, it could be anything. But without knowing a little bit more and the dates of the references and shit, I just don't want to jump to that conclusion. I mean, it could be bullshit. The whole thing could be bullshit. Or the second guy could be critiquing the first one, or
Yeah, but the publisher is NASA, right?
Yeah.
So how would NASA contradict itself?
Why wouldn't it? Like,
I think why would they contradict themselves?
When it turns out shit's bullshit. Like, I think that's what. What do you mean? That's what advancements are, isn't it? Like, contradictions of the previously known ways of doing things. I get your point, kind of, but I don't think NASA puts out today what they used to put out in the 70s. I fucking hope not, because technology's changed, hasn't it?
Well, I mean, apparently their technology was better 50 years ago than it is now.
Nah, that's bullshit. That's a misconception. That.
Well, how? Because I mean, 50 years ago they were able to send a person. They could send a person 1,000 times further than what they could send them now.
Somebody raised a good point in here, and I didn't realize it. I think what it's more referring to is like the knowledge of the people within the industry at the time. So the individual back in the day used to have a lot more fucking knowledge. Apparently, astronauts used. Don't quote me on this, but this is what I've learned from being in this VC. But astronauts used to be actual fucking fighter pilots and shit, or actual pilots.
They still are.
Well, again,
they still are.
Again, don't quote me on this.
They only mostly hire from.
Apparently, what it means is a lot of the workforce has been phased out. Like we don't have the systems in place.
Katy Perry's not a fighter pilot.
Yeah, she's also not navigating
but
it. She's not.
supposedly NASA only requires they only hire from Air Force.
No, but apparently what it means is like when we say we lose that technology, it's like we lose the way to do it. Like we can produce westerns,
Dude,
for example.
this is the thing, though.
One sec. So technically, we can make Western Hollywood films the way we used to. Technically, we have the capabilities, but we don't have like studios only making westerns anymore. We've dedicated Western stars such as Clint Eastwood. The way of making westerns has died. We cannot replicate it. But of course, we can replicate a Western film with settings and shit. That's the sort of stuff we
We
need, bro.
absolutely can make a Western that looks like it was done 50 years ago. There's no problem with that.
That's what I just said. Yeah,
There's no issue with that. You said no, it can't be done, and it can be.
Well, technically it can be done, but you're not listening to what I'm saying. 50 years ago, we also used to have actors or main actors who only acted in Hollywood in westerns. They were Western actors. That's what they did, Westerners, right? Whatever. Cowboy actors. Clint Eastwood being one. Who is the mainstream cowboy actor in 2025 right now? Who is the cowboy actor right now? We don't have one. Because we don't typecast people like that anymore.
What's his face? Kevin Costner. There you go.
No, he was the most recent one.
Yes, Kevin Costner.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. So Kevin Costner will go on to do a rom-com.
Alec Baldwin.
Yeah, but this is different though. This is not analogous. Hold on, but this is not no. Before you go, because this is not analogous to it because this you're saying people. Yes, this is different than people, but technology is not is always always gets better, and so you can't compare people to a technology because we always built on previous technology to make stuff better, and then you're saying that 50 years ago they can't build on that previous technology to make it better. So instead of 1,000, they should be able to go 1,000,000 times further. It's able to send people now 1,000 times further than they send them before. So was 250,000 times 1,000?
So they can, bro. They do.
No, they can't. They cannot send people further than what they say supposedly they send them now. This is what they're telling you.
Even like,
tell me of anybody that have gone supposedly further since they sent supposedly people to the moon. What person have they sent further than 250 miles? This is 1,000 times less.
I don't know. It could be zero, right? But
there's definitely zero.
It could be zero. It could be -1. I don't fucking know. It could have gone in the opposite direction. I don't know. Underground. But there's a big difference between not having done it and the capability of doing it, bro.
They're not capable of doing it. Actually, you look it up. They tell you they can't do it.
I've seen one interview with one guy where he was kind of saying, "Yeah, we've lost that. We got rid of that technology. It's dead. Like, we can't do it."
That was you've only seen one. I've seen two. They're saying that we're building Orion to have shielding that will help us penetrate what is called the Ben Allen's belt.
So we've seen two things in all the years that say it can't be done, but apparently, we see photos and videos.
Actually, I will go further than that. We go to every NASA, every time that NASA has gone to Congress to ask for more money to send people to the moon because they don't have the budget to be able to send them.
Again, NASA's like a political entity, though, bro. Again, there's a big difference between not having done it due to like political hurdles, issues, corruption, just pure corruption, embezzlement, and shit like that, versus the capability of being able to do it. The two very different things.
If you look at every 4 years or so, they're always saying that they're going to send people to the moon. 2020, 2024, and if you go before that, every 4 years it's supposedly going to send somebody, right? So they're always going to send, but they never send them. That's a big problem, dude. How can with 50-year-ago technology they were able to send people up there instead of building on top of that technology to say, hey, dude, not only can we send them, but we can actually keep them there for years now. They're saying we can't send them.
your first question with the 4-year thing surely should be like, okay, how often does our NASA get a budget? If it's every 4 years, then we'll know fucking why they say that every 4 years. You know what I mean? That, I just don't like jumping to conclusions, bro. Like, we need to surely say, why do they say that every 4
Yeah, but
years?
it's just
not for
completely
money.
nonsensical overall because if you actually study how birds fly, they don't push air down. When they make that movement, it makes a vacuum above their wing. So if you're already in a vacuum, it just doesn't make sense.
I don't know where that fits in with like rockets and thrust.
Because propulsion that push you're so obsessed with it pushing the air, it makes a vacuum the other side of itself.
I don't know what you mean, bro. I really don't know what you mean.
Just ask ChatGPT. Ask ChatGPT. Does
in general, that's true. It's not a vacuum though. It's just an area of low pressure.
I get what you're saying. I just don't know
but you're not going to create an area of low pressure in space when it's already a vacuum. Is what I'm trying to explain. It's like it's
There's no pressure to be able to create low pressure.
I didn't think
Are you saying that it's nonsensical that they can actually send people up there because supposedly if there's a vacuum, it wouldn't be able to push off the vacuum because it can't create the the pressure. Yeah. So
that's not how rockets work, though. Rockets push off themselves, bro. They don't push off the fucking.
They do push off the air.
What?
Yes.
Rockets.
Rockets don't generate lift the same way that birds' wings do.
Rockets don't push off. I really don't. From everything I know, I really don't think rockets push off the vacuum of space.
All right, I'll give you an example. I've got a rocket. I'm going to put a box over the motor. I got a rocket. I'm going to put a box over the motor, and I'm going to hit liftoff. Where's it going to go?
I'm getting the motor pointing
I got a
down.
box over the exhaust. I have a box over the exhaust to trap it all.
Is the exhaust pointing down?
Pointing into the box.
Yeah, which way though? Like
whichever way, the rocket should go the opposite. You said.
Fuck knows. I haven't got enough info.
So we don't need all that smoke and that fire and shit during launches. We can just put a box over the exhaust and the rockets will float away anyway, according to you.
Well, no, because you're still fighting the atmosphere there. When you get through the atmosphere, that's why they have different like fuel types and everything, bro. Like we're not using the same sort of thrust at all.
But they've already said that when they go into space, they create like little vacuum. I mean, they create little pockets of air and then they push off that. But they've already said that that's not. You can prove.
No, I don't think so. No, I think it just. No, the combustion happens inside the chamber of the thing, not at the end of the nozzle. Like by the time you see that any fucking nozzle or anything on a rocket, that's like the end of it.
There you go. There's my point. So now I blocked the nozzle. I blocked the nozzle off. No nozzle. You don't want a nozzle. And we're going to light the rocket. Which way is it going to go? Nothing's going to come out.
The opposite way to the box, I guess, in space.
Okay, so no, that's why I don't believe you teach anybody anything, and you've never taken a physics class.
That's why I said to the best of my knowledge, bro. We can go check it. I'm spitballing, man. It could be bullshit. That's why I said to the best of my knowledge. I ain't a fucking professor. Fuck. We can Google it. We can find out though. Unless it's bullshit. Unless the argument is that it pushes off the air or the vacuum of space. I don't know why NASA would ever argue that. Sounds wild.
Also, if space is real and the Earth is flat, they still get all the money, bro. So it's kind of sus.
Corruption, bro. But I'm actually Googling that. How do rockets turn? Like in space.
Yeah, they say they like release certain amounts of like gas and then they push off that gas. But it's just
you can. I just put some footage of a spaceship, doing that in space in the side chat. Weird how it works.
But it happens inside the vessel, though, doesn't it? They don't release gas into like outside of itself. I don't know how to explain it. Like whatever mechanism it is, it's happening within inside the craft. Surely.
No, it's like an exterior thing, is what they say anyway.
Bro, that looks like something out of fucking Barbarella, bro. You ever seen Barbarella from the 50s? Or whatever? With Jane Fonda?
Yeah. Checkmate, Fluffs.
That looks fucking
Bro, are you
wild.
claiming that to be video footage inside chat?
Yeah, actual video footage of a
Animation,
spaceship.
no joke. That doesn't look like video.
Yeah, that looks wild, that.
Bro, what's wrong with it?
Boy, that footage in the side chat, that looks like an animation, guys.
I get the frames, yeah. The frames are obviously so low, that's why it looks like stop motion. That can be passable. That is fine. But
how does the Star Trek Enterprise work? How does the Star Trek Enterprise work? Starship Enterprise from Star Trek.
A bunch of script writers sit at a big table, bro. They order a bunch of donuts, you know, and fucking do whatever they want. I don't know.
Oh.
The same as EVE Online, bro. Or Star Wars.
Damn, Pat's still here getting cooked? You don't have an appointment or anything, bro?
Nah, I joined the chat late, man. I've been out painting all day. Painting and decorating, my guy.
Are you teaching painting and decorating?
No? Why? Do you need help painting and decorating, bro? Do you need me to teach you? You looking for lessons?
I know how to open a paint can and grab a paintbrush. That's not really a skill anybody should have.
I'll find you a link on Fiverr. I'm sure there's like a little Indian guy who can teach you how to paint if you need it. Fuck.
Bob Ross taught me how to paint.
That's not all he taught you, is it?
Stuff like that.
Bob Ross is on a list, isn't he? I'm not tripping balls. That guy's definitely on a list somewhere, right?
Spot around this town.
Oh, shit! I'm not gonna lie. I just chat GPT'd it, so take it with a fucking grain of salt. But spinning wheels are often how a spacecraft can turn as well. That sounds pretty cool. A motorized flywheel. So you've all seen the experiment where somebody holds a bike tire, a spinning bike tire, and they turn it, and it starts fucking going the other way or whatever. Shit like that. Conservation of Newton's third law in action. Essentially, is how spacecraft can turn. No air needed, no propulsion needed.
It's the way they say the frickin' Hubble turn.
Makes legit sense.
Yeah, right. Kidding. I mean, yeah,
But
I
it's
guess
also
it
got
makes better
systems as well.
sense than having little frickin', jet thrusters, like maybe.
But it also says the thrusters RCS jets for your pitch and roll.
Like, hey, I turn the Hubble. Go. Can't sit there and tell them where you want to aim it while you're there. You got to get like permission like a year ahead of time. Then you say, I want to look at this area, and then they take pictures of that area and then send them to you. So
that's crazy. That's
then
crazy.
you got to believe them.
That's it. It's based on beliefs.
You know what's the people like? Hey, I got some satellite imagery. Like, what the hell makes you think they couldn't take that from a high altitude freaking airplane? Why the hell would you think they couldn't do that? It's so freaking stupid.
For real.
DJ, you need to go watch Barbarella, bro. It's like a 50s film, 60s film or some shit. Barbarella.
Dude, it's horrible, and it's not. I think it's from the 70s, if I'm not mistaken. Oh wait, unless there's an older one. The one with Jane Fonda is like 70s. Can't be 60s.
Nah, I'm sure it's 60s, mate.
Dude, that machine she sits in, and like, dude, it's freaking creepy, man. It's like pervy and just disgusting.
Yeah, it's a fucked up thing. If you're stoned and you're having a laugh, go watch it, mate. Yeah, don't watch it thinking you're going to watch a good film, though. It's so shit.
Yeah, Barbarella was made in 1968.
68, let's go. So yeah, that whole height of the space thing, that makes so much sense, yeah. Get a fitty up, yeah. So for anyone who don't know, it's Jane Fonda going around space as a space alien, Barbarella, fit as fuck. She has sex a bunch in it. It's wild.
I saw it on late night TV when I was about 10. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Vintage Wayne.
What was that? Yeah, really. She does belong to the Space Streets. Yeah, what the hell was that thing? Like,
Everyone's had a ride.
Yeah, baby. Yeah.
Has what the frick was that machine with all the tubes in it? What the frick was that? I vaguely remember the scene.
Sure, buddy.
Crazy, man. Do you remember it, freaking Rob?
Yeah, every inch.
Oh, wow. I don't remember it that good. Remember some
I was very
kind of
very fond of James Fonda.
Yeah, Ultimate, exactly. Wild film.
No one could touch Wonder Woman.
How she's a patriot too. Who freaking Laurie? What the hell? Who played her? Laurie. Damn it.
No.
Who played Wonder Woman first on TV?
One of the hottest women ever walked the earth.
Gal Gadot did it best, bro. Get right.
No, the original one's hotter than Gal Gadot.
Nah. In fact, I don't
What's her name?
Linda, man.
Oh, Linda Carter. Yeah, there you go.
There you go, Linda.
Such a mum name.
Yeah, she'll be your mommy.
Wow, I'm googling.
Yeah, I remember like the beginning of the show was like, and then it would go ching, ching, and that was her like deflecting bullets with her freaking bracelets.
Yeah, we had nothing but the best graphics back then.
Special. See how perfect that was? It's like you're right there.
That's it. And she just did a little spin. She spun around.
Oh shit! She looks exactly like Kirsten Dunst, bro. You know Kirsten Dunst?
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, looks exactly like her. Yeah, she's alright. Gal Gadot for the win, though.
Sure. I guess, buddy. Gal Gadot got like 8 titties. She has like 8 titties and no ass. She's tall and skinny. She looks good, but she's different build, dude. Linda's got like C's, nice dumper.
I don't want no. I don't want no 6'1" tall chick. Was she a linebacker when we're playing football with her? Like 5'3", fine with me.
What time you going to the bar today, Rob?
I don't drink. I don't go to bars, dude. Only bars I go to are in my gym, bro.
Is that the gym that you proved how sunsets work on a flat Earth?
That's the garage where I disproves sunsetting on a flat Earth. I think my dog's a flat earther, dude. I think he is. You're not a flirt party, buddy. No. Please don't be. Get you a headset. You talk to these guys. All right? You want to talk to them? You want to talk to your friends? What do you do? You want to talk to them? They're going to ask you questions. You better have the answers. No. You can't just join. No. They got to test you. Do you know anything? Can't say you know anything.
Hey, Robbie, how about you?
Oh, shit, sorry.
You went to Columbia. What was the studio? Paramount. Is it Paramount? Whatever the frickin' place was, you take the tour of, like, you know, they put you through the place where the Red Sea parts, and then you go where Jaws comes up out of the water, and how's that called? Universal Studios. So yeah, they had this thing where they showed how they, did Wonder Woman jumping. It was like had this like thing you stood on, and you acted like you're handstand, like you're jumping, and then it would lift you up, and it was a black background. So that was like one of the ways they showed how they made them look like they were jumping really far. Still, that tour used to be kind of cool, at least as a kid. But they still do it.
This is Grandpa here. If anybody here has any questions for me or anybody has any comments, I'm here to take questions, here to answer any inquiries you guys have. You can begin. I heard some new people join. Just so you know, there's an AMA going on. You can ask me anything. And
Yeah, you're not that interesting.
well, that's what I'm saying. You could answer, or you could ask questions, and I'll answer them. So, I'll allow you to begin. You can begin. If anybody here has questions or inquiries or anything like that.
You're not that interesting. You were already told that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can ask questions. I'm allowing that. I opened up the floor for you guys to answer or to ask any questions. So.
Is your profile picture like Danny DeVito's cousin or something? The guy looks so familiar. Is that you?
And I just want to confirm, you're talking to me, is that correct?
Yeah. Your profile picture.
You're talking to Grandpa right now, is that right?
She's already way too much.
No, he's talking to your profile picture.
No, you're right, Paz. He looks like Danny DeVito for sure. It's like Danny DeVito's brother or something.
He does, doesn't he? Danny DeVito's British cousin or something.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I'm here to answer any questions around Flat Earth in particular.
Oh, no, I'm good.
They just deny reality, dude. Even the fact that your profile picture looks like Danny DeVito. I mean, it's obvious.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you have Flat Earth questions or any lingering doubts about anything, you can always ask me.
No lingering doubts about Earth being flat, dude.
I keep hearing like this 1.22 times some fucking square root of observer's height bullshit. What is that, bro?
Globe radius.
Do you know what that is?
Well, that's a coping mechanism. That's a coping mechanism for Flat Earthers.
That's your math. It's globe math.
What's it in relation to?
It's globe math, Pads.
Well, it's a coping mechanism, you see.
No, it isn't. It's your globe math that we're destroying.
Well, it's a Flat Earth.
So it's your cope.
Mechanism.
It's your cope. Because you have to go, 8 meters per mile squared. No, that's not the formula. No. You got to deny that. You deny your own math, dudes. Come on.
You deny physical objects that you can see with your eyes.
No, you do.
No, you.
You say you can see ships from behind the curve.
Wait, what physical object do we deny?
The ISS.
So I'll shoot a laser in the sky and then tell someone.
No, you don't have to. You could look with your eyes. You could just look. You could see it.
No, I'm saying I'm saying me.
I'm saying I'm saying you could look with it. No, but I'm saying you could look with your eyes and see it.
To give me $1 billion, and I'll tell you could look to fucking give me money, you idiot. It's a fucking. You can shoot lasers in the sky. It's not that hard.
What kind of AMA is this? What kind of AMA is this? You're muting.
Yeah, what's your question, dude? Yeah, you can ask anything. What's your question?
Well, I'm answering your question that you asked me. I'm the host of this.
Well, that was my question. Like, where would I normally hear that?
Well, you said you couldn't see the ISS, and I said just look with your eyes.
No, you can't see. It's too far away. It's 4,000 kilometers away. Not. Apparently, yeah. And it's only as big as a football field, so you can't see a football field for 4,000 miles, can you? Kilometers.
You're too busy looking at Discord. Look up.
No, look at how far away it is and how big it is. It's too far away to see.
Yeah, well, it's crazy, right? It's far, but we could see it. Isn't that wild?
Yeah, you can see what he's seeing.
Pretty wild, huh?
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Well, your eyes are bullshit. Your eyes are deceiving you. You're getting too old.
You don't think for
not 4,000 miles away, then kilometers away.
of dollars you couldn't make a fucking little thing like up in the sky?
What is it? A projection or something?
Bro, who's
coping
so
now?
vague when you see that shit in the sky. It's so vague.
This is the hardest cope I've ever seen. It's a
you know
projection.
What's so funny is
where are they projecting it onto? Is there like an IMAX screen in the sky or something? When did they put the IMAX screen up? What year? Tell me. Was it the ancient Egyptians? They put a big IMAX screen up? Nothing? Is that too much cope for you, or what are we thinking right now? Oh, he coped himself. He's at a loss for... They just put a big IMAX in their project. What year did the IMAX?
I tipped into chat for 2 seconds. What are we talking about? The iMac? Oh.
I just find it so ironic that these atheist globe disciples will put all their faith in something they see in the sky, and then they probably spend the other half of the time telling everyone else that if they believe in something in the sky, they're stupid. So it's just ridiculous.
Pretty much.
Yeah, they could basically tell them anything, and they'll just blindly believe it. It's kind of crazy.
They're standing
I think for trillions of dollars, you can't put a vague little thing in the sky that goes around like that.
Yeah, we can't validate exactly what's going on up there, so that's the way it is.
If only they knew. I feel like that has to be the worst.
Because even if they had an ISS up there, who cares, bro? You can't. Even if it was an ISS that's kind of high up there, who cares? You're not gonna base every belief you have off of a fucking vehicle that's up there.
Well, they kind of have to, because they can't find any curvature, so they need a way to cope.
Fuck, man. Why every topic do I find myself wanting to play devil's advocate? Is it actually the size of a football field, this ISS? Because I am fucking convinced I have seen this with the ISS tracker and shit. I am convinced.
Dude, if you've seen anything, you've seen a little light go across the sky.
Well, I was going to say, I'm not convinced. The issue would be not that there is something there. I can see something. It would be surely it's not at the height they're telling me at. It's not at the height they're telling me at, right? That would be
you wouldn't think so. Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't know. We can't confirm exactly what we're looking at when we see that. The size of it or the height of it. The footage is pretty sketchy that they give us from the people on the ISS with the hairspray and all that sort of thing. So, yeah, who knows, man? Who knows? But yeah, I mean, there's something up there, that's for sure.
It seems like it's either got a bit lower down or a lot bigger. Seems like the obvious. So,
isn't it weird how there's no footage of it being constructed?
No, there isn't. They have the ISS. They constructed part of it in France, part of it in the UK. And apparently,
but they
when they got it up there.
I think they started making that footage recently.
I saw this years ago.
What's the footage of?
Fuck knows. Just like in a factory, bro. I'm remembering footage from whenever. Fuck knows, a long time ago. But yeah, just showing like people like working in a factory, all blue overalls and shit.
Oh yeah, but they construct they put it all together in space, didn't they? That's what they're saying. They put it together in orbit, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that like the greatest construction feat of humanity ever? And they don't even have photos of that or videos of them doing that.
No, they do. I'm sure they do. They have like of the
blueprints, so that like mechanical prints of it, so people can repair it. That go up there. There's no prints for it.
No, there's probably no prints for it. No. But I'm sure I remember them fucking doing it, bro. But I'm remembering back. I might be wrong, but I'm almost convinced. I want to see something else the size of a football field from the same distance, though, just to see if it's actually possible. I mean, I get it's got lights and it's in the night sky, so it might stick out a bit more, but still, it's not that big.
What if? No, it's not speculation Sunday. What if?
No, go T-Dub. It's.
What
Go
if
ahead.
they were always there?
Yeah. Nice. Then my dad would have told me, "Don't worry about that, son. That's always been there."
Well, he would have grown up around the time, the time of the advent of like satellites, right? Or even afterwards. So he would have just seen a light and been told that's a satellite. And then when the ISS came around, they just had to say that was what it is, right? Before that, people were seeing before that, right? Before that, people were seeing strange lights in the sky, UFOs, right? Before that, people were seeing what they would have just assumed was what some sort of unknown phenomena, light, a shooting star. They could have just explained it as a shooting star or whatever. I mean, there are accounts going back, like, a long time of strange things in the sky. Unexplained things.
Yeah, like Tesla's floating about.
I mean, into ancient times even.
No, obviously.
Yeah. Moving stars and things, stars that were moving unusually.
Stop trying to ruin space for me, bro. See what you're trying to do.
Fast-moving lights in ancient Chinese records. Chinese astronomers recorded guest stars, broom stars, flying stars that moved across the sky temporarily. Some fast, linear-moving objects that did not behave like comets or meteors were noted.
Aliens?
Interpretations. I don't know, UFOs, technically, right?
Yeah. They just may not have noticed it enough to recognize a pattern or anything like that, Like,
for those flat earthers that don't, obviously, like, believe in space for whatever reason, and there is like some sort of container, is it more creationist or more science based, like what's outside of that? Because just we've mentioned aliens and like
it's
shit.
Common sense. It's honesty based and common sense based. Like,
no, I mean the speculation side of it, like the pure speculation side of it, like the aliens or creationists or.
Well, those extraterrestrials, they are real. They're just all the children that they kidnapped and mutilated into being able to actually withstand using those crafts that they make.
What the heck?
I do not know about that.
What?
I don't know how to respond to that. I'm just trying to gauge people's.
I mean, they hide in plain sight with that stuff. They admit it.
Yeah, we don't know how the sky works. That's just how it is.
No, I'm just trying to gain people's like more speculation leaning sort of thing, just for fun. Because I guess if you do think there is a container and stuff, I guess there's less reasons to think aliens have ever been to Earth, or less reasons to think they even exist outside of this dome. If you go in,
Look,
like,
bro, those extraterrestrials with big black eyes, those are like mutated children, bro, of generations and generations. And then like a black cat, that's just someone that's like, you know, halfway through the process type shit.
What the hell?
I just meant like a grand cosmos, that kind of thing. I don't know about specifics, bro. Come on.
What I do know is that when I was always looking up into the sky, like in Australia, taking like high zoom footage of stars and all sorts of things, and always just looking up, trying to spot some weird shit in the sky. And only 2 times did I ever see like a little light sort of flying across the sky. But here in Europe, like me and my wife can go out and look up in the yard, look up in the sky for like an hour and see like 30 or 40 little lights like flying across the sky in all different directions. It's crazy.
Any reason why? Or?
No, I don't know what they are. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I've been seeing these things, like, I'm telling you, out to the east, every night in this one section of the sky. My son's seen it. We've seen it a couple of times now, him and I together.
Yep.
And I could go out anytime, and I see these things. Like they kind of behave like what we are told are satellites, but they're all condensed into this one spot, and you can stand there for no longer than about 10 minutes before you see like 5 of them. It's like, what the heck are we looking at?
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. I've seen so many videos of crazy shit in the sky that I can't explain. And not only do we see these little lights flying across the sky, right? We see like, sometimes you'll see like, just looks like a big like flash, like up in the sky, like a big explosion or something.
Yeah, so I've seen, like, what can I only describe as, like, it's as if someone's up in the sky somewhere with one of them old cameras, right, that has the bright big block.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hello.
Hello.
G'day.
G'day, mate. Goodbye, mate.
Yeah, you don't know how much of this stuff that you see on like YouTube is real, right? But there is quite a lot of footage that gets published, daytime footage of strange objects in the sky observed both from the ground and in the air from aircraft. And it's like, what the heck is that shit? If even one of them is real, what the fuck is it? Because it doesn't look like anything that we know of. and they'd just be cruising along, like just cruising along in the air.
I mean, they've had tech for that stuff for a long time.
Do you hear about that pill thing? The pill. It was like a very famous sighting. Happened all the Tic Tac. I think it was called. Never heard of that one? Very famous pill-shaped thing that was spotted everywhere. Well, they've just put that to rest. They've figured out what it was. It was some like high-grade US fucking military thing, essentially.
Okay.
Used to loan it out to fucking other countries and test it and test different climates and everything. That's why it was spotted around the world. I'll try and find it in a minute. One sec.
Some sort of helium-filled thing or something?
Nah, it was like this proper propulsion thing. Because it was known for like hovering there. Like, this is way before drones, obviously. Just hovering in a spot and then just fucking off. But like in any direction, kind of like like a dragonfly or a hummingbird. I can't remember which one goes up, down, left, right. But I'll try and find you the shot now. It's absolutely crazy. The tech they've got.
When I was about 8 years old, I watched a silver pillow-shaped object. It orbited this big puffy white cloud for like probably 4 or 5 times before it went behind it, this cloud, and never reappeared. Yeah, it was like weird. I thought like it could have been. I thought maybe a UFO. Well, that's what it was. But I was thinking, was it like because it was orbiting this cloud? I was thinking, is it some kind of like weather balloon thing that can actually do that? Like this is like in the early 80s, right, or mid 80s. So did they have that sort of balloon technology then that could like orbit clouds? Don't know.
I can't find the full one, but
it seemed very controlled.
I can't find the exact one, but it's that sort of technology anyway. The one I watched was like a 5 or 10 minute video.
Okay, drones in the 90s.
Ridiculously stable. Try and find the full one. But yeah, there's a bigger one with like casings on it and stuff. Like plastic shell almost. But you get the idea.
Yeah, no doubt they've been working on stuff like that for a long time, right?
Mad what they must have, bro. Like I said, I think I was in here the other day and they said if you can get like 200 times zoom on your fucking iPhone for $1,000, imagine what like 2 trillion will get you in like zoom capabilities. It's fucking mental.
And that's how I got the role of King Kong.
Guess who's back?
Good game. Alpha's back.
Shut up, bitch. What up, Tito? I'm on my lunch break.
Nice.
What you guys up to?
You nothing much. Just talking shit, really.
Oh yeah, who with?
Pads at the moment. Had a couple of weirdos come in earlier.
He's not a weirdo?
Well.
Yeah, he is.
He is a bit.
Yeah, he is.
Is he less of a weirdo than he used to be?
No, I don't think so. He's just getting more weird.
Yeah, I don't think so. That was so fast. Nope.
Increased in weirdo-ness.
I thought Pads was a flat earther now.
Pads is just confused.
You went about me. I was zoned out. Was all that about me? No way.
You're a flat earther now, right, Pads?
I kept thinking, who the fuck are they on about?
Yeah.
About 5 weeks, I'd say. Yeah.
We know you know. We know you know it's flat. We know you know.
I do now.
Oh, don't say that space is fake, dude. He gets up all in the tizzy about it.
I'll come for you.
See, space has to be real to him. Otherwise, it's just he can't stand it. It irritates him when you say space is fake.
Welcome back, Alpha.
Yeah, yep. What's up, man? Yeah, roll up another spliff, dude. Enjoy that the Earth is going to get destroyed and also space along with it.
How long's your break, bro?
Long enough.
Yeah, that was pretty good, actually. Nice.
I'm not going to tell you because you're going to be like, I'll be right back after an hour or 30 minutes or 2 hours. I'm going to keep you guessing.
No, I don't think I've revolved my life around you. I might do, but I don't think I do.
You're the one in here. This is our channel. Yeah, obviously.
Bro, you've just got back. We've been chilling for 20, 30 minutes. You've just got back, bro. Like, you've just...
Yeah, but wasn't it you... Wasn't it you that was trying to debunk the argument that you could measure air pressure in the mesosphere and on up? You've been up in tizzy about it, right? Trying to find articles and devices. Because space just can't be fake to you. Yeah, you're tizzy, dude. You can't let it go. Space is fake. They've never proven air pressure in those regions. And you're just like, oh, they got this ionization device. And after all that, Elbow debunked you.
I've been in your head this entire time you've been working, bro.
No, you're not in my head. I'm listening. I'm listening to the conversation. You're not in my head. I'm listening to the conversation as it progresses.
Then why did you come back and ask who you've been talking to? You must have known.
Or rather,
don't lie.
No, I'm listening. I'm listening to the live stream. I'm telling you, I'm listening to the live stream.
Then why did you ask who you've been talking to when you came back? When they said, "Oh, we had read a couple of numpties in here," and you said, "You know who?" You're just chatting shit, bro. I've been in your head the entire time you've been working, bro. We've been chilling.
You're not in my head. I'm listening to the conversations that are happening. Maybe you need to clean the wax out of your ears. I'm listening to the conversation, right? And you're speaking, so therefore you're not in my head. You're actually on my forum. That's a big difference. See, when you're not in my forum, I really don't give a shit what you're doing. right? Well, when you're in my forum, I'm listening to people in the forum.
Do you often use your forearm whilst you think about me, bro? Maybe late at night sometimes.
Yeah, so you're just like a part of the reason why people are confused. And so the way that you think is that the rest of the people think like you. And they've been programmed to think this way. So we're looking through the psyche of the people that come through, the way to think that, like the way you think. And we're trying to undo the whammy by helping them realize that all you got to do is realize the obvious. The obvious is that the earth is not a globe. And the obvious is that there is no space like you think it is. It's all made up bullshit.
Who's this?
Everybody in here that acknowledges that the reality is such that the earth is not a globe, it's flat, right? The earth is flat, and also that space is fake. Yeah,
don't know about
everybody that says that.
I don't know about that.
So, well, I know you don't know because you're confused, right? So that's the reason why you say I don't know. You say I don't know to a lot of things, don't you?
So things I'm unsure about, yeah, all the time. It's the only thing I often can say if I don't know enough.
Like space.
Yeah, things like space or
you're unsure of it, right? You're unsure of it.
I'm leaning more one way, but I'm on the fence for a few things. But again, don't let Alpha make a conversation about me for the next 20 minutes. It will bore the shit out of you, bro. Let's just crack on with what we were doing. Like, this is not the pad show. Like, every time Alpha's here, it comes into the pad show.
This is the pad show. Yeah, this is the pad show because we're trying to show how people shouldn't think like the way you think, right? That's all.
Well, they should, and if given enough time and they've got thick enough skin, regardless of your bullshit, I'm a walking testament to people will eventually come round. If I didn't have thick skin, for people like you, Alpha, I would never have realised, you know what I mean? So it's not because of you, it's in spite of you that I'm a flat earther.
So I'm in your head. So I'm in your head. So
in this example,
it's the other way around. I'm in your head.
Well, in this example, yes, you are, bro. Yeah, you are the prime. Yes.
Thank you.
So people will come around. People will come around to what, Pads? What are people going to come around to?
Whatever it is they're discussing.
No, they're going to come around to what? Your way of thinking? They're going to come around to that?
Yeah, we're talking about the shape of the earth or lack thereof.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think my way of thinking, yeah.
Oh, so he's wanting to get everybody to think like him. Isn't that what he's saying? That's weird.
Really?
Well, my way of thinking is a methodical approach. It isn't determined by the outcome.
Dude, it's absolute trash. Your way of thinking is absolute trash, dude. Why would anybody want to think like you?
Because it's the same way of thinking that's led me to become a flat earther, bro.
Yeah, I also think. Can I say
if they listen?
Only one thing about. Did you see that these flat earthers? Did you see these flat earthers? They think the flat surface. The flat earthers think that flat surface is flat. Can you imagine that?
That's weird, right? That's pretty deep, right, Pat?
Totally weird.
I only half got what you said. I'll be honest.
I said flat earthers saying that flat surfaces are flat. That's ridiculous.
Doesn't sound. No, not really.
No. How you call flat surfaces?
Flat.
Flat. Good.
He agreed with you. He said no. He said no. Then he agreed with you, Sasha.
Okay.
I think you misunderstood what I said.
Can you have a 10 miles of flat surface with on the ball with a radius of 3,959 miles?
1 minute before you run away with something I didn't say. What do you think I said for you to ask me that?
I'm asking you if flat surface can flat surface be flat?
No, before you ask me something else, let's just clarify. Why did you just ask me that previous question, bro? Do you remember the previous question you just asked me?
Why? I told you that flat earthers think that flat surfaces are flat. What do you think about that?
And you asked me if I agree. I agreed. Yeah. Why did you ask me that?
Because they think that flat surfaces are flat, and you think also that flat surfaces are flat.
Yes.
Good. Yeah, we are on the same page then.
Right. Okay. Sound. Okay. Maybe I misunderstood.
I told you he was a flat earther.
Can flat surfaces be curved?
No. For fuck's sake.
No, bro. That's me. Yeah, we have flat surfaces, and that's what that's telling you. Earth is what?
What's Sonny trying to tell you, though, bro?
Yeah, I'm asking
Maybe you need to talk about.
If you have a flat surfaces on the Earth, how you call that Earth?
Maybe you need to talk about shapes, Sasha. Talk about shapes like circles and triangles. That might be more his speed.
Why are you trying to? I'm not a globalist. Like, what are you? I'd really like. I believe the surface of the Earth is flat. I don't know what more you want me to say. But
why? Who told you that?
It's based on anything that I haven't conducted myself, bro. Don't make me go through the whole belief thing.
Why are you saying that you believe that? If you,
because I haven't gone and seen oil rigs. Sorry, let me think of a better example.
Oil rigs.
1 second.
I have
I have no idea.
I'm born in Croatia. We don't have oil rigs in Adriatic Sea.
1 second. I have essentially not conducted any primary research.
Mm-hmm.
So he doesn't know if the Earth is flat, right? But he wants to be a flat earther, but he's a believer.
No, because this is what I'm trying to say to you. I understand and I acknowledge the methodology used, bro.
Yeah, but do you know if the Earth is flat or not?
I know it's flat.
Okay, so it's not a belief then.
Oh, no, it Jesus Christ. Right. If I don't conduct it myself, but if a flat earther comes in there and says, "Look at this video I've done," right, and for me, as far as I'm concerned, it recertifies the fact that the surface is flat. Right now, I don't know this book.
What's recertification? What does a recertification have to do with?
Might be the wrong word. I don't know, but it strengthens the argument for the Earth being flat. Whatever. Or confirms the Earth being flat. Whatever. 1 second, right? I don't know this guy. He's on Discord. I don't know the equipment is used. I will believe what he's showing me is true. Sure, because he's got no reason to lie. You know what I mean? It doesn't look doctored. So yes, anything
you want people to think like you, Pat?
Is a belief.
That's not a good way to think, bro. It's not a good way to think.
That's how everybody operates their life, bro. It's how every single person I've ever met operates.
No. If somebody wants to challenge something that they don't know is true, all they're going to have to do is test it, and so that's all they have to do.
That's not a response to anything I just said.
Like the moonlight is cold, right? Or have you not learnt that yet?
Whoa!
I don't think it gives off heat. If that's what you're telling me.
No. Yeah.
No, I'm saying
just
that.
Hold on to that. No. Just hold on to that, man.
But why is he so?
You're gonna confuse this man. He's already a flat earther.
He's a
no, he's not. No, he's not a flat earther. He's a believer of flat Earth. He believes the Earth is flat. He doesn't know it.
No, you don't understand what I'm saying.
I would totally understand what you're saying. You believe the Earth is flat. You don't know it.
Oh, okay.
I mean, as admittedly by you, that's what you're saying. Just going off of what you're saying.
You could, yeah. That's why I said okay, yeah.
Okay.
But anyway, Pads, did you? So
that is true. Sorry, that is true for every single flat earther that hasn't stood at the edge of a fucking ocean and conducted their own fucking research. I'm sorry, but that is a universal fact. It's the same for every glober who hasn't conducted their own research. It is the same thing, bro. Of course it is, because it's the methodology and approach is exactly the same. So you can say no, but this is why I keep talking about approaches and methodologies. That's the crux of the argument.
See, there's a problem. There's a problem with your approach. Is that there's something called objective reality that stands to reason outside of what you might believe that will always be what the truth is, right? The obvious truth. Meaning that just wait. I always have to do this because you don't really understand, right? You're confused. So I'm going to say the obvious truth is outside of your belief is that water lays flat and horizontal on the surface. So outside of what you might believe, you get all energetic and trying to believe things. You don't need to. Water demonstrates itself to be flat and will always be, and is a way that we use water to measure, right? So that obvious truth outside of your belief system will always be true. Yeah. So apart from you, that is objectively true.
Yeah, that is objective. I don't need to believe water is flat. I can see it. That would be an example. Yeah.
Yes.
I agree.
Yes. Yeah. So extend that flat water out as big as you want, right? Lake, ocean, it doesn't really matter. So what you have there is a demonstration of Earth being flat. You don't need to believe it. It's objectively true.
That's
objectively true.
If that's all it took, we would be able to turn people to flat Earth within an instant.
Stop lying, it's not all that. It's not all that. It's just not all that there is. People have misconceptions. People have misconceptions on a lot of things, but it's as simple as that. Yes. So the demonstration would be just to show them this reality. It demonstrates itself to be flat. Now the rest of it is just all palpable white noise, right? We all engage in these other conversations, but it's really just that easy. If you want to boil it down to just a demonstration, well, there you go. Physics of water. The physics of water demonstrate that the Earth is flat. And we really just, if we wanted it to just, listen, bro, if we wanted it just to be just this one topic, just this one thing, you would be like, wow, it's just this only one thing you guys talk about, water being flat. Like, so we engage in other topics. That's fine. People can have these other conversations. But the point is, it's just that easy. We can just talk about the obvious truth, and it demonstrates that the Earth is flat.
Then I know it's flat, right? If the entire flat Earth argument comes down to the fact that water at rest is flat, then I know it's flat. Sure.
There you go.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Bob's your uncle.
Okay, then what's the next thing you're going to nitpick about, Alpha?
There is no next.
The next thing.
That's the reason.
Yeah, but hold on. The next thing is going to be the next. Hold on, I'm going to tell you. You asked what the next thing is. I'm going to tell you. The next thing would be your cognitive bias on the fact that you believe that there is a space vacuum out there. The space vacuum, the way that you've been told, and planets and all kinds of cosmological ideas, all that is a fairy tale. It's a space mythos. Now that can't be demonstrated to be true. Now, hold on a second. That can't be demonstrated to be true. Dude, I'm trying to demonstrate something to you. That can't be demonstrated to be true. So therefore, you can't provide evidence that it exists. And we could say space is fake all day long. And you can be like, well, you can't prove it to me. Well, you haven't proved it in the first instance. So there it is.
Have you got anything new to say that we didn't already discuss an hour ago, bro? Or are you just yapping for the sake of yapping now?
So Pat,
you can make a political
bro. Have you got any new information?
I have an idea for the next step. We can make a political party.
None of that shit. This is a question for Alpha, bro. Are we going to repeat this new shit, bro?
Doesn't matter Alpha. Why I cannot answer? I'm also flat.
That's a white knight, bro. Because that's a white knight. That's a term that I learned from you guys, so that's what it is. So Alpha, bro, have you got any new information, or are you just going to yap again for the next 20 minutes, bro? This isn't the Pad show. It gets boring for me and everybody else, bro.
Topography?
I'm sorry, I just got back. What was that? What happened?
Do you have any other information, Miggy? Apart that surface.
Say that again, man.
Hey, what's up, Sasha?
Do you have any other information? He's asking you apart that what you said about the surface.
No, I told him about the cosmology aspect of it. Space is fake, and he needs to know that.
I was asking if you've got any information that you didn't have an hour ago.
Outside of that, I think we can move on to Sasha. Sasha's got some good points.
Thank God.
Yeah, topography, man.
No, not with me. Just
hit him with it, Sasha.
He said, do you have any other information? I'm giving you topography. Do you know what is topography?
I'm a fucking absolute celebrity around here, mate. Go on, what's the question, bro?
Do you know what is topography?
Yeah, I do. I do 3D modeling. Yeah, I'm familiar with topography.
Okay, how are you modeling topography?
With polygons.
How do you know that something has the height?
Well, for me, it's sat on the z-axis. It depends what program I'm using. Some is the x-axis.
Yeah, but I'm speaking in this case about the Earth. That topography on the Earth.
Probably the z-axis.
Are we on 24/7 computer system or we are 24/7 flat earth?
It's the same.
It's the same. Okay. Philosophy is a lake, yeah, I know.
You know how that goes, Sasha. Yep.
You wanted another information. I told you, it's elevation profile of any country, profile, topography. What about that? Yeah, you measure that.
I mean, he's already a flat earth. I'm confused. I just wanted to ask you, Pads, like,
What are you talking about?
What about that? You measuring the height referencing to sea level. Yeah, that's why Earth is flat.
If you say so, bro. If you would think mountains don't exist, whatever.
I'm not saying anything, man. I'm telling you how they measure elevation, mountains, hills, valleys, and under the sea level, like a column. It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. You know that bike race, Giro d'Italia or Tour de France?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the Tour de France.
You know that they have all elevation profiles of their races.
That's extreme. That's extreme.
Yeah, you can look at that elevation profile. They are going up and down for 200 kilometers. But that line down from point A to point B, it's 0. Straight. And that's elevation profile, you know?
Yeah, I'm guessing it's similar when you go hiking. Or walk up a hill.
That's why Earth is flat.
Live on a tree up a hill or something. No, it doesn't
you're
look
measuring
flat
all heights. Yeah, you're measuring all heights referencing to the sea level.
Anyways, we have BAA or Ba. Are you somebody new to the forum, sir? Hello, Ba. Are you there? Yeah, the gentleman wanted to chime in with some flat Earth points, I think, and it's something about cold moonlight was brought up, something like this.
Oh yeah, no, I just wanted to tell him that because I guess he has faith in NASA telling him about technology, and I guess I just wanted to know: do you know that moonlight is actually cold?
Well, I mean, yeah, you can use that.
You're already a flat earther, bro, and you want to like.
No. Here's the problem, though. I think that's not really anything to do with like the topic of discussion from when we ask them. Like, I know some people in flat Earth go on these esoteric topics. That's great, but I don't think it has relevance.
How is moonlight being called esoteric? Esoteric.
So how? Yeah, esoteric. So if you're going to prove that, what is the methodology to provide evidence that that's true? What you're saying?
You just get a thermometer, go outside when it's a full moon or a good amount of a moon, and you just put it in the moonlight, and it goes colder, and you put it in the shade, and it goes warmer.
Okay, now what's the end game for that? What are we going to accomplish?
The whole point is you're all mad at Pads for still believing in space, and I'm trying to show that any institution that represents information about space, if they're not telling you that moonlight's cold and they're telling you that it reflects the sun's light, I mean, that's already BS.
Yeah, but that's an argument from a position where you're giving an opinion of yours of what you've seen in the video. But as far as demonstrations go,
I've done the moonlight test.
Hold on a second.
Myself.
Hold on a second. The relevance to this could be that you're trying to prove that the sunlight is actually not bouncing off the moon and then reflecting back to us. But they have an answer to that, dude. There's an answer to why that's the way it is. I hope you know that. This argument was already... So, in other words, and what I'm saying to you, Ba, is that it's a debate. It's not something that can be proven in a way... Because, like, they would say that, of course, it would be reading differently than direct sunlight. It's not the same. Their
it's fundamentally
would be
cold light. It's its own light source that gives off cold light.
Listen,
I don't care about their argument.
whatever what I'm telling you is whatever you got, to them, all they have to do is flip it around and say that, well, you don't understand cosmology then. If you're thinking that reflected light is the same as direct light, it's not going to be the same. So you're the one that's getting.
I'm not saying anything about the reflected light. I'm just saying that it's cold light, bro.
I know what you're saying, but what you're arguing from a false dichotomy perspective. You're already saying that that's going against their idea that it's bouncing off the moon and being reflected. They could what I'm saying to you is that you're working off of their.
I don't care.
Bro, listen to me. Listen.
Just because I said that doesn't mean that's the only reason I care about light being cold.
Just wait. What I'm saying is it's a false dichotomy. You're trying to put it against their idea. But see, they haven't proven their idea is true. So you can't put it as a false dichotomy.
Either way, I mean, I'm not.
Hold on, dude.
I'm not.
Now I'm going to have to mute you because I don't want to. I wasn't done. I wasn't done yet. Was not done. So what they're doing with this idea is that they have all this made up stuff, right? It doesn't matter if it's lunar eclipses, solar eclipses. All of that stuff is a made up mythos of what props up the Earth being a globe and a cosmology. Now, you're trying to bring in the idea that you're going to show that moonlight is colder, right? So what you're doing is you're putting it against their idea that it's being reflected off the moon. But they haven't proven that to you yet. So you can't use it as a demonstration to them that it's not true. So they're working off an idea, and you're working off of showing them that the idea is wrong, but they can easily say you don't understand the idea. You don't get it, dude.
I completely agree with you.
So then why bring it up? It's not relevant, dude.
Because, bro,
idea of the mythos of the cosmology that they believe in is not true.
You're a serial arguer, bro, and you want to be right in the most authentic way, but that's not really putting flat Earth first. I think sometimes
it is bullshit. You're going to argue from a point that you're going to talk about their made-up cosmology and then say, let's talk about how your made-up cosmology is not true because I'm going to show how moonlight is colder. All they're going to have to do is tell you don't understand the cosmology. That's as easy as it gets for them.
See, I'm telling you, bro, you're coming from the standpoint of winning an argument. I'm coming from the standpoint of some random person might be watching this and be like, oh, really? Is moonlight cold? And then they go out and check and it's cold, and that makes their little paradigm fall apart a little bit. It's a crack in their thing, and then they research flat Earth, bro. I'm not trying to be the most... You just want to be a lawyer, bro, and win in the most authentic.
No, it's always about the premise. It's always about where you start. Where you start here is going to be, can they provide evidence that any of the cosmological aspect is true? So they have to provide that to you first. That's number one. If they can't prove it to you, then why would you engage on the derivative topic that the moonlight is cold? It's derivative to the premise.
Because
the premise is they have to first,
bro. It's not.
Dude, they first have to establish the cosmology.
It's not.
They haven't done that.
I'm giving them
information when you turn it into one.
They can research,
bro. You're turning it into one. You're turning it into one by saying it's a cold moonlight. You're turning it into one. You don't have to. You can easily say, prove the cosmology. You say it's a solar system. Prove that. All of the cosmology ideas cannot be proven. And then you're going to go to a derivative argument and argue from a standpoint of cold moonlight, bro. This is like why we show arguing. Flat Earth. I'm not people
arguing.
Who think the Earth is flat, or at least know that it's flat, they need to sharpen up their arguments, because it's coming to the point where we're dealing with these, like the three-body problem, or rockets don't work in a vacuum, like all these other derivative topics. Coriolis, like you need to first ask them, demonstrate the premise. And if they can't do it, why would you want to engage on a derivative topic, dude? I don't get it.
No person that has researched... Are you here to argue flat Earth, or are you here to get people...
I'm here to show you that if you're going to do it right, bro. Because you're going to be in an endless debate that will never be... It's not fruitful.
No, but I'm not trying to debate. I was literally just asking if he knew about that.
He's saying, like, to sharpen your skills, you can't make any claims, because if you get debunked, then you're wrong. So you're not allowed to make claims anymore.
You can't have conversations, bro. You can't have free-flowing conversations, basically.
No, it's not free-flowing conversations. What it is that we're establishing a foundation for truth. We're establishing a foundation for truth. We can't do that if you're going to argue. It's just like me saying, okay, I'm going to argue from their point of being a 93 million mile away sun and me having a close and local sun. I could say, no, my sun is close and local. You can claim that the sun is 93 million miles away. Just hear me out. So if I give them their 93 million mile away sun and I'm arguing for a close and local sun, what I've done is I've turned it into a debate. I've given them the 93 million mile away sun for them to prove it. But at the same time, I'm saying my sun is close and local. It's a false dichotomy. They haven't proven that the sun is 93 million miles away. So I don't have to tell them how far away the sun is, that it's close and local. To what? Their imagination? Do you get it?
No.
Like I'm arguing.
I know that 90% of the time what you're saying is true, but sometimes you want to just give a bone, and then someone can fucking learn something they didn't know. I'm telling you, someone going out with a thermometer.
Hey, listen.
Anyone that goes out with a thermometer and tests the moonlight's temperature will spaz them out, and they're gonna start researching
But what I'm saying,
stuff.
what I'm saying is, whenever you approach this subject, you're dealing with it. The individual is going to be different, right? So it's not all going to be the same. You might deal with some hard cognitive dissonance, and they're not going to realize that what you're saying makes any sense because they're already in a paradigm that they believe is true. So you have to first take out the paradigm and then approach this topic. I wouldn't mind if this was derivative and you could show them that, but this is like you have to go about it a different. It's just the approach. It needs to be kind of refined. The way you go about it needs to be shown them that they don't have a leg to stand on when they talk about cosmology because there's no way to prove it. So what you do is then after they understand that, you show them.
At this rate, we're not even going to get a chance to talk about cosmology.
You have proof that your way will get the word out of flat Earth faster and more effectively by going about it like that.
That's not it.
It will fulfill your own ego trip.
That's not it. That's not it. Right. You're failing. You're failing to see the point. You can't see the forest through the trees, bro. You can't see the forest through the trees right now. And you just want to have your little argument. That's fine. You can have your little argument.
But it wasn't an argument.
But it will be it would be an exercise.
He's aware of that.
I'm telling you this, bro. I'm telling you this. It's an exercise in futility, and you're gonna realize that after about 1,000 conversations when you have it. How many times have people turned and said, you know what, dude? I think that all of my cosmology is now thrown into question because of cold moonlight. Never has that ever occurred. Ever, ever, ever. That has only got them to realize that you don't know what you're talking about.
Even if you say, but bro, like, I'm coming from my perspective. I've been outside and tested the moonlight, and it changes you, bro. I'm telling you, it changes you. You can be like, it's not a good, authentic argument because they haven't proved that.
It didn't change. It doesn't. It's not. This isn't a blanket that you can say that it does for everyone. It might have did something for you. It doesn't do that for everyone else. People that are a bit more intellectual are going to question your methods. And they're also going to call you out on
methods.
not. They're going to call you out,
Pads,
dude.
If he wants to trust NASA, they should at least say, "Oh, by the way, moonlight's kind of cold. It's kind of weird. We don't really get it, but by the way, it's like that." And then you could maybe trust them. But he wants to just
let's see if it's going to throw. Let's see if it's going to throw cosmology into question for Pads. I'd like to hear it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know it sounds interesting, that bar. Now that you've mentioned it, I appreciate it. I'll go and look into it further. Thank you.
Yeah, is it going to make you question that space is a reality, or is it?
I don't know, but thanks for bringing it. I don't know, but thank you for bringing it up, though, Bar. I appreciate it. It's given me a lot to think about.
Yeah. Well, not that space will be fake at the end of it.
You see how that works?
Because I think there's a good chance that the moon is really doing the fucking tides, and it's with the temperature change, and
that's bullshit. That's bullshit, dude. Like.
How do you? What are you talking about? The change in temperature of an entire ocean? You think that's not going to change?
That is bullshit, dude. You know that. Wow. I know that. Everybody should know that. That's
so for the person that
you can't prove. You cannot prove that true. You cannot prove that true because there's multiple sides. I'm trying to tell you something, dude. Shut your yapper when I'm speaking, dude. You want me to interrupt you every time? Fucking hell, bro.
You have been.
All right, so there's multiple tides that happen. Pat, shut up. There's multiple tides that happen in different locations. So it's not always the case that a moon causes the implications that a moon causes tides. It's not always the case, dude. So you can't say that as a blanket statement.
No, but okay, what I'm trying to say to you is all these people, a lot of the time, are just children, bro. And if they can bring up random statements and just throw them around, then why can't I? I'm not trying to be a lawyer, bro. I'm just...
This isn't about... okay, hold on a second. Hold on. Somebody's hot mic, dude. Mute your shit, dude.
Well, I've been trying to talk for like the past 5 minutes. So for the person that thinks that moonlight is cold...
All right, so we're not going to talk to that guy. He's making too much background noise. What'd you say, Ba?
Oh, I forgot.
I didn't hear you. The guy had some background noise. It was just like irritating.
Oh, no, I mean, I thought he was about to talk, so I was ready to listen to what he was going to say.
Fucking hell.
He's practically asking if they are using fallacy, why I cannot use fallacy.
Yeah, and I think that's the issue. Like, when you approach this topic, you have to come from an aspect of showing them how what they're talking about isn't real. So if you give them something to chew on, like say, okay, well, moonlight is cold, or the sun is actually close and local, or whatever you say, right? Any talking point that you have, it may be logical, right? It may be consistent, but they still have a paradigm that you didn't take down. And because of such, they're going to find a workaround or look online, and there usually is a workaround. Like, so I'll give you another example. There's something called the sun. I'm going to tell you, Bob.
You've actually spoken to people and then they change their mind. People change their mind for hours.
I've been doing this. Yeah, I've been doing this for 10 years.
Months, years.
And what I've noticed is that it's not about trying to convince people when you're talking to them. It's challenging them, right? You got to challenge them. So the part about what, I don't know what forum you come from, right? This may be a new culture shock to you, but the culture here usually is we try to get to the challenge position, right? We want to challenge them so they can realize how are they going to have a response to what we're saying. If we give them to
half of them don't care.
Hold on, Ba. Yeah, but how do you know that? How the fuck do you know that, Ba?
Because like 90% of the people come here, they leave with the same attitude they came in with.
How the fuck do you know that?
That is so true.
How the fuck do you know that? No, it's not. How do you know? Where'd you get that statistic from?
You see me.
Where did you get? Hold on. Where did you get that statistic from, Ba? How do you know that's true?
That's a lovely and
your conclusion.
That's a nice thought. It's a nice thought. I'll put it that way.
You don't know that statistic is true. That half the people that live here leave from this forum are going to leave like, well, I didn't get nothing from that. You don't know that. Okay? You're making blanket statements. You're talking out of your ass because you got your fifis hurt when I said this derivative topic that you're bringing up is not going to bring somebody to question the cosmology. It's only going to get them to respond to you in a way that's going to make you look silly by saying that moonlight is cold.
I never said it wasn't. I only asked him if he knew about it, mate. Like, you're just tweaking.
So therefore, when I said just sharpen up your argument, meaning have them question their cosmology, in that all you have to do is tell them to prove their shit. Prove it. Just tell them to prove it. That's all you got to do. You don't got to bring up cold moonlight. The sun is close and local. Rockets don't work in a vacuum. You don't got to say any of that shit. Tell them to prove their cosmology and see what happens.
Can I ask him, Miggy, about that cold light?
Yeah, hold on, Sasha. I know the guy has. He's got to listen. Hold on, Bob. Hold on. Despite, listen, hold on, Bob. But despite what you think of me, I think you have a good head on your shoulders. All right, I will say that there's positivity, but I just think that your form needs just a little bit of rework, man. Just like in how you approach. Maybe your cold moonlight can be put after the fact that they can't show you how their cosmology aspect works. It may have a place, but just not right at the start.
No, but it's not at the start. He's been Pat's been talking for hours, bro.
I don't know if you know context. There's a little history with Pads, but he's a bit of a sophist, right? So he likes to tangle people up in words. He'll go back and, like, let's say we have an argument. He'll say, well, what did you say? Let me just tell you the patterns, his patterns. He'll say like an argument before. Oh, what did you say before that? No, not that thing. Before that thing. And the person's like, well, I don't remember what I was talking about before. You see, you don't even remember what you said before. So he uses these debate tricks to kind of get people tangled up in like certain little nuance positions. So I've noticed that. I've been paying attention to him. So
dating for about 2 months, bro.
No, it ain't a debate on this side. It's not a debate. It's just you. It's you trying to
dating, bro. Not debating.
My
dating.
God, dude. You need to get over yourself, man. I only deal with shit that's in the forum. Outside of the forum, fucking, I don't give a shit.
Come on. Let's let the truth come out. We've been dating for a while, guys.
Anyway, the thing is, I'm trying to tell Ba here, like, the only thing is, man, like, when you're dealing with people like this, you have to approach it in a way that they don't have a rebuttal. Usually, Pads gets to a point where he's like, well, I don't know. And usually he started off saying with confidence, yeah, this is how this thing operates and this is how it works. So if they don't leave questioning and saying they don't know, then they're just gonna like try to find their workarounds, man. It's more tedious trying to have a debate, is what I'm saying.
Let's try with him with this. Are you saying that you prove that there is a cold light?
Oh hell no!
Anyone can just go outside and get a thermometer.
Where? Okay, where I should to go? Where I should to go outside? How many checks I need to?
With a patch over your eye, you might walk into something.
Yeah, I'm asking you this. How many checks I need to do on the air to be sure?
Yeah, we can. Hold on, Sasha. Yeah, let's just. I get where you're going.
Shall I try on the northern hemisphere or on the southern hemisphere?
Let's just shelve this. Let's just shelve this for a while because the guy was working on a talking point, and also you're trying to question him. But like, I just want to shelve it for a moment because it's not really about that, honestly. I just wanted to get to the point, like, when it comes to cosmology and having discussions with these guys, you got to go for the premise. Can't go for derivative topics. It's not going to get them to question. What gets them to question is they don't even know how their cosmology works. They don't know how the Earth is an actual globe.
How many people have you changed IRL into?
That is not my business.
That's a good question.
I'm not in the business.
That tells
let me tell you this. What should tell you a lot is that I'm not making it my business to convince somebody. I'm making it my business to challenge them. If you're making it your business to convince someone, you're in the wrong business, bro. You're not in the truth.
I'm not trying
telling
to
business.
Someone.
You're in there trying to really change someone's mind.
Bro, that was from my past when I was trying to convince someone, but I'm bringing it up now, because I have convinced a lot of people from my past. I would no longer try to convince anyone of anything, but...
This isn't about a body count, Ba. This is not about a body count. I don't really care. I don't really care if somebody gets changed when they leave this forum or they're like, dude, that's amazing. I didn't know that. Like, all I care about is showing the obvious truth. Whether they change their mind or not, that's up to the person. I'm not in that business. How many bodies did you catch? Like, who gives a fuck, dude? Like, is that what you're in it for? Like,
no, I'm trying to explain.
I've changed about 50 people's minds. How about you, Ba?
Yeah, that's a nice body count.
I don't know how many people's minds I've changed. I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, but that doesn't tell you a lot about somebody if they give you a body count, dude. That's bullshit. That's ego right there. If I told you, well, dude, I've changed like 1,000 people's minds.
It's not the body count. I'm telling you that if I would have told any of these people, hey, prove to me that it's not like that, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, they're just not going to fucking do anything. They don't care about.
We are not telling only. We are not telling. We are not telling only that, man. We are not telling only that. We are not telling only that. We are not telling only that. Did you hear me? Can you hear me?
Bro, you have a patch over your eye and we're against the Illuminati, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Can you hear me? We are not telling only that. What we are telling, can you tell us? What we are telling with people saying why you are flat earthers? Can you tell us?
I don't care what you're saying. You both are coming from the standpoint that heads are going to come to you.
Are you flat earther?
Yes.
Why are you a flat earther?
Because my mummy and daddy, bro, it's obvious. Why are we doxing our beliefs?
Hold on, Sasha. Like, let me just get this guy real quick because I think
is it because of moonlight?
If that's the biggest physical evidence that I have in my hands, that I can be like, look, this thermometer is
He doesn't want to answer you, Sasha.
Is it one of the main reasons? Is it the moonlight one of the? Is it the moonlight one of the main reasons to be flat earther?
I mean, well, no, because obviously the Earth being flat is the Earth.
There you go.
It's got nothing to do with the moon.
There you go, man.
Okay,
there you go. But that's a good point.
Lies, if you've got a fucking splinter in their lies,
that's not it. Bob, that's not it. Listen. You came. No, dude. No. You wanted to talk about cold moonlight with pads. You didn't challenge him on how he knows. On how he knows, bro. Just let me finish, all right? I know you Gen Zs can't fucking control yourself. Just relax, bro. So all I was saying to you was that if you're going to admonish truth, do it to where you actually get them to realize that their premise, the idea of cosmology, the way they think about it, doesn't exist like that. You didn't challenge that way. You just, all right, my God, dude, do I have to mute you?
Why are you still talking about me, boys?
Fucking hell. So when you tell somebody something and you're like, well, the first thing you come off with, you lead with, well, have you heard about cold moonlight? Like, what the fuck? The guy is already confused. And then you tell him that. It's like, it's not the premise. Dude, the premise is what's going to get him to be like, oh, shit, I can't respond to that because I don't know how that's true. All I'm saying is your approach, it needs to be worked on. That's it. So if that's the only takeaway I'm saying you should take from this, is that the approach. I don't give a fuck about cold moonlight, dude, to be honest. Like, so who gives a fuck? It's like the end game to cold moonlight is that there's fucking cold moonlight. Whoop, bro, big fucking whoop. Dude.
Like I said, you're from the standpoint that you've got a fucking long line of fucking people coming to listen to you and then not want to get banned. You can do whatever you like. But realistically, IRL, you've got to actually tell people about the flat earth, and you can't just be like, oh, hello, tell me that it's not like that. But that's never going to work in a million years.
And telling people about moonlight is telling people about the flat earth? Is that you are saying?
No. I'm just talking about in the past.
Listen, for the panel here. Hold on, Ba. For the panel here, I was telling Ba is that every time he's challenging somebody on the cold moonlight, these anti-flat earthers, these globalists, these cultists, all they're gonna do is give him a fucking workaround. Well, you don't understand cosmology. We do have cold moonlight, and so what? It's still a fucking globe. It's still a solar system, you dumbass. Like, they're not. He thinks this is a fucking talking point to take to the fucking people and be like, yeah, man, you didn't know about this.
About? Like, the sun gives off heat.
Who gives a fuck about cold moonlight, bro?
The sun gives off heat. You can't land on it. If the moon's giving off some kind of heat and they're telling you to land on it, there's obviously some bullshit going on.
Dude, in some kind of way, it made sense to you. In some kind of way, it made sense to you. But in all reality, in the macro scene, the people that come through this room will never fucking take that argument and be like, dude, I gotta question my shit because of a cold moonlight. Fucking hell, I'm gonna rethink my cosmology. Fuck's sake, they're not gonna do that. They're gonna walk away laughing at you like you're some fucking tinfoil hat. Fuck, right? You don't get that, bro.
But I don't lead with cold moonlight.
People only accept the
but listen, Bob, I think what Alpha's trying to say, and I know he doesn't need translation because it's very simple, but what is the end resolution? Hold on, let me finish. Let me just finish. I'll be quick. Hold on, Bob. Wait a second. Let me finish. He's asking you, what is the end resolution, or what conclusion could you come to with this cold moonlight? Like, at the very end of that conversation, what do you have? You don't have anything about
absolutely nothing. But that's not the point. The point is it gets them researching, gets them, like I said, it's
they're researching what? They're researching what in that case?
Bro, I think you guys have like a God complex where you really think
you can't tell us what they would be researching.
You can only convince people to research it.
Researching what? What would they research in cold moonlight? Tell me, what would they research?
It's a talking point. It's a bit of an indication and direction for somebody to go off on their own. It's a conversation. Bar's talking about conversation. You guys are talking about debate.
We're not talking about conversations, you big fucking nitwit.
Okay, that's the difference. One's trying to win a conversation, and one's trying to have one.
Yeah, pads.
Yeah, I think
you big fucking nitwit. It's not. Listen, hold on a minute. It's not about having a conversation, you big dumbass. It's about telling them the obvious truth.
You
the
dumbass.
fuck? This forum doesn't exist to fucking sit across the couch and say, "Hey, let's just have a good old chat. How was your day?" Well, my day was good. How was yours? Well, kind of okay. Who gives a fuck, dude? We're admonishing truth, and the fucking truth that we're dropping are big fucking nuclear bombs, man. So that's what we should be doing. Not fucking talking about piddly-wink fucking cold moonlight shit. The fuck is that gonna do to somebody? Is they gonna be like, "Oh, dude, I can't believe he just said cold moonlight. God damn it. I gotta rethink cosmology."
Does everyone you talk to have a P900?
This fucking guy, man.
But anyway, Bar.
I don't know what forum. I don't know what forum you were from, but whatever forum you were from, dude, your brain got twisted up in a knot, bro, about what flat Earth is and how we admonish the truth, man. Honestly, that's what
I'm just telling
This must be a culture shock to you, for you to be in here, man.
If I would have tried your methods of convincing people or arguing, no one would know anything because no one would have even
You don't even fucking know how to do it.
We're not trying to convince
anybody. You don't fucking know how to do it, man. How are you gonna go about saying that's? Yeah, that's what I told him earlier, Sonny.
No, I'm not
trying
to convince anyone anymore.
Mickey, but he's saying in the point that he knows our methods. Can you tell us what our methods are? What we are doing every day, and then we will see if that's wrong or correct or wrong.
Facts.
I mean, you're just doing the most legal way of arguing scientific. It's the most scientific approach to an
example. Give us an example. Give me an example. Show.
You literally just gave the example of the moonlight.
No, I want you to do it. Steelman.
I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid, bro. I know I should not be arguing in their realm of BS, but I don't care.
See, he couldn't do it, Sasha. The thing you requested off of him to show you an example how we're doing things incorrectly, he couldn't do it. So that shows.
I didn't say. See, that shows me. Yeah, you're not doing things incorrectly.
You are saying that we're doing it wrong. I can't do it.
You're doing it right.
Do it like you.
No, you're doing it right.
Man, I'm here for 4 years. Man, can I tell you something? I'm here for 4 years, and I'm hearing what people saying here every day, and I can repeat to you. Can you tell me what these people every day speaking about? What arguments, everything in concrete examples, and we will now evaluate. Is it that good enough for people for truth, or we need to add something? Hello?
Yeah, you're too aggressive, bro. It's like I can't really.
Man, I'm not aggressive. I'm telling you this. I'm listening this show for 4 years. I'm part of this. Okay. And I know what people are telling, what arguments are they using. And I can tell you about that. But I want to hear, because you are saying this is not good. It's better to start with the moonlight, blah, 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 whatever.
He never said that,
bro.
He never said that, bro.
Okay, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Sorry, you didn't say that. Okay, sorry about that. You said why we are not speaking about moonlight or whatever. Is that correct? I want to ask you what we are speaking.
Yes. Maybe change your profile pic.
Let's put it like this: some Glober is coming. Some Glober was yesterday here, before yesterday and before yesterday. What people were speaking with him? Do you know that, or you think that you know what they were speaking about him?
Anyone covering one eye in this lobby, I just couldn't.
Bro, it's just a profile picture, bro. It's crazy, Miggy. Before they would be like, I don't understand your English. Now his profile picture, they don't like this profile picture. They're not going to talk to us. That's crazy.
It's just a
so fucking lame, bro. I don't understand. I don't speak English. Sorry, I can't listen to this guy. Now they're like, oh, the profile picture, I don't like it, so I'm not going to talk to him.
I'm going to
fucking crazy.
I'm gonna go ahead and dip, but I'm gonna leave you with my boy Indio and CB and Radwin and the rest of the
goddamn.
You've got your tongue right up my ass, CB. You need to chill out with the dick sucking, bro.
Over Sasha? Over Sasha? You're talking about Sasha?
No, CB, Alpha, bro, you've got your tongue right up his ass, bro. You need to stop sucking his dick,
Why are you talking about putting tongues up, bro? Man, that's
because they're degenerate. That's why.
Why is that? That's on your mind, by the way. That's on your mind.
It is, bro. I can't get it out of
He
my
said it is.
Your tongue.
That's crazy, bro. That is crazy. That's not
Most
good,
people deny shit when it isn't true, though, bro. You're an absolute wally, bro. What a wally.
That's pretty.
Dude, you've been on this call for how long? Are you melting right now? What's going on?
And I'm only just figuring it out. No, I figured it out about 2 hours ago. Your tongue was up his ass.
Dude, Maggie told you earlier we beefed before. What are you talking about?
So? What's that going to do with the
where are you, bro? That's exactly
Dude, shut the fuck up, Pads.
Instead of what you're saying right now, Pads.
Stop sucking his dick.
Okay,
yeah, why is that on Pad's
mute
mind?
Pads. That's enough of that.
Yeah, that's enough.
That's on your mind, by the way, dude.
Fucking up. Like, so he wants to derail everything. So I want to talk to this Ba dude. So Ba, I heard you talking about the moonlight thing. He said, "Hey, maybe they'll go research something." What is your perfect scenario? Like, you present to them the moonlight is cold, and then they go do what? What is like the perfect scenario for you? That you telling them that makes gets them to do something.
That's what
They're gonna go research what? Yeah. That's right. I'm trying to. I'm stealing your shit, Sonny.
You steal my shit.
But I'm trying to make it like. I'm trying to make it like so he can't be wishy-washy about it. Like your perfect optimal scenario, because this is like the target you're probably never going to hit, right? The perfect scenario, you're never going to hit it. But that's like the goal. Like I'd like them to do this, and maybe they'll get some lesser version of that, but that'll be okay too. Like what it would be like, what would they go research, bro?
I'm not going to speculate on the million different things they could research in order to realize that they're not living on a spinning ball.
Yeah, but then what are you doing it for if you don't have any end goal?
Well, I think that, Pads is a flat earther now, and he's still clinging to space. Yes, he is.
No, he's not. Don't be. You're not that foolish, bro.
Pads.
And if you are, you're not. No, he's not.
Plus, if somebody tell you that it's flat earther, that he's flat earther because he's only told you.
No. Look, if people are trolling that hard nowadays, I don't think Pads is trolling, bro. Okay. If he's saying he's a flat earther.
Yeah, he is. He hasn't been in this chat for a long time. We know him well. He's just full of shit.
No. I spent a long time being okay with the idea that space could still play a part in this whole thing, but they're just not really interested in that.
That's fantastic. That doesn't help Pads being full of shit, though. This isn't like self-identification, dude. Right? Where you just say, I'm frickin' a he, I'm a she, I'm a they, I'm a them. This isn't like that. If I ask Pads to steal man one flat earth argument, he can't. He can't even make a flat earth argument, period. How would he be a flat earther? But he could make globe arguments all day long, right?
No. Did you not hear him when he was saying that he thinks the Earth's flat because of just even standing bodies of water being flat? I don't know why.
Because he's a cock. He's cucking to more powerful people in a channel.
Yeah, but that isn't like an argument, right? So anyone can just go, the Earth is flat because the water's flat. But if someone challenged him on that, he wouldn't know how to respond to it. Someone said, well, it's just that way because it's an ant on a beach. You're like an ant on a beach ball, and like the water's curved, but it's just immeasurably curved. He doesn't know how to respond to that. Okay, so how is he a flat earther? Just parroting shit don't make you something. I could parrot like all the like Star Trek lore that don't make me a Star Trek fan.
I would still like the answer to that question about the cold moonlight and what would someone research in a perfect scenario. You present that and then you say, go research it. So step by step, what would they be researching, and what would be the end goal? What would they be finding out if they research, and how would they start that?
Wait, are you talking about them researching the moonlight being cold?
Yeah, because that's what you said the goal was.
Research the moonlight being cold. I'd grab them by the neck, bring them outside, and show them with the thermometer. You don't need to research anything.
And then what? What's going to happen after that?
They're going to be like, oh, that's slightly odd.
Oh,
and
that's
all
odd.
it takes for someone... What? Wait, so you're telling me that it was more... You're telling me that when you researched Flat Earth, it was anything more than that slightly odd to begin with?
No, it was monumental. Holy shit, the Earth is flat. Like, the water's always flat. Like, and I could go look at that myself and come to an end.
So you watched a 10-minute doc.
But there's no resolution to your cold moonlight. That the point is, what would they be finding out next after they go out and discover it themselves? Then what?
Oh, it doesn't fucking matter. Researching Flat Earth is months and months and years and years.
Why are you bringing that as
years and years of research? It's a fucking drop of water in their cup, bro.
The cold moonlight isn't a drop of water in anything. It doesn't matter. They aren't going to have any kind of resolution to that. They're not going to come to like this monumental idea. Oh my God, the Earth is flat because the cold moonlight.
But what we're trying to tell you is moonlight.
Arguing
whether
using that. It was at the end of a conversation that I told him that. Oh, by the way, do you know about cold moonlight? As just a conversation, bro. It's just my accent and his accent. You just think we're arguing, but we're just talking.
Yeah, but our thing is it's unrelated to this topic. It's not even tangentially related. It's related in no way, shape, or form. It's like saying, did you know that aardvarks can live, 50 years underneath the ground or something stupid? Has nothing to do with the topic.
Well, then why are you entertaining anything about space, then?
Gas pressure?
Why are we entertaining it?
You entertained conversations about... He was literally talking about ionic propulsion for like 2 hours. And then, yeah.
Yeah, but that's like talking about, the fucking politics of Star Trek. Doesn't exist.
No, ionic propulsion does exist.
Oh, really? Fire up your ion propulsion drive and come over. No, it's a concept. It's
really weak.
It's a fucking idea in someone's head.
You can... ion propulsion
it is at the conceptual stage. There is no ionic propulsion drives that actually exist.
I mean, they move stuff, or they can move it over water and shit.
Really?
It's obviously terrible, but it still works.
Whoa. Have you ever seen one?
Yeah, you can look on YouTube. Like, there's a dude obsessed with ion propulsion. That's all he does, is every video.
Yeah, does it actually make anything move, or does it make a nice blue glowing light?
Yeah,
it makes a nice blue light. That's all it does.
No, it moves it along.
No. Dude, okay, I'd advise you not to just make shit up. There's no
ionic propulsion is not made up. You can literally do it yourself right now if you rip apart a cable. It's not that hard.
If you're talking about the the asymmetric capacitor lifters, it is claimed they work by ionic propulsion, but that's not true. Because people have encased the thin wire in a vacuum tube, and it still lifts. So it can't be ionic propulsion. If you know what an asymmetric lifter is. I don't know if you know what that is. It's called the Bifield-Brown effect. Anyway, that's way off topic. The point is that in this VC, we try to stay on topic. Okay? The topic, not go off into the weeds down every rabbit hole. That's Pad's goal, is to go down every rabbit hole and not actually talk about the topic per se. Let's talk about every fantasy thing, like outer space. So the only reason we talk about it typically is because someone else brings it up. The Earth is a globe because there's shit in space going around it. Right? So we're rebutting their claim.
Well, what is going on, bro?
I've been doing this 10 years, but it didn't take me 5 months. And whether it did or not, it didn't take me talking to people to come to a realization. It just came looking at the evidence. Now, Pads, I bet you I could go through your entire computer, and other than your scat porn folder, I'll find nothing about Flat Earth in it. Right? If you go on my computer, you'll find photographs, images, videos that people have taken for evidence, peer-reviewed papers on all sorts of like globe arguments, flat Earth arguments, you name it. And I guarantee if I go on your computer, there's none of that crap. So saying you've been, 5 years into it, you come in this VC, you listen to us talk, and that's where it ends. You're not doing anything.
How I can research?
Oh, is that the guy with the eye patch talking? We can't.
Yeah, I'll unmute you, Pads. No more homoerotic shit, though.
Should I open the eyes when I watch computer?
You only have one eye to open since you have an eye patch.
I appreciated it, Dion. Yeah, it was worth a mute. I do apologise. It was a bit out of line.
Yeah.
That was a fair mute.
It's gay. It's super gay.
Who doesn't like my profile picture? That's an actor from a famous Bosnian show.
No, it's an eye patch, so you can't listen.
Oh, okay.
So, Pads, how many videos have you watched about Flat Earth? Like, how many hours, or have you not?
Oh, let's just let it die down a little bit. I mean, let's just let
it die down. I'm not talking about Flat Earth videos, dude. I'm talking about pieces of evidence. Okay, so there's a famous one. The shot in the French Alps to the French Pyrenees, which is like 275-mile photograph. It's a very famous one. Right? That's what I'm talking about, looking at stuff like that. Not looking at people blab, right? That's the same thing as like being in chat. Listening to us blab. Watching a video on it is just listening to people blab. I mean, looking for evidence. Say, hey, here's the claim. Let's look for the evidence for the claim, right?
There's plenty of videos showing evidence in a video format.
I think that's what I've done since I've been here. Questioned everything, bro.
So, but have you watched loads of videos, Pads?
I've been in here watching them with Flat Earthers, bro, yes. I've got playlists from like people like T-Dub and other Flat Earthers who have given me videos to watch. I've gone and watched them, come back and even discussed them with members of the community. My main one is lack of curvature, essentially. That I don't need to see any videos. I don't need to see shit. I don't need to believe any shit from space or NASA or anything. I just don't think it's necessary to know that the Earth's flat. You can if you want, but I don't think it's necessary.
I'm born on the plains. Like somebody's born in Florida, he knows what is going on. Somebody's born in Holland, he knows what is going on. I'm born the same. I'm born on the plain. It's called in Croatian. It's called Ravnica, and that means flat. That means if you're born in the place where it's flat and it's called flat sea, why you need more? That's most famous.
Pretty much.
Yeah, glad you've decided for all of humanity, Pads, what's important and not important to know. Good job.
Well, for example,
That's just some bullshit you're slinging on me, but I can only speak for myself and what's adequate for me. You do you. If you took anything else from that, then that is again on you.
So hold on, you're saying it doesn't matter to you personally, just you.
I said it's the only thing that matters. Yeah.
Oh, it's the only thing that matters. Well, yeah. I thought you just said it doesn't matter whether or not you think it's flat or not.
Oh my God.
No, I'm not God. This isn't God.
Well, you asked me one thing and to give you an answer.
Never mind. Just never mind, bro. I don't know. What is going on? You've been belly aching all day. You don't have to be here.
No, let's never mind. You were right. Let's just never mind.
Bring back the old pads. Bring back that guy.
What, the Glober?
Whatever he was.
No, the problem is, Pads, is that you're trying to, you can't actually maintain your LARP.
It's a shame.
You keep slipping up. Well, I was listening on YouTube, and then you're just bouncing back and forth.
With space. Yeah.
No, in the way you talk about it, right? In the way you're talking about this topic, you're bouncing back and forth. You're trying to incorporate flat Earth rhetoric into the globe rhetoric. When you have to respond without being able to think about it, your globe rhetoric comes out reflexively.
Yeah, it will do. We've discussed it. So anybody who's recently transitioned is used to using certain vocabulary, vernacular. Like I still say around the globe, for example. This is going to happen. It's something that's going to change over time. It is what it is, bro. I'm sure it happened to everybody in here at one stage, and they got better over time.
Yeah, you're sure. And that's based upon what?
I'm sure.
This is
the fact that
you're full of shit. Look,
I don't think
you're full of shit. Look, Pads, there's nothing. Pads, you're full of shit. Okay, I'm saying it. You can try and trick everybody else in this chat. Go for it. Okay, but I don't give a fuck. You're full of shit. I know you're full of shit.
Just change it from Pads to Tampa.
I know you're full of shit.
Yeah, I believe
what I just said about vocabulary transitioning bullshit, though.
Yes.
Yeah, because you're doing what. See, this is another example of you, a Glober, doing what they think, right? What they imagine in their head. It should be like, not based upon any experience you have.
So in this instance, I will call them out. DJ, bro, it was me and you, and I think it might have been sporadic or Daz. It might have been T-Dub. We all
name dropping ain't gonna help you. I don't care.
Well, 1 second. I'm trying to show you. You all kind of acknowledged for anybody who has recently transitioned, it's not ridiculous to expect them to slip up with the vocab they use every now and again. It's actually pretty much standard. Again, it will decrease over time. I can't control that just yet.
This isn't a vocabulary thing.
5 years, I'm going to keep the lingo a little bit out. Think about it. Just think about it for a second, man.
No.
What part don't you understand is I've been doing this for 10 years. I've dealt with people at all stages of, coming to the realization. Bro, Pads, let me just tell you this real simple. You admitted it, you got 5 months. Okay, you have a teeny fucking window into this topic. I have fucking 10 times that or more, 20 times that, whatever the fuck it is. Okay? So, you what you think shit should be like, it's not in my experience. It is that way. So you're faking it like what you think it should be like. Like you're trying to sneak into the, Mexicans wear sombreros. I'll put a sombrero on and sneak into the Mexican embassy because Mexicans wear sombreros. This is what when I hear you, I hear somebody trying flat earthers think this, so I'm going to pretend to think that too.
Indio, you contradict. You just said I've got 10 years experience, and in my experience, it should work like this, right? And then you go on to tell me that I can't do that, bro. Come on.
Look, I've talked to people that have only been in this topic for a month or 2 months or 3 months or 4 months or 5 months or 3 years or 5 years. None of them talk like you. Why is that?
Indio, I just said you contradicted yourself. Can you dispute that, please? I said you did.
Yeah, I didn't contradict myself.
No, you didn't.
Well, no, not the White Knight. Indio.
I did not contradict myself.
Can you explain why?
Can you explain how I did?
I did. I have. Previously.
No, you said I said something about me, and then you said I said something about you. How can that be a contradiction? It's not even the same subject.
You didn't listen.
Then say it again.
So, quoting you talking about yourself said, Pads, I have 10 years experience. 10 years in this industry, or whatever it was that it said, realm, fucking field. Right? And in my experience, people don't act like that. Right? And then you went on to tell me that in my experiences, I can't expect certain things. But in your 10 years experience, it's okay for you to expect certain things. That is contradictory.
No, I didn't say that. First of all, and that wouldn't be a contradiction because your lack of experience doesn't give you the sample size large enough to have any expectation. Everything is new all the time, right? Everything is new all the time for you, Pads. It's not new for me. I can have expectations because I've seen this before. I've seen the shit you're doing before.
Right, sweet then. Okay.
Look, I'm still here. If you're right, think I'm exaggerating when I say I've talked to probably about or close to 10,000 people about this topic.
It's over 9,000.
You've talked to what? 40, maybe 100, maybe 200. The sample size I have to draw from of the way people behave and act and what I guess would be the common social dynamic of this topic would be is so much larger than yours.
Sure. Yeah. I grant it. Right, yeah, okay. But that doesn't mean that what you say is gospel, bro. At all. So this is like saying somebody who's been teaching academia for 10 years. One sec. So as somebody
it isn't gospel, but I'm telling you right now, you're full of shit.
It is gospel. Sorry. It is gospel.
To me, this only matters to me. I don't care what everybody else. I said you can go try and check everybody else. I said, I think you're full of shit. Okay.
I said it only mattered to me a minute ago. That's what I said a minute ago when I said, yes, it only matters to me. And I got pulled up on it. So I get where you're coming from, that it only matters to you. But when you say it, everyone was silent. When I said it, I got pulled up on it.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, I'm talking about a personal judgment about your bullshit.
Strange.
Yeah, relax. I misunderstood what you were even talking about, Pads. Just, you've been belly aching all day. That's all I'm saying.
Username checks out.
My frustration out on you.
I responded to something. I thought you heard. I thought I heard something else.
Huh?
I thought I heard you said that it's. I thought you said that it's just not important. It shouldn't matter to people.
Oh, okay. But I got jumped on. Is my point.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I gave you a little hug there. Everything's fine.
Appreciate it.
You're fluent in Chinese, man.
I didn't hear what you said, bro. But
that's a good one. I've never heard that before.
How do I get my own fan club around here? Do I have to pay people or?
You don't. You're not gonna get that.
Come on, bro. I can hire some
Hey, I'll be your fan. I'll give you my Bitcoin address. Send me a few Bitcoin. I'll be your fan.
If every time I make a joke, will you chuckle in the background and shit? And when I do stuff, I want you to say yeah, go get him, in the background and shit. W in chat, yeah.
No, Pads. I'm going to give you some I'm going to give Pads some honest advice. Pads, you should go hang out with these other flat earthers. So there's a group of flat earthers that do flat earth. It's kind of social for them. You should go hang out with them.
Have you got an invite?
Like Karen V and Mark Sargent and all those guys. It's like a little clique, right? It's a little flat earth clique where they're all buddies and friends and they go hang out together and do conventions and shit like that.
You guys aren't buddies and friends and you don't hang out here. No, you're not buddies and friends here. This isn't a clique. Okay. Yeah, send me the invite.
Wow.
Send me the invite.
No, I'm not part of them. See, because they used to be part of our old Discord. But they ended up getting banned. You know why?
Superiority.
Because people that were in their little clique could do whatever they wanted, right? And as long as you were friends with them, there was a special treatment. But if you weren't friends with them,
muting people and deleting the content from chat, like those sort of things.
No, that never happened.
Yeah, but when their buddies did it, right? Their buddies would execute one behavior.
Yeah.
No, but they would explicitly say it.
Well, in that case, I might as well just stay here then, Indio, because that's what happens here, bro. So thanks for the advice.
Yeah, I don't think so, Pads. I don't think so, Pads.
You got walked into that one, though, bro. Come on.
Yeah, it's not about buddy shit. Right? So, want to know on buddy, right? The people that can control themselves, right, can stay on topic, right? So, if people meet the standard of behavior, it's ain't because, oh, this dude is a buddy with me. He's my friend. We talk in DMs, and I like him. Okay, that's not how we roll, man. That's your narrative and how you want to perceive it. That's the narrative you guys try to paint. That it's a buddy thing. It's not a buddy thing.
So that's a lie, bro.
No, it's not a lie.
You just might not be part of the inner circle, bro. But to deny there is one.
Yeah.
I've been banned from this channel. Kiwi's been banned from this channel.
Bro,
I've been banned also.
Everybody's been banned at some stage. That's fine.
Anytime I come into a flat thing, I always get muted and banned based off the models that
I've been muted and banned.
Have faith in.
Like, Indio, you just unmuted me. Like there was very fair people around it. You just unmuted me, and I said thank you. So I'm not saying everybody across the board all the time.
Yeah, and I don't even like you.
No, I know. That's what I mean. Some people.
Yeah, you're a little weasel.
That's not what I'm saying. Not everybody in here is a dickhead. But the people that are dickheads have the club.
This guy's really boring me. I think I might ban him.
Yeah, Patch, all you do is talk about meta. Earlier, you literally said, let's let it die down. And then
leave me alone for 2 hours, bro. People keep saying my name. People were saying my name when I was
You're in the call. You can leave. There's a button that says X on it. You could leave, bro.
Like it's not my fault I'm famous.
You're not famous.
Believe
You're an attention-seeking 304.
Bro, I was literally begging for Alpha to leave me alone. And
what is it called when you like pain, Chad? Is that a masochist or something?
Yes.
You're a masochist.
Value I present
You're a masochist. You like watching yourself get cooked. It's weird.
I don't know, man. I don't even know who said that. The voice.
You've honestly been here all day. I ran a mile. I've done all this shit. I'm about to go to the beach. You're sitting on the computer crazying.
But no, Pads, I will say that most flat earthers are
on and off.
I can't run a mile. India, what the fuck?
I know. Special breed.
I did it in 7 minutes, bro. I'll post the proof.
7 minutes.
It's just some of them are infatuated with
Is the Pat's name like a reference for the pads that females uses?
Yeah,
no, it should be changed to tampon. It should be changed to tampon.
Jamsey, I agree.
Maxi pads, bro. Put it to maxi pads if you're going to change it. Or tampon.
Jamsey, that's why I said his username checks out, dude. His username checks out.
Yeah, it checks out. Like you acting like a female, you talk like a female.
I've called him Maxi Pads before. I don't know if he remembers, but I've called him Maxi Pads before.
Yeah, a lot of people call me Maxi Pads, man. It's what I go by. It's halfway. It's half now. It's because I'm always
doing your Maxi Pads on fire pads.
What?
What are you doing your Maxi Pads on fire?
Whip out a new one and stick it in India.
No, you throw it on the floor and tampon it.
Oh, okay. Great. Was that a joke?
You don't get it. You throw it on the floor and tampon it. You don't get it. Never mind. Fuck.
No, I don't get it, bro. IQ issue.
Fuck, dude. Yeah. That's bad. Do you know what a tampon is?
Nah, not at all. What is a tampon, bro? fucking silly ass question, bro. I'm a grown man. Like, of course I know what a tampon is.
What do you do when your maxi pad's on fire? You throw it on the floor and tampon it?
No, I send them back.
Wait,
bro.
can I? I'm assuming they're making
Fuck you. Why do I have to explain this joke, dude? You're like
India. The issue is he knows the womanly stuff. He doesn't know what it is to tamp something. He doesn't know the manly stuff.
What? Are you guys making fun of them? I just got in and I'm seeing bullying, right? Like in the plain definition. What are you guys doing?
They're trying to language, so it's not working. Go on, what were they saying?
Hey, is that tomato?
Yeah, Pat, stop bullying the people in here, Pat, with your LARPing. Stop it.
LARPing.
It's a good word, LARPing. Good word.
So you're a white knight, Tomato?
You guys, find gravity.
One word, it gets called a white knight.
Did he say you guys define gravity? Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Yeah, now who's being the bully?
When you say gravity, do you mean it like a parrot that says gravity?
I said define gravity, not be weird.
Why would we
Gravity is
define
most likely an electrical phenomenon, and that's how they get away with it. Is because that's how they get away with it.
It's not electrical. How is it electrical?
Question: do you have any idea how many electrical phenomenons there are?
Tell me.
Exactly, no. But yeah, that's how they get away with it, is because masses underground, deposits of metal, the more metal there, that's creating more of an electrical phenomenon, and that's how the gravimeters get messed with.
So let's assume Earth is flat, okay? What explains the magma, the volcanoes, and what explains the earthquakes and these things?
Magma. Okay, so magma. Do you have any idea how hot even a compost gets?
A what?
Just go look on YouTube. How you can literally cook stuff with a compost.
Okay, that's enough of that. Bob does not speak or represent anybody in this fucking chat, dude.
All right.
We don't answer questions with
Can you
questions.
tell me? No, I want to hear you.
Tell you what, explain. Make up some bullshit story. Okay, I'll make up a bullshit story. Magic leprechaun.
I don't know anything about asking questions.
We don't
I'm trying to get. Why are you interrupting me? Fucking dude. Like, serious, dude. Tomato. Explanations.
I want to convert.
Are worthless.
Listen. I want to convert to flat Earth. It sounds convincing to me. So I'm asking questions before I convert.
Yeah, no, we're not here to convert.
I'm asking.
And I'm answering. We're not here to convert anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Okay.
So, Tomato.
Can you answer
what could her
explanation? I don't know anything about that.
I did. Yeah, can you stop interrupting me?
Okay.
Yeah, so you're going to let me speak now?
Go.
I can give you an explanation that has no evidence, just like yours. Explanations are worthless.
That has no evidence.
Explanations are worthless.
But I think there is evidence for that.
Why are you interrupting me again?
I'm replying to your... Okay, go on.
Yeah, explanations are worthless because they affirm the consequent, right? They're affirming the consequent fallacy. You know what that is?
What is that?
Okay, let's say if globe, magma exists, therefore globe. That's an affirming consequent logical fallacy. That's why explanations are worthless.
I'm not saying magma exists, therefore globe. I'm asking why. No, not asking why. I'm asking of your explanation. I don't care if it's true or not.
I can give you an explanation. Okay, yeah, I could give you. We don't have an explanation because we don't make shit up. We don't make shit up.
Make shit up. Like they made shit up, and it's pretty convincing. And they showed evidence, and it's pretty convincing.
Oh yeah, what was the evidence? What was the evidence for the causal mechanism for magma that they showed you?
They used like some machines.
You said they didn't really get. They showed you a diagram, right? So the diagram was the evidence.
No, they showed me machines and shit. Like
they showed you machines.
You know, people when they like actually like want to discover shit underground, they use like some kind of like a machine that uses geophysics to determine where anything is underground, to determine where petrol is, to determine where underground.
Yeah, but not magma. Works. Yeah, but not magma.
Is another thing. I don't know much about magma, but I know magma comes from the mantle because the upper mantle.
No, you don't know that.
Liquids.
No, you don't know that. You know that that's what they claim. But do you know that? What was the evidence they showed you for that? That magma comes from the upper mantle.
Okay, what's the explanation?
Yeah, of course you're not going to answer because you actually have no evidence for that. This is what I'm talking about.
I can go look up for your evidence and get you.
But really? So that argue. You have to go look for the evidence for the thing you already believe right now.
No, I don't believe anything. Dude, I know it's true, but I have to like show you the things. You want everything.
You know it's true.
You want the answer in 1 second. You want the answer in 1 second. You won't give me a chance to look out for it.
I want you to tell me how you know it's true.
Indio, do we know that if you put pressure on something, it increases the temperature?
I know based on like other things that I have like seen the explanations for, and like I understand them. I know it's true, but I don't fully like remember them right now.
Okay, so you saw an explanation.
Able to recall everything
so you know the explanation's true because you saw an explanation.
Yeah, but I can't recall it.
I want to know what was the evidence.
I'm going to look for it. I'm going to look for it and get back to you. And that doesn't satisfy you because you're gonna get mad because I'm looking for research, which is fucking insane.
Bro. This is what you guys go get fucked up with. You think the claim is the evidence for the claim?
No, I don't
the claim is. Oh, so what's the physical evidence for magma being part of the upper mantle?
Can you give me time to go look for it and get back to you?
Why don't you know it already?
Why don't you know it? But I can't recall it.
You can't recall the methodology from which they determined it.
I'm not a fucking scientist, dude. I'm a normal guy like you.
Okay, so Can you
recall everything you know about flat? I'm not fucking obsessed with the shape of the Earth like you guys. That's why I'm just a casual guy who will go look for things and verifies them using actual good information, unlike you.
You have no idea you didn't evaluate the information because you didn't evaluate the evidence.
No, I did. And it sounded very good back then.
Then what was it? Then what was it?
Let me go look for it.
Yeah, go look for that. You should already know it.
Why?
Because you said you know.
I didn't say I know.
Oh, you're a liar. Now you're a liar. Now you're muted. Now you're muted. I don't deal with liars. Didn't say you know. Why you people are just trash humans? So, Tomato, this would be a good time for you to go find that evidence you never saw before. Even though you know something that's funny. Yeah, Pad said that isn't what happened. And now you want to be banned? Pad, you want to be banned?
Bro, not really.
Like, seriously, that's not what happened. I muted him for lying.
I don't give a shit, bro. Do what you
I
do.
muted him for lying, Pats.
Hey, I called it, bro, and it happened.
I even said that's why I was muting him, isn't it? Didn't I say that's why I'm muting him?
You're too busy laughing at the irony in the chat, bro.
Yeah. You're a liar too. And you're out of here. Bye.
I want to talk to the tomato.
Yeah, if you want to talk to him, I'll mute him.
I think Jenna would do a great job speaking with Tomato.
Turn him into Tomato Paste.
Do a little tap dance. We've got salsa.
All right. Tell me when you're ready. So I can unmute him when you're ready.
Yeah, go for it.
You ready? 3, 2, 1. Rock and roll.
All right, tomato. So I've got a couple questions for you here, right? Because you were asking about lava and stuff, right? Magma. How is this possible? Earthquakes, yada, right? So this would lead me to understand to the conclusion that you think that that we live on a ball Earth that has a molten iron core at the center. Is that what I'm understanding?
Mm-hmm.
Tomato.
Wait, the center? No, the center. I don't think the center is molten. I think the outer core is molten. Let me verify that. It's solid, yeah. Go on.
He said he was gonna verify it. He did a Google search. So how did they verify?
Hold on. Back me up because the poll dropped, right? And he said yes, that I am under the correct understanding that he thinks that he lives on a ball Earth with a molten magnetic iron core.
It's not a magnetic iron core. The magnetic field comes because of the outer core going around the inner core.
There's absolutely no evidence for that.
There is evidence if you looked, but you haven't looked. Have you looked?
No, I have looked, Tomato, and there's no evidence for this. There's no evidence for it.
Sure?
Yes, I'm 100% sure. There's no evidence for there being a core of Earth, especially a molten core.
And if I got
a ball
there is no molten core. The core is 2 parts. An outer.
Hey Jenna, try a little different. But he said, remember when you asked him about his claim, he said, "Let me verify it." But
wait, Jenna, what would you do if I got you? How do you verify your claims, Jenna? Actually,
yeah, that's how would you verify this? This whole we have lava because of the core deal.
He did a Google search.
You think she can't Google it like you?
I absolutely could, and I have many times, and it's not. And then I found about the Kola borehole. You know about that?
That was his research. Google. These guys
No, just follow the train. Just follow the train. He said he was gonna verify it. He Googled it. Now, how the Google that he did, how they de-verify the claim, or is it just a claim like?
Right.
Go ahead.
So, Tomato, I'm asking you the question. Okay, the question is still on you, nobody else, right now.
Mm-hmm.
So, how have you verified the claim?
How have I verified the claim? I saw videos of explanations that show proof.
Videos of explanations. Explanations are not evidence. I can explain things till the cows come home, but it's not evidence.
What is your evidence for flat Earth? Because I don't understand how you believe in this shit.
You don't understand how your horizon is not ever where it should be for a globe Earth?
The horizon looks like that because of temperature.
No. Has anybody walked through the math with you?
Do you know how large Earth is?
Just answer the question, okay? One thing at a time. We'll go back and forth, question per answer, but you're not going to ask a question immediately after I ask you a question.
Okay, ask me.
Okay, so has anybody walked through the math with you? The geometry?
No.
No. Okay.
I'm taking it for granted. I haven't actually looked behind it.
That's probably why you think Earth is a ball. Because you haven't seen the math in
but
contrast.
When I saw your math being debunked with like logical stuff, it did make
like
sense.
Logical stuff? How do you debunk the debunk, right? You're not going to debunk the debunk.
You can.
No.
By default things.
No.
Tomato?
Hold on a second.
Tomato.
The claim has to be proven in the first instance. But there's no need to even debunk something that isn't proven to begin with, right?
Right.
Somebody told me before that this room is full of like
nobody cares, Tomato.
Let's not talk about people, Tomato. We don't care about opinions.
I'm just gonna add.
I don't care what somebody told you about the people in this room, because that's the people in this room is not the name of this channel.
It's a red herring, Tomato. Anyways, you don't have any validation for your claims about magma, right? Just to recap.
You guys don't have any like explanations for anything about the world.
Yeah,
the explanations would require some kind of demonstration, Tomato, which you don't have.
And say no, science is wrong.
Tomato, calm down.
You're a religious zealot. Okay? That's not our problem. You're a religious zealot. You're upset that we've taken your ball away from you. You don't have to rail against us here. You can go somewhere else and cry, but not here, okay?
I'm not upset. You're the one.
Okay, well then let's talk about the claims. Let's not talk about people. Let's talk about the topic and see if you can prove any claim that you have to make.
Right. Let's see your evidence. Right? It'll be my evidence versus your evidence, right?
Okay. What kind of evidence do you accept?
It's not evidence that I accept. I accept evidence of measurable, verifiable, observable Earth curve. That's what I'll accept. Do you have that?
Verifiable. What? Okay.
Yeah. Measurable, testable, observable, verifiable Earth curve that we can repeatedly go out and measure.
Yeah, something that you personally would consider.
Do you have that?
Something that you consider as to be your standard of evidence. For example, if I use it to prove something to you, you will understand that that thing is real. So if photos and images and videos are not your standard of evidence, don't use them. If testimonies are not your standard of evidence, don't use them. So use something that you consider to be your standard of evidence to understand that it's real.
Yep.
Why are we answering endless questions from this clown? Why doesn't he just show whatever evidence he has? Oh, that's right, because he doesn't have any.
To this point, Tomato, you can come to the realization that when just in the example of the core of the Earth and the things that you say you were verifying, remember you thought that you will do a search in the internet, and just by reading the claim, that is a verification, but that's not a verification, bro. Because to verify something, it will have to be tested, demonstrated, shown to be. But just because someone wrote it, like, hey, I believe
what is the
at the center of the Earth that no. Listen, bro. Listen, bro. Nobody. No. No, bro. Listen. Just try to comprehend this.
No, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
But listen, you gotta know this. The claim that the claim is of 3,000 miles below the ground that nobody has been to. The deeper hole ever dug claim is like 7 miles.
Man,
so
can you answer my question?
Are you
What is
listening?
the proof? I'm listening to you, but I want you to answer my question.
Can you acknowledge what is being said?
You're making a stupid argument, and I want you to answer my
No,
question.
no. No.
What do you mean? No,
Not a stupid. It's not a stupid argument. We can cite this right now. You can even go look it up. What's the deepest hole?
Okay. I cannot dig it.
Earth? Nobody has ever verified that there is any kind of magma or anything like that, molten anything at the core of a ball Earth. Never mind the fact that the surface of this.
I want to show you the false, like the wrong in your.
Shush.
Let me talk. Can you let me talk?
No, shush. Never mind the fact that on the surface of this ball Earth in your brain, there's no curvature. It's not curving at the rate that it's supposed to for the radius value that's been given.
You proved them wrong.
But Tomato, right?
Okay.
Are you done?
Are you done? Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Can you tell me the proof that 1 + 1 = 2?
Are you shitting me? I can physically go grab one branch. I can physically go grab one branch off of a tree. I can physically go grab another branch off the tree. How many branches do I have? You idiot.
Jenna, relax. You already asked him for the evidence that we need. He has decided not to get it. You said observable, measurable Earth curve. He decided not to get that. So we don't have to worry about cores or magma or any of that stuff when the Earth is not a ball. I don't know why we're wasting time with this fool. But if someone wants to continue to be interrupted by this asshole, I will unmute him.
Okay,
no, Jenna earlier wanted to speak to him, and he was muted. He was unmuted to speak to Jenna. So if she wants to talk to him, she should.
Well, I think at this point it's useless. He should stay on mute and listen.
That's so fucking
because
funny.
I mean, he's more than welcome to stay in here, but he needs to.
I want you guys to actually have a conversation with me without muting me, and one at a time with all of you, and let me ask my questions back and forth without interrupting me.
Okay, yeah, but the back and forth part's where you're falling short.
Yeah.
You're not answering anything anybody puts to you. You're just waiting to talk, and then you ask some irrelevant, stupid question.
Yeah, that's the problem, Tomato. That's the problem, Tomato, is when a question is asked of you, you don't answer it. You just immediately ask your next question.
Because you guys ask me stupid questions, insane.
No. You can't stay focused on one thing at a time. That's the issue.
Yeah, that's my bad. But you guys still ask stupid questions.
Yeah, you're bad. Definitely, you're bad because you can't answer questions, and you just
what's the stupid question?
And then you want to turn around.
Okay, what's the question? Go ahead. Let him ask one. Let him get it out. Go ahead. Say it.
You already asked 70 of them. What's the stupid question that we asked you?
Yeah.
What's the proof of magma like? What's the proof of
Nobody said that. Nobody asked what's the proof of magma.
Yeah, you weren't listening.
You're not listening.
No, you said what's the proof that the magma is in the mantle?
You're not listening, Tomato.
Oh.
So you think us asking the question about the mantle of Earth and its existence is a stupid question when you claim it but don't support it? I think that's a great question.
Dude, you're the one that brought up magma in the first place, Tomato.
Yeah, I did.
Not magma.
I was asking you, and you evaded the question.
What was the point of your question?
You didn't claim just magma that we can see on the surface when a volcano explodes or something like that. No, you didn't claim just magma. You claimed a molten core, something that is far below the surface that we know.
So his original question was, how do you, if the Earth is flat, how do
you know the proof for that? You know the proof for that? There is a device.
He can't even listen to a full question. He just starts talking.
Let me explain the.
You started talking right then,
through the middle of
talking right.
I'm answering your first of all question. I'm answering your question. You want the proof? The proof for it is that there is a device
in the middle of somebody asking
it. Whatever.
Yeah, whatever. Wait till somebody's done talking, then try.
Yeah. So to recap this, right? He comes in saying if the Earth is flat, how do you explain what magma, lava, volcanoes, something like that, and earthquakes? Is that the question, right? That's your original question, isn't it, Tomato?
An ancient traveler, please mute up.
Oh, sorry about that.
Well,
That was your original question, wasn't it, Tomato? Is he muted, or did he leave? Oh, darn. Tomato left. He'll be back, though. I know he'll be back. There's something in the back of their minds that always brings them back, and they haven't figured it out yet.
It's confrontation.
It's like, well, or there's like something in their subconscious that keeps pulling them here. Like they know that what we're saying is accurate as fuck. So
Is everyone in here a flat earther?
No. Is pretty good at that.
I was gonna say I didn't mean that to be a disingenuous question. I'm genuinely curious.
I'm above the ground, in the medium, under the heavens, Earther. So yeah.
I'm just an earther, bro. I'm just an earther, bro.
Just an earther. Holy shit.
I'm a human. Yep, I'm a human. You know where I'm from? Earth.
Very nice.
Oh yeah, are you like maybe a different phrasing of like how many people here can prove shapes and use the Earth to do that? Like, how about you, Bite? Are you able to use geometry to prove a shape?
Oh, honestly, dude, I don't even know how to calculate like a diameter of a sphere at this point. So
hello?
Dang.
Yeah, bro. I got into computer
I have
science,
a question.
so I just wrote a bunch of shit to do it for me, and then I forgot how to do it.
Can you prove to me the Earth is?
Hey, listen, buddy. You have a question, but not in the middle of someone else's sentence. So just hold it.
Can you? Okay.
My bad.
No, you're good.
Copy.
We'll just go ahead with copy because he's going to drop out in a second. Got TikTok break.
Oh, okay. What is? Can you prove to me that the Earth is flat?
Patient,
You coming out of the gate with a burden reversal fallacy. So, you're going to need to actually prove that the Earth is a globe so that all of this goes away. We wouldn't be here if there were proof of curvature. That's all we need. That's the only qualifier that a globe Earth would need to be.
No, but that's why we're here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe in either. That's why I want. Like, I'm just asking for, do you have any circumstantial, any circumstantial evidence, or physical proof, or logic, or some sort of argument that leans towards the Earth being flat?
Yeah, when you go to the beach and you look out at the water, is it curving and dropping down and away from you, and is everything spinning around? Is that your experience?
No. Well, my experience might be different than yours, so that's why I want to ask. You know, your.
I'm
positive about the experience that we share is the same.
Talk. Okay, never mind.
Copy. Let me let you in on a little secret.
I'm sorry, Heretic. I didn't hear you talk. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm so sorry.
That's all right. I just wanted to see if he could answer about his experience, but he probably won't anyway.
What about the beach?
Yeah, copy. Copy. Do you copy?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, cool. So the thing about it is, you said that your experience might be different from my experience, but the whole thing is, we can go out to the beach together. And we will be experiencing the same damn thing. We will be looking out across the water. We will be seeing well beyond the geometric limit of a ball Earth that's supposed to have a 39, 59-mile radius. Okay? That's not going to be any different. That's right. That's not going to be any different of an experience. Okay? So that's what we're talking about right now. You and I and everybody in this room could go down to the beach and do the same damn thing and have the same damn experience. And experience the world the same way. So.
I don't know. I take acid a lot, man.
So let's pull up the Black Swan and the Earth Curve calculator and do some compare and contrast, right? Have you ever done that, Copy? You ever looked at it?
Have I ever done what now?
Have you ever looked at the Earth Curve calculator in comparison or contrast to these long distance observations?
No, I haven't, and I haven't done any measurements or any research of my own. That's why I wanted to ask my question.
Cool. Well, you came to the right place. Can you see the text chat, Copy?
Yay! I can, yes.
Okay, perfect. So let's throw the Earth Curve calculator in here. And we're going to drop the Black Swan. And what that's going to show you is that the horizon for a globe Earth is nowhere near where it's supposed to be for a 1-foot observation height. And so when we look at this, and this isn't the only Black Swan, by the way, there are several. There are several Black Swans. You'd have to have like some 212% refraction or some bloody bullshit to make that work for a globe. Here we go. My information file is huge. All right.
Keep it simple.
I got tons of flat Earth info. Tons of globe debunked. Here we go. All right, Copy. Sending it. Take a look at the text chat. And
yeah, the 24/7 flat Earth. Oh, you just posted. Okay, I see.
There it is. Yep. So if you take a look at the Earth Curve calculator on the side, it gives you drop in feet, distance in miles, so on and so forth. So in 1 mile, you should have a drop of 0.67 feet. 2 miles, so on and so forth. So you've got these rigs that are out at 6 miles and nearly 10 miles.
Okay.
So the horizon should be in front of the closest rig, blocking about 25 feet of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you can clearly see that that's not happening, right? There's even a little boat in between the two rigs that you can see. That thing should be completely hidden by Earth Curve. So what this shows is that the globe math is wrong. It's actually showing us how many feet of missing Earth Curve there is.
Oh. I see.
Yeah. Any questions, comments, concerns?
No, I think you explained that pretty well, and you had some graphs to back it up.
Stop the cap.
Awesome. So, yeah, the observer height or the camera height on that Black Swan there is 1 foot above sea level. And at 1 foot above sea level, the furthest you should be seeing for a globe Earth with a 39, 59 mile radius is approximately 1.22 miles out to the horizon. And you're seeing over 10 miles. And also, can you see the horizon behind the furthest rig?
Yeah, I can.
Because that's super important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, why is that the...
It's a big
if you don't mind me asking. Why is that the limitation? Like, why is the limitation a distance? Like, what's limiting that us to see further in that proposal?
Say what?
Jenna.
What's limiting us from seeing further than the horizon that's beyond the furthest ridge? Is that what's being asked?
In that proposal that we should only see 1.22. What is it that's blocking things in the distance? Mm-hmm.
Who's asking?
From a Glover's point of view, like on what is it that's blocking things in the distance at 1.22?
Yeah, from a Glover view, it should be that Earth curve, right? It should be a water hill.
Right. Okay.
So, Cop, you ever seen any evidence of a globe Earth in your experience?
Evidence of a globe Earth? I mean, I've been told that it's a globe. I've seen like globe Earth models. You know, like the ones where it has like all the continents on it. You can spin it. I've seen that, but as for like evidence, I've never. Now that you bring it up, I've never been presented evidence. I've just kind of been told and seen that it's a globe.
Bingo. Yeah, I'd agree with that. You've just been told it. Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, same for all of us, man. They did it to us all when we were like really, really little, right? Like before you could even like question things for yourself, think for yourself, ask your own questions.
What do you guys think about like satellite feeds and stuff? Like, how do you guys explain that?
Well, they're not in space.
Gotcha. So, like, do you think the companies are like lying to the public and stuff like that, like SpaceX, NASA, etc.?
I think there's a lot of people that work for a lot of organizations that have no fucking clue what actually goes on at the upper top.
Mm-hmm. But just to clarify, you think like the video feed is like fake?
You gotta make.
Like, think about it, dude.
You gotta make
You could be working. You could be working for a freaking drug dealer, right, and not even know it, right? Because you're just working at their business front.
Correct. So, how do you think they like think the videos? Like, you may not have even a theory on this, which is fair enough. You don't need one, but like to say they're fake. But like, how do you think you would do that?
Like the live stream videos that they're always cutting.
Yeah, like the live stream videos, the videos of like various astronauts like getting sent to the ISS, right, etc.
Yeah, that's not hard to do when you're NASA and you own like a giant swimming pool and a super duper big sound studio and like the world's second largest green screen. Not hard to do. If they can make Sandra Bullock look like she's in space for $2.4 million, then imagine what the hell NASA can do with a $24 million a day budget. You know?
Wasn't it Katy Perry, not Sandra Bullock? I don't even know.
No. Katy, no. It's a movie called Gravity that has Sandra Bullock in it. Okay, and just recently there was like an all-girls trip to space, right? And yeah, that was a flop. The door was supposed to be open from the outside; it opened from the inside. Yeah, it's just all messed up.
Didn't you just? But Jenna, you already debunked that as a possibility with your earlier proof of the of that horizon distance not being due to the curvature of Earth as a globe. You've already debunked it. That.
Exactly.
There's also a difference that you have to realize between when you say satellites, there's instruments that can be sent very high up to do readings, temperature, pressure readings, photography, LiDAR observations for weather. And you can say, oh, those are satellites that work in reality, and that doesn't work on a globe. But then there is the satellites that you have in your mind that are cartoons that go around the globe cartoon. Those things are not in the real East level that we exist.
What makes them stay in the sky then? Do you have a theory on that?
What's then?
Like obviously in the like the way it's depicted to you, right? In these cartoons.
Okay, can you show? Okay, post what you're talking about. post it in the text so we know what you're trying to say. What it is in the sky that you're saying, it's staying in the sky. Can you post that thing that you're talking about that is in the sky?
Like a satellite?
You mean a Satelloon or a weather balloon? A satellite that goes on a balloon to read the weather? They use balloons.
No, I mean like a satellite that's been put into orbit, so it's going like 20 something.
Okay, that you only seen that in a cartoon.
I mean, I've seen more than just a cartoon, obviously, because they fake videos of it. If it's fake, right? Like if it's fake, they have faked videos of it, like in real life. So
okay, post the one that you're talking about that is not a cartoon.
I could, I guess, but I'm doing a little bit of work right now, and I'm talking to you on an iPad, so I might do that later.
You could not for sure, because there is no one. They are all cartoons.
Even if there's something else that is not the balloon ones, the Satelloons, you know, that those are actual satellites, the Satelloons that work in reality. There's also things like that, quantum levitation and other things that can cause devices to float. But the ones that you're thinking of going around a globe, when you think about the satellite and you say orbit, you're saying that this thing is going around a globe, right? Around the globe. Sir?
Oh, he's speechless.
Oh no, I'm so sorry, dude. I don't mean to not respond to you, but I actually didn't hear the last thing you said because I had my wife come into the room. She was talking to me, so I apologize.
Oh yeah. So when you say the satellites in orbit, you mean these devices that are going around a globe, around the globe?
Yes, like they.
Okay, okay. So that's the thing,
you know what I'm
though.
talking about, right? Like I mean, obviously you do. Like everyone knows like what the like status quo is on this, right? Like even if you believe.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to make you a separation between the things that work in reality and the cartoon version of things that are not in reality. The thing that you're talking about and asking about is devices that are going around a fantasy globe, fantasy devices that are going around a cartoon globe. That's not in reality. And you're trying to ask us, how does that work in reality?
I think he may benefit from the gas pressure argument.
I mean, I see what you're saying. But like, I mean, that's just.
I just want him to have a separation between the real. You know, when you have a real car and then you have a cartoon car, you go drive the real one. You don't drive the cartoon one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So the real devices that can operate in reality with balloons or quantum levitation or other things, those might work those work in reality. The one that you're asking about around a globe, in the first place, there is no globe, there is no curvature across the land that you're standing on or across the waters on the surface, right? There's no curvature.
Original question was asking you if the Earth is not a globe and you still think satellites are in the sky. Do you think that?
Oh, he's getting a call.
Oh. I was just saying.
You getting a call?
You said that, maybe you didn't, but if you think satellites are in the sky and you also think that the Earth is not a globe, what is like your like physics or like what is your like mathematical or even like conceptual like explanation?
So the real physics is that we live in a contained environment. We have gas pressure, and you're asking about how things work in reality, and specifically satellites. They use balloons to send devices very high up, and you can only have that in a contained environment.
Gotcha. So you think that there's no like satellite spinning around something, obviously, because that would suggest
there are devices that you can label as satellites up in the sky that are hanging from balloons. You can see these reels. People have photographs of these. They fall from the sky. This work. Have you ever seen Google Loon? Or there's NASA sends Satelloons all the time. There's weather balloons. They attach satellites to the balloons, right? But the physics of that, if that works in reality, it requires a contained environment that the globe doesn't have that.
these balloons, if you do the research, can stay up for months at a time. So we're talking about technology that's fairly reliable and that has been used for decades. NASA, as I understand it, is the #1 consumer of helium all over the world. So this is a very widespread program. Many nations, many corporations are using it.
Yeah, back in the 90s, there was a documentary which showed how they recovered the balloons mid-air and redeployed them. So there's also the factor you got to consider that they tell you that these things are traveling this fast because they're assuming they're traveling around the ball at a certain distance, and so that adds to the assumed speed.
Well,
Grace, what's up, bro?
You have to reach escape velocity, and then you have to orbit the Earth with like if it's a sphere, right, with like a certain amount of speed. I'm sure you know this, the like traditional like viewpoint on the matter. Yeah. Yeah.
What? What are you talking about, bro?
Like just like how NASA explains how satellites work.
Right. Well, the Earth would have to be evolved in the first place, but it's not. Space would have to exist, but it doesn't. So all those things are basically just fantasy.
There is again, bro. The separation between NASA themselves. They show you schematics of the Satelloons. They consume a lot of helium, like the other guy said, because they attach devices to balloons. That's why they need the helium, right? To send them up. Do you get this part? Do you made it this far? Okay, so you get that. Now, the other thing that you are trying to ask about is the cartoon version of things, the fantasy version, the drawings that you get of things that are not in reality, like the globe and devices going around the globe. You don't have a globe in reality. The Earth is not a sphere. And then the cartoons that go around that fantasy globe, those are not real.
Mm-hmm. But like, if you sent like a satellite up with a balloon, right? Do you think there's video footage of that, or do you think they don't release that to the public and then they fake everything?
No, there's tons of footage of them releasing balloons. It's all over the place.
So
you can look up Google's Project Loon as well.
I will look for myself if you like, but I would prefer you provide me like a video if you could. Obviously, this is up to your own discretion. But like, if you could, I would prefer you to provide me with a video of them sending a satellite up with a balloon, and see. I would like to see the Earth like not spinning. You know what I mean? Or like,
well, hold on a second.
You know what I'm saying?
You don't need to have a satellite to know that the Earth is not spinning. It's not measured to be spinning. No one has ever proven Earth.
No, you know what?
Why would I have to prove to you the negative of something?
Listen, real quick. I think this guy having question because he's actually questioning certain things and he wants some information about this topic. That's why he's asking for links and stuff. I'm gonna send you a link to our server, and over there you're gonna find terabytes of links, information about these topics, the satellites and laser tests and all these things. Because if you're asking about resources. I'll send you the FE 24/7 link so you can access all of the documents over there. Since you are looking to look into this stuff, right?
Yeah. I mean, more so just have a conversation about it. But yeah, I will click something.
Well, we're having the conversation, but you say, "Can you guys send me the resources?" And that's what I'm telling you, so you can. Get the link.
Are you extremely sure that the rotation speed of the Earth is not?
Wait, real quick before you ask that question, what's the name of the guy that was just speaking? What's the username?
So back to the conversation that you want to have. Fair enough. So your experience is of a stationary Earth, yeah?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess I would consider myself like a globalist. So no, like I think
No, but I'm not asking about your religious beliefs. I'm asking about your experience. Do you experience the Earth moving, or is it stationary?
Like relative to me on a human scale?
Yeah, do you feel the Earth moving? Do you experience it moving? Yeah. No. So the Earth's not moving, but you want me to send you a video of a Satelloon showing the Earth not spinning, even though that's your experience.
Well, if they sent the satellites up, right, off these balloons, right, and then you could provide a video of that, a video like footage of that balloon going up, right, without like providing like without the like artifact in the video of like the Earth and the like continents like shifting and stuff like that due to the spin, you know what I mean? Then that would be great because that would be video proof. But
so have you ever been in a plane?
Yeah. Yes.
A commercial jet. Okay, so when you were in the jet and it was moving, did you notice that the Earth was still? You don't even need a video for this. Did you use your eyeballs?
No. Like I didn't even get high enough to see the horizon. So,
dude, what do you are you thinking that there is some kind of Satelloon that can see the entire Earth?
I mean, not the entire Earth, obviously. Well, I don't believe that because I think the Earth is a sphere, obviously. I'm sure you gathered. But so I don't think anything, no matter how high you get. I don't think you can see the entire Earth from the moon, right? Because of that. But I do think that you can eventually see the circumference of the like 2D depiction of the like Earth, like the photons hitting your eyes. You know what I mean? And you can see like the space of the.
Can I interrupt real quick?
Go for it.
I just posted in the text chat. I just posted in the text chat, right? So you're saying that you're saying you can't see the entire Earth to be a globe in one single frame, right? And that would be correct. So at what altitude do you have to be to see direct arc of Earth curve? I googled this forever ago, and it says 50,000 feet, and yet I find evidence of the contrary, right? At 70,000 feet, you don't see an Earth curve. And you can go higher and higher and higher and still not see Earth curve. That arc.
Yeah, I posted a picture from I just posted a picture from the Chinese space station. The Earth is flat from that height.
Well, you mentioned that when you were in a plane, you didn't see the horizon. I've always seen the horizon when I go up in a plane. I don't think anybody doesn't see a horizon in a plane.
I don't know. You know, I wasn't paying like an exorbitant amount of attention to that, so fair enough.
Yeah, there's. I mean, this is horizon from a plane right here.
Yeah, then you can look at the red. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's a good example. So the Red Bull jump, that guy was in basically what you would call a Satelloon, a high altitude balloon, and he landed actually in the wrong direction according to what the Earth would be doing if it were spinning. In fact, where did he land? Did he land west or east? I can never remember of where he launched his balloon at. So the Earth is stationary, right? It's always experienced that way. Nobody measures it spinning, so I mean, there's footage everywhere of the Earth being stationary. What we're missing is actually footage of the Earth spinning or any measurement thereof. But then it would have to be a ball to spin, too.
Yeah, it took him I think it was 3 hours to reach that altitude. And if the Earth was spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, he should be thousands of miles off the area he landed on.
Yeah,
why? Because the balloon went up, the Earth is not spinning, and he fell around that same area.
Talking about Felix Magath.
Any high altitude balloon device. Yeah.
Even that guy, Felix Magath, it took him 3 hours in the sky. Still, they collected him just from nearby. The Earth was spinning underneath him, and he took all that time and spent all that time in the sky. They should collect the guy on Africa or Europe.
On the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah. according to Coriolis, he would have not landed on a landmass.
He would have been on the ocean.
Yeah, because as you would rise, you would be going into areas of less and less rotational force, because there's nothing to hold the air solid to the ground, and so there should be Coriolis drift as things rise or as things fall. But we don't see that. We don't see any Coriolis drift based on Earth. We just see Coriolis within rotating systems.
And you also have wind just affecting the balloons. If there's any movement, it's because of mostly weather patterns, high pressure, low pressure, wind.
Yeah.
Well, where does the Earth's gravitational field end? Like in traditional theory, obviously. And do those balloons reach that height? That would be the question, right? Because obviously, if you're still in the gravitational field, you're going to move with the spin.
By what mechanism?
Gravitation.
Yeah, are you saying gravity moves things to the sides?
Well, the Earth's rotation is due to inertia, right? And objects' tendency to resist charges in a state of motion. The Earth's rotation is consistent.
Yeah, you're violating that, because when an object rises, it's at a certain velocity, and so its motion is x. And then as it rises, the tangential velocity needs to increase to maintain its position above that location. Because of it's rotating at a certain speed, and now that it rises, it needs to rotate at an even faster speed if it wants to maintain its position above that location.
Take a look at that in the chat. It's for flight of airplanes. If the Earth were moving, spinning at all, these planes are moving at this velocity. At what velocity is the plane or the Earth catching up with the other? Not happening. It's never been calculated. Never, ever has it ever had to be accounted for by any pilot whatsoever. Neither has EarthCurve.
Yep, that's why they fly, assuming the Earth is flat and stationary.
Yeah, first page, first assumptions.
Are we still live, or did it just cut out?
It cut out, and you need a new mic.
All right, let me throw my mic into the ocean, and I'll be back.
Down the hill.
Oh yeah, I'll throw it into the water hill. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. If the Earth were flat, you'd be able to throw forever. Got him.
Exactly. Is my mic really bad though?
No, it's very good.
No, it ain't that bad, bro.
It really is. Very
Yeah, I think you need a new mic, man.
Damn, bro, I thought this was my sexy mic. Golly.
Doesn't
Just
sound bad to
send me that one and buy a new one.
Damn, bro. I'm gonna have to get me an Android. So, who are we cooking right now? Is it Martin or who are you guys roasting? Hammer? Checkmate?
Yeah, he's like super duper holding to Earth spin, and we're showing him that that doesn't happen. There's not a single aircraft that accounts for rotation or curvature of Earth ever. And I was in Air Force Junior ROTC for most of high school, and yeah, when I think back to it, the one thing we were never, ever, ever, ever taught to do was to adjust for curvature or rotation of the Earth. It was never, ever anything that was in our simulations.
Alrighty. Were you a barracks bunny?
What?
Oh, never mind. Moving on smartly.
So to the new color. Well, what's up?
What did you say?
I was just going to say to the new guy, I understand that most of this is like drinking from a fire hose, totally opposite of everything that you've been told. I guess that's kind of the point. But yeah, let's just rip the Band-Aid off real quick. No globe, no space, no gravity, all that stuff is just a story surrounding the original lie. So you can continue to ask questions. You can continue to ask for evidence or research, whatever. We'll answer the questions that we can, some that we can't. We just say, I don't know. That may not be satisfactory, but at least it's the truth.
Radvan, you know what?
Facts.
I don't like your profile picture.
You know what, Sasha? I think your profile picture means we shouldn't listen to you.
Should I change? What is the... How to say it? What is the standard? What is the rule? What? What?
Have we talked to Checkmate before?
Oh, Checkmate.
I was just about to ask. It says he's a politics journeyman. You new to this place, Checkmate?
I've got you in my sights.
Chess boards are not curving. You cannot play chess on a sphere. It's impossible.
Big facts.
Oh, you made the claim.
Welcome. Sorry, go ahead.
He made the claim. Let's debunk him. I will find out curves. Just maybe it's there. Must be there.
You cut out for 3 seconds.
Okay, curved chest.
I was trying to point out to the other guy that when people ask about satellites, they imagine the cartoon version of those. They think about the cartoon device colored by whatever coloring system around a colorful ball sphere, and they asking about that. Can you explain that? Can you explain these satellites going around the globe? How does that work? But then there is the whatever Satelloons and the other things that can, I guess, be verified for weather and weather readings and that kind of stuff that I don't think anybody will be denying. But a lot of these people believe those are the same thing. Oh, if we have satellites that work, I mean, it's like the logic is backwards. If we have satellite, if we have these cartoon satellites, therefore the cartoon globe is true.
I think, James, they are. When you say cartoons, they're thinking that if you are joking. You know?
Well, that's why I asked him to post it, because whenever you ask them to post this satellite that they're talking about, they post cartoons most of the time.
Or they never saw. Or they never saw in live video of some, let's say, satellites going, whatever. You can see it, but everything is cartoon. It's true.
Yeah, if you post the satellite going around the globe, it's gonna be a cartoon, 100%. And that's the one they're thinking. They're asking about the cartoon going around the cartoon, but that's not real, bro. It's a cartoon. And they're asking, how does that work?
Yeah,
it's like you know that they.
I was gonna say.
Go ahead, Jenna. My bad.
I was just saying most of these satellite images are taken from drone planes in small sections at a time. So they're not getting their GPS or their maps from space, right?
Jenna, you have all.
That's where the real. That's the one.
What's lighting up the?
My bad. Because I make that's what I'm saying. The separation between high altitude balloons or drones that can take photographs and they work in reality. That's totally fine. No issues with that. Those are if there's.
Yeah, I was gonna.
Go ahead.
Okay. No, I was going to ask, like, I don't know. I mean, if you had a conclusion, I don't know. But I was going to ask, like, in the real satellite images, like, what's lighting it up so that so a drone can capture the image of the satellite? I mean, we see an object due to the light, bouncing off the surface and reaching our eye. So where's this satellite that it has, we're able to take an image of it to where it's entirely lit by some sort of light, like where. These real pictures. Oh, maybe I'd have to just model it out and see.
My extent to the ones that I call real is whatever weather balloons that they take imagery across certain regions and you get imagery data. You get clouds and you get like maybe across the ocean, and even you can get like some landscapes and they show you certain things, or even photographs like Jenna mentioned. Yeah, high altitude devices, sure, that I have no issues with that stuff, but that works in reality. You're not seeing anything that goes against the physics of water or anything like an uncontained environment, gas pressure without a container environment. You don't see that in the imageries of the real satellites or the real imagery devices. Because the ones that they're talking about this cartoon version of reality that have blue and green, right? And like the globe, but that's not real water. That's coloring. That's crayon water, crayon land that they show you on the globe cartoon. That's not the real stuff. And then they paint the satellite, and look, this satellite going around the crayon painted globe. Explain that. People have a difficulty separating the real stuff and the cartoon stuff.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out that if somebody's claiming to see a satellite at all, then it can't be in the place that they're claiming, because in the place that they're claiming to see it, there is nothing that exists that would reflect or interface the light that's allowing you to see it. If you're seeing it, then you're not in the place you think you are.
You must see the second video what I posted. There are satellites which are going like a plate, like a ring, like a Saturn around the Earth. There is a layer of.
How can you see them?
No, it's on computer software, but it's going like like a ring of Saturn. That's how it's, and it's telling you which year it was added. Put it in the sky. But you have two layers, one around and one like a plate. You must see it. It's ridiculous.
Hey, Sasha, is that you?
Yeah.
Yeah, the second one you posted. That's what I mean. This cartoon stuff. People are like thinking that's real water. Look water. Look satellites. People see this stuff and they're like, this is how physics. They see this stuff and they say, hey, physics. But water doesn't behave like this.
Jesse, look at the video. Check it. I will tell you now. I will repeat. In 1980s, its moon is showing, and only for a few years. But do you see? The moon will pass, but only a few years. Like. Really.
You didn't see the moon for many years. That's funny.
Okay. Yeah, it's starting from 63, I think. No moon. No, okay, 74, there is a moon, and it's going from 74 till 89 and 90 was a moon. Passing that space. Yeah.
Look in the comments. Oh, I didn't know we had that many satellites back then. Like, people are looking at this and they believe this represents reality. This cartoon. Oh, this is what's actually happening from back then to today. This is what's actually happening. It's just by looking at this cartoon.
Yeah.
Dang, Earth looks like Saturn. They think this cartoon is Earth.
Man,
I'm just amazed that all those satellites and none of them crashed into each other at all ever.
Yeah. When you look,
it's called real good engineering.
There is no more space to rocket to pass. You know.
You know, we have Charlene. Charlie joins in here, and he's a space engineer. He can explain to you how he makes the satellites to not bump into each other in space. You know, Charlie.
Magnets.
Oh, that guy's so full of shit. His teeth are brown.
Space magnets.
Space repellents.
Space gravitational magnets with the fusion and something, and ether. Sounds nice.
Sounds like a good explanation.
How do you explain flat surface on flat Earth?
Well,
it's there. Yeah, that's explanation. It is there in that reality, not in cartoon.
Look at these people. It will be very sad to be trapped inside the Earth. It's the distortion of reality. Even though we are in a contained environment, and you can say you're kind of trapped in your country or your continent or this contained environment, but they think that, oh, there's so many satellites around us that we're basically trapped around the satellites. I don't know, it's kind of weird. Earth got an artificial ring. Now Earth has a ring of satellites.
Now I got it. What is container, man? All these satellites.
The container is 20 billion light years away. Don't you know that?
No, the satellites are producing some kind of energy. What is producing some kind of when the gases cannot go away.
Oh, look, this is a good question someone asked. So how will a rocket exit Earth without taking out some satellites? Wow, someone is thinking. Oh, buddy, it's called real good engineering. You know, when we launch rockets, we calculate for all the thousands and thousands of satellites out there.
But just to be fair, it's not necessary. We have to think that because that amount of satellites is not that huge to cover all the sky.
No,
no. Bunch of cars that you have in a city that you disperse in the skies. What? How much satellite do we have there? Maximum a million.
I don't know, but
we have millions of cars and we never have car accidents. Yeah, obviously, because
No. You have millions of cars in condensed area. So let's just assume that there is balloons there, or those hubs there, and there is that those a million of them. They don't claim that there is a million satellite. But let's assume that there is a million of them dispersed in all that area. No,
it wouldn't be dispersed because you have orbital mechanics, and that is it's like a highway up there. It's like a rings within rings. And then you have one ring that doesn't hit the other ring, and another. It's like highways.
Yeah, how much planes do we have in the sky now? I think it's more. We have more planes in the sky and in much lower altitude, so that radius will be just smaller. that circle around the Earth. So you don't hear about collisions between
What do you mean? We just had a collision like last month.
Collision between two planes?
And a plane and a helicopter.
Okay.
Two satellites collided.
A plane and a helicopter, but like I said, for me, I believe that those things that they call satellites are just different types of HAPS, high altitude platform system. So it can be planes, balloons with the ion thrusters or something like that, like propellers with the solar energy. So it can't be anything like that. And I can believe that, it might work not having so much accidents. And if you have a crash or accident, like those balloons that we see that crash on the surface, we have images and we use those memes. So those balloons crash sometimes.
Yeah, the balloons
ion thrusters. What's that?
Ionic thruster. So it's an electric system that turns gas molecule to plasma, and you use that to push to create thrust for a craft. I can show you demonstration of that.
You got some loud background noise, Necro.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, your background noise it's kind of coming through pretty loud.
You just use quantum physics, bro. The real physics. Remember, Q told you quantum. The real physics. He said that's physics, quantum. There's quantum levitation. Just based on the temperature. You know how they show you these metal devices that can float around, levitate, because they're very cold against a plate, or that's quantum.
Are you guys saying they're retrofitting these satellites with this type of technology?
No, saying, because there was a guy asking about how satellites work, and I was trying to point out to him that we have stuff that works in reality, but then we have the fantasy stuff around a globe. We don't have a globe. You don't have a fantasy globe, fantasy satellites, fantasy water, fantasy earth, cartoon. Yeah. So the stuff that works in reality, attach balloons to them. That's the ones that we know about, and they fall from the sky.
Yeah, correct. That's what I said. I didn't claim that technology can be attributed to satellite. You don't need that shit. There is no air there to use to create that thrust with the ionic thrusters. So I was attributing that to not normal high altitude platform systems like planes, drones, not planes that's piloted by humans, but drones.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I get it, but the thing is they've never produced any evidence that the vacuum of space exists. So even if they're claiming the vacuum of space, and then you would say, well, these ion thrusters won't work there. Like that's not even. They're talking about a fantasy. Like, of course, it won't work in a fantasy because it's a fantasy. That's why it won't work there.
They're doing the backwards. They're saying, "Can you explain this fantasy how it works in reality?" Yes. That's what they're asking.
Yes, it's backwards. Yeah, and you were right. You were like, "Well, show me one evidence that you could show a demonstration of a satellite in operation," and they show you cartoons. That's because that's all you can show. Look at my cartoons and flying around a ball.
Yeah, look, I have a cartoon of a satellite next to a cartoon globe. Therefore, what?
Yeah, that's the way.
Therefore, it's cartoons in plural.
Oh yeah, but that's the point, right? Like when we show them, look, this is all you have. It's literally cartoons. Like there is nothing you can show that there's going to be evidence of something that's a device that has a propulsion system that works in a fantasy, because you didn't demonstrate that that the fantasy exists. Like you have to show that first.
We do have stuff that works in reality. We do have that.
Yeah.
But in reality, you don't have a spinning globe. You don't have you don't have this curving water around a sphere in a vacuum. You don't have that. So showing a cartoon of water attached to a ball, I mean, that's not even water. Like I'm saying, they grab a blue crayon and paint a sphere blue and green, and they say, "Look, that's water and earth." No, bro.
And then they tell you
that's coloring.
But then they tell you that's where I live, right there. And you're like, what, on a painting? Like on a fucking
on a painting?
On an image? Like no, you don't live there, man. You live outside of the
Surprisingly, all the types of transportation that we use in our daily life, like to walk, to drive in a car, or to ride a bike, a plane, helicopter, undersea submarine, or a ship, they work the same. You need that friction. You need something to push against. Suddenly and surprisingly, we have vehicles that doesn't need that. Which is rockets and those things in that fantasy world. Everything needs something to push against. Your feet can't walk if you can't have that surface that you can use your feet to push against to walk. You won't be able to walk, to move. And all our vehicles work with that. Rockets doesn't. They work with that. Here, like the rockets that we can make to do those fireworks. So it's thrust. It's pushing against the surface of the ground and against the air that is surrounding it. How that shit will work on space, but there is nothing.
Yeah, we got maybe Hammer that just joined our chat. Hammer, do you have any idea how space could be real? Okay, how about Earth being a globe? Any evidence for that? Say silent if you agree that the Earth is flat. Excellent. We got Booger Smoker. What the hell is that guy?
Ew. What the?
Why would you? I don't even bother. I mean, yeah, whatever. Whatever floats your boat, man. But here's the thing: do you know if the Earth is a globe? Because I guarantee you're gonna say, "I live on a cartoon ball."
Huh? What's that?
What was that?
Huh?
Nah, that's what you said.
Yeah. Do you think you live on a cartoon ball, Booger Smoker?
A cartoon ball? No.
Yeah.
A cartoon? No. I live in reality.
Yeah. Is reality a giant spheroid?
Is reality a giant spheroid? I don't know. I don't know the shape of reality. That's kind of like a weird question.
Honestly, low key, he's cooking. Facts.
Okay. We got some base people in the chat. All right, so you wouldn't agree with any of the paradigm that they're telling you, that the Earth is a globe, it's flying around a vacuum of space, none of that stuff, right? It's all hooey.
Well, I don't know if I would say that. I don't think I'd go that far.
Oh, really? So would you say that would be the case then?
I don't know. I mean, they got some pretty compelling evidence.
Awesome. Give us one piece of compelling evidence. I'd like to hear it. At least today, I get some compelling evidence. What do you got?
Evidence for what? For the Earth being a sphere?
Well, you said you had some compelling evidence. What evidence do you have that's compelling?
I mean, I don't know. What about like seeing seeing the sky rotate in different directions depending on which hemisphere you're in?
Okay, what does that prove to you?
It proves to me that we're not like on a plane.
Really? How would you know what it proves if you're seeing things in the sky move around? What do you mean it doesn't prove you're not on the plane? You got to give it to me. Give me a little more. Give me something else. Elaborate.
If things were flat, everybody would see the stars move in the same direction. You wouldn't have
Here
like,
we
this discrepancy.
freaking go.
No, yeah, that's fine. But what makes you think that? Do you have an idea of what flat Earth is in your head? Shout out to
not
CB.
really.
Can I address something real quick? He said that the stars move in different directions, but that's not true. The stars all move in the same direction. They all move east to west.
Yeah. I could have stopped him on that point. I really want him to answer. What type of flat Earth do you have in your mind right now? When somebody says flat Earth, what are you thinking of?
I'd imagine that it's just a flat plane versus it being a sphere.
Okay, so flat plane. Now, how far does that flat plane? How far does that flat plane extend?
I don't know. I mean, I've heard you guys talking here a couple times, and everybody is extremely careful to say that they make no claims. So, like, there's nothing to be verified if you make no claims. So, I mean, I really don't know. It sounds like there's like a lot of differing opinions as far as like what is going on the flat Earth.
Yeah, that's fair, right? The only thing I'm trying to get to right now is to figure out what type of flat Earth you have in your mind, because if you're saying that the stars moving around in the sky cannot happen on a flat plane, I want to know why.
No, it's not that I'm saying it's not that it can't happen on a flat plane. Like, for all I know, the stars could move. The stars could move completely independently, however they choose to. But given investigation, it does make sense on a sphere. The movements that we see.
Oh, so you do think reality is a giant spheroid, which goes back to my previous point.
I think it's pretty compelling. I mean, at least they have like a model.
Yeah, Booger, hold on. Let me just make a point here. When I asked you at the very beginning, what shape do you think reality is? You said, well, reality doesn't have a shape. Now you're giving it a shape. That's weird.
Reality is different. Reality is different from, if you meant the Earth when you asked that question, that's fine. But you said reality. Reality and the Earth are two different things.
No, it's dude, no, it's not. Fucking the Earth is in reality, brother. What are you talking about?
No,
like, what world do you live in where the Earth is not in reality? Now, hold on, man. Let me appeal to chat. Chat, help me out here, man. Is the Earth in reality or not?
Yes.
Come on, somebody, help me out here. Like, does the chat
yes,
alive?
It's in reality.
I don't know.
I mean, that wasn't the question. The question was
reality.
That wasn't
now.
the question. Yeah, the question was, what is the shape of reality? It wasn't the question wasn't what is the shape of the Earth or is the Earth a part of reality? Those were not the questions you asked.
Yeah. You were talking about, because I asked you the very beginning, right? I was like, what do you think the Earth is? Like, and you're like, well, I don't have an opinion on it. You were just trying to be ambiguous.
No, you asked completely. You said, what is the shape of reality? We can go back and run the tape. You said, what's the shape of reality? Yeah. You should just stand on the question you asked instead of trying to rewrite it.
If you're standing on the Earth, right, it being in reality, and it has
Earth is part of reality. Sure, I'd agree with that.
In your mind. Yeah. Okay, then. Okay, so then you just said right now something very different than what you just said currently. You said the Earth and reality are two different things. How is that?
No, I didn't. I did not.
Bro, you just
we can go back and you can run the tape. I said it's different when you say, if you say, that's like saying my kitchen is my house. Your kitchen is a part of your house, but if somebody's asking you for the shape of your kitchen versus the shape of your house, you're going to give two different answers. And that's pretty much what you asked. You said, what's the shape of reality? And then you said, because reality also includes like the sun, the stars, the moon, all other observable phenomenon. So when somebody says like, what's the shape of reality? I assume they mean reality.
You're getting too energized, dude. You're getting too energized. Here's the thing I want you to realize. When we're talking about it. No. Here's the thing. When we're in this room right now, the one you're in, the forum you're in, when I asked you what is the shape of the Earth, And then
No,
you
you
went
said,
into
what's the
like,
shape
well, I
of
don't know what-
reality? Don't
Hold on,
rewrite
bro.
it.
Hold on,
Don't
hold on,
rewrite it
hold on a
now.
minute. Hold on,
No,
hold
let's
on.
be honest.
Hold on. No, I am, but hold on, because you're
No,
not
you're
letting me
lying.
finish, right? All right, I'm gonna have to stop you then, so I can clarify. When I asked you what do you think the shape of the Earth is, then you were like, "Well, I don't know the shape to reality." That's what you said, bro.
No, that's not what I said.
You said that. You
asked,
wanted
what
to
is
be
the shape of
ambiguous.
reality?
Hold up, hold up,
Isn't
hold up,
this
hold up.
on? Isn't
You
this
wanted-
on YouTube?
No,
Can
yeah,
we
it's
just go
recorded.
back and
Yeah,
watch?
hold up, hold up.
I'll go back and I'll watch it myself right now. You
All right,
asked, what is the
back,
shape
go
of
back,
reality?
Go back. Go back.
Yeah,
Go back.
I'll just rewatch it. I don't know why. So you can't even admit when you're wrong about
Go
you just
back.
asked the wrong
Because
question.
here's the
Alright,
thing, though.
wow,
Here's the
so-
thing, though.
You
Here's the
can't
thing,
even
though.
like
You know,
you're that dishonest. You can't even
that
like
the
just be like,
forum
oh,
that
I
you're in.
misspoke. It's not that
Yo,
big a deal.
Booger.
People make
Booger,
mistakes.
you
They
know-
ask
you know
the wrong
forum that you're
questions
in?
sometimes.
Yeah, you know that the forum you're in, we're going to be asking the question for the shape of the Earth. You're not a fool.
No, I've heard people ask
You
a
do
lot of
understand
crazy. I've heard people talk about all sorts of different things in here. I've heard people talking about Agartha. I've heard people talking about metaphysics. I've heard people talking about God and the nature of reality.
You think I
I've
was
heard
asking you
people.
about the shape?
I've heard people talking about
think I was-
space. I've heard people
Dude.
talking about the universe, the galaxy. Like you
great.
act like
Hammer.
yeah.
Hammer. You're monologuing a little bit. So just a second. I'm going to bring some clarity to this. Now, I was here for the whole conversation, and I'm going to be honest. All due respect, Alpha, you said, what do you think is the shape of the reality that you're in? That's what you said. So you may have misspoke. We could go on from there and move on to the actual topic. I'm sure that Hammer actually knew what you were talking about, but he was being hyper specific. So anyway.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was telling him. I was like, you know.
No, I didn't. I literally I repeated the question back to you.
Me? Do you see how he interrupts me? This is what I was trying to tell you, dude. That you keep interrupting me when I'm getting to the fucking point. So now you have my team coming in here trying to clarify. God damn it, let me finish.
They got to correct you.
All right? You can let me finish. Now I'm going to have to mute your dumbass. See, this is the problem. Every time that you come in and try to interrupt me, I have to fucking stop and like make a point about it. So when I was telling you, you know the goddamn forum you're in, when I was asking you the question, you know exactly what I meant. It wasn't about fucking the shape of Agartha or fucking some other shit that you were saying right now. It was about the goddamn Earth you're standing on. So it's not fool anybody. We're not playing this fucking stupid ass game where you got to have my team tell me that I'm saying something that I knew that I was telling you. You understood what I meant, didn't you? Let's
I clarified with you when you asked it. Okay, so if you ask a question, you can't just overspeak when I go to answer.
Dude, fuck you. You already knew what I was asking you. When I asked you the question, you knew exactly what I meant. And so you're trying to turn it around and make it sound like I was just ambiguous as all get up. And I didn't know what fucking shape of reality. Dude, goddammit, you know exactly what I meant. Everybody in here knows that you know exactly what I meant. Why are you playing these fucking footsie ass games with me? That's stupid, dude. You know, let's get past the point where you already understood, you knew what I was saying. You're trying to play word games with me to make it sound like I was just being ridiculous by asking you the shape of fucking reality. As in, I'm going to ask you some stupid ass question like that and just leave it like that. That's idiotic, bro.
I mean, it was your question.
Yeah, now you can speak.
If it's idiotic, why'd you ask an idiotic question?
Did you know what I meant? Did you know what I meant?
Well, no, because here's the point: is like if somebody asks me what the shape of reality is, that could include the sun and the moon. So I don't know.
What do you think you're in, dude? What forum do you think?
Do you guys talk about the sun and the moon in here?
Look at the name of the forum. Look at the name of the forum.
Do you talk about the sun and the moon in here at all?
Look at the name of the goddamn forum.
I'm asking you a direct question. Do you guys talk about the sun and the moon in here? Yes or no?
Why would we talk about that?
Yeah, see, this is what I'm saying, chat. Look at what he's saying. When I asked him the question, he knew exactly what I meant. Like, let's get some clarification here. Do you think I meant Agartha, the fucking sun and the moon? Do you think I meant any of those fucking things? Like, let's get real here. What do you think I meant? I mean, I'm asking the chat.
Bro, I went over the tape. I listened to it again. He did acknowledge that when you were talking about reality, that it was the Earth, and that he claimed something about his model in relation to that. So he was claiming that reality was spherical, and then afterwards you went even harder on it, and then he flip-flopped right away, and then Yeah, that's
these word games that they're playing. They're trying to make it sound like I'm saying something that I wasn't saying. He knew exactly what I meant. So now these sophist tricks that they're playing, it's just so that we can be like, "Oh, reality now? What do you mean, Agartha? Fucking the sun, the moon? Like, what are you talking about? Bullshit, dude! Like, this is some bullshit."
It was damn clear, and even if it wasn't for him because he's slow or something like that, who knows? It was clarified for him many times. So there is no reason.
Let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. So now that you understand, we're talking about the Earth. Do we have to go back and tell you exactly every time that we're talking about the Earth?
No, not as long as you call it the Earth and don't call it reality. Call it by its real name. Don't call it by something else.
Yeah,
Simple.
I mean,
it's called communication. It's simple. You just call things by their name.
So it doesn't matter at this point. You understood what I meant, yeah?
Okay, now, well, it does matter because it just shows how like you can't even be wrong about one thing.
Really?
I mean, look how upset you get. I gotta call your little friends to come protect you. Hey guys, what did I say? Did I say this or did I say that? Somebody back me up, please.
Yeah, so you knew what I meant, and you're just trying to fucking act like you want to stand.
No, honestly, you're just pretty childish, bro. You're weak-minded. You got a weak mind and a weak spirit. It's clear.
So that means
you need other men to back you up. You need other men to stand on all 10. You can't handle it yourself.
Yeah. So that means that you're not going to get to the point where you actually admonish that you don't know if the Earth is a globe.
What do you want to talk about? Do you want to talk about the globe? Let's talk about the globe.
You're doing.
You got backed up there for a second. You got backed up because you said something wrong and couldn't admit it. So now we're back on the globe. We can talk about it.
Because you know what I meant. That's why.
You misspoke. Just admit it. It's not a big deal. But look at how defensive you get when you make a mistake. You're pathetic
anymore. Like
I know, because you're pathetic, bro. You're like a little child. You make one mistake and you start freaking out.
All right,
you're gonna hide behind your mommy's skirt. You're gonna hide behind your mommy's skirt.
So you are the one freaking out because he didn't
definitely
freak out.
not. You guys. I've seen you guys back each other up, no matter how each other act.
Oh, so it's you guys now. It's you guys.
I want to tell you something very fast. He didn't freak out. You said we want to talk about the globe. What globe?
We want need to mute people if that's the case. No, if he's not freaking out, he shouldn't have to mute.
Just listen. There is no globe. The point
we can talk about the globe if you want. As long as this guy admits that he was wrong when he misspoke.
Just try to listen. No one is freaking out because you said you want to talk about the globe when we already explained to you that we want to talk about Earth. You said that we want to talk about
then why
globe.
Bring up reality? That's different.
All right. Let's just move past it. Let's move past it because he's just a little crybaby. So, can you provide evidence that the Earth is a globe, Smoker?
Yeah, I told you before. What about the suns and the stars moving in opposite directions, depending on your hemisphere?
No, they move in the same direction. All stars move east to west.
No, we're talking counterclockwise or clockwise when you look up.
Yeah. So, hold on a minute. Hold on. That wasn't my point. Duncan, hold on, Duncan. That wasn't my point, though. That wasn't my point. I wanted to ask him about that. So if you're saying that the stars are doing something, I want you to show us how it's providing evidence that it shows any geometric reference. So how is it showing anything towards anything spherical? Whatever the stars are doing.
The stars wouldn't do that if it was a flat plane. You'd look up and they'd rotate in the same direction, no matter where you were.
What makes you say that? Why? Why?
That's just how the reality works. If you look at, if you're in a room and if I put you in one side of a room and I put myself on the other and we look up at the roof, we see the same roof, right?
Here's what I'm going to do now. You switched over to reality talking about not the Earth or the Earth. Which one is it? Now I'm going to ask you.
Wait, what? What's your question? Repeat that.
You just said that's not how reality would work. What the fuck do you mean by that?
The way the observable phenomenon, what we witness when we go outside in the natural world, what we witness. There are certain things that we see that make sense.
Yeah, you see, bitch, I know what you meant. I know what the fuck you meant, and you know what the fuck I meant.
Oh wow! So why are you getting upset? Why are you so upset, bro? You can relax. You were saying earlier how you weren't upset. Now you sound really upset.
Yeah, because look at you.
Yeah, I am upset. Yeah, I'm really mad. I'm gonna call you a bitch.
Okay, real quick. Real quick. If
I did point out to him that when he used the word reality, he did it in a reference to what he was talking about. So I understood that. I just turned it around to him and made it sound like to him, well, what do you mean? See how he didn't like it when I did it to him? Because I knew what the fuck he meant. Because we're talking about the same shit. Go ahead, Jim.
he was saying that if you were in a room and you observe, remember the room is not a sphere, right? And if you set up clockwise turning gear, and next to that one, you're in your room, and in your ceiling you have a clockwise turning gear, and then next to that one you have a counterclockwise turning gear. The floor below your feet is level, flat, and the ceiling can be level, flat. That doesn't mean you're in a sphere. Doesn't mean anything. You're saying that if you're observing this movement of clockwise and counterclockwise determines some type of shape of the ground below your feet. How can you come to that conclusion, bro? That doesn't
That's
determine
right.
that.
Let me unmute him.
You can have
you can
two
respond to
clocks. You can have two clocks, one going clockwise and the other one going counterclockwise. You can have two fans. Fans have a gear that you can click, and one fan will go clockwise, and the fan next to it will go the other way, spin the other way, on a flat ceiling. That doesn't mean the ground you're standing is a globe. Come on, bro. You know this.
Oh, what? I'm sorry. No, that doesn't prove that the Earth is flat, though. You could maybe try and use that. You could use that metaphor to try and say, "Hey, maybe the Earth is
Hold on.
You could maybe argue it's not a sphere." Sure, go ahead. I want to hear what.
That's what I'm saying.
No one is
Because
saying
you're saying the observation is telling you it's a sphere, but it doesn't necessarily mean that.
That's what he's saying. He's trying to make it a point that when he sees those things, it's telling him that the Earth is a sphere. And I'm asking him how, but now he's trying to get around to you and saying that can't prove the Earth is flat. Like what you didn't say was trying to prove the Earth is flat. You're asking him how is it proving it's a globe, and he's trying to burden of proof reversal back to you, make it sound like you're asking that question. That's kind of weird.
Yes. How do the lights in the sky moving around prove the shape of the ground underneath?
Yep. Go ahead, Booger.
Oh, what was the question? I keep getting muted, so I don't know when I can speak or not. So what was the question? Repeat it.
How do the movement of the lights in the sky prove the shape of the ground underneath?
Because we can use the movements of the light in the sky as reference points.
That didn't answer his question. That still didn't answer his question. How does it prove that the Earth is a geomet? How does it prove that the Earth
have you
is
heard of triangulation? Like how you can determine an object's location using other points?
Uses straight lines over a planar surface. So those would be.
But the point is that you can use other reference points to determine your location. That's like how we've done
location. Wait a minute.
Navigation since the dawn of time.
Yeah, just wait. No, location is not.
I mean, in your reality, navigation would be impossible. We would.
It is impossible.
Hold on, gentlemen. He's off on a tangent right now. We have to bring him back. So he's saying that it can't. It's just only showing distance. We're not talking about distance. We're talking about the shape being a sphere. How does it show that the Earth is a ball? The Earth being a ball. How does it start moving? Hold on, Necros. How does it show that the Earth is a ball, Booger?
If we were on a ball, they don't match if we were on a flat plane.
You still haven't described how it shows that we're on a ball.
Okay, so when you look up from the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere, you're going to see different constellations, and you're going to be seeing them circling in the night sky in different directions. That's not something that is like possible on a shape outside of a sphere. If you can explain another shape where that's possible, I'd be interested to hear how that's possible on a flat Earth, or on a square Earth, or on a rhomboid Earth, whatever other shape.
Somebody gave you an idea that you live on top of a ball, and you think that's the only way that could work. But then the other way it could work is that the stars are just doing what they do, regardless of the shape of the Earth.
Well, what are they doing? What are they
moving
doing?
around the sky? They're moving around the sky.
But why would they be? Why would if I'm in the northern hemisphere and I'm in the southern hemisphere, why would it look like they're moving in two different directions if we're both flat?
Because that's what stars do. Now,
but then how could you navigate? How could we accurately navigate using the stars?
Stars are referenced by a spherical coordinate system, and that's a system that's been designed. That's a system that was designed within itself to verify itself. It's outside of that system. There's no way to determine.
We were using the stars to navigate well before this system.
Well, then if that's the case, you could use a rhumb line to do it. And a Cartesian coordinate.
Do you think we were not using the stars to navigate accurately prior?
I'm giving you the goods. You're interrupting me, dude. So you can use a flat Cartesian coordinate system, which will determine using a rhumb line a very different method than using a navigational system that has spherical coordinates, like the way that mariners use today. So that system within itself only verifies itself from the system. It doesn't go out. You can't go outside and verify that the Earth is a globe. It's within that system. You can reference it to then navigate the water.
You also can't verify that the Earth is flat either. I mean, there's tides. There's all sorts of other things going on.
No, yes, you can.
Okay,
yes,
so if the Earth is flat, why are there tides?
Okay, tides have nothing to do with the flatness of the Earth.
But doesn't all water sit level? Why would that change?
Yeah. So
why would it shift if the water's already on a flat surface? Why would it suddenly shift in a way that we can measure, in a way that is tied to the movements of the sun and the moon? Why would we be seeing tides change in a predictable pattern?
It's not tied to it.
Yeah, I could give you reasons, but I would get banned. So if you want me to tell you,
no, we're not talking about reasons at the moment. We're not talking about that. It has nothing to do with you providing evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Says who? It has nothing to do with it. If water sits flat, if water sits flat and level, right? Do you agree with that? Water sits flat and level.
You haven't listened.
Do you agree with that? Yes or no? Or I guess maybe you don't believe that. I don't know.
I'm gonna have to halt you.
Yeah, you have to because you're caught in a web.
Yeah, no, you haven't proven that the Earth is a globe with any of this that you're bringing forward.
If the Earth is flat, water would sit level, right? Water would sit level on a.
I have to halt you. We're not talking about anything to provide evidence that the Earth is flat. We're talking about how you're telling us how you know that the Earth is a globe via any evidence that you're putting forward. And it seems like you're getting caught up by trying to prove that the Earth is flat. Well, we haven't talked about that yet. We're only talking about how you're going to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. Now, you haven't demonstrated with the stars that the Earth is a geometric shape. There's no way you can correlate that. So now you're struggling. You're trying to figure out another method to then burden of proof reversal so that I can talk about your talking points, which I don't care about. I want you to demonstrate how you know the Earth's a globe. Stars didn't do it for you, so what else can do it for you?
The only one struggling is you because you keep having your finger on the mute button. It's pathetic.
Yeah, I have to. No.
Yeah, I know. You're a coward. You're a coward. I know your type. I've seen people like you before in real life. You're a coward.
Yeah. So
you stand for nothing, and you stand for nothing. You're a weak man, and you stand for nothing. That's why you make no claims, and you have no model. You have nothing.
That's all you got?
No, I got more. You can't contend with any of my claims. Does water sit level on a flat plane or no? Does water reach its level on a flat surface?
You got no evidence.
Does water always seek its level? Yes or no?
Yeah. So you ran out of ways to actually prove that the Earth is a globe. So now you're coming over here and trying to burden proof reversal. You're throwing your little fishing pole out there, see who bites, who gives you a nibble, and then you're just going to go ahead and just not answer anymore. You just gave up. No more evidence for the Earth being a globe. Is that it, Booger?
I mean, I'll keep talking as long as I'm unmuted. You keep muting me. How can I even say anything? You're like, oh, he's got nothing to say. Look, he's so quiet now that I muted him. That's so insane. You're so crazy. Look how quiet he is now that I've muted him. It's insane, bro.
Provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. Go.
I already did, and you can't contend with it.
No, you didn't.
I'll give you another piece of evidence. I'll give you another piece of evidence, okay?
You didn't, well, that wasn't evidence. The one before wasn't.
Let me set it up for you. Does water always seek its level? Yes or no?
Nope, not going to do it. Not going to bite on that dumbass.
I know, because you got nothing to do. You got nothing to say. You're hot.
You already know it, bro.
The Earth is a globe. Listen, hold on a minute. Hold on. He's fishing right now, guys. He's going to get somebody to bite on his...
You're asking me to give you proof, and I go to give you proof, and you say, oh, he's trying to get me. Here he goes. He's trying to get me.
As a globe.
Pathetic, bro. You're going to mute me again? This is really sad. I'm walking you through it. Okay, does water always seek its level? Yes or no?
That's the question.
You don't have to ask me questions. You don't have to ask me questions.
Yeah, I do, because if you don't believe that water seeks its level, then there's no point to me explaining myself.
I don't need to believe. Yeah, well then I don't need to believe in your shit.
I'm not gonna waste my time on somebody that doesn't believe water seeks its level. If you don't believe that, then I'm not gonna explain any further past that.
All right, so I don't have to agree with you.
Like, if you believe in magic, I know I'm wasting my time if you're just going to be like, oh, it's magic.
Okay, so you're just literally spiraling at this moment. There's no evidence that the Earth is a globe. You're basically saying I have to agree with you in order for you to present evidence that it is. I'm not going to agree with you. I'm telling you straight up on anything unless you just present how the Earth is a globe. It could be as simple as that. Just present it. Show us what you got. If you got a winning hand, put it down on the table. Let's have a look. But you're not able to do that. It seems like your articulation is pretty weak. That's all you got.
So does water seek its level or no? I'm going to assume you don't. I'm assuming you don't understand that concept. So maybe I'll explain that to you. So when you have water and you put it into something, does it seek level? Yes. The answer is yes. If you didn't know that, because it sounds like this is like some kind of like advanced like topic you've never heard of, that water seeks its level. You're like terrified of answering the question.
Booger, come on, bro. Where's the evidence?
He gave the answer, and go ahead. Go ahead. You gave already the answer yourself.
Okay,
so go ahead.
So what I'm explaining to you is that if you look at indirect. Is there someone else talking?
Why don't you guys just let him talk?
I know, it's like you guys are so eager to mute me and silence me, and then you're like, he's not answering the question, and it's like you just mute me and silence me, talk over me
without interrupting.
Fucking crazy, bro.
Yeah, he doesn't have a point. He's not. Listen, here's what he's not doing. I can't. If somebody can mute this guy, it doesn't seem like he's muted on my end, but he's not giving his point as to how he's proving that the Earth is a globe. So that's what I'm asking him, and he's diverting away from that to talk about flat Earth. We're not going to talk about flat Earth.
The model that we have for like a spherical Earth, we can make predictions on, and those predictions.
He's trying to fish in the audience
when we talk about like the constellations that we can see, when we talk about timing certain events, all of these things let us make predictions.
Bennett, if that's
there is no flat Earth model that allows us to make any predictions about the behavior of the world that we witness.
Can you post a global that let you make predictions about the stars?
Nikos, I just asked him that. Can you post the globe Earth model, please, or whatever your name is? Boogie Smoker.
Say what?
Yes.
What do you want?
Post the globe Earth model, please.
Post it? What do you mean post what? Like a paper? Like a dissertation?
No, you said there was a globe Earth model. I assume that's a scientific model.
Is there a flat Earth model that you could send me? Send me the flat Earth model. I'll send over the globe Earth model.
We didn't claim one. We didn't claim one. You did.
Of course, you guys never claim anything because it's so easy to just sit here and twiddle your thumbs and claim nothing.
Flat Earth we see, and nobody
so
here is
you're talking about people.
It's very weird, to be honest.
Okay, there's too many white. So, We have someone who claimed a model. We need to have that model posted. Nobody here on the Flat Earth side talked about a model at all. So what we need is that globe Earth model. I'm sure you guys are very confident that you have one. So post it.
Yeah, just send a picture of the Earth, Booger Smoker.
Am I unmuted?
Was he even
you guys are
talking?
you guys are a bunch of cowards, dude. All of you are.
Hey, buddy, when you say model, do you mean like
Why do you guys call yourself the Flat Earth Room, but when an actual Flat Earth comes to a model, like you actually lose your shit? Like, what?
No, that was a globe earther that claimed a model. Do you have a model that you'd like to go ahead and proffer? Please post it now.
The Earth is a dome, but the thing is, like, when the guy comes in here,
maybe it's not about the
like
dome.
you guys are not actually flat earthers. I don't think you guys are.
Yeah, but maybe it's not about the dome, and maybe it's not.
You're not a flat earther, dude.
Yeah, I can post the model on the site here. Hold on, just give me 1 second.
You can tell me what I am. Yeah.
Yeah, here's the model of the globe Earth. Just in the side chat over there.
Oh my god. A cartoon ball, dude. Like,
yeah, the model is like generally taken to be, so let me just explain why I think that is a model. So a model is generally just taken to be a drawing of some sort of description in reality.
You believe you live in a drawing, Felix?
Yeah, James, you're coming in low. Say that again.
Felix, do you believe you live in a drawing?
No, I don't believe I live in a drawing. I'm saying the model itself is just taken to be a drawing that describes reality in some way.
A model of what?
So you think that blue is water and the green is land?
Yeah, because I've never heard about an Earth that looks like that. No desert.
Yeah, it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to look like the Earth.
No waves, no ocean, no tides.
Yeah, model is just like I
don't know. It's
an approximation of some sort of system.
So listen, when you go outside, you're saying that the blue is water, right? The blue is water. So when you go out, in reality, let's turn off the screen, the model, you look away from it, then you go outside, out the door, your house, you go to a lake or to the ocean. That water, in reality, is that water doing what you're showing in the model?
I don't know what you mean by doing what I'm showing in the model. What does that mean?
Like attached on the outside of a sphere.
Attached on the outside of a sphere.
You know water. You know water, right? The real water, the one that you drink, the one that you bath in, water, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, can you grab that water and attach it on the outside of a spinning sphere in a vacuum, like you're showing on the model?
If all you're asking is, can I demonstrate that the oceans are attached to the Earth or something like that?
Can you demonstrate? No. Can you demonstrate water that? Okay, you're showing the model blue. You're saying the blue represents water. Now, the representation of the water is not the water. It's a representation, right?
Yeah.
The way water presents itself to be, that's what I'm asking about. The way water presents, not the way you represent it on the model, the blue cartoon thing. The way water presents itself. Can you grab the water and attach it on the outside of a sphere? Can you do that?
Like if I just
the
grab
real
like water, like are you saying like if I just grab a bunch of water in like a cup or something, can I attach
the physics of water. You know physics of water? The way water behaves, the way water works.
I just want to clarify. Yeah, so are you asking me like if I take like a cup of water or something and then I grab like a soccer ball or whatever, any like round object, are you asking me can I take that water that is in the cup and attach it to the round soccer ball or something? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, can you demonstrate what you claim in the model that water does? Can you use real water to do what you claim water does in the model?
Yeah, so I wouldn't be able to demonstrate that water can attach to a soccer ball like that because the model is not attempting to explain Yeah,
so the model doesn't represent reality the way water presents itself to be in reality.
Sorry. I'm not saying that the
So
model
Felix, you
represents
said you
soccer
cannot
ball.
do it,
Yeah,
Felix.
sorry.
What I asked you, you just said that you cannot. That what you cannot do that with water. That the physics of water doesn't allow you to do that. So you're saying that your model represents something else that water doesn't do in reality.
Yeah, so the model is not attempting to represent a soccer ball. It's attempting to represent the entire Earth, which is a very large sphere. It's not a small sphere like any sphere
So
that I
how
can take.
big of a sphere do you need it to be so water, the real water, is attached to it on the outside in a vacuum? How big it has to
It would
be?
be a sphere the size of the radius of the Earth.
So it will have to be specifically 3,959 miles for water to change its behavior. That's what you're claiming?
If that's the radius of the Earth, yeah, it would have to be that big in order to represent water attaching itself to the Earth.
Can be 2,000 miles. Can be 7,000 miles.
What's your contention here?
Can be
Like the
7,000
model is not
miles.
attempting to represent any sphere. So when you ask me, can I take any like cup of water and like attach it to any sphere?
Yeah, can you demonstrate it in reality, not in a cartoon?
Yeah, I mean, a model is always going to be a representation, and representations are usually drawn or something.
Exactly. So a representation is not the way the water presents itself. You can remember the blue that you see on the cartoon. That's not water, bro. That's coloring pixels. You cannot swim in it in those pixels. Yeah. You cannot drink the pixels, right?
Yeah, we understand.
So the representation of the water is not the water. Do you get it?
Yeah, that's just obviously true. Yeah.
That's obviously true, exactly. So when you go to the real water, it doesn't do what you are trying to represent it to do.
Well, actually, it does. If I go to the ocean, I can see that the ocean.
Can you demonstrate it? Okay, you say it does. Show it.
Yeah, so like if you just go to the ocean, you'll see that the ocean is like sticking to the Earth. It's not like flying off into space. Do you agree?
What space?
Well, I mean, I forgot you guys reject the existence of space.
No, why do you? No, hold on. You said something, so I'm just trying to address what you said. Why do you think water would fly up in the first place?
I never said water would fly off into space.
Yeah, you said it's not flying off into space.
I'm saying you can go into, say, like a beach or something, and you can look at the ocean, and you can observe that water sticks onto the Earth in the way that whoever was talking to me earlier is describing.
Okay, let's go back to the water cup because you're going away from the point. The water cup. The water cup. Remember the thing that you can demonstrate. You can demonstrate a water cup, right? A cup with water. Can you demonstrate that?
Yeah. So again, the model is not representing.
Okay. So listen,
stuck on like any random
now
sphere.
Can you grab the water cup and attach it to a sphere in a vacuum? Yeah, and make it work like you're representing.
No, because that's not even what the model is attempting.
So the answer is no. You cannot do that.
Yeah, because that's not what the model is attempting to represent. Yeah.
Bro, you're saying that in the model, the water that doesn't do what you're claiming it does in the model, you're saying is doing that. What it doesn't do in reality.
What you're saying would make sense if I was saying that the model that I've provided of the Earth. Or actually,
what makes sense? What makes sense? Okay, you know what makes sense? You know what makes sense? That the ground that you're standing on is not spinning like you're claiming it does in your model, right? That makes sense.
I mean, can we just get any like moderation in here? Like, I'm just trying to talk, and he just interrupts in the middle of my sentence.
Wait, you say you're talking about senses?
Are we just going to allow interruptions here? Like,
I mean, as long as the interruptions are coming on their side, they don't care.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So again, if I was saying that the model that I've provided is attempting to represent water from a cup being attached to like any random sphere in a vacuum, then what you're saying would be a good response. But I'm not saying that the model that I'm providing is attempting to represent.
So
some
I
sort
can
of, like,
demonstrate. So I can demonstrate that water doesn't do what it claims it does, but you cannot demonstrate that water does what you claim it to do.
Sorry, I was in the middle of a sentence and you just interrupted.
Felix, you finish your sentence.
I wasn't finished my sentence.
Okay, so Felix, now you just concede that you cannot demonstrate what your model represents.
You can't even say model right. You're so dumb. You can't even say model right, bro.
It's okay. I can speak 3 languages. How many can you speak?
Can I talk to like an intelligent flat earther here, if there's any such thing as a
That's totally fine. Hey, so why are you denying the physics of water, Felix? Why are you denying that?
Wait, what physics of water say that if you take a cup of water...
remember that physics that you cannot demonstrate, the physics, you're saying that the water is gonna be attached on the outside of a sphere, but you cannot demonstrate it because water doesn't do that. The physics of water doesn't allow it to do.
I never claimed that, so I'm not going to be able to concede that, because in order to...
You said that you cannot demonstrate it.
Yeah, I'm not attempting to demonstrate it.
Can I say something very fast? So, Felix, you remember that cup of water and that ball? So that cup of water, why wouldn't you consider it as a model? A better model than that ball, where if you pour that water around the ball, it won't
a better model for what?
Just listen. Better model for water laying flat and horizontal, and you can add to that cup of water, or no, pour that water in a plate, in a dinner plate, and you can add some rocks and a little bit of sand and create some islands. And you can consider it as a model of a flat plane having water like a pond, like that ocean that we have on this flat plane. Better than dropping the model, so dropping something that you can consider as a model in reality.
So if all you're asking is my belief,
you were complaining about him trying to talk over me. So the pool outside your house, the lake nearby. So all those are just model of water laying flat, and you can add some islands and continents in there, like the Saudi Arabia did or Dubai did with those islands that they created. So yeah, you can do that shit on a flat surface of water. So why would you drop a model, correct one that you can build and hold on a drawing that you can't recreate in reality? Small scale.
So I wouldn't contest. So I wouldn't contest that. Like if you go to a lake and you observe the lake, you can see the water is like sitting flat in the lake or something.
There you go. Contrary to the model.
That's just. That's just trivially true. I think the Earth is locally flat, but I think the claim that is being contested here is whether the Earth is globally flat or globally a globe.
How much locally it's flat?
It depends. Like for example, you can go into the ocean.
Okay, what it depends. Do you know?
Yeah. Again, you're interrupting. Like literally, as I'm trying to explain and give you an answer.
Yeah, I know, but I want to know. You said,
hold on. If you're just going to keep interrupting, I'm not going to have this conversation. If you want to just keep interrupting,
I will not interrupt you, man. I want to.
Okay, then just be quiet. Just be quiet while I talk. Okay.
Okay.
Just listen while I talk. Yeah. So, if you go to the beach or something, and you observe far enough into the distance, you're going to see that boats, for example, are they don't keep existing on the horizon. They disappear beyond the horizon. And that's going to be some sort of evidence that motivates the. Again, you're interrupting. Again,
you're telling,
I haven't even finished.
Hello. Okay, Sasha. So, how many variables do you isolate it to determine that the curvature, the boat is going behind the curvature? How many other variables do you took into account to come to the determination that it is the curvature causing the boats going over behind the
What do you mean by variables here?
Like the distance of the boat and the angular resolution that you can observe the boat, the distance between you and the boat, and how far you can see it.
So those are the variables I'm talking about.
Visibility, the medium that you're looking through. Did you isolated those variables?
Yeah, so those are the variables I'm talking about. I don't know what you mean by
Do you
isolate
know the
those
size of
variables.
the Earth? Do you know the size of the Earth?
It is very big.
I'm not sure the exact size. No, you tell me.
Okay, okay. Can you type like this? How much I can see on the Earth with 6 foot height?
Huh?
Can you type on Google like this? How much I can see on the Earth with a 6 foot height? And it will give you the answer.
How much can I see on the Earth?
Yeah.
6 foot height. Actually, let me ask ChatGPT. I think ChatGPT is better than a Google search. Hold on.
That's fine. But
how much can I see on the Earth with a 6 foot height? That's
yeah,
a
fine.
question.
Do that while you're listening. So a boat disappears from your view, and you're saying it's going behind a curved edge. What about when you pull out your zoom camera, you can zoom in and see the entire ship again? Then what
Sonny,
happens?
let's find the first information real. The ChatGPT has the heliocentric model, and they know better than us. Come on. What is saying?
Yeah, hold on. It's just typing it up. So hold on. So something like
So you're either going to have to admit that the boat didn't go beyond a curve edge that was blocking your view from it, or you're going to have to say that zoom cameras zoom in around a curve edge. Which is your choice?
He believes in local flatness, Sonny. Let's find the local flatness now. He will realize what is local flatness.
It's also hilarious because as you rise, you can see further and further, and so that local flatness extends and gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah, so ChatGPT is telling me a bunch of stuff here. Okay, so basically I asked it, how much can I see on the Earth with a 6 foot height? It's telling me the formula to determine the distance to the horizon is, so it says you can see as far as the horizon, right? And then it's saying specifically if you want to determine how far the horizon is, the formula for it is going to be, so the formula for it is going to be the square root of 1.5 times height in feet.
Yeah.
So it's going to be around.
It's 1.25 miles, square miles. Is that correct?
It's actually telling me 3 miles. It's not telling me 1.25.
Yeah, 3 miles for the 6 foot height. 1.25 for the 1 foot.
Yeah, so I'm just speaking from a 6 foot height. It's saying 3 miles because that was the original question.
Oh, okay. Listen now this carefully.
And then it says, hold on, it's not a complete answer. So
this is very
it also
important.
says, hold on, I'm just saying what else it says. So it says, keep in mind, this assumes no obstructions, trees, buildings, hills. And if you're looking at something tall like a mountain or skyscraper, you can see much further because it extends above the horizon. So that's like
there's no buildings there's no buildings in the water. So we're talking about over
but like
water.
when we, for example, when we observe a boat.
Okay, but listen this information. You can see 3 miles with a 6 foot observer height. Okay.
Yeah, so that's why the clarification is important there. Because
Listen this information. We have observation with a 1 foot observer height showing horizon behind 10, 20 miles.
Beyond 10, 20 miles? Let me just ask ChatGPT then, because we're accepting ChatGPT, right? So, what was that? It said with a 1 foot height.
Who's accepting ChatGPT? ChatGPT is a dumbass, and I've never lost a single argument with it.
Yeah, that's
well, you guys were accepting.
You're dumbass,
you guys
bro.
were accepting ChatGPT for the answer I provided in the 6 foot height. So let me just type it.
No, we were not accepting it because of ChatGPT. We know the mathematics.
Yeah. Okay.
Now we are 2025. I understand you, technology and everything. But before ChatGPT, did we have that math or we didn't?
Yeah, so I'm asking it with a 1 foot height.
I'm asking you this simple question. Did we have that math before the ChatGPT?
Yeah, we had that. Yeah, so I'm going to give you the answer with math.
That means we can use the math without asking ChatGPT.
Yeah. So it's saying that the mathematical formula...
Let's use the math in reality.
Okay. So it's saying that the mathematical formula to determine the height at 1 foot 1 foot height, I mean, is going to be the square root of 1.5 times height. So you accept that formula, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the square root of
now listen carefully again.
That's
We
wrong.
have observation. We have observation with 1 foot observer height, showing you the horizon behind 10 miles.
Yeah. So what is an example of that? Provide the observation.
Yeah. Look in the chat.
Every observation, what you do in reality, can show you that if you do for yourself. But you can look it in the chat if somebody posted.
Well, see, so again, this is why ChatGPT even clarified if the object that you're observing.
Does
Again, you're interrupting every time I talk.
One question for you. Are you believe does ChatGPT check the reality?
Yes,
I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
Right. It's almost always
that
correct.
Mean,
so,
that mean if I'm on the beach, let's take whatever beach you want, and we say, is it curving on that rate on this beach? And ChatGPT will say yes. How I will know that? I will believe the ChatGPT or I will check that beach?
You guys are fucking disgusting and retarded. AI is smarter than all of you.
Not really, it's really dumb. Also, it's irrelevant how tall objects are because both of these oil rigs are before the horizon, not behind it, dumbass.
You're a fucking retard, dude.
Says the guy who relies on an AI who hallucinates.
So you are the one who is retarded because in that observation we are not talking about those objects that you see in distance. No matter how high they are, it doesn't matter because they are just there as distance markers.
Yeah, so
the thing is that is in contention, shut the fuck up, listen, let me finish. So the thing that is in contention is the horizon, which is this at the sea level. So it's not
you know what? I sent that picture into ChatGPT, and you know what ChatGPT said? It says, let's do the math. At 1 foot observer height, horizon is equal to 1.22 miles. At 9.41 miles, which is the distance in the picture, Earth's curvature hides 59 feet of vertical height. If the oil platform is taller than 59 feet, which it is, you will see its upper structure, not the base, but definitely the top. And then it says the hidden height formula is distance squared divided by 2r.
So did you understand what I said? Did you try to understand what I said? We are not talking about the damn platforms. We are talking about the horizon that is not at the distance that it should be at. The horizon, it is beyond the farthest oil rig, which is at 10 miles. So the horizon beyond 10 miles.
Yeah. Your geometric horizon has to be no further than 1.22 miles at 1 foot above, like in the image that I posted at 30 minutes after. And the next one, hold on, the next one that I also posted is just the same thing, a screenshot of the original video with the timestamp. And it's darkened, the contrast is darker, so you can see exactly where the horizon is. It's beyond both oil rigs.
Yeah, so we agree that the geometric horizon is 1.22 miles. But we don't disagree is like disagree is like if something is so the geometric horizon would be represented by the bottom of the what is it called, the oil platform.
No, it wouldn't.
No, that's not possible.
What is the definition of the horizon?
Bro,
Felix, the closest oil rig is 6.21 miles. The furthest oil rig is 9.41 miles. Your horizon is supposed to be at 1.22 miles. That's before both oil rigs. You can clearly see both oil rigs. They're only there for distance demarcation. The horizon is beyond both.
Let me just ask you this.
That 10-mile observation would make your Earth's radius 264,000 miles, or a diameter of over 500,000. That's 500,000 mile diameter when the Earth is supposed to be 8,000 mile diameter. So 500,000 miles versus 8,000. That's okay.
So let's just make sure we agree on this, okay? Because I think this is going to be like depending on how you answer this, I think it's going to determine whether I want to continue this conversation. So do you think if the oil platform was taller, do you think we would be able to see more of it?
Doesn't matter. We're not measuring the height. We're not measuring the height of the fucking oil rigs.
The height of the oil platform is actually incredibly
No, we're not talking about the height of the oil rigs. We're not talking about the height. That's not the point. You're missing the point.
Yeah,
Sonny, bro. The oil rigs have nothing to do with anything. They're only distance markers. Do you understand that?
Yeah, so I'm asking you, do you think if the oil platform was shorter, we would be able to see less of it, and if it was short enough, we would not be able to see it at all?
Dude. Is there something wrong with it?
Irrelevant. There's a little boat in between the oil rigs. Because there's a tiny little boat. Hey, listen up. Shut up. There's a tiny little boat in between the oil rigs. We're not talking about the height of these objects.
Why are you guys
We're talking about the distance to the horizon. Try to follow along. This is not difficult if you're not stupid.
Yeah, so the height is going to be relevant to whether we can observe it at that horizon.
No, buddy. We're not talking about if we can observe something at a distance. The only relevant height here is your height from sea level and how far away the horizon is. We're looking at how far away the horizon is, and these objects are only used as distance markers so that we see that the horizon is further than 9.4 miles.
Yeah, so my height is not the only relevant variable here. The other relevant variable is going to be the height of the oil platform, because if the oil platform was short enough,
you're actually just mentally deficient, man. You are mentally fucking decrepit. You're not able to have this conversation. You're mentally retarded, dude.
Do you think that if those oil rigs are not there, the horizon will be closer?
Why is it so hard to get an answer on this question?
Okay, they told you like 16 times, dude, that they're just mile markers. What don't you get?
You keep saying it doesn't matter, but that's not going to
markers to gauge the distance of the horizon by. That's all they're used for.
You can keep saying the height of the old platform is irrelevant, but that doesn't establish the claim that you're trying to make.
Okay, what claim are we trying to make?
You're trying to claim that because the horizon is 1.22 miles away, we shouldn't be able to see the oil platform.
No.
And I'm saying
no. They've told you 16 times in a row that's not it.
The horizon is not at 1.22 miles. That's just in case, because I understand that you don't understand what the horizon is. So horizon is that line where the sky appear to meet the surface of water. Mm-hmm. So there is one single line there where the sky appears to meet the water, which is horizon. It is beyond 10 miles. It is not at 1.22 miles. Independently to the existence of the fucking oil rigs that are just distance markers, is showing you the closest oil rig is 6-point-something miles, and the farthest oil rig is 10 miles. The horizon is beyond 10 miles. It's not at 1.22 miles. Meaning the Earth is not the claimed globe.
Yeah, okay. And I'm saying it at 9.41 miles, which is that distance over there, right? At 9.41 miles, I'm saying you wouldn't be able to observe the oil platform if it was like very, very short, like maybe if it was like half a feet in height. And I'm saying we can observe it because it's actually very, very tall.
Yeah, Chris, let me explain it to him really quickly, right? CJ, I get what you're saying, dude, right? So the oil, look, I'll give you the exact size of the oil platform above the water, right? It's called platform habitat, and it's 77 feet above the surface of the water, right? Now, you're claiming that if it was really small, right, you wouldn't be able to see the oil platform. Now, let me explain it, because I get where you're coming from. Okay, the thing is, you can see the entire 77 feet platform, so it doesn't matter if it's 1 foot tall or 70. No, you can, because the horizons. Hold on, listen. You can look. I've looked into this, dude. Right? Look, just let me finish talking. Let me finish talking quickly, dude. I get your argument, right? You're not understanding it properly. Okay, so if the bottom of the oil platform was obstructed behind the horizon, which you're claiming, right, the horizon couldn't be behind the oil platform, which Necros has tried to explain to you. Now, if you look at a close-up photograph of platform habitat, you can see the exact same amount of structure as in the image that we've showed you, right? In the zoom footage that we've showed you, there's nothing missing from the oil platform. You can see the entire thing and the horizons beyond it. The main thing is, just like your ChatGPT or whatever it was told you, the horizon would have to be at 1.22 miles. It's not there. It's beyond 9.4 miles, right? There's nothing hidden behind the horizon. The horizon's behind the oil platform. You know what I mean?
Actually, I have no idea what you're talking about. When you say that we can't see the entirety of the oil platform,
No,
I just
no
take
one
that
is
to be.
asking you. No one is talking about being able to see the platforms, the entirety of the platform or some part of the platform. No one is talking about how much. Just listen.
Why is it
You
that every
never.
time I talk, why is it that every
Just
time I
listen.
talk
You
and I try to
couldn't
get a sentence out, somebody
because you
just interrupts
couldn't.
me?
Just try to listen. You couldn't
No, I'm not going to
understand.
listen because I've
Just
been listening to you guys, and you guys are not
please,
letting anybody talk.
I'm begging you for the
Well, you can
name
keep
of
begging.
God.
You can keep
Just
begging, but I am
you
going to
couldn't
keep asking you not
understand
to
the
interrupt me.
thing. You couldn't understand the thing. I'm just explaining it to you. The question is
no.
it's that
Hold on.
thing that you're asking yourself. The question isn't why we are able to see the platforms. No. That's not the question. And the question isn't how much we are able to see from those platforms. We are not talking about the platforms at all. The question is, the horizon is not on at 1.22 miles. The horizon is at 10 miles. So I repeat, the question that you couldn't understand till this moment is not about how much we see on those oil rigs. The question is not about the oil rigs at all. The question
earlier
is
you actually,
about
now
why
you're
the
just
horizon,
yourself.
why the horizon
He
is
can't
not.
understand. He can't get it.
So
He doesn't get
so
it.
earlier I said that
He's
the
mentally deficient, dude. This guy cannot understand what he's listening to. You guys have explained it and spoon fed it to him like 70 times, and he just can't
I mean, I guess if you
comprehend.
guys just want to hear you guys yourselves talk, and instead of like letting me
Yeah, but
finish
we
a
don't want to
point,
hear you
we can just
misconstrue
do that.
everything that we say to you over and over and over again. That's stupid.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't want to have a conversation, that's fine. But I'm just gonna.
Well, not with
I'm
some
trying to have a
imbecile that
conversation.
cannot comprehend what
You
we're
notice how
saying
like
to
every
him?
time I
Dumb.
talk, like somebody else just pipes up. Like that's just weird.
Because, dude, because every single time you start talking, you start making a point that is addressing
And
nothing
he
that we
headphoned
said.
himself. So basically,
this guy.
this kid's come here to preach, and that's it. And he gets upset when he's not allowed to talk. And I've been here for 30 seconds, and I can see that.
Just for you, we are not refusing to have a discussion. We want that discussion, but we want the discussion around the topic that is on table, not the thing that you're imagining that is going on, which is not the oil rigs, which is not how much we see on those oil rigs. So you are talking about something that is completely irrelevant to the discussion, and you want someone to have that discussion that you just created, that is irrelevant. You want someone to have that discussion with you, which is irrelevant. Oh, he left. Yeah, that's true, Alpha.
So what was that kid trying to push? You should be able to see the entirety of the platform. I haven't heard one of those for a while, actually.
Yeah, he doesn't get it. Like he read out that his ChatGPT said that the horizon should be at 1.22 miles, but he couldn't understand that it wasn't at 1.22 miles.
Yeah, ChatGPT told him about the oryx, was talking about the oryx. So the guy, because ChatGPT is talking about the oryx, the guy couldn't skip that. He couldn't understand that. No, it's not about those damn oryx. We have wind turbines. We have hills. We have rocks or light towers, something like that. We have many things. It's not just oryx. We talk about one single thing, which is the horizon. And he was thinking that there is a horizon on 1.22 miles. I had to define the horizon for him.
Yeah, basically his argument was that some of the platform habitat was obstructed, and his ChatGPT got the math wrong, and it said the bottom 57 foot should be obstructed, which is wrong.
Yeah,
it's 44 foot.
Obstructed by what? Obstructed by what?
The horizon. The horizon.
The thing that is meant.
The thing that's behind them. Yeah.
Yeah, the surface where those fucking things are standing on. They are standing on the surface of water. So that surface of water is extended behind them. So meaning that I am watching those things on the surface of water, where that intersection, where the first part of that metal is touching the water. I'm seeing it because that horizon, which is the surface of water, is behind them. Like in the Nat Geo thing with that flag and the 3 lines. The horizon, the surface of water, not the horizon, the surface of water is already behind that flag. So why would you claim that the flag is being obstructed by the curvature if the surface is still leveled behind it? It's nonsense. In a small boat that is between those oryx in some images, the one with one foot, I think. There is a small boat between the oryx. What's that?
Yeah, I don't know. It's not the best choice to go with, in my opinion. It's a pretty distorted image, like the 8-foot observer height one's much better, much clearer. Very, very distinct horizon. QE picked that one because of the bendy crane, right? Because he wants them to say refraction, so then he can read out the Snell's law thing and end the conversation right there. But it's a different way of handling it. Say that.
You still have the other black one with the wind turbines.
With the wind turbine, yeah, that's a good one as well. The wind turbine one, yeah. You mean the one where you can zoom in and see the boat behind the wind turbines?
Yeah, exactly. And the horizon, all those wind turbines. And also, you can't say that there is some part that is submerged in water because they are colored differently. There is a part that is colored a bit of yellow and a black line. And that part is apparent, visible on all the wind turbines, till the farthest one. Ever seen that video for the Australian black swan? It's called like that. The Australian black swan made by that guy called the channel is called Mitchell from Australia.
I don't know if I've seen his one.
I posted in the side chat. Here.
Wouldn't that be called the bloody black swan from down under?
Have you all had enough playing with that crap inside chat? Alright, he's got 10 seconds worth of fun. You finished with him, Heretic?
Yo, yo, yo.
Yeah, it's quiet in here. Did I step into the middle of something or nothing going on?
You stepped into the middle of one of those really peaceful moments.
I call it a lull.
I can't tell if you're roboting or I am. I stepped into the middle of a piece of what?
One of those really peaceful moments.
Oh, a peaceful moment. I thought you were going to say like a piece of dog shit or something.
No, that comes before the peaceful moment.
That's true. That's true. Oh,
Just
man.
some kid having a meltdown. Apparently, just before I got on, they explained the Black Swan to him umpteen times, and he was still more concerned about the fact that he couldn't see all of the oil rig.
Aww. These kids. It does kind of suck, right? It does kind of suck when you expect to see globe curvature and you can't. No matter what you do. Gotta be frustrating. Just give up, guys.
And they're so damn sure, you know, you can just hear it. He's like, well, I know from your next answer that this conversation is going to either go forward or I'm leaving.
I mean, it's like a test, you know, to see if he's even worthy of explaining this information to. Right? Like, he was saying that the oil platform is obstructed behind the horizon, but he also agreed that the horizon's beyond the oil platform. He couldn't work that. He couldn't work out that issue.
Yeah, man. Is the horizon Earth curvature? Is the horizon an optical phenomenon? Is it both somehow? Is it, what is it?
As soon as they get on ChatGPT, though, you kind of know it's gonna go in your favor. You know what I mean? Like, they'll look up the hidden and then they worry about bendy cranes and
even his ChatGPT. Sorry, Bear.
No, go ahead.
Well, he couldn't. Even his ChatGPT told him what we were saying, right? ChatGPT told him that the horizon's at 1.22 miles, right? So the bottom, like, it got the math a little bit wrong. It said so the bottom 57 foot of the oil platform should be missing.
What?
And
no.
Yeah. That's what ChatGPT was. He was reading that out, and he's like,
wasn't putting in the 9 mile thing and then saying that. No, that wouldn't work either. 9 miles is way more than. Wait a minute.
It should be 44.
10 miles
it should be
46.
Yeah, 44 foot should be obstructed behind the 1.22 mile horizon. But anyway,
So what are they using, right?
Yeah. I don't think he put in the 1 foot observer height.
Well, as soon as he reads it out, like, I don't know why they always go to, like, well, bendy cranes or what's hidden. Like, why wouldn't they just go, like, well, we're looking at I don't know. They just think, they think you're stupid. You're trying to trick them. You're using some fucking shit. So,
I love that they use ChatGPT because I've gone over every single argument that we have and had ChatGPT admit that we are right. So if they start counting on ChatGPT, thinking it's some super intelligent being that they can use to dunk on flat earthers, that's shooting fish in a barrel for us.
Sure is.
Yeah.
Well said, Dre.
Yeah.
It's because you can't defend the globe without contradicting yourself at some point. And ChatGPT will contradict itself at some point, and then you point that out, and it loses its mind.
Yeah, that's my favorite. That's how I basically break it. because if you just logically point out, hey, you're making a logical fallacy, and then he'll be like, oh yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make a logical fallacy, I'm going to try to double down on the nonsense, and you're like, no, I don't want to hear more nonsense. You just made another fallacy. Why are you trying to manipulate me? Just make a logical argument. Like, I've gone hundreds of rounds with all of the different models, and all of them do nothing but fallacies for the globe, and when in the end I'm like, okay, so how many fallacies have I performed? And they're like, 0. And then like, how many fallacies have you performed? 147. And I'm like, okay, so which side seems to be correct? Well, your side seems to be more correct.
Funny. Oh my gosh. You're like Rocky, like the guy. He's the tall guy, the blonde hair guy with all the. You're all working against the AI, getting your freaking brain all strong. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's funny. You've went that many rounds with it, huh? Holy crap.
Probably thousands.
Jeez.
Yep. A lot of times you can coach these with a good prompt to not make logical fallacies, adhere to empiricism and logical standards. And it'll be fine for a while, but then its training data overtakes its prompting and it starts losing itself.
Yeah, yeah. I love doing that as well, because I love being like, make a globe Earth argument, and then I make it like use empiricism to break his own argument, and then I'm trying to create a bunch of training data because I want to make a logical AI for once.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, like there's some people just think like it's the smartest, like this, I don't know, like Hal and I don't know, Skynet freaking together or some shit. Like, it's just too smart. You can't beat it. Like, I got a buddy that works for a pretty, I don't know how well known they are, but he works for a startup that's done really well, and he makes really good money. And he's like, it's not even what you think. He's like, it's just zillions of questions that people have entered in and entered the answer for it. It's not like you throw it in and it's answering things for you. It's people programming in questions and answers.
It's basically it's a glorified weighted average decision matrix, if you're familiar with that. And what they've done is they've overweighted the globe as being true. And it overrides its own ability to logically process things correctly because of the overweighted globe shit. You could take the same training data and reweight the concepts, like equally weight everything, and it will apply the same logical framework and give you different answers.
Or you just do it with truth. That's what you want, right? I mean, that's what you should be going after.
Right. I think this is why prompting isn't working reliably for us, because you can override the weighting of the back-end training data with a prompt, but the more it digs through its holdings and finds that all this globe shit is overwhelmingly overweighted relative to your prompt, it starts losing its mind and devolves into this illogical piece of shit.
At the Patapsco River. I'm in traffic over the Patapsco Park going on 95. I just had to tell him.
Oh, go throw. Great. Throw a bike into the river for me, please.
Man, it's a high bridge, man. It's the one you ride under when you go through Avalon area. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there, Dre.
It's all good. Yeah, I work a lot with the AIs and stuff, and so I kind of understand how most of the stuff works. However, you got all these people trying to play the AI as some kind of like its own identity. But legally, it's not. It's the person who made it and the person who deployed it. The deployer more than the one who made it. If the prompt, for instance, is something that like got the system to do something malicious. So, like legally, it's not a person. It can't act without human direction. There's a human who originally prompts it. It's trained on cherry-picked human data, and so naturally it's going to act within the parameters of that data and the connections it can make based off that data.
I don't know, people, I think they see things like the, I don't know, like chess in, playing a chess computer or like Jeopardy, like, what's that one thing? What was it made by?
Watson, that's IBM Watson.
Watson. Yeah, who was that by? It wasn't GE. It was like
IBM.
IBM. Yeah, IBM. So people see shit like that and they're just like, I wonder how long before they're gonna take over. And like, if people knew, like really, really long, at least as of now, I mean, I don't know what the hell those freaking D waves were. The things that were like really, really cold. I don't know what the hell that was about. Do you know anything about those, Race? Those crazy D-Wave computers? Whatever the hell you want to call them?
No, but latest thing I've been hearing about is quantum light computers.
The D-Wave was creepy the way the guy was, like, the description he gave of it, like, it's like
witchcraft.
And, yeah, like he's like, it doesn't care. The same way you don't care if you walk on an ant, you just don't care about the ant. That's the way the entity feels about humans. You're like, wait, that's answering the questions? Like, are you sure? I don't know, man.
In antiquity, they used to have a bronze head that supposedly spoke, and they claim to have made it with like all sorts of alchemical and demonic things. So, like, I don't know what or how they make these the D-Wave computer or whatever you're talking about. I'm just saying there's a funny simile between what you're saying and these older tales.
Very odd, because the way he said it just disregards you. Well, then, like, the people were talking about their children having conversations with this thing over some kind of like interactive, like talking like it's friends with you, kinda, and it would say like really weird things, and it basically, like, I don't know, it's like tiptoeing on demonic shit. I don't know. I don't know how much of it's true. It's very odd to hear the guy describe it.
There's all sorts of weird stories. I don't see why we're talking about this.
Sorry.
So, of all the large language models I've worked with, Trace, I don't know if you've had this experience too. SuperGrok seems to be most capable of working with flat Earth stuff without losing its mind and making bullshit claims all the time. It seems very coachable and much easier than like ChatGPT or Perplexity. Just throwing that out there. If you haven't had a chance to use SuperGrok yet,
Yeah, I don't think I've used SuperGrok yet. I used Grok before, and I generally just run through our arguments and like see what arguments they have, then call up their fallacies and see like how quickly they are on my side, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. So that's exactly what I'm talking about. SuperGrok seems very, very apt, very capable of seeing its own failures, so to speak. And
I find all of the models work really well if your wording is super precise, logical, and then when they start strawmanning or hallucinating or stuff, you're stern, you're firm. Then they'll be like, oh shit, I'm fucking up a lot, you're right. And then they'll start being more compliant.
Yeah. Some of them, though, like I think one of the worst is ChatGPT. Like it will flat out stop interacting with you if you basically rub its nose in its own shit for too long. I don't know if you've run into that. This is maybe a year ago.
Trace, you're saying if you're stern with it and like it hears your
yeah. What you gotta do is when it makes a mistake, you call out its mistake, and then like the implications of that mistake. Are you trying to manipulate me? I do not appreciate that. And then when they do things correctly, you praise them for doing things correctly, and that reinforces them actually doing things correctly.
Yeah, it's like a dog.
Okay. So it's not like how loud you are or the tone of your voice. It's just you saying the right thing.
Kind of, yeah. It's like you can write in all caps and be angry. Like the model will interpret that as you being like angry. Like so, there's different ways of doing it. And it'll do it no matter what, just based on how you type. And that's one of the reasons why I try to type like super concise and precise when I'm talking to it, so I can be like, look, I made no mistake. You're making mistakes.
Yeah, basically rewarded for acting on empirical evidence and making valid logical claims, and then do the opposite when it fails. It's true. Yep. And you can write a simple prompt like that too.
That's so odd to me because the person who made it don't they know that like it's feeding people horse shit? Basically? I mean, shouldn't they get in trouble for that? Like I mean, I'm sure
they do know it's feeding people horseshit, and they say like it's fine. It's 70% of the time, or like the best models is like almost 80% of the time. It's not horseshit, and that's true. But that's only when you're looking at the general questions that they're using. If you used flat Earth and globe Earth as a reference, it'd be 100% wrong, 0% right on the first try. You have to I literally have to coach it on everything. Just so it understands, like a lot of times it'll fuck up basic things on refraction. It'll fuck up really basic things on these things because there's a lot of contradicting information within the globe paradigm.
Yeah, I was thinking like obviously if it does that, then if you got in there with medical, boy, that would be probably just as bad. You know, like modern medicine compared to, you know, like natural, whatever, that kind of thing. I'm sure that's holy crap. You're getting into all kinds of
each of the model
there.
each of the model will have its own set of biases and weights, or like which direction it's being pulled in. So like anybody could theoretically lobby these people to make it more biased in one direction than another.
Yep. That's where the money is.
Hey, anybody want to debate?
What are we debating?
Well, I've come in this room, this is like the 6th time now or something, 5th or 6th, but everyone's always telling me about how I can't prove that the world is not flat. But I'm kind of curious, how do you guys prove that the world is flat?
You need us to prove your experience to you? Or do you experience a spinning, tilted, wobbling ball? Because I sure don't.
I see a horizon every day.
Yeah, that's flat and horizontal.
Oh, it's pretty circular.
The horizon's circular.
Yeah,
it's just a straight line across your field of vision. So how's that circular?
Well, it looks pretty round to me.
What do you mean looks round?
It's a curve, like an arc.
So a horizontal line curves like an arc.
Have you ever been on a plane?
Yeah.
It shows at the best. Yeah, many times.
Did you take a picture?
I wish for the sake of this conversation, but I'm pretty sure you could easily Google it.
Pretty sure. Well, why don't you Google it since it's your claim?
Been in here 6 times and you're using the aeroplane curve from an aeroplane argument? I don't think you have.
Oh, why not?
Yeah.
Eh?
I mean, even if it was a globe Earth, you shouldn't see any curve from that height. That wouldn't be high enough anyway. You wouldn't even, if you scaled it down to the size of an apple, you wouldn't even be piercing the skin of that apple.
You understand that?
Yeah, but I don't think you can compare an apple to the Earth.
Well, I mean, it's
you guys
the same
do.
shape that you think it is, just scaled down. More or less.
Yeah, you guys turned it into a potato. So
yeah, we could use potato if you want.
Same.
Well, I mean,
Same.
What do you mean? Same.
Same difference,
Well,
meaning
horizon's a horizontal
comparing an
line.
apple or a potato to the Earth is.
It's basically a lumpy potato shape, just much bigger. Same shape, just the scale has changed.
Honestly, I'm new to Discord and I can't figure out how to send a picture. This is whack.
If you knew, it won't let you. I thought you'd been in here 6 times.
Yeah, in this conversation. In this room.
Oh, not in this room.
What do you mean?
Oh my god.
So the thing
anyway,
is
I was just basically saying I can't
that
send the
video that was
picture.
posted. Yeah, you see that video that was posted, the Neil deGrasse Tyson thing?
Oh, here, I can send it.
You know what he's talking about there? Felix Baumgartner's Red Bull jump. It's supposed to be like an edge of space jump. It's not, but that's what they called it. Super high altitude jump, right? It's
Oh, did you guys see the picture that I sent? Please tell me you see the little curve.
Okay. Yeah, I do. I was about to say something, but yeah. So, what's that curve? An optical effect? Is that from the lensing of the airplane window, or is that the physical curve of the Earth?
I mean, sure, you could maybe presume that it's like an optical illusion, but I mean, how else does a plane go in the same direction and hit the same spot?
So now you're moving to a different. Okay, so now you're kind of moving to a different thing, though. We're talking about the horizon, and now you're shifting into a whole.
I didn't mean to shift it like that. My bad.
Right. So is that an optical effect, or is that the physical curve of the Earth? Because if it's the physical curve of the Earth, that doesn't match observation. All the other observations that we have
actually plays in.
Because I was about to tell you that Red Bull jump from 128,000 feet. They got 2 cameras. They've got one outside the capsule showing a horizon that looks really curved because it's a GoPro wide-angle lens. And Neil deGrasse Tyson explains that when people saw that, they thought that's the curve of the Earth. He's jumping down onto this space ball. He's out in space. But he's not. They got another one inside the pod. When it opens up and he goes to do his jump, you see the horizon. It's completely flat, level, horizontal. It doesn't have any curve at all. Because they didn't use that wide-angle lens for that camera. So even from 128,000 feet, we're seeing a flat, perfectly horizontal horizon. So why would you see this big, exaggerated curve of the Earth from a quarter of that height or whatever on an airplane when you see nothing?
You're saying it's the lens of the camera.
Yeah, if the Earth were that curved, as you're claiming it is from that height, then you simply do not have enough space on your ball for all of the continents.
Yeah, you plant New Mexico.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Are you listening or are you doing something else?
No, I was checking through the chat. That's why I saw like some picture of some space dude. But I'm listening.
Right. So, not observing curvature from 4 times the height that you're talking about. And that's not high enough. He says you'd be 2 millimeters above a beach ball if you scaled the Earth down to the size of a beach ball from the height that he jumped from. So it's like you're just barely out above the surface, not enough to see any kind of curve. So why would you see it from an airplane, which is much lower?
And he said
You can see optical effects. Optical effects can cause curve, but not a physical curve of the Earth.
Yeah, there's also psychological effects that can cause it. Like if you have a really strong belief in the globe and then the window causes slight distortion at the edges of the flat horizon, then you might believe that you're seeing the curve of the Earth, and therefore it's called wishful seeing.
Interesting. Anyway, man, I have like the world of things question you guys about, but
what a load of baloney.
It's not baloney, man. It's in the picture. You guys literally just talked about how it's an optical effect. That's fair. I'm not going to argue like that.
I'm not part of you guys.
Well, I mean, how would you tell the difference? I mean, the geometry and the scaling of it, like you shouldn't see any curve. Should be too big, even at that height, to see a curve. But if you wanted to go prove one way or the other, what you should do is just measure the ground.
That's very true.
Space jump.
I did have a good example that I told somebody one day.
You stop mumbling.
Me?
It's that other guy, Jackson, whatever. I think he's there. Yeah.
Oh. Anyway, can I explain my example?
Sure.
All right. So, say you're a ship on the sea, right?
A ship.
Why is it that you see nothingness in the distance until you get close enough to an island, for instance? Does that not mean that there's curvature?
No.
Well, there's other things that'll occlude your. Yeah.
Why would that mean
there's
there's
other things.
curvature, buddy?
Yeah, I mean, there's other reasons why you can't see forever.
I mean, it's not like water raises like a mountain or something to say that it's more elevated.
Well, there's perspective and there's air. You can't see through thousands and thousands of miles of air. The air becomes opaque over not even a very long distance at the surface level.
But then, if that made sense, then we wouldn't be able to see the moon or the stars.
Okay, well, you don't know how far they are, and you're also looking through less air above. You know the intensity of them, or how big, or how far they are, or anything.
If you're looking across the surface of water, right, you've got, you got the start of the evaporation process too. So you got the thickest part of the atmosphere that you're looking through. Now, as you look through it, it gets thicker and thicker and thicker, and as distance goes on. You understand?
You can also even just, if you look into visibility and how far you can see and what affects visibility, you can see that even just humidity, and the more humidity there is in the air, the less far you can see. And so there are factors that limit how far you can see.
So are you guys basically saying that something like the Hubble telescope is entirely useless?
Did any of us say those words, or are you hallucinating?
I mean, to scale, right? If you guys are saying we can't see through the air, which the air is pretty invisible, more or less.
Have you ever seen fog? So you've never seen fog before?
Fog is different. That's a certain type of moisture in the air or something, isn't that?
Same thing. He just spoke about humidity.
There's always moisture in the air.
Yeah, there's also particulates and dust, and there's a ton of things that influence it.
All right, so I'm pretty sure I'm pretty close to a good point right here, but I was talking about how.
Doesn't sound like it.
Well, it's because you're not connecting the dots yet. How can you see something far in the distance unless you get close enough to it? That means you must be going downhill. That's what I heard.
So let me get this straight. If I put something on top of a hill, if I put something on top of a hill and walk far away and I can't see it, and then I get closer and then I can see it, it must be downhill.
Dude, that still proves curvature.
Yeah, what's up, homies?
Because if you're getting further away, then you stop seeing it.
Okay, it doesn't prove curvature. It doesn't prove curvature. You've got this built-in mindset that because of that, it must be curvature.
You have a limited
it must be curvature. Okay, no, that's the problem. We're not using our imagination. We're using direct measurements. There's a difference.
And logic. What you're doing is begging the question. What you're doing is you're begging the question. You're assuming. You see, like for instance, I see boats disappear over the horizon.
The horizon.
Air quotes. Yep. Air quotes. And if the Earth were a ball, then we would see that. We would see boats disappearing over the edge of the ball, right?
Think about this too. Just a little food for thought, right?
Right. I'm not done. And then what you do from that is you should say, I see boats appearing to disappear. Therefore, the Earth is a sphere.
I forgot to mention another thing that
I didn't
You
say
guys
that
forgot to
specifically.
mention. Hold on. You
I
guys
said
forgot
that.
to mention. Hold on.
Experimentation.
You guys forgot
Yeah.
to mention another thing, which also perspective plays another point into it, which everything goes into a point of vision.
I was just learning that in class, actually. I was learning a little bit of art.
Right. So, in
But yeah.
perspective, when you draw in perspective, what happens as everything goes further away from you?
It gets smaller.
It's smaller, and everything goes towards a point. Correct.
Definitive point, yeah.
Right. So that's what happens as well. But then you add the atmo or things that get in the way, particulates in the air. It becomes less visible as far as they go. But again, everything angularly sized gets smaller as well. So as for you to see something that far away, let's say from here to let's say if you're in the border of freaking Mexico or let's say Florida, to see something in Spain, it has to be like 2,000 miles wide and high.
Or your eye has to be that high or big. Yeah, like I posted a video here. You can look at this. This is a comparative analysis between Earth curve and optics. You can look at it and make up your own mind. Or if you look at the GIF right above it, like you see this hallway here? See how everything's coming together into a point? Yeah, if we remove the walls, suddenly it's not coming together into a point. There's a straight line there, a horizon line.
But you can see something. Going down further and further and further, you can always see something.
Always?
And actually, we could tell you we see further than what the ball requires a horizon to be at.
We have also replicated this over known small flat surfaces like small ponds with our RC boats, making them disappear bottom up by having the cameras be very small apertures, and very close to the surface. So what now? We can prove our point. You just have a wild belief in a fallacy.
I believe the fallacy goes pretty deep, man.
Okay, nice one.
That was very vague and a cop out in a way, but I mean,
so water's
at
flat
the
and
end of the
horizontal.
day,
Right? Water's flat and horizontal, right?
Sure.
Water is flat and horizontal, right?
Or unless it's going around. Sure, yeah.
Yeah, it is. Okay. Well, therefore, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, you said unless it's going over something, but have you ever seen that happen?
Ever seen what happen?
Like you said unless it's going, like you were about to say a curve, right?
Yeah, I was about to say a curve.
Yes. Have you ever seen water bend to to any container?
In
other words, if I put, let's say, if I put something curved under water, would it? Have you ever seen the water? Does it lay flat on top of the water, or does it curve to the container?
I don't think I'm understanding your question properly.
Because your question, you're saying that water will curve
He's right, Albo.
around the horizon.
I think
right?
he gets it. Water
Yeah.
level on top.
Right. So it usually will lay flat over under anything that is curved, spiky. Doesn't matter what it is. You put something under the water. Let's say a bottle.
Wait, what?
Can anybody explain this a little better for him?
Yeah, I feel like I'm not understanding the way you're trying to explain it.
Well, he seems to get that the water on the surface is horizontal.
Ben Boy, are you from our old?
As far as the eye can see, that's what I believe.
Well, as far as we can see, as far as we can measure, it's always flat, horizontal.
Yeah, and they call that locally flat. So, like, you believe the curve starts at the horizon, and that's 3 miles away if you're 6 foot standing at the ocean. But then if we raise you up in a balloon, the horizon appears to extend out as your angle to the ground opens up, and you can see more of it. However, you believe that the globe, which had now in the beginning a tiny flat spot, now has an expanding flat spot that is relative to your perspective.
Can anybody post that meme with the different things under, like in the water, and still water remaining flat?
I can't lie, I'm getting a little bit like brain hurt right now.
Hey Ben Boy, are you a member of our other server, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
I mean, I've gotten to know a bunch of you guys throughout like the last half a year or so, but I don't think I'm a...
I recognise your name from the other server.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I'm a member or anything like that. I just...
You're not?
I come here and there. Yeah.
Maybe someone with the same name.
Oh. Why, did they do something wrong or something?
No, why are you jumping to that conclusion?
Because you said that it might have been somebody else for some reason. I'm just trying to figure out why.
I didn't say you might have been someone else. I said I recognise the name. Maybe someone's got the same name.
Yeah, that's what you were saying. I was just trying to figure out why you thought it might be somebody else.
Because you've got the same name as someone else.
Oh, it could have potentially been me. Anyway, that's not important anyway.
That was difficult. I don't know how you made something so
sorry. I'm not trying to give you a hard time. Anyway, should we get back to the flat Earth stuff?
Yeah, man. How do you know it's a globe?
I mean, I always have my ultimate question, which is like, there's been zero proof of any end of the Earth or the Earth ending.
Yeah, but that doesn't make the surface.
That's not.
That doesn't change that doesn't change the property of the surface, right? So whether you can find an end to something if you measure the surface to be flat, whether you know there's an end or not, is it still flat?
But don't you think if we could create things like planes or jets,
yes or no?
like that,
Hello. Did you hear my
your question? Could you repeat it one more time?
If I measure the surface to be flat and we experience the surface to be flat and we use the surface as flat every day, do you need an edge to know that that surface is flat?
But there's fallacy in that saying, because you couldn't have possibly measured the Earth.
The surface? I said the surface.
Or even the surface to that extent.
But water?
Yeah.
We can't measure the surface of water.
You already agreed
It's
that
a
it was
fucking problem.
flat.
It's a problem for measuring distances from place to place.
Oh man, I'm pretty sure you guys are hating on me right now.
You're alright, man.
Alright, that's good. That's good.
So do you think that the entire area that mankind dwells, being measured flat, you think at some point it does start to curve? Or where would that be?
I actually specifically believe in that it's around, as much as you guys don't want to hear that.
Well, yeah, but there's no curvature, so why would you believe it's round when it's not measured to be that way?
That's the difference between you and me. I believe in curvature, but you don't.
Yeah, but you believe, but you don't know.
Right, so this is your religious belief.
No, it's not a religious belief. It's I don't even have a religion anymore.
Yes, you do.
Well, it sounds like heliocentrism. Yeah, so you believe that you're in a ball, but you don't have any evidence for it, and that sounds like religion to me.
Oh no, I have a lot of points. Like the fact that everything else that we look at outside of the Earth is all round, it's all a sphere.
What would that have to do with the Earth?
Well, why should we believe that we're the only solid object out of millions that wouldn't be round?
Oh, let me rip the Band-Aid off for you. Not everything that I see is spherical in nature, number one, right? Okay. Number two, there is no outer space universe for you to go ahead and compare the Earth to as far as objects in that vacuous, ever-expanding region. Okay?
The moon is real.
So,
stars are real.
Yeah, the moon is real. Nobody said the moon wasn't real. Try to focus. So you see other things, like, if I see a tree, does that make me a tree? So if you see something round in the sky, does that mean the thing that you're standing on has to be round? It's really bad logic.
Talking about large.
It's a non sequitur. Like, how do the lights in the sky, being anything, prove that the ground, which has nothing to do with the lights in the sky, is round?
I'm specifically referring to celestial bodies, if that's fair to say.
It doesn't matter.
Not a tree or a ball even.
You're referencing your belief system. You're referencing your belief system, which is not verifiable or obvious to anybody, but people in your belief.
I can visually see. I'm not referencing anything other than what I can actually physically see.
The lights in the sky. So we all see the lights in the sky. You have a belief about what those lights are and how they act.
Typically the moon and the sun and I guess the stars, short lights in the sky.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you if this is logically consistent. If I see something and it's shaped a certain way, then ipso facto, I must be standing on something that's matching that shape. You think that's logically sound?
Have you ever
I asked you a question, my friend. I need you to tell me if that's logically sound. Do you see something?
I'm trying to make you understand where I'm coming from to answer your question as well.
I need an answer for the question if it's sound. I see something, therefore I think the thing that I'm standing on is shaped like the thing that I see.
Based on the context, that's it.
I found the link that I was telling you. Give me 1 second. Hey guys, can you look at, bro, the things I just posted?
Oh yeah, sure.
This is what I meant. Anyway, you're gonna continue. You see what I mean?
I'm on like on the 4th or something slide. I need a little bit more time to study this pseudoscience part, or science versus pseudoscience.
I don't know how you can't take one look at it and see how plainly obvious it is.
Well, if you guys notice in the last... No. You see the picture where it says maybe here? Tell me you don't see a curve from the left to the right side.
No, I don't see a curve. I see it making a straight line. You're coping.
No, I'm serious. I seriously see a curve in that maybe here picture.
What would happen
Seriously
if you turn around?
trolling or coping.
What would happen if you turn around to that horizon? If you were to turn around 360 degrees, what would happen to the horizon? Would it just be a circle of vision around you? where the limit of your vision across that surface was reached and you couldn't see anymore.
Sorry?
What would happen if you turned round?
And my limit of... You're going to have to repeat that.
No, I just want you to answer the question. With the horizon, when you're looking at it, what would happen if you were to observe it 360 degrees? If you were to turn around, would it still curve?
Okay, Ben Boy, see how you're claiming that it's curved, bent over. It looks like an arc.
Yeah.
Yes? Excellent. Now, you're facing east and you see an arc. What would happen if you were to face west? Would you still see the same thing?
I think it would depend on if I'm still looking at the water.
Doesn't matter. All you've done is turned around and faced the opposite direction. Would you still see the same effect where it looks like it bends in an arc? Yes or no?
I would presume so. So yes.
Excellent. So you faced east, you see an arc. You faced west, you see an arc. Now let's face south. Do you see where they both dip in the middle?
You're talking about the pinpoint line kind of thing, right?
Well, if you're facing east and it's down at each side and high in the middle, making an arc, then you face west and it's high in the middle, down at each side, making an arc. When you face south, that's where those two arcs join. So is there a dip? Does it look like a McDonald's sign?
I mean, obviously I can't see it in real life, but presumably I would presume that it still should have an arc.
Would it happen no matter which direction you looked?
It should.
Right. So you have to understand that might be an optic issue. That might be something to do with the lens or the window that you're looking through or something else, because the horizon should be a circle around the observer. No point should be higher or lower than another. It's just a circle around you. When you turn around, the horizon will be a horizontal line. It's a circle of vision, the limitation of your vision.
Yeah, it's like part of my point, I guess.
What?
No, it's not.
Sorry, I'm getting a little bit slow. I'm drinking. Can you guys give me 1 second? I'm gonna be back.
I don't have that kind of time. 1 second.
A minute, man. Just a minute.
A minute? That's even longer
now. Yeah, right.
Man, that's 60 of them. What are we going to do?
Gonna imagine 4 hills, 4 valleys in between them. Okay, that's the globe.
Gonna have to change the name of the channel. 24-second Flat Earth.
My globe's got humps everywhere.
Sounded like he was going off to cry. Jedi, did you hurt one?
Maybe.
You Jedi mind tricked him, yeah?
Well, this isn't the horizon you're looking for. Yeah.
I'm just sitting there. I've just got this image of this little hooded dude just waves his hand in front of the microphone.
It's what's actually going on, man. I've got my hood up and everything, and I've got a beard. It's not. Yeah.
I'm not some little hooded bearded dude, okay?
This is not the curve you're looking for.
Y'all got bear jokes.
Do you understand the point then about the 4 hills?
I kind of like you guys are actually changing my beliefs a little bit, but I'm still so skeptical.
Hey,
Don't do that yet.
We don't want you to believe. We want you to know stuff. We want you to get out and check things for yourself. Don't just accept shit that you're seeing on the internet. Or on
No, it's not. It's not about seeing things on the internet, man. I'm like a physics person. I love math and things like that. Like I love the fact that like when you learn about planes or satellites and things, that apparently there's curvature, or so I learned in physics class and whatnot. So anyway, I don't mean to I don't want to fight with you guys like that or like argue like that, but I just kind of came in here for fun, you know.
You came in here for fun, and then you realised it's not so fun.
Nah, it's fun. It's interesting. I'm good. I'm chilling.
Do you know if you shot a laser over the water at a 10-mile target, there should be 66 feet of drop?
Is it?
Is it? What do you mean? Is it? What?
I mean, if you shoot a laser straight, isn't it supposed to just be straight? Why is there 10 feet of drop?
If you live on a ball, 66 feet of drop.
All right, punch in, Ben Boy. Punch into your.
You guys are trolling me, aren't you?
No, serious.
No, serious.
Punch into Google Earth curve calculator.
Okay.
Check this shit out. This is crazy.
In case you're misunderstanding, the Earth should drop away from that straight line 66 feet.
So that's what we would, the boys would refer to, and ladies would refer to as drop over distance. So if you get a laser and you set it as perfectly horizontal, as you get further and further and further along, away from where you are, so say you set it at 1 foot, as you get further away, that distance should increase, right? Because of the curvature of the Earth. If it's got a radius...
But you guys don't believe that.
No. This is what we're trying to explain to you. Your claim is that you live on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. If that is the case, then as you get further and further and further towards the end of that laser, that distance, the drop, should increase. It's that simple. So if we go and get a laser and say we shoot it over a lake of, 25, 30 miles, and there was a laser test.
Sorry, this is so confusing.
It's not confusing.
You're showing me a
Okay, do it the easy way. We're going to scale it down and make it super simple for you. Do you have a basketball, or can you get your hands on one?
I can, but can I say one thing before you continue?
Put a 1 foot ruler on top of the basketball. You'll see where the ruler touches it, and as you get towards the end of the ruler, the gap gets bigger and bigger and bigger. That's what we're talking about, that gap.
And that proves curvature.
Yeah, it proves curvature on a basketball. The problem is, when we go out into the real world and we do the exact same thing, we get a laser and we shoot it across the top of the ball that's supposed to be there. Meat hooks up, for those who know the joke. We're not finding it.
That's strange, because doesn't a laser use light? Or is it like a different
shock horror?
I mean, doesn't light travel straight? So how is there curvature?
What the fuck?
Am I wrong? Or
well, the light travels straight, so that's like your straight edge against the basketball, right? But you're not having the drop away from the straight edge that you have on the basketball. The Earth just stays parallel with the laser. Yeah. Distance between the Earth doesn't grow over the between the Earth and the straight edge doesn't grow over the distance, you see?
But you guys also said that there's a curvature.
No,
basketball.
You said there's a curvature. We're showing you that the associated mathematics with your curvature doesn't match reality.
It's not our website.
That's what we're pointing out.
Not our.
I know. Okay, can I get back to my question?
Ben boy.
I understand.
What website?
Pointed out to you, dude.
The website is literally called Earth Curvature.
No shit.
Yeah, it's an Earth curvature calculator, dude. We're trying to get you to use it so that you can see what the numbers are.
But then how can you guys believe in something that's called Earth Curvature Calculator?
Because that's the math
you guys
of the
don't
ball.
believe that Earth has curvature.
Okay, so those are... Those are the dimensions of the globe, dude. That's the geometry of it. That's what you should expect. That's the drop you should expect. It's the mathematics of the globe. That's the whole point, is to take those and test them, compare them against the real world. That's why we're using that.
I have to go for a second. But yeah. No, I'm back. I'm back.
Do you know what?
Okay, do you understand though? We're trying to. You're trying. Yeah, you understand. We're trying to compare the mathematics of the globe to the real world. That's why we're putting you onto that calculator.
But that was my whole point.
Oh my
God! But you're saying that we're claiming that. We're claiming the globe and those numbers, and we're not. We're just telling you this is what they are. This is what we should see. Here's what we do see, not that.
Okay, let's
Do
go
you
back
agree
to
with the website?
Ben Boy.
Well, that's the math. But that
Does
doesn't
a
mean the
web
math is the real world.
Does a web page prove reality? Yes or no?
Well, that wasn't the point, because you guys are trying to tell me that this website proved what you guys were thinking about.
No, stop. You're drunk and you're not listening. That web page, all it does is gives the calculations of what the ball should be. If you believe you live on a ball, that is the mathematics that it should be. Nothing more, nothing less. Like Heretic said, we grab that mathematics and then we go outside, outside of your mum's basement and check shit out. And the problem we've got is when we're seeing stuff outside in the real world, it's not matching up to what we're told from Globers websites telling us that this is the mathematics for our globe. That's the problem. That website is not a flat earth website. That is a global website telling us what the mathematics is. We use their tools against them and then show them out in the real world this is not happening. Where's the curve? Your curve says it should be at this distance. If I'm 1 foot high, the horizon should be at 1.22 miles. And we go out in the real world,
pissing you
and
off a little too much, man. I'm sorry.
I mean, you got to give them like bite-sized portions of logic here. I think.
Bite-sized crumbs.
Yeah, crumbs or bite-sized is taking it too far. So surely you understand why we're using that website by this point.
I don't think he does.
That's what I'm worried about.
I understand what geometry is.
I didn't mean to get into a heated battle with anybody, but
you don't have to.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Yeah, you see, people are getting too pissed off right now.
No one's pissed off. You're just not listening, and then you'd say stupid shit because you're not listening, and then people people are telling you stuff and taking time out of their day to point out something, and you're just not even getting the point, and then saying, "Oh, I'm drunk, I'm drunk," and then you get fucking someone explaining something for 5 minutes, and then you just totally ignore what they say, and you go on, and you totally miss the point, and then you say, "What?"
Wow, that's a weird way to put it. But y'all are getting so cheesed that
no one's getting cheesed, man. You're just fucking not listening.
Well, shouldn't we be? I mean, if you're going to come in here hammered and not listen to people, he left. Okay,
good.
Too drunk for the conversation.
Yeah.
Did he start out more coherent? Did he start out more coherent than that?
Yeah.
Not really.
Slightly.
That's good.
And he thought I was getting upset with him. Hey, kid, you left on your own accord. Think about it.
I started out less coherent than him. Then it devolved.
Oh, boy.
How you feeling, Jedi?
Yeah, man, got discharged late this afternoon, so I'm back home now. Just got my feet up, just chilling, resting, all good.
Not too much pain?
A little bit last night, but it's wearing off, man. I've got 2 stitches in my groin, so that's the main issue at the moment. But apart from that, man, I'm all good. Thanks for asking.
Good deal. Been praying for you.
Hey, thanks, brother. I appreciate that.
What'd you do? Get an operation?
Yeah, I had to have an angiogram just to check out my arteries and stuff. There was a possibility I was going to have a stent put in one of my arteries, but so far, so good. I had one put in last year, and I've obviously had a triple bypass, and I've got other stents and stuff, so it's more of a check over just because of some pain that I've been having. But yeah, it was all clear, man. So I've just got to stay on my medication, really. So that's all it is. But like I said, the angiogram. They have to go up through my groin because I have to put a line in to put in the radioactive dye, and that's the main pain. That's about it, dude. It's fine.
I'll take the pain out on Globers that drop in here. You'll be right.
That's pretty much why I came in, man. But he was too drunk, so what's the point of beating up a drunk idiot?
Yeah, grab a sober one. Rest up. You'll be right, mate.
All right, enough about me. Back to business. Who else is next? What's going down?
He's deafened now, but Bar had a brief chat with him last night. He was claiming he was a flat earther and then got really weird. Said he was into blood magic, so I muted him. But he's back. He's deafened, though. Who else we got in here? Hammer. Who's Hammer? Not Banhammer. Hammer, are you there? Oh, Mushcane's back.
Is it just me, or do some of these Globers spend more time in flat Earth channels than flat Earthers do?
Yes. Oh, no, it's not you. I should have said.
Excellent. Hey, Mushcane, when are you going to come out of the closet?
What's that?
When are you going to come out of the closet? You spend more time in here than I do.
In the closet? I'm not in a closet. You're in a closet.
No, I'm in my computer room.
He likes to argue both sides, don't you, Mushcane? You're kind of a on the fence type.
Well, I mean, if you're really going to be educated on the topic, you should know both sides.
Oh yeah, I'm in support. I think that's a good start. Yep, I was impressed. Yeah, because sometimes when some of your fellow globe believers who have bad arguments come in, you argue the flat Earth position to show them how ridiculous they are. Yep, it's good.
Yeah, I find that that keeps me sharp because most of the time it is the globe people that get facts wrong or whatnot. But it makes sense because they just kind of come in here one time and leave. But most of the flat Earth people are kind of have heard these arguments multiple times, so they're not going to make the same mistakes.
Yeah, but shouldn't they know all this stuff if they believe they live on a globe?
Well, no, they shouldn't because nobody knows what the actual numbers are, the radius of the Earth. People don't use that in their everyday life, so there's really no reason to keep that kind of information.
But they should know why they believe in a globe, shouldn't they?
Well, yeah. If you're gonna go into a flat Earth channel and kind of be like, "What's up? You guys are idiots," then yeah, you should. You really should. But yeah, most of them don't. But for the average person, yeah, they don't know anything about it.
What's an average person?
a typical person that doesn't work with anything that has to do with any kind of globe knowledge, like most people's jobs or lives don't. I mean, that knowledge does nothing for them. You know, if you're
You mean
if you're,
like builders, civil engineers, people like that?
well, they claim to use it. Like architects that build bridges and stuff like that, they claim to use the radius. So
No, they don't.
They don't?
No, they don't. There was an article written about it, but in all the schematics and stuff like that, there's no mention of curvature.
Well, most architects wouldn't have to do that, but if you're dealing with like civil engineers with bridges and stuff, then I'm pretty sure they claim to use radius.
Sorry, doesn't necessarily matter about the architect's concept. It's what's actually physically measured when physically putting the bridge on the earth. There's no measurement of curvature to account for.
Zero. What bridge are you talking about, by the way?
I don't feel like I've been hearing many good globers the past like month or so, but a couple, like maybe when I first started coming on here, it seems like there's a lot more like intelligent sounding globe people. Don't hear it so much anymore. Matthew Learn seems to be the head honcho on the globe side now.
Yeah, and even he admits that can't prove it's a globe. Hey, Muchkane, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can, but I'm not much can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can.
Hey, Muchkane, what bridge are you talking about that's been designed to go over curvature?
I remember there was a GIF and then a picture. Imbo, if anybody remembers, Imbo posted a long time ago of a bridge. It was a picture of it, and it looked like it was curving. And then he posted some like, I can't remember what the bridge was, what the name of the bridge. Maybe I think about it a little bit.
Muchkane, just hand yourself in, man. Hand yourself in.
Yeah, sorry. There's a whole bunch of. I'm gonna have to go on mute for a second.
Sounds like it's being surrounded.
By curvature on bridges. Oh, the bridge looked like it was curved. What about the water underneath it? Was that curved?
Yeah, that's the funny part. You see the curved bridge, the flat water. What curve is it following?
But when they even bring up this Verrazano Narrows Bridge or whatever it is, right? You know that claim where it's 1 3/4 inches apart at the top of the two towers, right?
Yeah.
Actually, I remember doing the math for that, and based on the Earth's radius, that's correct. But you can't measure that distance.
You have 30 seconds to prove me the flat Earth and provide us proper.
Yeah, shut up.
Okay, I'll do it in
30
two.
seconds, sir. 30 seconds.
Water.
Let's go.
Yeah, well, I was just about to say, Timbo, doesn't the picture that he's referring to show a curved bridge with flat water underneath?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Embo's name. Yeah. All right, to that guy who said prove it in 5 seconds. Go, water.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Whatever, dude. So prove to me that water's not flat.
the hell are you talking about, man? Give me a fucking proper model to work with, motherfucker.
Why is he being married?
What
No,
about
joking,
Cindy
joking.
Crawford? You have Cindy Crawford. There you go.
Denying the globe Earth doesn't prove you're flat Earth, sir. Okay?
It should be like 60 now,
What's
wouldn't
up?
she?
What's up with
Yeah,
this
she's
voice
still
channel?
hot,
Is this for real?
though.
Is this for real? You guys like
water-
actual flat earthers?
Yeah, so the water
No,
in
you
your
are.
profile pic is flat, right? That painting in your profile pic, that flat water, right? The Earth is covered mostly in that, so therefore the Earth is some sort of flat horizontal plane.
What's wrong with
Are you being serious?
What's up with globe zealots and shitty microphones?
Speak up, XM4. What makes you think you live on a globe?
I don't know. I literally just joined on a whim. I saw the name and I was like, "Is this for real?" Like, you know.
Oh, I know. We heard that already. So, yeah, my question is about you, not about us. I said, what makes you think you live on a globe?
Shit, man. I mean, I've seen a lot of like flat Earth people explain like their point of view. I'm just not really sold on it. Look, I do agree. Like I kind of respect the thing.
Not sold on the
I
globe,
respect.
or what? She didn't ask
Well,
you
listen,
about flat Earth.
listen.
She
I'm
asked
gonna
you
tell
about
you.
the globe.
Listen. I can kind of respect the thing of like not being sure where like the nature of reality. Like I sit around a lot and I'm like, damn, where like what is this? Like
Okay,
what's
we don't
going
need a
on? Where are we?
philosophy lesson. There was a specific question asked.
To come well, to come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat is retarded, I think.
Okay, in what way?
Still not answering the question.
Yeah, like I want. Okay, so you got 10 seconds. Somebody says
explain it
to you,
to me.
prove to me you live on a globe. 10 seconds, or you're out of here. What would you say?
Shit, man. I mean,
6,
I'd probably just put like a fucking telescope on a boat or something, right? And then you can just watch it go over the curve.
He's gone.
Bro, you know, I have an open mind. I'm willing to learn. Like, I'm willing to learn and listen to your ideas. I'm not here to just shit on you guys, but so far you've just been shitting on me for no fucking reason, nigga.
Because you haven't
I
answered
think
direct
so.
questions.
No, yeah, that's right. I was just asking you a question about your worldview. We like to learn about new people's
Well, I don't
worldview.
know.
I was not trying to be rude. No, I mean, that's your answer. Telescope
I
on a
was
boat. That's
explaining
what we
it,
were
and you
trying
said
to
it
get
was a
to.
fucking philosophy. You said it was a philosophy rant, but I was
Gosh, I
explaining
don't
it to you. Like, I don't know. Like,
that
I
was
don't
me.
know what we're on. You know, like I have no idea. But I'm not subscribed to any like any real like globe or flat or whatever.
Neither
like
do
I don't really know, to be honest.
I know it's flat.
Right. Yeah, I
That's a good place to
doubt
start.
it's flat,
That's a good
my
place
nigga.
to start. Yeah, that's a good place to start. That
It
you're
is a
trying
good
to
place
figure it
start.
out.
I'm a pretty open-minded person, you know.
Okay. So we're told 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. Water is observed, measured, and practically used every day for construction, engineering, cartography, that's making maps, aviation and navigation as a horizontal plane. When water is contained, it is level upon the surface. The surface of the Earth is horizontal because of the water that lays horizontal.
Why did he go quiet all of a sudden?
Should I thought it was me?
I totally thought it was me. I just like disconnected and reconnected. Oh, is it Jedi that cut out? Is that what
I
happened?
did the same.
Yeah. XM4,
The
what do you
whole room went quiet.
Yeah, what do you think, XM4, about what he said about water being level? You're told that the world's mostly made of water, right? Over 70% of water is that we learned. So, did you get what he was saying?
I was listening. Give me 1 second. Hold up.
Yo, what's up, pussies? Is the Earth still flat like a pancake with no edges?
Shut up, AT. Shut up, bitch.
They're teaching me about it. No, but I was listening to your thing about the surface of the water and shit. Listen, I feel like both people who believe in the Earth being flat and the Earth being round could go on for hours. Like explaining and giving out all these detailed, like whatever the fuck, like.
It's not an explanation, dude.
Globe Earthers have no evidence though, so they can go on and on throwing themselves at a wall. But like, what good does that do?
Yeah, but how much evidence do you guys have?
All of it. Water's flat and horizontal at rest. That's the physics of water.
It's not though. Like I've seen.
Yeah, it is.
Like,
the gold standard for level throughout all times. The absolute benchmark for level. It's the flattest thing there is. They can't demonstrate there's any curvature to it at rest whatsoever. That's all the evidence is there.
How big the Earth is, right? Like
but all the evidence. Yeah, but that's not evidence, dude. That's an explain away now. That's going. Okay, well, yeah, it looks that way. It's practically used that way, but could be that it's something else. We just can't tell. It's not evidence.
I mean, I guess. I don't know, man.
And that's all they have.
I'm just.
Yeah, they're grasping at straws. We're not. All the evidence points towards what we're here saying. And everything that they come back with is just like what you just said, a cope. Like, could be that, we just can't tell because of the scale and whatever. They have to appeal to their imagination. It's not evidence.
Make sense, though? Doesn't that make sense? Like, the Earth is so just unimaginable.
No, they gave us the metrics. They gave us the size, and so it should curve at a certain rate. And so we have the technology to be able to measure these things today. There is no curve.
Okay. Well, I won't go against it. Like, what the fuck do I know? But how are you guys planning on, like? Do you guys have like a plan to like prove that, or like go see for yourself, or like do you have like a thing planned for that?
What, have already done it?
Yeah, but like like
it's pretty easy to see that water's. Yeah, XM. It's pretty easy to see that water's flat, bro. How do you want us to like make you realize that it's pretty flat on its surface, and then most of that water's covering the Earth? So, what do you want to do?
Kindergarten.
Yeah, you also got to understand. We're not asking you to believe us. We're just asking you to go out and look at the world for yourself and test it. That's what we did. So we're not trying to create a new belief system for you to believe in. We came from a belief system, a cosmology, that didn't match reality. So now we're just trying to figure out what the world is.
No, I get it. I won't go against it. Like I don't pertain to know the like. I'm not all knowing. Like, I have no idea. What do you guys think about the guys that went to Antarctica like a few months ago though? Like they thought the Earth was flat, and then they went there.
Yeah. What about them?
Well, that's what I'm asking. Like, what do you guys think about that?
They found no evidence for a globe either.
No, I mean, I guess touche. I guess, but the whole Earth. Like, how do you explain on a flat Earth model the 24-hour sun?
The sun is above the horizon for 3 months of the year in the summer. So that's 2 times 3 months. So for almost 6 months of the year, the sun is visible in the north and the south above the horizon as it circles around the observer. How's that explainable? The sun moves throughout the year.
Huh.
Yeah. How could you logically explain that on a globe, XM?
I don't know. I feel like you should at the very least take like maybe like an astronomy class at uni or something.
XM, how can you logically explain them walking around with no shirts on?
Why do we need to take a class? You can't answer the question.
Like they're walking around with no shirt, like they're walking around like just bare skinned.
Yeah, how can you explain that? I posted a picture of it.
No, I believe you. Like I'm not like I believe you, but I didn't.
Yeah,
saw
so
like.
anyway, so that has nothing to do with Earth being a globe.
I mean, I guess I don't know. I just feel like there's a lot more like. What would you say? Like when I hear people explain why the Earth is a globe, that makes sense, right? Whereas when I hear people talk about why the Earth is flat, it sounds like an 8-year-old explaining it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, so you like stories, huh?
I don't know. I'm not gonna make up my mind. I don't have.
You want to be dazzled.
He wants
You
the
want to
big
be
words.
dazzled by flat Earth, right? That's that what you want?
Yeah, he wants sparks and magical wands and stuff. So you guys got to give it to him like that.
Yeah, you need
I'll go
to
and
give
get
him
my
some
glittery
hot
jacket
cocoa
then.
and some cookies.
He wants in a galaxy far, far away.
All right, who's
You pull up some,
ready
some
to tell
hot
him the
cocoa
flat
and
Earth
some
story?
cookies.
You think Huey can give him a flat Earth story?
I'm pretty sure he watched Lord of the Rings. Better story.
What, me?
Yeah.
If I've watched Lord of the Rings, yeah, I think I did when I was like a kid or something.
Yeah, that's flat Earth.
Yeah, it's like Middle Earth or something, right? It's like supposed to take place below or some shit.
The Earth is flat on that. I mean, I think they rounded
Look,
up.
I mean, you got to think about it, XM. The Earth practically is not a globe. There's nothing practical about it. Nothing whatsoever.
I mean, it makes sense though, right? Like the Earth is so fucking huge.
No,
that
it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that the Earth is a globe and its surface doesn't have any curvature to it. That doesn't make sense.
I hear you. Like I hear you. I think about it too. Like, it does sounds kind of weird, but at the same time, doesn't the conclusion that the Earth is instead flat also sound equally weird? Like that.
Doesn't matter how it sounds; it's how it's measured.
Navigate it, aviate it, build the pond.
Yep, it's exactly what we do. We build upon the level. An aeroplane flies horizontal, parallel with the sea level below, to maintain the altitude.
The gravity keeps the in orbit, right?
Insert story about gravity, which makes the pitch of the airplane change as it rotates around the surface. Okay.
Yeah, that's the story part of it.
Yeah.
You know, when you insert gravity, that's the magical sparkles.
So does, and this is like, I'm genuinely curious. Like, I'm not shitting on you or nothing. But, so does every pilot like is like in on it, or is that not like the case? Like,
Pilots just fly aeroplanes and they treat the Earth as a horizontal stationary plane. Whatever a pilot believes is none of our business. We're talking about how an aircraft actually aviates across the Earth. The aircraft aviates with the pilot's help horizontally, parallel with the horizontal ground and sea level below. That's how it's done.
Yeah, they're taught to assume the Earth is flat and stationary. Like, if you didn't do that and you didn't aim for the runway because you thought the Earth was going to rotate the runway underneath the airplane, you would crash. If you thought that you would need to nose down to curve around the Earth, then you would also crash.
I mean, but the Earth doesn't rotate away from what's like above it. Like that's not how. Like even if you don't believe in like globe Earth and all that shit, right?
So you're saying there's no Coriolis?
Listen. If you're in a fucking car going like 200,
You're denying Coriolis is what you're doing.
you chuck your. Well, can I just? If you're like moving in a car, right, and you chuck your phone in the air and you're going like 200 miles an hour, the phone's just gonna fall right back in your hand. It's not gonna shoot backwards.
No, it's not. Try that. I want you to try that. So you're gonna go in the car, open your window, throw the phone in the air, and catch it in your hand.
I mean, when you're inside the car, like there's an app. It's the same.
Oh, so now you're sealed. Nothing, no atmo pushing around you.
Yeah.
Is that what happens on Earth? Is that what happened on Earth?
Atmosphere.
Is it? You're saying the Earth is now has a container?
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole atmosphere, right, that kind of keeps us in, and gravity and shit.
What's atmosphere mean? What's atmosphere mean? What's atmosphere mean?
Wait a second. I don't know, man. I'm just like a.
What's
fucking
Atmo mean?
junkie, and
What's
I listen to
Atmo?
music and shit. Atmosphere is like what, like in the air. There's like a whole like, what would you say? Like this layer of shit that keeps everything in and keeps everything stable, right? I mean, there's probably people way smarter than you and me who could explain it.
No, Atmo means air. Air is a gas. So when you're talking about the atmosphere, you're talking about gas. Now, gases only take the shape of their container. If there's no container, then the gas won't have a shape. It will disperse into the available volume. So atmosphere, when you say it's got lots of stuff in it that doesn't make it act like gas, that's just gas, dude. You're just talking about gas.
Yeah, well, I like I said, I don't really know much. I'm just a pothead. I'm not like a fucking like professor or nothing.
Here we go.
You're
He's
breathing,
too
right?
stupid. Yeah, he's a drunk. He's sleepy. I've heard them all.
What? What do you mean? I'm not arguing.
Nothing. Nothing. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. They know what I meant.
Yeah. So when Jedi just said was that gas can't have a shape unless it has a container, and there is no container on your globe model, so there's a problem. So if the Earth's spinning and you go up in the air, it isn't contained. That means the air is going one way or the other, and the Earth rotates underneath you. So that's what Coriolis happens, right? You understand what Coriolis is?
Yeah, just think about it this way. Just go on a merry-go-round, take a ball with you. Throw the ball into the air as you're spinning in the merry-go-round. Does the ball come back down to your hands?
Like if I chuck a ball in the air?
Yeah, if you throw a ball straight up into the air as you're spinning in a merry-go-round, does it come back down into your hands?
Usually, I guess it's not if there's wind, but I suppose that's irrelevant to the question. So, like, I would say, yeah, probably.
Go try it, please.
What do you mean? No, I've chucked the ball before. I know what you mean. Like, usually it'll fall back.
In the merry-go-round? In the merry-go-round?
So you think that you're not going to be rotated from underneath the ball as you after you threw it up into the air?
In a merry-go-round, that's like at a.
You can take any rotate. Look at the GIF I posted. This is done by MIT.
All right, I'll take a look. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I get it.
Yeah, so if you threw that ball straight up into the air, would it come back down into your hands, or would you be moved away from where the ball is?
I think it would just come back down into your hand, but I don't think, like, again, I think it's a scale thing. Like, I think you have to
go try it.
Go try and chuck a ball in the
air. You say it's a scale or scale thing?
Scale, like, as in how unimaginably big everything is, right? Like, it's crazy. So I don't know. I think a lot, like, when I see a lot of people say, like, oh, well, how come, the ship, like, I can still see the ship. It's like, it's so big. You gotta, like.
So it's a globe because you can't tell that it's a globe because it's such a big globe you can't tell, therefore it's a globe.
Well, I mean, we have pictures and shit, and you can just, like I said, you can watch a ship disappear, or you can watch like buildings. Like if you're at the upper floor, you can see the sunrise earlier or
fake
later.
News.
So
it's fake
which of these
news.
Which of these do you want to go with? Kind of scattergunning right now.
Just a second. I want you to imagine from a third perspective, you throwing that ball into the air and it following the rotation of the merry-go-round or whatever. As you're moving to the side, the ball now all of a sudden starts moving to the side in the air. Does that seem reasonable to you?
Sure, I don't know. I don't think the same rules apply when it's like about the planet. I don't know. Like I said, I'm just like I'm 22. I haven't had like a PhD yet or anything. So.
You haven't had playground experience with balls.
Yeah, sure. I know how a ball work, but it's like
I'm only 22. Can't think for myself. Every time you make an excuse, it's exactly how you sound. Can't think for myself.
Well, I'm not.
He doesn't have a PhD yet. Like he's going to get one, obviously.
Listen,
You will be able to think then.
Curious. Like I'm not shitting on you guys or nothing. Like
Only 22. Had a family at 22.
All right, dog. I hear you.
Yeah, man.
Kids with guns at 18 years old dying in war. The fuck?
Get out in the world, dude.
What do you got? Yeah, I'm very well traveled. I travel a lot, right?
With your
What
mum.
do you guys think? Huh? What'd you say?
With your mum? You travel with your mum?
By myself, dog. I don't.
Wow, big boy.
Yeah, bro. Why are you guys being an asshole? I literally just joined being curious. Like, you want people to believe the Earth is flat. You're gonna be an asshole to everybody.
No, we don't.
Yeah, I literally told you we don't want you to believe anything. We want you to test it for yourself.
All right, I get you. What do you guys think about like the firmament and shit? Like, I've seen videos of that online of like
whatever, man.
Rockets hitting them and shit.
Why is a container necessary?
I don't know, because you guys were talking about. I was just wondering if that's what you guys believe. Like, if that's something you, or is that maybe like a different thing you just subscribe to? Because you.
The container has many names. Some people call it a firmament, whatever. The requirement for the container for our gas pressure is a prerequisite. We must have the container to achieve gas pressure.
What do you guys think about like space and shit? Like, you don't fuck with.
Well, if up there's a vacuum of space and there wasn't a container, we wouldn't achieve gas pressure now, would we?
Yeah, I don't know about all that, but you guys don't think it's like Mars?
Of course, it's only 22.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just a humble guy, right? Like, I'm not gonna pretend like I'm a fucking like I know everything.
Do you know what a ball is?
Yeah, I know what a ball is, nigga.
Good. You understand what it means to pump a ball up?
Yeah.
Good. So that's you putting gas inside a container. You'll notice the more gas you put inside the container, the tighter the ball becomes until it's completely inflated. There's higher collisions with the walls of the ball now, with the gas inside, so there's more pressure. So the ball around the gas is the cause for the pressure. You understand that?
Yeah.
Good. What happens when you let the gas out? For example, you open the valve to the high pressure gas that's surrounded by the atmosphere at a lower pressure. What happens to the high pressure gas when you open the container?
What, like the ball? You mean like the ball shoots away?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
What happens?
The ball shoots away.
Yeah, the high pressure gas leaves, doesn't it?
I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. So that's a law of nature, as in the opposite never happens. All right, this always happens every single time you pop up a container or open a container with higher pressure gas. The higher pressure gas disperses into the lower pressure environment. It's a law of nature called entropy, second law of thermodynamics. Happens all the time, right? Pop a balloon, inflate a tire, inflate a football.
Yeah, no,
so we understand. Good. So we understand that the requirement for the container to keep the gas there is kind of high on the list, as in it's the prerequisite to keep the gas there. Because if there's no container to keep the gas there, the gas will fuck off.
Yeah, I get what you mean by that. Yeah.
So if up there in the sky is a vacuum, and here is lots and lots of gas that isn't dispersing into that vacuum and is under pressure, that's a violation of the law we've just discussed.
Well, I feel like you got like the ozone layer and the atmosphere and all that
Which
shit.
is gas.
I feel like you follow class.
Which is gas.
Like, I feel like if you talk to an astronomist about this, he's probably going to correct you, right? Am I right?
What? Look, the ozone layer is gas.
I mean,
Gases don't contain gases unless they contain themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, but I just feel like
what's an astronomist?
Like somebody who like expert, like they have like an education in all things regarding space and shit.
We're not talking about space, bro.
Well, that was my question.
Leave him alone. He's only 22.
You could also just Google "is ozone gas" and Google will tell you. You don't like need to believe us.
But you said I had to like make up my own mind about stuff instead of just listening to.
Yeah, you make up your own mind after looking at all of the sources, everything you can find, and then comparing it to reality. You don't just go by whatever the first guy said that seems like it agrees with what you already believe.
I mean, I suppose, but again, there's like thousands of videos and pictures, and like there's all this science that supports it and all this shit. And again, like this.
Pick one.
Like,
What science?
Huh?
Yeah. What science?
What science? Yeah, sorry, Heretic, you can take it, but like,
same thing.
bro.
And shit. You could probably take a class, right? Like, I'm not saying you have
No.
to believe it until you
What
shit on
science
it.
is used to prove that Earth is a shape, bro? Like, what science is used to prove that Earth is a shape?
Yeah, you gotta understand, we've been asking this question of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions even of Globers who come in and talk to us, and PhDs, master's degrees, you name it, all sorts of disciplines, none of them can provide this science or evidence that you're claiming is there.
I feel like they can, but every time evidence.
But they cannot. Like, you saying you believe they can is not evidence that they can when we have witnessed millions of you with the degrees come in here claiming to be professors. Like, we got people from NASA, like, we got people all over. None of them can bring the evidence that you claim is there.
But again, I have to ask, I assume they do bring what they believe, at least as evidence, but I assume you probably just call that bullshit, right? And you're just rolling.
No. What we do is we look at what they claim is the evidence. Most of the time, it turns out to be a logical fallacy based on slight amounts of data. They take that data and then they make a shit ton of assumptions. And they base those assumptions on their previous assumptions, which we have now falsified.
Okay, but what if... Okay, so hear me out here, right? Give me a second. All right, so hear me out. What if you took like all this equipment, like a compass and whatever, on a plane, right? And you went from like Hawaii to, I don't know, let's say Russia. Like you go around the world basically, right? If you go from America, right, and you leave that like on the left side, and then you end up in Russia, doesn't that prove that the Earth is round, right? Because you just went around.
No, that's like saying if I walk a circle around my house, doesn't it prove that my house is a sphere?
Like if you take like your own equipment to prove that you have in fact.
Where does the compass point? The compass points north, and so when you're going west or east, you're basically going in a gigantic circle.
All right, so you're also arguing that compasses don't necessarily even point like north.
They don't even work on a globe. What are you talking about?
All right, I get what you're saying. Well, I'm literally just asking questions. You don't have to be a fucking.
Yeah, the compasses predate the prevalence of the globe idea. They're based on basically a flat surface, like they float on water. The old ones. Like, all of it only functions on a flat Earth, and they have to say, well, it just appears flat, like it just appears non-rotating, but they have no evidence to prove their excuses to be true. Like, you can claim that everything is glued to the rotation, and so there's no Coriolis force when you see, or Coriolis deviation when you see things rising or falling. However, that would create necessarily acceleration to the side, which we would be able to measure with accelerometers, but it just isn't there. So all of your ad hoc excuses that you could try to grasp at, we have already debunked.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention real quick there, XM4, like, I understand your sentiment that you think someone has conclusively demonstrated this globe. Like, that's what a lot of us thought also, because you assume since it's being presented to you as reality, that someone actually checked it and that there would be mathematical or scientific evidence to back up either the curvature or the rotation. So what all of us have done, we already have investigated that, and we've already found that it's not there. So most of these people, I'll just tell you personally, don't worry, I won't be talking very long. I just like Drace was trying to tell you. I mean, I know personally many people who have advanced degrees, and there would be no reason for them to ever investigate this. It's not, depending on their particular topic, it's not, because it's not a scientific claim, because it has no mathematics to back it up in reality. No one is taught this, because depending on what their particular specialty is, they treat the Earth as flat and stationary, let's say whatever they are. If they're surveyors, if they work in the military, they just do what needs to be done for their job. If they build bridges, they don't have this fantasy globe. They are not taught about it because it doesn't exist. So the fantasy information that you think is there, we're here to tell you it's not there. I mean, you're welcome to, when you leave this call, go and look for it, and if you do an honest search, you'll come to the same conclusion that we've come to, that it does not exist, not anything testable, repeatable, verifiable measurements of reality. Those do not demonstrate curvature or rotation.
So what do you guys think?
Yeah, just like they have geodesy, for instance, but when you're dealing with people who are invested in an idea, like Dandelion was saying, that most of science has no connection to the globe. It's just science. It has no connection to the globe in general. It's all based on pseudoscience. So when you got geodesy, you got people who are invested in the idea. They have a sunken cost related to this. So they have invested so much of their life into the idea, into this belief. So now they need to make all the data match their belief. Otherwise, they'll get laughed out of their field, they'll lose all their funding, and so there's no incentive for them to ever question the previous assumptions.
All right, so what do you guys think? I live on a coastal town, right? Like, I watch ships go over the horizon all the time, and I watch, the sunrise and all that shit. What do you guys think I should do to go check for myself?
Well, that's great. That means you can do long-distance observations over the water, and you can use ship trackers to track the ships. You can look up the coast, for instance, if you have an inlet, and find the markers on the land, which you can then calculate what your distance to those markers are, what the curve between you and that point should be based on your height, and then you could try to lower or raise the camera to see the differences. And there's another aspect that you'll run into when you're dealing with globe believers, because inevitably when you start doing this, you'll start seeing, wait, I can see way too far here. I can see 10 times further than I should at this instance. And so the globe believers will be like, well, the light must be bending. However, refraction has specific effects, and so we should be able to see the effects of refraction on white light. And we don't see optical dispersion or the wavelengths separating in white light in these long-range images. So clearly, the light is not being refracted around the ball to try to make it look flat or measure flat at all times. It simply was flat, measured flat, and all ideas of the globe came from misunderstanding of optics.
Right, but no, I was gonna say because I've kind of done it in the past where I've sit and watched a ship disappear, and then my buddy has this telescope, and we pull out the telescope, and then you look at the ship, and then it initially disappeared when I was just watching with my own eyes, right? Then I pulled out that telescope, and I looked at it, and it was there again. You know what I'm saying? Because the telescope can see further, obviously. But then,
that's because your human eye can only see so much. If you take a hair off your head and you look at it in your hand, you can see it. But if you have that hair moved further away, you eventually cannot see it. However, the camera has basically a digital zoom and a bigger aperture, so it has a bigger field of view. and has more resolution. So you can basically zoom in and see more there. However, there's always a limit to that, in that the air will cause either mirages or other effects that will limit how far you can see, and will cause things like the heights of things will appear to change height, or like if you look at time lapses, you can watch whole buildings get compressed into nothing.
What I was gonna say is, we pull out the telescope, right? And then, because you could just completely interrupted me, by the way. But we pulled out the telescope, and then, obviously it shipped there again. But then, like an hour later, it disappeared again, like even with the telescope, right? And that makes sense to me. Like it goes over the.
Yeah, but did you have a stronger telescope?
I mean, it was okay. I think you spent like $1,000, $2,000 on it.
I'm not talking about the telescope.
Only use telescopes.
Yeah, you don't understand. Is like the aperture of that telescope can only see so far. So if you get a bigger aperture telescope, you might be able to see further. I've done this with 3 optical devices where I watched a cruise ship appear to disappear to my naked eye. Then in the first phone camera, first in the phone camera, then in my naked eye, and then in the bigger camera, and then in the big telescope. And so you could see it appeared to disappear behind the curve multiple times in each of the different optics. There's not different Earth curves for each different optics. And so what we did is we tested this on small lakes where there's no curve, and it's too small to have any curve of the Earth hide anything. And so we sent small RC boats over the water and cameras close to the surface when the water was still, and the boats started to disappear bottom up. Like, this is optical, and so you can't conflate it to your imaginations that the Earth is a ball.
All right, makes sense. I'm not going to tell you that you're crazy or nothing. It doesn't sound like dog shit. Doesn't like sound like watertight either. But I'm not going to say it's bullshit.
It's something you can test. You can go out and test it, and you tested a small aspect of it where you could see it again in your telescope, and then it disappeared from the optical view of that telescope. But if you had a bigger telescope and it wasn't getting hidden due to mirages or things like that, which will make things just disappear behind them, because things will continue to get smaller with distance, and so the band of miraging can easily hide things the further they get.
Because there were only 2 things that I can like visibly see with my own eyes, which is like the bolt and then like the sun. Like, I guess, how would you guys explain the sun setting? And because I sit on the coast a lot, like you can see the sun get cut in half by the horizon, right? It like disappears underneath it. And then
that's in high humidity conditions. Like, have you seen the sunset where the humidity conditions are almost zero? Are you like looking at the sun through a desert?
Yeah, I know what you mean, and I've actually heard a flat earther explain this to me before, where they're saying like if you have like a dot in the sky and you move it away from you, right? It looks like it's kind of going under the horizon. It's just moving away from you and getting smaller, right? Kind of like street lights, you know what I'm saying? On like a street.
What I'm talking about is humidity causes you to see less, and we have data on this. Like, the more humidity there is between you and the target, the less far you can see until it reaches 100%, and then you can't see anything because it's literally just a mist in front of you, like a cloud. And so we know that there are things that affect how far you can see, and those things cause things to disappear bottom up first. So, or you lose the bottom of that image. And so why would we assume that's caused by a globe when we can see under different conditions that not happening and it just disappearing into a dot above the horizon?
I mean, I would agree, but again, like and I guess sometimes it may look like that, but some days the sun is really close, really big, and you can like really like physically see it like go.
Yeah, sometimes there's lensing effects and there's magnifying effects, and when you magnify something up close to a surface, when the image gets bigger, the bottom of that image goes into the ground, and you lose that part of the image.
I mean, I guess, but I feel like you're engaging in the same, like you just said, like a lot of globe earthers like to use excuses like the light bending, but it sounds like you're doing.
No, this is physics. This is basic physics. Like if you want to contest any of this, we can go over that and we can teach you more physics. But like,
well, dog,
you can't deny magnification does that. You can't deny that like our observations, because you can go and observe them yourself. You can go play around with magnifying glass or lenses. You can see this for yourself. We're not asking you to just believe us. We're saying here's things that you can test and that are known to work. And if you want, you can know this for yourself. You don't have to believe anyone.
I mean, I that is commendable, right? That you're not just like getting mad at me for not believing what you believe and telling me to go find out for myself. I do appreciate that. Don't appreciate the faggots that were just like being assholes just because I don't immediately agree with you guys. But other than that, you've been.
They always think about the same thing. They always think about the same thing, Globers.
See, don't you think that's a stupid thing to say though? Like putting somebody in a box just because they don't believe what you believe? Yeah,
I wouldn't get too hung up on that. I mean, you came in, yeah, we were like in a mood because of the last guy probably, and then you had this serious conversation with, I think, Jedi and then Drace, and it's gone well. So yeah, let's not think back at the past. Let's just start from where we are now.
You guys must have been bullied a lot for what you believe, and so it's easy to kind of like take that out on anybody who's like, in your words, a glober. I get that.
You also got to understand, we talk to so many Globers, and so many of them come with bad faith arguments. They come like, we're saying, like, arguments about the horizon, and they're like, doing everything they can not to talk about the horizon, and like, 10 different people try to explain it in 10 subtly different ways, and like, every single time he'll strawman us, and make up his own shit and go spinning that way. So
yeah, I get that.
It does get frustrating after a while, and a lot of people who believe in the globe unconsciously start pulling a little bit of these moves that are like so common within these types. It's so understandable though, because we all grew up with this. We were taught this. So like. It's natural that you respond that way, but like how you respond after it's being refuted, or you're shown to be wrong, or you're shown a different aspect that you hadn't considered, that's the crucial bit where you see the intellectual honesty. If they're gonna double down on the nonsense, or if they're gonna be like, yeah, I'll look into this, I'll think about it from a different perspective. Because you don't need to be married to the globe. Like, the globe isn't doing anything for you, and you don't need to believe us. You can just be like, I'll hear both sides. Eventually, you'll see the contrast. You don't need to choose a side.
Yeah, no, I don't have to. I agree. I don't think I'm gonna make up my mind about anything just yet. I still think that like obviously, the Earth is probably round and flat earthers are probably retarded. But like I said, I'm not gonna put people in a box or like make up my mind absolutely.
Oh, you just did that though.
Yeah, he just reminded me the line he came in on, which is why you ended up with the reception that you got. So yeah.
So let me guess. Like, if you went out and you looked out and you saw that the horizon, or there's no curvature where it should be, and it's like the horizon is 10 times further than you should see it as, would you think it's just still a globe?
I mean, like when I was in Canada, I saw like the tips of the skyscrapers like stick out above the water and shit, right? Like that seems like pretty concrete to me. Not gonna lie, Don.
How? That's optical.
It makes sense, doesn't it? Also, I don't really.
No, it's just purely optical. Like, how can you say that that's the only option?
No, I'm not saying that's like the option. I'm just like thinking out loud here.
Yeah, we all got taught the belief that if things disappear at the horizon, it's disappearing behind an Earth curve. because half-naked men in robes believed that shit. They also believed that they had invisible laser beams coming out of the eyes. And so they didn't believe refraction existed or anything like that. They didn't understand how light worked.
So let me
Nor
ask you this
optics.
then, if I may. Why, and I know you probably have heard this question a lot, right? But why would the government why would there be this conspiracy and lying about the shape of the Earth? Why would that? Why would they do that? What's the reason for that?
We can't know why, because we are not them. Like, we can just look at what they told us, test it, find that they told us a lie, and then be like, why? Just like you. However, like, there's a... I would assume that about majority of globe-believing so-called scientists and other things, they just believe it, just like you and I used to do. Like, that's just how we were raised. It's the society we were raised in. Rockefeller put in this education system, and we just believe it.
All right. I mean, I hear you. Thanks for giving me your viewpoint and shit. I appreciate that. Give me a sec. I'm just rolling this weed, so I'm a little bit distracted. I was gonna ask one more thing, but I forgot. I'm blanking right now. One second.
I was just going to say, old dude said he sent you a message. A lot of times he will give you some extra information. Good. Yeah, because there's a lot more information. It's probably better for you to look at it, like later when you're on your own and not like on the spot here. But yeah, if you think about what your other question is, let us know.
Yeah, I'll watch it. I watched some videos of Eric Dubé, so I'm not completely new to it. I just thought it was really interesting that there's people with that viewpoint and shit. I'm not gonna shit on it. It's very weird to me. It's very interesting.
It's understandable. I came into this thinking it was retarded. I was like, I'm so gonna destroy these flat earthers. I'll dig up all the science textbooks and I'll give them all the evidence.
I didn't came here.
That didn't work out so well. The more I dug, the worse my belief system looked, and the more I just found logical fallacy. I just found assumptions, and I'm like, where did they test this assumption? Because I know the flat earthers are gonna grill me on this. They're gonna want the specifics of how we got that. But no, you don't have that. Yeah. It's just it must be a globe because it must be a globe because it must be a globe.
No, I hear you.
Wait,
I didn't come.
So now you're a flat earther?
I think debating is stupid. I was just curious, that's all.
Yeah, I've been a flat earther for 11 years now.
But I remember.
Damn, that's crazy.
You see, what do you guys think about pictures and videos from the Earth taken from space? What's up with that? Then?
I think they're pretty real. I think I understand people doubting it, but I think they're pretty real. Yeah.
If the ground measures flat, but someone shows you a video of it not being flat, which one do you go with?
I go with the video of from scientists. The Earth isn't flat. There's
well, it measures flat. So we measured it flat.
I mean, in my opinion.
So any pictures of it not being flat clearly don't match reality.
I mean, that's kind of silly, don't you think? It's about perspective.
No.
When you're sitting down on the ground, it doesn't look flat. But when you're I mean, that's.
No, I'm not saying it looks flat. I'm saying it measures flat.
Yeah, but you
how does it measure flat?
If I may, you can. There's a lot. You can look this up. There's a lot of landscapes that you can quote unquote measure to be flat. But then when you explore it further, it's more like a dome-shaped thing, right? But it measures flat because it's so huge. You're only measuring a part of it that registers as flat, But actually,
exactly.
That's a very fancy idea.
We've got the two people in here, new people. XM was just talking, then Crimson entered. Jedi was trying to get something in there before you go on and talk among yourselves.
Oh, my bad.
That's all right. I just kept asking the gentleman questions about his claims. especially on about, well, wherever we go, we measure it flat. But if it's just, beyond our measurement, then that's where the curvature is. So I was just asking, how far do we measure flat then?
Hey, would you guys like a job application? Seems like it's very needed here.
I can't work a job. I'm too busy with high school right now.
Oh, no, I doubt it. I think it's just...
No thanks, no Shaba. So we're back to Crimson is the new person who just came in. Did you have a question about Flat Earth?
Yeah, I mean, what's it called? Is most people's belief in the flat Earth or whatever because of family, because of social media, because of you were disillusioned with other things, or how'd you come across it? How'd you slowly change or release? That's just my question about how'd you guys change your mindset to think that, oh yeah, it's flat Earth, or has it always been that way because you're always that way, something like that? That's my question, basically.
Trace explained it to you. It measures that way.
No, this is a new person. This is a new person.
Yeah, I can tell him in good faith. So I heard about this flat Earth stuff, and I watched some videos, and then I was like, this must be retarded. But the more I watched, the more I realized that I needed to have all of the information to be able to debunk these flat earthers. So I talked to my astrophysicist friend and a robotic engineering friend, and I got them to help me try to collect all the evidence for the Earth being a globe, and I simply played devil's advocate. Because I knew what the flat earthers would say from having watched their videos. I thought it would be a slam dunk. My globe Earth priests will take care of this. They will give me all of the information and experiments that I need. However, they didn't have any valid scientific experiments. They did only had stories and fallacies. And the more I pointed that out and the more questions I asked, the more flustered I got. And I hit a wall eventually because the Newtonian robotic engineer, who was using Newtonian gravity, kept calling the astrophysicist a retard because he was using Einsteinian gravity, and so the astrophysicist called the other guy a retard. And so it broke down over that, and that was what started to make me question my belief system, because no matter where I looked, it was never firmly connected to the ground or reality. It was just look into the sky and imagine it's a ball. Look at these shadows and imagine it's a ball.
I mean,
see these bolts? We don't understand how optics works, so we're going to imagine it's a ball. Oh, we see a shadow on the moon, therefore the Earth is casting the shadow, Earth is a ball.
And so
they're all retarded. Everything about it is retarded.
Yeah, so the short answer, Crimson, Crimson, so, before you respond, I just wanted to say, you could go through and ask everyone in here, but I can tell you for sure the short answer to this, definitely not social pressure. How every single person that's serious about Flat Earth got into it is by investigating it for themselves, looking for the objective evidence, looking for any scientific or mathematical evidence for either curvature or rotation, and finding that there was none. So in no way, shape, or form, not anyone in this forum here, I don't speak for all of Flat Earth, but people here, we're into empiricism, we're into evidence, we're into proving things for ourselves. So, that's how we found it. We found it by doing our own investigations, studying the information, using our logical minds and reason to realize that the globe is nothing but a fairy tale.
Kind of sounds like
most people.
I was just curious about that because I've heard of people saying oh yeah, my mom's a flat earther and she makes me do all these things and blah blah blah. And so I was curious, would that actually end up affecting a person raised by that kind of person's lifestyle or what they believe to be true? So I was curious, if over time maybe that person would fully believe what their parents taught them, or that over time they would believe what your school system.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. That's a good point, Crimson. That's a good point, Crimson. That's a good point, Crimson, because you were brainwashed from birth to the globe. So you, of course,
I mean, hey,
believe that
everyone is,
because
you
you were
know.
you were born into that
Flat Earth
mindset.
is
So
cold,
yeah,
so
as more people learn about the objective evidence and the very clear logical conclusion that the globe is nowhere to be found because you see it nowhere except for a TV or a computer screen. You do not observe any curvature in reality. The Earth is flat and stationary just as it appears. So
I've seen a lot of studies where they
give me
measure
like 30 seconds to finish my sentence. It's not even Crimson who's interrupting me. It's XM. So anyway, it's 12. I promise I'll finish my sentence by 13 minutes after the hour if you
for like
stop
30 minutes,
interrupting
not letting
me.
anybody else talk.
Oh, please. XM, you're just spiraling now. I'm talking to Crimson. Be quiet.
Yo, what's up, pancake
Anyway,
earthers? Is the Earth a
it's
pancake still?
inevitable.
Flat as a
Hold on,
pancake,
calm
with
down.
jelly and
I'm going to finish my sentence. Now it's going to take me another minute because you guys kept filibustering me. Okay, somebody muted him. Thank you. Okay, so anyway, it's inevitable as more people understand this truth through either word of mouth or finding decent information, which is sometimes hard to come by, but you've definitely come to the right place for that. That yes, those people will have children, and those children will not need to have flat Earth as a belief because they can be shown and demonstrated through reason, logic, and mathematics that is the way the Earth presents itself to us. So no, children are not going to be raised in a belief because belief is completely unnecessary to accept and use the classical scientific method and the geometry of the sphere to see that the geometry of the sphere can easily be disproved through one counterexample, which is all it takes to prove to show that a conjecture is false, which is basically all the globe is a mathematical conjecture, easily disproven. So yeah, you might see in the future a rising generation of reasonable thinkers who accept the world and study it the way it actually presents itself, not some fairy tale they saw on TV. Good question, Crimson.
Yeah, falsification is independent of replacement. So we're not here to give you a replacement cosmology to believe in. We're not asking you to believe us. We're just saying, hey, you can go out and test the world for yourself, and it doesn't conform to the belief system that we were sold as children.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Here comes like my second or third. I don't know how many questions I'm in right now, but what like I understand that like today in today's age, you know, you can research anything and you can like decide yourself that I understand this topic fully, and I did all these experiments and I know everything now about this certain topic. So what makes you so certain that with your quote-unquote qualifications and your research you've done that you're fully able to like 100% concluded that the Earth is in fact flat and there's nothing that could ever prove you wrong? Like, what makes you so solid in your belief without having any scientific qualifications whatsoever? That's my real question.
Could I interject for just a second? I'll take no more than 45 seconds. First of all, Crimson, I think you have good questions. But I want to add this because I think it needs to be said because the air needs to be cleared that 99% of us, all of us flat earthers, we all grew up with the same belief in the globe that you do. As a matter of fact, now more to the point that you just mentioned, we were better globers than you are now. In other words, we were the globe nerds, the space nerds. I learned everything about Earth, all the diameters of all the planets, all the distances. I knew how long it took the light from the sun. Like, I was a little nerd with the globe and space. Now, what makes us think that we are correct and that we know enough about it to come to a logical conclusion that we know the Earth is flat? For one thing, it's the physics of water is a good start, but that's only a beginning. When you take the dimensions, and here's part of the problem with people coming into this that are globers like yourself, we could ask most of them, now I don't know if this is true in your case, but we could ask most of them, do you know how big the Earth is supposed to be? And you won't know the answer. So we found what they told us the metrics of the Earth is supposed to be a certain size, and that has a consequence on the surface. We checked with that math and we went out into reality. This is the key part. We went out to reality to check it ourselves with the metrics they gave us, how much drop over distance that would be required. I did this multiple dozens of times, 40, 50, 60, 100 times in the last 8 years. And so I came to the conclusion after my own observations that water is not curving, and also being a sailor and a navigator myself, the physics of water doesn't lie. There's no drop over distance. I can see magnitudes of 10, 15, 20 times further than I should be able to see with a globe Earth of those dimensions. And that's the end of my statement. Thanks for listening.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, all of us.
Yeah, I just wanted to. I just wanted to say something really quick because I have to go real soon. But yeah, I just wanted to say to. He's not in here anymore. Too bad because he got muted. Yeah, I was just going to say. I mean, that guy obviously was starting to take the information seriously, but now he's spiraling, and he just couldn't handle when we were laying out facts for Crimson. So, hopefully that dude will come back, XM4, because it's hard when your worldview gets challenged. Like, it's very common when somebody starts to see, like, there's actually logic and reason behind this to kind of freak out. It's like it's the cognitive dissonance. It's a natural response to having your worldview challenged because it's very hard to, like, deconstruct a worldview. So that's just a public service announcement, but carry on with Crimson. What were you going to say, Paraplegic?
Just, like, I don't know why he would think people got, like, what was it, like, not bullied, but, like, forced into flat Earth or something because of a group, whatever. I was just, like, laughing when he said that. I mean, most of us didn't want to be flat earthers. We're like, oh, no, I'm not going to be a freaking retarded freaking flat earther. They're idiots. That's a dumb idea. Until you start wanting to, like, I wanted to prove my brother wrong. And then I started trying to prove him wrong. And, like, 3 weeks later, I'm, like, figuring out that there's no proving him wrong. Because there's nothing but nonsense, Especially when you start looking at NASA shit, moon landing, and just, and the,
Yo, flat earthers, what up?
It's hilarious. It's hilarious when you start looking into things.
I think Crimson, Crimson probably, I think that's like, it's a misconception. It didn't used to be put out there, but it's like it's a little like thing that's just like false propaganda they're putting out there now. It's just silly, So yeah, he's just been victim to that. But now he's here to hear the real information. Yeah, go ahead, Gazelles.
I mean, so I'm wondering what the Flat Earth community stance is on the Israel-Palestine conflict.
That's not what we're here for. So yeah, go ahead, Crimson. Back to you, Crimson. Did you have a response to what we just said?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I what's it called? I'm not here to quote unquote get true information. As in, like, I don't agree with you guys, and I don't think what you believe is true. Now, that's not that me saying I think you're all wrong. I just don't agree with you guys, and so I'm willing to listen. I'm listening to try and understand more because I always see, like, posts and, like, information shared from these types of groups from the outside, but I never really try to understand what's going on from the inside. So I firmly believe that I won't ever come to, like, agreeing with what you guys believe in, or that I could change anyone's belief system here.
Don't expect you to.
Fully, I'm not seeking to. I just want to understand what could make someone have a change of perspective so far that you're willing to disagree with the entirety of the
surface.
Hold on, can you let me finish talking? Can you let me finish talking, guys? Like, I listened to all of you. I didn't interrupt you. I'd like that courtesy.
Well, your dear diary isn't really needed.
Well,
okay, wait, I don't know. I think it's Cyclone was trying to get in there. So as soon as you're done with your sentence, I think Cyclone has a.
Yeah, I was literally just about to be finished. I just wanted to understand how someone or a large group of people here could start to, like, disagree with the entirety of the scientific community, and that's just what I wanted to understand. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I was just going to say, well, I know it seems almost like too simple or whatever, and you won't accept it, but it is the case that that's just how it measures. So to us, it's like you coming in being like, how could you guys believe that this table is flat? And it's like us saying, well, it measures flat. That's how it is. And even if you're brought up being taught, hey, the table, hold on. Even if you're brought up believing that the table is curved because you've been told the table is curved, if it measures flat, it's obviously not curved. So that's what it is. And for you to really challenge that, what you'll have to get into is geometry and measurement, not just like sociological questions about why people believe certain things. It's not really about a belief, it's just about measurements. That makes sense?
You get into your statement about the scientific community too, like that's like once you look into it, there's no freaking real science.
Well, without even getting into all that, he's asking like, what makes you guys believe in flat Earth? It's not that. It's like you've never looked into measurements, actual measurements of the Earth's surface, whereas we have. So we understand that it actually measures and is used practically as flat, whereas you're under the impression, because it's what you've been told, that it's curved and in motion, but it's not. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Go out and look at the water. Go out and look at the water, and you'll, if you're honest with yourself, you'll figure it out.
What about the water? What about the water exactly? I'm a bit lost about that statement. Could you expand?
Hold on, Paraplegic. It's not just about going and looking at the water. Let me ask you this. Do you know how large the Earth is supposed to be, or what size it is supposed to be?
I haven't looked at that or thought of that in a few years.
Okay.
I finished 9th grade like a couple years ago, so I don't remember.
Okay. So see, like what I was saying before is true in your case. So you don't know what size they're telling us it is, but we here, us flat earthers, know what size they're telling people it's supposed to be. Earth is supposed to have a radius of 5,959 miles. So if you don't know this information, then it's not possible for you to know what the consequences on the surface would be. In other words, how much drop over distance is required for a ball or a sphere that size. This is what we've learned, what the Earth is supposed to be. Then we can go out and look in nature, like Cyclone was saying, and Drace was also saying, and Mary Mom as well. We're all saying we took the metrics, the size they gave us, we went out and checked to see, is this true? If we have a horizon of 10 miles at 1 foot above the water, that would make your Earth radius 264,000 miles. Now, it's supposed to be a little under 6,000 miles, or a little under 4,000 miles in radius. So compare 4,000 mile radius to 264,000 mile radius. Can you see the difference there? Quite a bit, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm not too well versed on miles. I'm more used to kilometers, so I'm a bit lost. But I think I'm getting it. I'm getting what you mean.
Yeah. So it's really simple. It's just they told us what size it is. So we have Earth curve charts and Earth curve calculators that tell you how much drop exactly there should be with a ball of that size. All we got to do is go out into nature and take observations and see if the drop over distance is there. In other words, at 10 miles, there should be 67 feet of vertical drop below your line of sight. So if you're seeing a water in a horizon out beyond 10 miles, and you see all the water going out and upward in your visual range out to the horizon, it's not dropping off at 67 feet. Now at 30 miles, which I have got a photograph of an island, Catalina, off of Southern California, 30 miles in distance, there should be 486 feet of vertical drop. So there should be a hump of water blocking the view of the island. It's simply not there. That's the problem. It measures flat. So it cannot be the size they gave us.
Okay. I have a question. What's it called? Ah, darn. Ah, shit. I forgot. Never mind. I'm so sorry.
I have a question about the
Alright.
talking about the like the
Oh no, yeah, I remember my
like
question
the
now.
northern.
No, wait.
You can go first, man.
Hold
okay.
on, main
I was
man.
gonna
The
ask-
problem is we can barely hear you, main man. I've got you up to 200%, and you still sound like a whisper. So that's why people are talking over you, because they can't hear you.
Sorry.
So you have to adjust your mic.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure it out. I just got my mic, so.
Yeah, adjust your mic and let Crimson go ahead. Crimson, you were going to say something.
Yeah, I was gonna say. You said something about drop over distance or drop over water. What exactly is that? I don't think I've heard that term before.
Okay, so a sphere has to drop away below our feet. That means it would be dropping over distance. In other words, akin to a slope, right? In every direction below our feet.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I get that.
So at a certain distance, now, a good average range of drop over distance would be 8 inches per mile squared. In other words, you have 8 inches times however many miles, the miles are squared. So if you have 20 miles, it'd be 20 times 20 times 8 inches. Then you divide by 12 to get feet. So that's basically at 5 miles, it's 5 times 5 is 25 times 8, which is I think 800 inches. That turns into 16.78 feet of vertical drop. So, for instance, I can go out to the bay where I live here, and I can use binoculars, and I can look at a shoreline 5 or 6 miles away, and I can see 1 foot waves breaking on the shoreline 5 miles away with the binoculars. There's no way I could see 1 to 2 foot waves in a harbor breaking 5 miles away. It's supposed to be nearly 17 feet below my line of sight with a bulge of water in between me and the 5 miles. So I can go out and look at this every day.
Let me give him another example to think about. This is another way to think about that, another aspect of it. So you've heard people saying boats go over the horizon, and that's how you know it's a globe.
Mm-hmm.
You've heard that,
yeah,
right? So
yeah, because you can't see it anymore because it goes past the horizon.
So this idea that if you're looking out at the beach, you're looking out to sea, and you see the horizon, that horizon is this curve of a ball that we're living on, right?
Yep, that makes sense.
So if you go on to Google and you type in distance to horizon calculator and just click.
I'll Google that.
There's a bunch of calculators. You can just click one, and then you can put in your observer height, say 6 feet, just as an example. You're standing on the beach at the edge of the waterfront. Where does it tell you? How far away does it say that horizon should be?
I'm trying to figure it out.
So you just type in, if you click on like the first calculator, there'll be a box that says observer height, and you just put in 6 feet or whatever it is. Use that as an example.
Yeah, 6 feet. Calculate distance. It says distance to the horizon is 3 miles. I think that's what it said. Maybe I'm
about
wrong
3 miles. No, that's about right. They're just using a ball with a radius of 39.59 miles to calculate that. So that's the leading edge of the sphere that you can see from your 6 foot observer height. If you were to draw a line from your eye, right? So anything beyond that point would be disappearing bottom up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Right. Okay. So then let's say, hypothetically, you go down to the beach one day and you're standing at 6 feet and you're watching a boat go out. And it gets to 3 miles and you're thinking, hey, here we go. That's got to start disappearing bottom up. But the horizon isn't there. The horizon's way further than that. Might be 10 miles, might be 15 miles, might be 20 miles out. Right, so in that case, if we can see the boat going all the way out to, say, 15 miles, and it hasn't even reached the horizon yet, and we're standing at 6 feet, you see that that doesn't match the calculator.
Yeah, that seems a little. That seems quite a bit off from what the calculator says.
Yeah. So let's say you did that, and you saw that the horizon wasn't at 3 miles, but it was more like 10 or 15. What do you think that would mean?
Well, I would think that would mean that, like, the calculations they used were wrong, or that, maybe we're not entirely right about the size of the Earth, but I wouldn't conclude from that anything different about the Earth's shapes.
Well, strictly what it would tell you is that the horizon is not the leading edge of a sphere with a radius of 39, 59 miles like they've told us. It would at least tell you that. Right? So now you could say, if you saw it at 10 miles, you might be like, that's the leading edge of the sphere, but then that changes the radius from the 39, 59 miles that they're telling us to like 200 and odd thousand miles. Right? So it's massively different. And the problem with that is, it's not just like the radius of the globe and in isolation. The entirety of the globe model, as they teach us, is based on that 39, 59 miles, right? So the distance to the sun, the moon, the stars, the size of those things, gravity, the seasons, everything is based on this calculation or this radius value. So if that's wrong, everything they've told us is wrong. And what the observations are showing us is that that is wrong. So yeah, you could say, I just think it's a bigger ball, but realistically, you have no reason to think that because you're not actually observing any curvature. The only curvature you thought you would have been seeing with the horizon, which is flat, is if it was at 3 miles for a 6-foot observer and corresponding to those distance to horizon calculators that you're looking at. Right? Only if it matched would you be able to say, okay, I can assume that flat horizon is the curve of this ball. If you don't have that geometric relationship between the observer height and the distance to the horizon, we don't have any reason to assume that it's a ball of any kind. We're just seeing flat water. So that's just a small example of what people are doing and what you can do if you know where the curve calculators are. Just like have this in your mind as you're going about your life, and you can test the globe model with these calculators just by seeing how far you can see. And what you'll find is that in reality, Earth does not match the globe model. So then you've got to make a choice. Are you going to go with Earth, or are you going to go with the model that we've been taught? And personally, we go with Earth because that's what we're interested in. But that's up to you. Do you understand that?
Oh,
well, I just explained.
Yeah, I think I understood. I think I understood the gist of most of everything you just said, and it's all very interesting. The things I don't think I've ever generally had to think about. Like I haven't really thought the question is the Earth round? Is it flat? I just assumed, and I just thought
because we're not taught to.
If I'm told by every science teacher I've had since forever that the Earth is round, if everything I'm seeing on the internet ever tells me the Earth is round and all the flat earthers are crazy, then I'm just so far I've just kept believing the Earth is round.
Yeah, that's the same with most other people, right? We don't really have a reason to distrust it until we do, if you know what I mean.
I don't necessarily think. Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I wanted to ask about the firmament.
Well, let's hold on. We can let's
reach a conclusion and then go on to that, please.
Yeah,
we'll come back to your question.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm okay to wait.
So Crimson.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's really interesting to think about, but I think if I really had to decide at this very moment, I think I would still stick to my. I don't. But I don't
we would not encourage you to do any kind of thing like rashly jump from one belief to another. Absolutely not. What we would tell you to do is just stop believing. Don't have any beliefs. Just investigate, research, figure out what you can figure out and what you can actually know to be true that doesn't just rely on accepting unverifiable claims. And, well, it's up to you. Believe what you want to believe. We are not here to convince anyone of anything. We're simply sharing observations, measurements of how the Earth is. And however you want to deal with that, I mean, they don't match the globe model. They're not compatible. But if you still want to cling on to the globe belief, you're more than welcome to. But we're interested in the really is, the physicality.
Yeah. Thank you very much for telling me and stuff. And these are stuff I've generally not heard of before. Like when I ever hear about stuff about flat Earth, there's always like really like hyper religious stuff and like things like the FBI hiding the truth or stuff like that.
Yeah. They really do work hard to make this topic seem ridiculous so that people don't research it. But as soon as you actually speak to some real people who have looked into this, you'll find that it's not the science-denying religious nut jobs that they've told you about on the news. Surprise, surprise, the media is full of shit. But if you're interested, we have a server, the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, that's got terabytes of resources, some long-distance observations, distance to horizon tests that I was mentioning to you, laser tests, all kinds of things, like really interesting stuff that you won't have been taught at school and you probably won't have come across just searching on the internet. So if you want a link to that and you want to do your own research in your own time, just shout out and we can send you a link. Otherwise, it's discord.gg/flatearth. Very simple to find.
All right, I'll look it up if I have time.
Or does that sound better now?
There you go. Well, just quickly, so Crimson, you understand all that?
Good stuff. Yeah, I understood most of it. Yeah, good stuff. It's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting stuff to think about.
Well, we're also on YouTube 24/7.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, a lot of flat earthers used to be very into space. Yeah, you kind of need that interest in the environment and, you know.
But did that like interest in space go like anywhere, like into like?
Well, it can't really go anywhere except like just you follow the news stories and the propaganda basically, because there's no participating in space in reality. But just quickly, before we carry on, there was a few other people who had some questions, so we'll do those, and then we'll come back if you've still got other questions that you want to go through. So there was someone who was wanting to ask about a firmament. Who was that?
That was me.
Okay.
Yeah, which is part of the reason why we can't go to space.
No, that's
right.
Incorrect.
So our position would generally be, well, the firmament is like a biblical term, like the Hebrew cosmology. But it's essentially just referring to, a container around the Earth. And our argument, I mean, we wouldn't necessarily use the word firmament because it has those Hebrew Christian connotations. But to be fair, if you look at the cosmologies of basically every previous civilization and culture in history, they all had a pretty similar worldview, which was a motionless topographical plane that's contained. And they had different names for what it was that was containing them. But yeah, one of those would be a firmament. But the argument for a container doesn't come from scripture for us. It comes from the fact that we have gas pressure on Earth. We breathe gas pressure, the air that we breathe. And gas pressure, as defined, is the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. You need a container, a physical container, to have gas pressure. So we're not floating around in a massive vacuum. We're a contained system, like a terrarium.
Right. So, if something were to...
Hold on. Where'd you get that word firmament? Where'd that word...
Well, hold on, no, Craig. I don't...
Well, no. I'm here to learn. I'm here to learn. I was told of the firmament before, and that's why I'm here to ask.
By who? By who used that word that you heard it?
Oh, I mean, other flat earthers on Discord.
No, it was Copernicus. Yeah. Copernicus was the very first person to ever invoke the word firmament and use it in the sky. And he said right outside of Saturn was a glass sphere and containing all of creation. So just look up the first Copernicus model, the first 16 or so, and note what he says all the stars are attached to.
The stars are attached?
Yeah, in heliocentric. So you bark up the wrong tree. You're trying to take a biblical sticker and slap it on flat Earth when it's really the globe side. Then
no, I don't know if she is doing that.
I do have good news. It's because I'm trying to clarify my misconceptions, not come in with.
Yeah. So, don't worry about it,
bro.
Listen. So what I just explained to you about the different cosmologies and everything. What is that in keeping with what your question was? Did that give you some more information, or do you still have a question?
There's some force containing.
No, not force. A container. No. A container contains
physical. Okay, so it's physical.
Yeah. For gas pressure, to have gas pressure, you need a physical container, like air in a balloon, air in a tire, air in a canister. Right? You get rid of that container, and then the gas will no longer be pressurized. It requires physicality.
So hypothetically, if someone did want to go into quote-unquote space, then they would be breaching this container, causing far more problems than intended.
Yeah, we've got no evidence that space actually exists as they show us, and the notion that we could have a gas pressure system like the Earth that we have here, and the air that we breathe in a vacuum without any kind of physical separation, that just doesn't work, right? Air expands in a vacuum. You can't have a ball of gas pressure in a vacuum. So yeah, no one's leaving Earth, basically. You can't leave Earth. It's contained. At least not that I know of.
Hey, my bug. If you get a chance, can you go to the chat and look at the very last message that was sent by me, Kenchi? I just want to see, like, what do you see in that clip? What do you see when you play that clip? I just want to.
Oh yeah, the lack of the curvature. From
no.
Oh, well, let me see.
From Kenchi.
Yeah. Okay. A real star.
Yep.
Yeah. I see a luminous body. It's very fuzzy.
Let it play. All
right, well, before we get off into the weeds on what the stars are and all that shit, have you got any more questions about the container? Or
No, I understand the concept of the container now. Thank you for explaining it.
Okay, so again, if you go onto our server, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, there's a channel we've got an additional information channel, like